The lively banquet outside continued until after 4 in the afternoon before guests gradually left. Feng Chang staggered back into the house, seeming completely intoxicated. Jiang Ruoli, who was napping, was startled awake by the sound of the door opening. Seeing Feng Chang swaying, she quickly got up to support him. "Why did you drink so much?" Jiang Ruoli frowned, noticing the strong smell of alcohol on him, and felt a bit worried. The smell wasn't unpleasant, but it wasn't exactly nice either. Feng Chang forced a smile and said, "Those guys were too enthusiastic and kept pouring drinks for me." His voice was a bit slurred, clearly quite drunk. "All right, don't talk now. Lie down and rest," Jiang Ruoli said softly, gently guiding Feng Chang to the bed. Seeing how exhausted he looked, she felt a little sad. She decided to go to the kitchen to make a hangover soup to help him recover quickly. In the kitchen, she found it already cleaned and tidy. She took some herbs from her space, added some spiritual spring water, and started boiling the hangover soup. Soon, a steaming bowl of hangover soup was ready. Carefully, Jiang Ruoli carried the bowl into the room and approached Feng Chang's bed. "Here, drink this soup. It will make you feel better," she said softly, handing him the bowl. Feng Chang took the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. The warm soup slid down his throat, bringing a comforting warmth. After drinking, he felt his mind clearer and the dizziness lessened. He hugged Jiang Ruoli and said, "Li Bao, it's so good. I finally married you. Come on, sober up. You smell like a tavern. Go take a shower. You're stinking up the place." Hearing his wife complain about his smell, Feng Chang immediately got up to take a shower. Jiang Ruoli took the bowl to wash, and meanwhile, she cooked some noodles. She thought Feng Chang probably didn't eat much after drinking so much. In fact, he hadn't eaten much. His stomach was mostly filled with alcohol. When Feng Chang finished his shower, most of the drunkenness had worn off. "Finished? Come eat some noodles. You drank so much. You must feel terrible." "Thanks, wife." Hearing him call her wife made Jiang Ruoli feel strangely shy. Let him eat, she thought, but why did his gaze still seem so tempting? Jiang Ruoli quickly ran away from here, took her clothes, and went to take a shower. She had makeup on her face but didn't remove it, which felt uncomfortable. She took out her own developed cleanser from her space and washed off the residue on her face. It was really good. After washing, her skin felt smooth and not tight. While taking a bath, she casually looked at the system panel. She was surprised to see many messages of congratulations for her wedding. She didn't know how they found out. "System, that's thanks to me." But Jiang Ruoli still replied with a thank you. The person from the cultivation world sent over a bottle, saying that putting 2 drops into the bath water would have unexpected effects. Jiang Ruoli didn't think much and dropped 2 drops into the water. She smelled a faint, refreshing scent, very pleasant. She really liked the smell, but she didn't expect that this favorite scent of hers would cause her trouble in the end. When Jiang Ruoli finished her bath and came out, Feng Chang had already cleaned the dishes. He was lying on the bed, closing his eyes to rest, planning to enjoy his wife tonight. Her period had just ended, so hopefully no unexpected visitors would come today. That night, Jiang Ruoli was lying on the bed with Feng Chang beside her. 2 inexperienced beginners started exploring each other. However, men tend to be naturally skilled in such matters, especially after smelling her delicate fragrance, which made him as excited as if he had taken a stimulant. He quickly undressed her completely. Jiang Ruoli felt shy and wanted to cover herself, but she was held down. Feng Chang lowered his head and precisely captured her lips, beginning to kiss, and Jiang Ruoli gradually lost herself in his actions. The night was long, and the 2 on the bed were very busy. Feel free to imagine a detailed story of 10,000 words. The next day, Jiang Ruoli slept until the afternoon. When she slowly woke up, she found herself completely exhausted, with no strength at all. Thinking back to last night, Jiang Ruoli secretly cursed herself. She only remembered falling into a deep sleep when the sky was starting to brighten. This man had been tossing her all night. Fortunately, Jiang Ruoli's body had become stronger after her training to purify her marrow and muscles. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to endure Feng Chang's efforts. This newly initiated man, craving the taste, loved this feeling. Feng Chang pushed open the door and saw Jiang Ruoli already awake. "Wife, you're awake. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want me to apply some medicine?" Feng Chang knew he had been rough on her, so now he acted like a caring husband, rushing to serve her. Jiang Ruoli rolled her eyes and refused to pay attention to him. Does he not know what shame is? Still applying ointment? Did she go to the hospital for that? Jiang Ruoli felt it would be better to just die. It was too embarrassing. Feng Qing also knew he was in the wrong and quickly apologized. "Wife, I was wrong. You're so beautiful that I couldn't help myself." "Shut up," Jiang Ruoli said hoarsely. You could tell how intense last night's fight was. But because there were others around, she didn't dare to shout too loudly. Feng Qing hurriedly poured her a glass of water. "Wife, I was wrong. Drink this and calm down." After drinking the water, Jiang Ruoli felt much better.
But she still didn't want to talk to Feng Qing.
"Wife, we should go home and see my parents." Jiang Ruoli stiffly turned her head, looking at him with a frightened expression. "You. Such an important matter. Why are you only telling me now?"
This man really was.
Which newlywed daughter-in-law sleeps until the afternoon before going to visit her in-laws? This scoundrel really made Jiang Ruoli furious. Don't worry. Mom said when she left yesterday that it's okay to go a bit later today." "What do you mean later? Is that really later? If we delay any longer, it'll be evening." Jiang Ruoli hurried to get up but felt very uncomfortable downstairs. She took a deep breath. This dog man was really too cruel. Seeing Jiang Ruoli's face turn pale from pain, Feng Qing immediately regretted not controlling himself last night. But who knew that the scent on his little wife was so tempting? Jiang Ruoli ignored him, got up, and went to the bathroom for a shower. Then she drank a sip of spiritual spring water and finally felt better. Thinking of the spiritual spring water, Li Yimo hadn't been in touch for a long time. She didn't know how he was doing. No new crystal cores had been sent, so her spiritual spring water couldn't be upgraded to the strongest. After a while, Jiang Ruoli felt her body wasn't as painful anymore, so she got up, dried herself, dressed, and went out. By the time they returned to Feng's house, it was evening. Jiang Ruoli felt a bit embarrassed and followed Feng Qing inside. "Don't worry, my parents aren't going to eat you," he said. Jiang Ruoli glared at him. It was all his fault. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arrived so late. After Feng Qing led Jiang Ruoli inside, everyone's eyes looked at them. They were teasing, caring, and smiling. Except Zhang Hanzi. "Oh, so the new wife has finally come to meet her in-laws. Why not come in the middle of the night? The whole family has been waiting for you, and you still feel it's okay?" Zhang Hanji was jealous of Jiang Ruoli. Why could she come in the afternoon, while she had to come early to serve tea? "Shut your stinky mouth. If you can't speak properly, don't speak at all. If you don't want to wait, then leave. I didn't ask you to wait here." Feng Qing coldly glanced at her. His eyes were full of disgust. His good mood from recently marrying his wife was ruined by this woman. All the men with the surname Jiang pampered their wives, but why was her husband so different? "You, Feng Qing, I am your second sister-in-law. How can you talk to me like that?" Feng Qing exuded coldness. "That's how I always talk. If you don't like it, go back to your own home. Don't boss around my wife. I like to spoil my wife. What does it have to do with you? Today, I didn't bring my wife, and my grandfather and parents wouldn't say anything. Do I need you to complain here?" Jiang Hanji's eyes turned red with anger.
Why?
Why did other men in the Feng family pamper their wives, but her husband completely ignored her? Her father-in-law and mother-in-law also didn't care about her husband. Seeing her brother-in-law so fond of this woman, she couldn't bear it. Feng Mi sat nearby, watching Jiang Hanji get scolded by her brother, but he seemed indifferent. However, his eyes toward his brother Feng Qing were full of apology. Others listened but didn't speak. After all, Jiang Hanji's words were quite harsh. The newlyweds, full of love and affection, arrived a bit late, but it was no big deal. The elders hadn't said anything yet, but the sister-in-law was already making sarcastic remarks. Yao Yu stepped forward to smooth things over. All right, second sister-in-law, calm down. Third brother, say a few less words. Are we supposed to serve tea to Grandpa and Mom and Dad? None of your business. Mom and Dad haven't said anything, so why are you interrupting? Jiang Hanji's words were an attack on everyone. Feng Yi, sitting nearby, looked very displeased. Shut up. Jiang Hanji pouted, but didn't say anything more. Jiang Rua Li really disliked this woman. Yao Yuyu, being such a good sister-in-law, was criticized by her, which made Jiang Rua Li feel uncomfortable. She wanted to speak but hesitated, then decided to stay silent. On the first day of her wedding, she didn't want to start a fight or leave a bad impression on her in-laws. Yao Yuyu, feeling embarrassed, looked upset. Feng Yan sat beside her, comforting her. Jiang Ruali looked at Jiang Hanzi, who rolled her eyes and called her a sly fox. Thank you very much for the compliment, Jiang Ruali replied, turning to the man beside her. Feng Chong, someone said your wife is very beautiful. Feng Chong smiled and responded, of course. My wife is the most beautiful in the world. Jiang Hanzi felt like she had been hit hard and didn't know how to vent her anger. Old Master Feng was also very helpless. He was truly disappointed in his granddaughter-in-law. If it weren't for her being the granddaughter of the person who saved his life, Feng Wanliang wouldn't have allowed her into the family. When Jiang Hanzi stopped speaking, Li Zhishu slowly said, Aunt Wu, bring the tea. Aunt Wu, who cooked for the old master, was at home, so Li Zhishu called her. Aunt Wu brought out 3 cups of tea. She was just serving tea to her granddaughter-in-law and daughter-in-law. Jiang Ruali took the first cup and handed it to the old master. Grandpa, please enjoy your tea. Old Master Feng happily took the cup and took a big sip. You young couple should get along well and try to give me a great-grandchild soon. After saying that, he handed her a red envelope and a box. He knew Yao Yuyu was an actress in the cultural troupe, and having a baby might affect her work, so he didn't rush her. As for the second child, they didn't live together, so he couldn't pressure her. He was only counting on the third daughter-in-law. She was pretty, and her 3 brothers were handsome, so their children would surely be very good-looking. Jiang Ruali blushed and replied, Yes, Grandpa. Feng Chong took the red envelope and box from her, and Jiang Ruali didn't care anymore. She continued to serve tea to her parents-in-law. This was quite a skill. Usually the head of the family was the man, but in the Feng family, the head was Li Zhishu.
So, Jiang Ruali said, Dad.
Feng Jianjun was surprised, but then burst into laughter. Feng Jianjun was also stunned for a moment, then smiled. Sure, why not? Jiang Ruali first served tea to Li Zhishu, received a big red envelope, then served tea to Feng Jianjun, and received another big red envelope. Seeing so many red envelopes made Jiang Ruali very happy. After serving tea, it was time for dinner. When everyone stood up, Feng Yi said to Jiang Hanzi, If you cause trouble again, just get out. Feng Yi had tolerated her for a long time. Every time she came to Grandpa's place, she caused some trouble. Jiang Hanzi was so upset that she immediately caused a fuss. You also say I? It's mainly their fault. Everyone is waiting for them, and they still have no self-awareness. She glared at Jiang Ruali. Shouldn't the new daughter-in-law come early to serve her in-laws? Hearing this, Jiang Ruali was speechless. Feng Chong chuckled. Jiang Hanzi, who are you glaring at? If you keep staring, I might just poke your eyes out. Also, are you still living in the Qing dynasty? Others are foot-binding, but you're probably just mentally bound. You go to serve your in-laws, but I haven't seen you actually do that. Aren't you just sitting there waiting for others to prepare the meals? So, are you specifically targeting my wife? I married her not to have her serve my parents. Your way of thinking should leave our family early, so we aren't burdened by your ideas. Jiang Hanzi was so angry she started crying, but she couldn't find a way to argue back. Her mind was filled with the idea that women should see their husbands as the center, give birth to children for them, and serve their husbands. So every time she saw Yao Yu being cared for by Feng Yanzhao or Jiang Ruoli being taken care of by Feng Chang, she felt both jealous and contemptuous. Under pressure from Feng Yi and Li Zhishu, Jiang Hanzi finally chose to stay silent, tightly closing her lips. This meal ended in a relatively peaceful atmosphere. After eating, everyone returned to the family courtyard together. As soon as Jiang Ruoli entered the house, she felt exhausted, like all her strength had been drained. She lay weakly on the bed, not wanting to move. However, her mind kept flashing with the things her mother-in-law had given them, so she forced herself to get up and start tidying up. "Why are you getting up?" Feng Chang, who was changing clothes, saw Jiang Ruoli moving and asked with concern. He knew very well that the girl must have been exhausted last night, and now she needed rest most. "The stuff Mom gave us needs to be tidied up," Jiang Ruoli answered softly. Seeing this, Feng Chang quickly wiped his face and gently said, "I'll do the tidying. You should take a shower and rest well." Jiang Ruoli smiled slightly, showing a faint curve at the corner of her mouth, and replied, "All right, that's very kind of you, Mr. Feng." After saying that, she casually picked up her clothes and went into the bathroom, planning to take a hot shower to relax her tired body. While running the water, Jiang Ruoli sighed to herself about how truly tired she was. Not only because of last night's exhaustion, but also because of eating with Jiang Hanzi just now. The feeling was like fighting a battle, leaving me completely exhausted. After filling the tub with water, Jiang Ruoli remembered the liquid that Lu Bingrua had given her. She hesitated for a moment but finally decided to add 2 drops into the bathwater. As the liquid dissolved, a faint fresh scent spread through the air. Jiang Ruoli took a deep breath, feeling her pores relax completely and a sense of great comfort. She slowly sat into the bath, letting the warm water surround her, as if all her tiredness was being washed away. Jiang Ruoli stretched lazily, feeling her muscles relax, and thought how wonderful this feeling was. After finishing her bath, Jiang Ruoli came out, and Feng Chang had already tidied everything up. While she was lying on the bed, Feng Chang also took a quick shower. Back in the bedroom, Feng Chang caught the scent of his wife's fragrance again. His feelings started to stir once more. He reached out and gently caressed Jiang Ruoli's body. Feeling his actions, Jiang Ruoli quickly opened her eyes, ready to refuse, but before she could speak, Feng Chang sealed her lips with his. Another sleepless night. In the morning, Feng Chang woke up feeling very refreshed. Jiang Ruoli lay there like a lifeless fish, not wanting to move, too lazy to even open her eyes. She drifted back to sleep in a daze. Feng Chang saw this and didn't disturb her. Instead, he went outside and turned the soil in the yard. Once Jiang Ruoli got up, she would decide what to plant. At noon, Feng Chang prepared a meal, forcefully carried Jiang Ruoli up and fed her a few bites, then sent her back to sleep. It wasn't until after 3 in the afternoon that Jiang Ruoli fully woke up. Seeing the marks on her body, she couldn't help but curse angrily. It was as if she had a psychic connection. Feng Chang pushed open the door and entered the room. Seeing Jiang Ruoli awake, Feng Chang looked at her tenderly and asked, "Are you awake?" Jiang Ruoli huffed softly, turned her head away, and refused to look at him. Feng Chang sat on the edge of the bed, gently pulled Jiang Ruoli into his arms along with a blanket, and kissed her little mouth. "Be good, don't be angry. I know I was wrong. Humph. Be good, or you can punish me.
Don't ignore me, okay?"
Jiang Ruoli rolled her eyes and said, "Then I'll punish you by not letting you touch me for a month." "No way, you need to choose another punishment. A seasoned man like him, how could he go a month without touching his girl? That would be deadly for him. No, just this one. Who asked you to be so uncontrollable? All right, I will go back to the army tomorrow. Please be kind. I promise. Only once a day from now on. Is that okay?" "No, I." Before Jiang Ruoli could finish speaking, Feng Chang covered her mouth. You bad person, let me go." Feng Chang hugged her affectionately. "Be good, please agree." Seeing Feng Chang's eyes, Jiang Ruoli was afraid she might refuse and be caught off guard again. Fine, I give in to you." Feng Chang was just teasing her. He wasn't really harsh. That night, Feng Chang only held Jiang Ruoli while they slept. Seeing that he was just holding her, Jiang Ruoli quietly relaxed. If it happened again, she really wouldn't be able to handle it. Feng Chang secretly smiled. Silly girl, how could I not feel sad for her? The next morning, Feng Chang left for the army. Jiang Ruoli, who rarely slept well, woke up early. Seeing the breakfast Feng Chang left, she washed up and enjoyed a nice meal. Just after finishing breakfast, someone knocked on the door. Jiang Ruoli went to open it and saw several women standing outside. Are you the wife of Deputy Captain Feng? I live next door with Commissioner Liu. My name is Yao Guifan. This is Captain Liao's wife, Chen Xiaoa. This is Wu Yingying, wife of Vice Captain Gao, and Lu Ling, wife of Vice Captain Hua. Anne Li Qiao, wife of Vice Captain Li. Yao Guifan introduced everyone. Jiang Ruoli warmly welcomed them inside. Hello, sisters-in-law. I am Jiang Ruoli. Feng Chang is my husband. Chen Xiaoa and the others had never seen such a beautiful girl before. They heard she was the granddaughter of Deputy Commander Jiang. Her family and her husband's family both had good backgrounds. Actually, we should be calling you sister-in-law, they said. Jiang Ruoli's face stiffened. Sister-in-law? No, I'm still young. How did I become sister-in-law? Your husband, Deputy Captain Feng, has a high position. Our husband's positions aren't as high as yours, so we call you sister-in-law, they explained. Jiang Ruoli nodded, understanding now. So, Wu, from Deputy Captain Gao's family, you can't call me sister-in-law anymore? She poured each of them a glass of water. Luckily, she had enough cups prepared. Otherwise, it would be awkward.
Just call me Lizzie, she said.
Since they were all older than her, calling her sister-in-law felt a bit strange. Okay, then I'll call you Lizzie, Yao Guifan nodded, noticing the shy girl. Seeing sister-in-law Yao nodded, the others also nodded. Honestly, they're not used to calling someone much younger than themselves sister-in-law. After sitting for a while, they invited Jiang Ruoli to go shopping at the soldiers' service station. Seeing this, Jiang Ruoli decided to go along and take a look since she would be living here in the future and needed to know some things. She couldn't just wait for Feng Chang to handle everything after all. Jiang Ruoli locked the courtyard door and followed the group. On the way, they met a few sisters-in-law, exchanged greetings, and headed toward the soldiers' service station. A bunch of sisters-in-law rushed inside, chatting excitedly about what they had or needed. Jiang Ruoli looked around and knew what she wanted to buy. At the open space outside, she planned to plant some vegetables and see if she could transplant a fruit tree, preferably a peach tree. Of course, she would ask Feng Chang to handle that. She bought some seeds to plant, which she could later replace with seeds from her space for better growth. Then her family wouldn't lack vegetables. The clerk at the service station saw the pretty Jiang Ruoli and immediately guessed she was the wife of Deputy Commander Feng. Sister-in-law, what would you like to buy? Jiang Ruoli, that annoying title. Hello, I'd like some vegetable seeds, any kind. Okay, I'll get them for you right away. Lizzie, you're looking for me? I have plenty of vegetable seeds at home. No need to buy here. Jiang Ruoli felt a bit embarrassed, but saw the clerk already taking out some seeds. She decided to say, it's okay. I'll buy some here and then get more from my sister-in-law later. Hearing this, Yao Guifan didn't say anything and just nodded. Since her family didn't lack anything, Jiang Ruoli didn't buy anything else. When they returned together, they sat under a big tree, chatting. Yao Guifan pulled Jiang Ruoli over. Come, let me introduce everyone. This is Deputy Commander Feng's wife, Jiang Ruoli. Jiang Ruoli awkwardly smiled. Hello, everyone. Big sister, don't pull me, I want to leave. The fear of social anxiety. Who can understand that? This is Deputy Commander Feng's wife. She doesn't look like much.
Huh?
With a sarcastic tone, it seemed she was hard to get along with. Are you saying Jiang comrade isn't much? Are your eyes blind? Or do you think your cousin looks good? Suitable for Deputy Commander Feng? Certainly. Here's the improved and corrected version of your text in simple English. Of course. My cousin is the most beautiful girl in our village. She handles everything at home perfectly. Beautiful girl in the village? Chu Yuanyuan, Comrade Chu Yuan's father is a high school teacher, and her grandfather is a deputy commander in our military district. Can your cousin compare? With Comrade Zhang's looks, I've never seen anyone more beautiful. Zhang Ruoli was annoyed by the teasing. In her opinion, her own cousin was better than this delicate girl. It's obvious she's a wealthy young lady who doesn't know how to do anything. She probably only relies on being the deputy platoon leader's daughter. So what? Being deputy platoon leader means you need a good wife, not a fragile girl who can't do anything. Zhang Ruoli didn't want to argue with the fool, but she wouldn't let herself be bullied. Since Deputy Chang chose me, it means I am irreplaceable in his heart. Otherwise, based on what you just said, I could think you've already introduced your cousin to Deputy Chang. But the truth is, he didn't like your cousin. Otherwise, he wouldn't be marrying me. After saying that, she didn't bother to look at Chu Yuanyuan's face. She told Yao Guifan, sister-in-law, I have some things to do at home, so I'll be leaving now. Seeing Yao Guifan nod, Zhang Ruoli nodded to those who were friendly to her, then left. She planned to take a medical exam soon and apply to be a military doctor. She had prescriptions and herbs in her hands. If she didn't use them on these soldiers, it would be a waste. Back home, Zhang Ruoli changed the seeds in the soil. Feng Chang had already prepared the land, so she sowed the seeds. She poured some diluted spiritual spring water to help them grow better, then left them alone. Feng Chang would come back for lunch later. Zhang Ruoli took some meat and a bag of rice from her space. She mixed it with the remaining rice, so it wouldn't look suspicious. She also added some spiritual spring water to the water in the water jar. At noon, the two of them ate. Zhang Ruoli prepared twice-cooked pork and stir-fried greens. She also cooked a pot of mixed grains rice, all from her space. She loved eating mixed grains rice. When Feng Chang returned from training, he smelled the delicious food as soon as he entered the yard. His little wife had cooked something tasty. Coming home to a hot meal made Feng Chang feel warm inside. Hearing some movement at the door, Zhang Ruoli peeked out and said, "You're back? Wash your hands and come eat." Feng Chang was sweaty and smelly, so he took a quick shower. When he came out, Zhang Ruoli had already set the food on the table. Li Bao, thank you for your hard work. Tomorrow, I will prepare the items for the family visit. Zhang Ruoli nodded. Indeed, it should be her responsibility to prepare. Also, tomorrow she plans to invite old Rong to dinner alone. Zhang Ruoli also intends to go home early to deliver some vegetables. It seems that won't be possible now. So, she will adapt once she gets home. At lunch, Zhang Ruoli said she wanted to plant fruit trees in the yard, preferably peach trees. Then I will find someone to transplant a peach tree here in the next few days. Will there be any problem? Nothing serious, just a fruit tree. Even Feng Chang said so. Zhang Ruoli stopped worrying. Thinking about being able to eat peaches openly in the future made her very happy. In the afternoon, Feng Chang went to military training while Zhang Ruoli organized supplies in her space. She wondered if it was easy to deal with the black market in this city. Over the past half year, Zhang Ruoli had stored a lot of food and vegetables, enough for her family for 3 generations. Miss Li, could you trade some more fruit? Zhang Ruoli saw the message notification and opened it to see Xingji Hanyuan's message. Yes, how much do you want? 50,000 jin of each type. Wow, that much? Fortunately, she had enough. Okay, what do you want to exchange for? What do you need? Do you have satellite research reports? Or missiles? Or aircraft carriers? Han Yuan was silent for a moment. Did I need to look into it? Zhang Ruoli replied with a good, then continued planting and harvesting fruit. Half an hour later, Han Yuan sent over a batch of research reports. Zhang Ruoli looked through them. There were 3 types, plus an extra report on high magnetic cannons. These are quite old. It took some time to find them. I also have a report on high magnetic cannons. Hope it's useful to you. Thanks. After thanking him, Zhang Ruoli divided the fruit into 3 parts and transmitted them over. She also received Han Yuan's thanks. Zhang Ruoli opened the reports and started reading. She wasn't a researcher, so she could remember the content but not fully understand it. Never mind, she'd send them to her second brother someday. Let the researchers figure it out. She wouldn't get involved in that. She harvested more fruit, checked the time, and saw that Feng Chang should be back soon, so Jiang Ruoli left her space. The next day, the couple got up to prepare for the family visit. Feng Chang had already brought back the gifts the night before. There was a piece of meat, special wine, milk powder, malted milk, and more. Looks very generous. Did you prepare all this? My parents prepared it. Li Zhishu was ready, brought by Feng father from the military district to deliver to their son. Feng Qing just went to Feng father's office to get it back. The young couple went to Jiang Bo's family compound. Inside the compound, the whole family was waiting early for Jiang Ruoli and her husband to return. Why aren't they back yet? Guaning was pacing back and forth. She was eager to know how her daughter had been these days. Just then, Jiang Ruoli's voice came from outside. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, I'm back. Guaning immediately went to open the door. Oh, Li Bao, you're back. Come on, let's go with Mom. She pulled her into the room where she used to live before marriage. Behind her, Feng Qing was being entertained by Jiang Jun Nan and Jiang Jun Xia. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, elder brother, second brother. Feng Qing greeted everyone. Come here, Feng. Jiang Bo called him over. Okay, Grandpa. Feng Qing saw his wife being taken away by her mother-in-law and could only sit opposite Jiang Bo. Feng Qing poured tea for Jiang Bo and Jiang Peihe. Grandpa, Dad, drink tea. The men chatted casually. Inside the house, Zhao Shujun and Guaning were surrounding Jiang Ruoli. Li Bao, how have you been these days? Very well. Yesterday, I went with some aunts to the service station. It's time to go out shopping. If you keep not going out, people will start to suspect. Jiang Ruoli took out the prepared chicken, duck, goose, rabbit, pork, shrimp, and various vegetables and fruits, placing them on the ground. Mom, look at these. How should I take them downstairs later? Ronglai will come at noon, right? Guaning looked at the things and nodded. I understand. Don't worry. Then she talked to Jiang Ruoli about married life. When her mother asked about this, Jiang Ruoli's face turned red with embarrassment. She briefly mentioned the stamina of that dog man. Li Bao, do you plan to get pregnant and have children now? If not, then use contraception first. Jiang Ruoli thought for a moment and said, let's go with the flow. There are still 4 or 5 years before the college entrance exam. When the time comes, the child will be older and I can go to university without much problem. That works. I can help take care of the children then. Your mother-in-law can also take care of them if needed. Guaning didn't mind whether she took care of the children herself, but their Li Bao's children would definitely be loved and cherished by them. This matter of taking care of children can wait until I have my own. Jiang Ruoli smiled awkwardly. There are no children yet, so talking about caring for them is a bit too early. After chatting for a while, the 3 of them went downstairs together. Jiang Ruoli sat directly beside Feng Qing. What are you talking about? Some military stuff. Feng Qing brushed some stray hair from Jiang Ruoli's cheek behind her ear. His eyes were full of affection and love. Seeing how naturally he cared for Jiang Ruoli, her family felt more at ease. At least, they could see he was thoughtful. Soon, the family started preparing lunch. They used the ingredients Jiang Ruoli had brought out. Today, Huang Mei was delayed by other matters and arrived a bit late. She just got here now. Sorry, I was a bit delayed. Big sister-in-law, come have a cup of tea and rest. Jiang Ruoli poured her a cup. After drinking the tea, Huang Mei went to help in the kitchen. Jiang Ruoli also planned to go, but Huang Mei stopped her. Today, you're the guest of honor. No need to help in the kitchen.
Just sit with your brother-in-law.
Seeing the kitchen full of meat, Huang Mei was surprised but said nothing, thinking her mother-in-law must have bought it earlier. Guaning was preparing 3-cup chicken, beer duck, marinated goose, braised pork, twice-cooked pork, garlic vermicelli shrimp, spicy and sour cabbage, stir-fried greens, and a mushroom meat soup. At 11 o'clock, Rong Lai arrived with Rong Haiyang to Zhang's house. Jiang Ruoli and Feng Qing greeted them together. Rong Lai, you're here? Young lady, I wish you a happy wedding, he said, handing her a box. This is my wedding gift. Jiang Ruoli took the box and led him inside. Thank you, Old Rome. Please come in and sit. Jiang Bo said, Old Rome, welcome to our humble home. Ha ha ha, I'm here today to congratulate Miss Lee on her wedding. Feel free to relax.
Jiang Yunnan swallowed hard.
That was the top boss, and he was so friendly with his little sister. Feng Qing was pouring tea for Old Rong, while Rong Haiyang went to Jiang Ruoli's side. Jiang Andy, do you remember me? Jiang Ruoli glanced at him coldly. I remember. Are you upset that I didn't say hello when I left?
It was urgent at the time.
You went to school, and I didn't have time to say goodbye. Jiang Yao sighed, I know, but you didn't leave me a note. I forgot. Never mind, let's not talk about that. Jiang Yao waved her hand, and then introduced Rong Haiyang to Jiang Yu and Jiang Po. The children quickly started playing together happily. Old Rong was also relaxed around Rong Haiyang. This child was too lonely. He usually didn't make many friends at school. Sometimes, Old Rong wondered if he should transfer Rong Haiyang to a military school. After sitting for a while, Huang Mei called out that dinner was ready. Jiang Ruoli and Feng Chong helped Old Rong walk to the dining room. Old Rong sat at the main seat, with Jiang Bo on one side and Jiang Ruoli on the other. As for Rong Haiyang, he went to another table with Jiang Yao and the others. Looking at the table full of delicious dishes, Old Rong chuckled. Today, I am very lucky. These are some home-style dishes from Jiang Province. Please don't mind, Old Rong. Home-cooked food is the best, it tastes like home. Old Rong had been lonely for a long time. Besides Rong Haiyang, he only had a guard with him. Now sitting with the Jiang family, eating together, was very lively and made him nostalgic. Jiang Ruoli noticed a hint of longing in Old Rong's eyes. She served him a bowl of soup and placed it beside him. Old Rong, have some soup. These mushrooms were picked and sent back by me when I was a young worker.
Good.
Old Rong took a sip. This tastes really fresh. At the table, only Jiang Ruoli dared to serve Old Rong food, and Feng Chong was also serving Jiang Ruoli, taking care of her. By the end of the meal, everyone was probably full. Jiang Ruoli cooked a pot of hawthorn water to help everyone digest. Yesterday I took a day off because I went home to pay respects. I was busy all day and had no energy. I will make it up later. After returning home, Feng Chong hugged Jiang Ruoli, kissed her, and lifted her high. Jiang Ruoli couldn't refuse and simply relaxed. Anyway, she didn't have to do any work. Feng Chong worked hard, and Jiang Ruoli closed her eyes to enjoy it. Seeing Feng Chong's passionate eyes, Jiang Ruoli turned over and became the queen. Feng Chong. Suddenly his wife. Omitted here due to length and content restrictions. This activity lasted over 2 hours. Jiang Ruoli was so exhausted she couldn't lift a finger and fell into a deep sleep. The little wife had cleanliness habits, so Feng Chong used water to clean her body and changed her into a fresh set of clothes before holding her to sleep. Early the next morning, Feng Chong woke up feeling energetic and went to military training. On the way, he met Zhang Haojie, and they headed to the military district together. Vice Regiment Commander, you look so healthy and radiant. Zhang Haojie said, raising an eyebrow. Last year, Zhang Haojie had already gotten married and now lived in the family housing. Feng Chong shot him a cold glance. He wouldn't share details about his private life with his wife. You're married, and newlyweds like you should understand these things, said Song Jianyong, who had joined in halfway through. He was one of the first to get married among them. When talking about intimate matters, he was very open. Feng Chong didn't bother to respond. These guys just liked to tell dirty jokes. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruoli slept until 9 or 10 o'clock before waking up. Seeing all the marks on her body, she was speechless. She silently rolled her eyes and slowly got up. There was no sticky feeling on her skin, probably cleaned by Feng Chong after she had slept deeply yesterday.
She was quite satisfied with that.
After casually eating some breakfast, Jiang Ruoli started planning her future days. She had previously mentioned wanting to become a military doctor at the military hospital, but that was just talk. Now, her main goal was to get her medical license first. Otherwise, others wouldn't recognize her medical skills. She also wanted to understand her current level of medical expertise. When Feng Chang returned at noon, Zhang Ruoli told him about her plans. Li Bao, I told you before, whatever you do, I support you.
Jiang Ruoli grinat mischieviously.
So, if I said I wanted to deal in the black market, would you support that too? Feng Chang's face darkened with frustration, but before he could speak, Zhang Ruoli interrupted. I'm just joking. I know your background, I wouldn't do those things. Feng Chang knew she still wanted to go. After all, they first met in the black market. I just want to get my medical license and see if I can get into the military hospital. I believe you can do it. I'll call my grandpa today and ask if he knows anyone who can help you get the license. That would be great. Thank you, Grandpa. We're family, so no need to say it's a bother. If you keep talking like that, I'll get angry. Okay, I won't say that. I'll just ask Grandpa to help. Good girl. In the afternoon, Feng Chang specifically went to his father Feng's office to discuss Zhang Ruoli's idea. Li Bao wants to get her medical license?
Yes.
Does Grandpa know anyone who can help? Where do you need your grandfather? I know Zhou Laozhang from Iron Hall. He is the president of the medical association. Just go directly to him for the assessment. Hearing this, Feng Chang nodded. Then you should arrange a time with Zhou Laozhang. In the evening, bring Grandpa and Mom over for dinner. Got it. After saying that, Feng Chang went to train. Feng Jianjun made a phone call to Zhou Laozhang. Zhou Laozhang, this is Feng Jianjun. Oh. Why are you calling today? Do you have a patient? No, it's my young daughter-in-law. She wants to get a medical license.
Can you help arrange it?
The sooner she gets the license, the better. When are you available? Oh, your daughter-in-law is studying medicine? Do you plan to have her work at the military hospital in the future? It depends on her. Right now, she just wants to get the medical license. All right, bring her here the day after tomorrow. I will personally assess her. That's exactly what I was waiting for. After confirming the time, Feng Jianjun made a call home and told his wife about their daughter-in-law's plan to get a medical license. He asked her to bring her father to the military district and visit their younger son's house for a meal. Li Zhishu immediately packed her things and took her father straight to Zhang Ruoli's family compound. When Zhang Ruoli saw her mother-in-law and grandfather, she was a bit surprised. Grandpa, Mom, come in quickly. Zhang Ruoli didn't ask how they came, because earlier she had told Feng Chang about her plan to get a license, so they probably came for that reason. Fortunately, she had just taken out some fruits and prepared them. Grandpa, Mom, have some fruit. These were fruits from the space. Li Bao, where did you buy these fruits? Zhang Ruoli was surprised. I met an elderly person pushing a cart outside, selling these. I don't know where he came from. It seems Li Bao has great luck. You even met someone like that.
Jiang Ruoli au quart li smilat.
Seeing that time was getting late, she hurried to prepare dinner. Li Zhishu wanted to help but was chased out by Zhang Ruoli. Mom, just let me serve you and Grandpa. Li Zhishu could only sit outside and wait for the meal. Soon, Feng Chang and Feng Jianjun's father and son returned. Your wife's cooking is pretty good. This smells so delicious. Of course, Feng Chang said proudly. Feng Jianjun suddenly felt a bit anxious. His wife couldn't cook. Forget it. Better to eat ready-made food. Hey, you're back? Is Dad also home? When Zhang Ruoli saw Feng Chang enter the kitchen, she asked about her father. I'm back, and we came together. Then let's wash our hands and eat. The dishes are ready. Feng Qing served the food and called everyone to start eating. Feng Jianjun helped Feng Wanli to the dining room. Looking at the delicious and fragrant dishes on the table, Li Zhishu suddenly said, That gossiping woman said my family's Li Bao can't cook? These dishes look just as good as those in a government restaurant. Feng Jianjun was annoyed, thinking, my wife really says anything. Zhang Ruoli smiled awkwardly. She can't cook? Who spread that rumor? These dishes not only look good but also taste very delicious. The Feng family members praised the food nonstop. Even Feng Jianjun, who usually doesn't care much about food, ate very happily. Your daughter-in-law is really wonderful. After dinner, Feng Qing and Feng Jianjun washed the dishes together. Foam Wanli talked with Jiang Ruoli about taking the medical licensing exam. Li girl, who did you learn medicine from? I didn't have a master. I just liked it and studied on my own for a few years. Over the past few years at the Xiangyang Brigade, I've been self-learning and also collected many herbs from the back mountain. Foam Wanli was surprised. He didn't expect her to be self-taught. Go with your dad to old Joe's place and take the exam soon.
Okay, Grandpa.
Although Foam Wanli thought she might not pass the exam, he didn't want to hurt her confidence. In Hall, Foam Qing and Foam Jianjun accompanied Jiang Ruoli to take the exam. Jianjun, is this your daughter-in-law? Old Zhou looked at the beautiful Jiang Ruoli, who didn't seem like a medical student at all. Yes, old Zhou.
You see.
Wait outside, you two. Girl, come with me. Jiang Ruoli gave Foam Qing a look to wait and followed old Zhou inside. Girl, I heard you're self-taught? Yes, old Zhou. I was a rural youth sent down to the countryside. I saw some herbs on the mountain by chance, and I could exchange them for money, so I started self-learning. I didn't expect to be so interested that I kept going. Good. Old Zhou took a basket of herbs and placed it in front of Jiang Ruoli. Girl, write down the names and uses of these herbs. You have 30 minutes. When you're ready, start. I'll time you. Jiang Ruoli looked at the herbs, which were simple. Old Zhou, I'm ready. Hearing her, Old Zhou took out an old pocket watch and started timing. Jiang Ruoli carefully examined each medicinal herb, noting their properties and effects. Each herb corresponded to a piece of paper. Jiang Ruoli wrote quickly. Old Zhou glanced at her and started writing too, frowning because he thought she was rushing. But when he saw the herbs and their effects, his eyes lit up. He realized she had written everything correctly. At first, he thought it was just luck. After looking at several sheets, he was sure she was truly talented. Even though old Zhou read very fast, he couldn't keep up with Jiang Ruoli's speed. When she stopped writing, old Zhou checked his watch. There were only 5 minutes left. He was surprised she finished so quickly. He quickly looked over everything. He looked at the cute young girl in front of him with a complicated expression. Are you really self-taught? Jiang Ruoli nodded nervously.
Yes.
Is there a problem with what I wrote? Old Zhou shook his head with a complex look. You are a genius. Suddenly, he felt like taking her as an apprentice. Let's go. We'll start the second test. Have you ever diagnosed someone before? Jiang Ruoli honestly shook her head.
No.
I've only studied medical books for about half a year, so I haven't done any diagnosis. Plus, I don't have a medical license, so I'm afraid of being reported. Then come with me to see a patient. Today, you'll diagnose and prescribe medicine.
Can you do that?
Yes, old Zhou. Old Zhou took her to the consultation room and arranged for a patient. The first patient was a mother and daughter. The older woman was very happy to see old Zhou. Old Zhou, are you here to see my daughter today? No. Today this girl will diagnose your daughter. The consultation fee is free. How about that? Sure, that's fine. But their faces showed disbelief. Jiang Ruoli didn't say much. She simply took the young girl's pulse. Have you been vomiting everything you eat lately, even water? You can't sleep well at night and have constant stomach pain, feeling like something is moving inside your belly? The young girl became more upset. Yes. Doctor, can you cure my daughter's illness? The mother asked, holding Jiang Ruoli's hand with hope. It's not a difficult problem, Jiang Ruoli replied, then started writing a prescription. Old Zhou saw that Jiang Ruoli had finished writing the prescription, extended his hand to check the girl's pulse, then looked at the prescription. Old Zhou didn't say anything. The woman asked, is something wrong? No, she's correct. The woman took the prescription and left with her people. Next was the second man. Old Zhou repeated, today this girl is treating you. Your consultation fee is free. Is that okay? Yes. The man was happy that he didn't have to pay for the treatment. Jiang Ruoli checked his pulse and, after a while, began to diagnose his illness. All the symptoms matched perfectly. After prescribing the medicine, old Zhou checked the pulse again, looked at the prescription and nodded. The man saw this and took his prescription and left. The third person came in. Jiang Ruoli looked at his face and then checked his pulse. Soon, She said the man had no illness. Are you sure? Jiang Ruoli nodded. I'm sure. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. Old Zhou laughed loudly. Most people would reflect after being questioned, but your intuition is very confident. It seems you have good skills. All right, girl, you're very impressive. Old Zhou was very pleased with Jiang Ruoli. This made him more determined to accept Jiang Ruoli as his official disciple. After everyone left, Old Zhou took Jiang Ruoli back to the room where father and son Feng Chong were. Old Zhou, how did it go? Feng Chong asked with his eyes, checking on Jiang Ruoli. Jiang Ruoli smiled and signaled that she was fine. Jianjun, your family really found a treasure. Old Zhou praised highly. Can my wife get the qualification certificate now? Yes, come back in a week to get it from me. Feng Chong excitedly held Jiang Ruoli's hand. Li girl, I wonder if I have the honor to accept you as my official disciple? Hearing this, Jiang Ruoli was surprised and opened her mouth wide. She couldn't believe Old Zhou wanted to accept her as his disciple. What a great honor that would be. Why, Li girl, you don't want to? Of course not. I just find it unbelievable. Then, are you willing?
Of course I am.
Then, in 7 days, come here, and we will hold a disciple acceptance banquet. Jiang Ruoli nodded. Okay. Even on the way back, Jiang Ruoli felt very excited. Li Bao is really amazing. Feng family father and son didn't hold back from praising her. Jiang Ruoli shyly smiled. In front of Feng Chong, she could be a little proud, but in front of Feng Jianjun, she remained modest. The young couple returned to the military family housing area, and Commander Feng went back to the courtyard to share the good news with the old master. They first visited the Jiang family to tell everyone the good news. The whole family was very happy for her. Finally, they stayed at the Jiang house for dinner. It was still Commander Feng who cooked. After dinner, they went back to their own home. In the afternoon, Commander Feng ordered someone to plant a peach tree in the yard. Jiang Ruoli mixed spiritual spring water and poured it on the peach tree. Next summer, they could enjoy delicious peaches. Jiang Ruoli happily hugged Commander Feng and kissed him. Commander Feng playfully took the lead. They only stopped when they were both out of breath. A few days later, Aunt Yao came to invite Jiang Ruoli to go wild vegetable gathering in the mountains. Jiang Ruoli thought for a moment and carried her basket, following the group of military wives heading toward the back mountain. These wives also went up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. In this era, clothes and food were scarce, so they went to gather wild vegetables to fill their stomachs. Jiang Ruoli didn't want to stand out, so she also went along. Picking wild vegetables was secondary. Mainly, she wanted to see if there were any good medicinal herbs. The houses here used kong beds for heating, and the kitchen stove was also fueled by firewood, so they needed to chop wood to bring back. Of course, chopping wood was rough work, and Commander Feng was the one who did it. Jiang Ruoli only needed to pick wild vegetables and some herbs. Little Li, you're here. Let's walk quickly. Otherwise, they'll pick all the vegetables. Aunt Yao grabbed Jiang Ruoli's hand and hurried along. Jiang Ruoli also quickened her pace. At the foot of the mountain, people were already digging for wild vegetables. Everyone looked at Jiang Ruoli when they saw her. Jiang Ruoli smiled slightly. She was very shy and nervous. Jiang Ruoli followed Aunt Yao and the others a little further into the mountain. This area was rarely visited, so the surrounding grass and trees were much denser. Little Li, dig around here. If you go further inside, there might be wild animals. If you encounter wild boars, it could be dangerous. Okay, I understand, she replied. Jiang Ruoli started digging for vegetables on Aunt Yao's right side. While digging, she suddenly saw clusters of mushrooms called chicken mushroom. She was very happy and began picking the mushrooms. She stopped gathering wild vegetables altogether. But as she went further, she realized she couldn't see Aunt Yao and the others anymore. Jiang Ruoli looked around at the environment. It seemed she had already reached the inner area. She frowned and quickly looked for a way out. Jiang Ruoli wasn't afraid of wild boars or other animals. She could just store them in her space. I'm afraid that when she puts it into her space, someone might see her, and her secret would be exposed. That would not be a good thing. Jiang Ruo Li slowly walks toward the edge of the forest, her gaze suddenly drawn to a withered tree nearby. It's an old, lifeless tree standing alone, contrasting sharply with its surroundings. But what really catches Jiang Ruo Li's attention isn't the tree itself, but a strange object on its trunk. That object looks like a fan or half-circle with a reddish-brown surface that shines slightly. Upon closer look, you can see some ring-shaped patterns on it. Jiang Ruo Li's eyes light up instantly, and she feels a surge of excitement. It's a rare mushroom. From its appearance and patterns, it's clear this mushroom has been growing for many years, at least several decades. She puts down her basket, takes out a small shovel, and begins to dig up the mushroom. Seeing the mushroom that looks like a fan makes Jiang Ruo Li feel very happy. A few days later, she plans to attend Master Zhou's ceremony to become his disciple. Carefully, Jiang Ruo Li places the mushroom at the bottom of her basket, covering it with some leaves to hide it. Then she quickly walks outside. As she reaches the outskirts, she sees Aunt Yao looking for her. Feeling guilty, she calls out, "Aunt Yao, I'm here." Yao Guifan sees Jiang Ruo Li and breathes a sigh of relief. "You little girl, why are you running around? I told you not to go inside." "It's just that I saw the mushrooms and couldn't resist digging them up." Jiang Ruo Li shows Aunt Yao the mushrooms in her basket. Seeing so many mushrooms, Aunt Yao doesn't know what to say. It's good that this girl is safe. Otherwise, how could she explain to Feng Chang and the others? "All right, it's getting late. Let's go down the mountain." "It's almost time to cook," Aunt Yao says as she heads down the mountain. Jiang Ruo Li sticks out her tongue shyly and follows her down. After reaching the bottom, she divides the mushrooms into 3 parts, one for herself, one to give to the Jiang family, and one to give to the Feng family. Fortunately, she picked enough. If not, she could just take some from her space. While Feng Chang isn't back yet, Jiang Ruo Li begins preparing the mushroom. If she doesn't process the mushroom properly, it will lose its medicinal properties. It would just be a piece of useless wood. When Feng Chang returns, Jiang Ruo Li is still working on the mushroom. Seeing Feng Chang, she is a bit surprised. "Oh, you're back? I forgot to cook." "What's this you're doing?" Feng Chang didn't say anything blameful, but asked Jiang Ruo Li about her morning. "I went to the back mountain with Aunt Yao to pick wild vegetables. We found some chicken mushroom and picked them. Unexpectedly, we also saw a lingji mushroom. Now that it's prepared, it will be a perfect gift for the apprenticeship day." "Sorry, I forgot to cook because I was busy preparing the herbs." "It's okay. If you didn't do it, I can. I didn't marry you just for you to cook every day. You have your own things. As I said, I support whatever you do." After speaking, Feng Chang went to the kitchen. Since he had everything he needed, he casually made stir-fried green peppers with meat, sliced cucumbers, and a spicy sour cabbage dish. When the food was ready, Jiang Ruo Li's herbs were also prepared. "Wow, it smells so good. Feng Chang, your cooking is getting better. I'm glad you're happy, wife. Come and eat." The two finished all 3 dishes. Jiang Ruo Li placed the lingji mushroom in a purple sandalwood box and put it in the room. "Feng Chang, take this batch of mushrooms to Dad when you go to the army this afternoon." "Okay, I understand. You rest now." Today, since he was busy cooking, Feng Chang didn't have much time to rest. He washed the dishes and went straight to the army, bringing along the basket of mushrooms, which his wife had personally picked. Feng Chang told Fei Jianjun the same. Fei Jianjun happily accepted it. Since it was his daughter-in-law's harvest, he would take it. That night, Aunt Wu would cook it. He believed his wife would love to eat it. When Fei Jianjun returned home after work, carrying the basket of chicken mushroom, Li Zhizhu asked where it came from. "Your daughter-in-law picked it this morning from the back mountain." "Li want to pick it?"
These are so fresh. We'll make soup with them tonight."
He handed the basket to Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu understood Li Zhizhu's meaning and washed the mushrooms before making soup. After waking up in the afternoon, Jiang Ruo Li also took another basket of chicken mushroom to Jiang's house. "Mom, these are the mushrooms I picked this morning. They're fresh. You should eat them today." "Li Bao, you went to the back mountain? Why didn't you call Mom to go with you?" "Commissioner Lu's Aunt Yao asked me to go. so I didn't have time to call you. Next time, we'll go together. Today, I also found a lingji mushroom in the mountain. I'm so proud of you, sweetheart. Of course. I plan to use this lingji mushroom as a gift for the apprenticeship ceremony. That's right. Jiang Ruoli chatted with Guaning for a while before heading back. During lunchtime, Feng Chong prepared the meals. In the evening, he decided to cook for himself since he had trained all day and was very tired. For this apprenticeship ceremony, Zhou Hongyi specially reserved a private room at the Kyoto Grand Hotel. He also invited some fellow friends, senior brothers, and apprentices to witness him accepting this official disciple. Then, he sent someone to inform Jiang Ruoli to come to the Kyoto Grand Hotel on September 21st. Jiang Ruoli realized that her master seemed to value her very much as his official disciple. She entered the storage in her space and found several items for the ceremony: ink, inkstone, paperweights, and an ancient medical book. These were the best gifts Jiang Ruoli could think of. When she showed these to Feng Chong, his eyes flickered with a faint light. He knew his little wife had many secrets he didn't know. Feng Chong didn't want to investigate further. He simply checked the gifts and thought they were very good. Jiang Ruoli smiled happily, saying these were nice things, perfect for her apprenticeship. On September 21st, a banquet was held. The banquet hall at the Kyoto Grand Hotel was filled with about 20 or 30 people. Some were Zhou Hongyi's friends, some were his apprentices, and others had heard he was taking on a disciple and came hoping to make connections with wealthy or powerful people. Zhou Hongyi was a top figure in Kyoto's traditional Chinese medicine industry. Even though he only announced his intention to accept a formal disciple within a small circle, some people still came after hearing the news. When Jiang Ruoli arrived with her family, she was surprised to see so many people. She thought it was just her senior brothers coming to see her, but there were many others too. "Lear, come here." Zhou Hongyi happily waved when he saw Jiang Ruoli. "Master Zhou." Feng Chong followed Jiang Ruoli and greeted him. By this time, Zhou Hongyi already considered Jiang Ruoli as his own child. When he saw Feng Chong, he immediately became critical. Although Feng Chong was very handsome, his young disciple was also exceptionally beautiful. Feng Chong's pairing with his disciple was just acceptable. Jiang Ruoli introduced her family to Zhou Hongyi. "Master, this is my grandfather Jiang Bo, my grandmother Zhao Shujun, my father Jiang Peihu, my mother Guaning, my eldest brother Jiang Junnan, his wife Huang Mei, and my second brother Jiang Juxia. These three are my nieces and nephews. Also, I don't need to introduce my grandfather Feng Jia and my father-in-law, as you already know me. This is my mother-in-law, Li Zhishu." Jiang Ruoli introduced her family members warmly. They are all the dear family of her little apprentice, and Zhou Hongyi nodded happily. They exchanged greetings with Jiang's family. Soon, a refined man in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking friendly, approached from a distance. "Father, it's about time. Let's prepare for the apprenticeship ceremony. Li, this is your senior brother, Zhou Yixian." Hearing the name, Jiang Ruoli was a bit surprised. Why do all the family members have the character E in their names? Could it be related to the meaning of E in Hall? Seeing Jiang Ruoli's confusion, Zhou Yixian explained, "Little sister, in our Zhou family, all names contain the character E, which also refers to the in Hall." Jiang Ruoli finally understood that her guess was correct, but it sounded more like brothers than father and son. That wasn't her place to comment on. "Senior brother, I am Jiang Ruoli. Please guide me in the future." Zhou Yixian nodded with a smile. "If you need anything, just come to me." Jiang Ruoli followed Zhou Hongyi to the front stage. Looking at the people below, she suddenly felt a bit nervous. "Everyone, today is the day I, Zhou Hongyi, officially accept a closed-door disciple. I am proud to introduce my disciple, Jiang Ruoli. Please get to know her." The crowd was very curious about this young girl. Zhou Yixian beside her pointed out what Jiang Ruoli should do. Please the new disciple to offer tea to the master. Zhou Hongyi sat on the stage. Jiang Ruoli knelt on the ground, holding a covered teacup, and respectfully offered tea. "Master, please drink tea." Zhou Hongyi took the cup, took a big sip and smiled, saying several good words. Then Zhang Ruoli bowed 3 times loudly, raised the apprenticeship letter with both hands, and said, "Now, Zhang Ruoli requests to become a disciple of the Zhou family." Zhou Hongyi was surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Ruoli to know so much about this. Others nearby also looked surprised. He shook off his surprise and began to explain some rules and teachings of the Zhou family to Zhang Ruoli. Next, Zhang Ruoli presented the 6 rites. In ancient times, the 6 rites included celery, lotus seeds, red beans, red dates, longan, and dried meat, symbolizing qualities like diligence, purity, loyalty, and happiness. Of course, these are the ancient 6 rites. This time, Zhang Ruoli prepared her apprenticeship ceremony with a brush, huizhou ink stick, qingxin hall paper, and an inkstone, xiangstone, commonly known as brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. There are 2 more items, an ancient medical book and a piece of uncarved jade, which can be used to make a personal seal. The ink, paper, and inkstone are from the 2nd realm, previously exchanged from the Great Yang Dynasty. The medical book and jade were left behind by the previous owner of the space. Seeing these, some inexperienced people scoff and mutter that this gift of a master's ceremony is too simple. Those who understand the situation quietly exclaim, "Could that be Huimo?" Someone else leans in to look at the paper and exclaims, "Is that Qingxin Hall paper?"
What?
Qingxin Hall paper? No way. Really? How can that girl have Qingxin Hall paper? Now, a single sheet costs about 1,000 yuan. She has at least 1 sheet. Zhang Ruoli nods. Indeed, it's a sheet of Qingxin Hall paper. The Great Yang Dynasty sent over 3 boxes of this paper. She doesn't usually write with a brush, so she offers it as a gift to her new master. Next, someone exclaims, "Is that inkstone a shiyan?" Inexperienced people ask what a shiyan is, while those who know take a deep breath. What a grand gesture. The ancient medical book is impressive, but the jade piece is even more remarkable. Its vibrant green color, lush and shiny, is top-quality jade. Wow, that jade must be imperial green. Old Gua has good eyes. That's definitely imperial green jade. Hearing imperial green, everyone gasps in awe. This girl really has a big talent. Zhou Hongyi also hears the words imperial green and raises an eyebrow at Zhang Ruoli. Does this girl have such courage? She dares to bring out imperial green jade. Seeing her master's expression, Zhang Ruoli sticks out her tongue. "I thought only my master and a few senior brothers were here today, but I didn't expect so many people to come." Zhou Hongyi didn't expect others to arrive either. Since they're here, they can't be turned away. After the 6 rites and the master ceremony, Zhou Hongyi takes out a gift for Zhang Ruoli, a set of pure gold acupuncture needles. He then pulls her up and says, "Good girl, get up. From today, you are my close disciple." Zhang Ruoli stands up happily, smiling as she calls out, "Master." Beside her, Zhou Yixian looks at her with concern. He wonders what charm this little sister has that makes his father so fond of her. Zhou Hongyi begins to introduce Zhang Ruoli to others. "Li, your senior brother has met him. If you have any problems, go to him for help." Zhou Yixian helplessly said this to his father, then turned to Zhang Ruoli and said, "Yes, little sister, you can also come to me if you need anything." "Thank you, senior brother. I will seek your guidance in the future." Zhang Ruoli smiled at him. Zhou Hongyi continued walking with Zhang Ruoli and introduced the next person. "Lili, this is your 2nd senior brother, Zhang Chongyu. He is the vice president of the 1st hospital in the capital. If you have any issues, you can also find him." Zhang Ruoli looked at the slightly chubby man who smiled and looked a bit like a kind, smiling Buddha. "Hello, 2nd senior brother." Zhang Chongyu also smiled warmly at Zhang Ruoli. "Hello, little sister. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me." He also handed Zhang Ruoli a gift. Zhou Yixian glared. "2nd junior brother, you're not playing fair. You secretly prepared a gift for little sister without telling me?" Zhang Chongyu grinned at Zhou Yixian, clearly winning this round. Zhou Hongyi didn't bother with their little rivalry. These 2 brothers had been fighting for decades. He continued to introduce Jiang Ruoli to the next person. This is your third senior brother, Liu Zhanshu. He is the director of the Third People's Hospital in Qinghai. Jiang Ruoli looked at the tall, thin man. Hello, third senior brother. The second and third senior brothers stood together, resembling the different-sized monks from a classic story. Hello, little sister. This is a gift for you. Thank you, third senior brother. Jiang Ruoli felt a bit awkward because she hadn't prepared gifts for her senior brothers. Next were the fourth and fifth senior brothers, Zhang Qian and He Xuezhang, both doctors at Aaron Hall. They also gave Jiang Ruoli gifts. In this broken world, only Zhou Yixian managed to do so. As the senior brother, he was the only one who didn't give Jiang Ruoli a gift. Jiang Ruoli didn't mind about gifts. She just hoped everyone would get along well. After introducing these senior brothers, Zhou Hongyi also took Jiang Ruoli to meet some others, like Ai Ranyan from Tongren Hall, who is also vice president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, and Chen Luo, the president of the Calligraphy Association, along with vice president Zhao Jingzhang. If it weren't for Jiang Ruoli's good memory, she wouldn't have been able to remember so many people. First, these two congratulated Zhou Hongyi on having such a good young disciple. Then they started asking about the 6 rights brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Scholars and artists love these 4 items the most. The 4 items Jiang Ruoli brought were rare and precious, especially the Qingxin Hall paper, which was so rare that even seeing 1 or 2 sheets was considered a treasure. I didn't expect to see a sword at a master apprentice banquet. And those ink and inkstone are rare and valuable items. Young Miss Jiang, where did you get this Qingxin Hall paper? Do you still have some? I want to buy it from you. Chairman Chen Luo is a calligraphy enthusiast and especially loves this kind of paper. Sorry, Chairman Chen, I only have these. They are all for my master. Jiang Ruoli learned from their words that this Qingxin Hall paper is very precious. Even if she had more, she wouldn't casually take it out. Wouldn't that make her target? Hearing this, Chen Luo could only sigh. As for trying to get it from Zhou Hongyi, don't even think about it. Once something is in Zhou Hongyi's hands, unless he wants to give it to you himself, don't expect to take it away. And this was a gift from his young apprentice, a 6th gift. It's even less likely. Chen Luo could only feel regret. Seeing his reaction, Zhou Hongyi wouldn't say he gave it to him. Such a good item definitely wouldn't be handed out casually. Later, he could secretly take out a few to sell to them. He believed his young apprentice wouldn't mind. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruoli was discussing traditional Chinese medicine with a few senior brothers. By the way, a few days ago, I went up the mountain to pick mushrooms and found a lingzhi mushroom. It's already prepared. You should give it to your master. Jiang Ruoli took out the lingzhi and handed it to Zhou Hongyi. Hearing that her young apprentice had also found a lingzhi on the mountain, Zhou Hongyi's eyes widened in surprise. Is this a common medicinal herb? She found a lingzhi just by casually picking mushrooms? Zhou Hongyi opened the box and saw a prepared lingzhi inside. He nodded and said, "Not bad. This preparation is very suitable. Miss Li, you are naturally suited for this kind of work." The other 5 senior brothers shared the same opinion. This little junior sister is really impressive. From their earlier conversation, they could tell she had her own unique insights into some medical cases. Even if she hadn't treated anyone, she must have read many medical books and case records. Now they finally understood why their master, even at his age, would still accept a new disciple. Such a talented person is truly rare. However, I won't take this lingzhi. It's so valuable. You should keep it for yourself. Jiang Ruoli didn't think this thing was particularly precious. She had plenty of lingzhi herself. She noticed that the 3rd senior brother kept looking at the lingzhi with longing in his eyes. Jiang Ruoli quietly whispered to Zhou Hongyi. Only then did Zhou Hongyi notice his 3rd disciple's expression and ask him privately. I didn't expect his expression to be seen by the young junior sister. Liu Zhanshu sighed and said, "My father-in-law is seriously ill, and he just needs this kind of lingzhi mushroom. I was paying a little more attention. I didn't think the junior sister would see it."
I'm really sorry.
Jiang Ruoli nodded and thought for a moment before saying, since third senior brother needs it, then give it to him. The other senior brothers have no objections, right? Master, do you agree? Lu Zhanshu's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Junior sister, what did you say? I said, since your father-in-law needs this medicine, you should take it back to use for him. She placed the box containing the Lingji mushroom into Lu Zhanshu's hand. Zhou Hongyi looked pleased. This little disciple is really a good kid. Lu Zhanshu's lips trembled, unsure of what to say. All right, your junior sister has given it to you. Just take it back and give it to your father-in-law for treatment. Zhou Hongyi was indifferent. This item, if it can cure or save lives, is valuable. Otherwise, it's just a collector's item. Those who wanted to buy the Lingji also fell silent. Everyone was also thinking that Jiang Ruoli was surprisingly generous. She just gives away the Lingji like that. Won't her family have opinions? Especially her two brothers? This question was asked softly, but everyone was stunned and silent at the moment, so everyone heard it. Nonsense. Not to mention that this was dug up by my little sister herself. Even if our whole family pooled together to get it, how she handles it is her business and has nothing to do with us, Jiang Junan said angrily, speaking out fiercely. Don't try to sow discord so obviously, Jiang Juxia said more calmly, but her words were also straightforward. And the others in the Jiang family all glared angrily at that person. She's still someone else's daughter-in-law. Shouldn't she think about her husband's family first? Our Feng family isn't so poor that we need our daughter-in-law's things for face, Feng Wanliang said quietly. He is the head of the Feng family, so his words carry weight. The person who heard this didn't dare to speak again. Everyone else kept their distance from him. Didn't you see old Zhou's face turn dark? That person really doesn't know how to read the situation and speaks out of turn. He has no sense of judgment at all. And at this moment, the person who spoke was also blacklisted by old Zhou from the Zhou family. Since that day, Jiang Ruoli has been learning medical skills from Zhou Hongyi while also seeing patients at Yirintang. However, because everyone thinks she is a young woman, they haven't let her see patients. Jiang Ruoli doesn't mind. Her main focus is absorbing knowledge. When she encounters something she doesn't know, she asks her master. When Zhou Hongyi isn't around, she asks her second and third senior brothers. They teach her everything they know, helping her avoid past mistakes. Jiang Ruoli is surrounded by experienced teachers guiding her step by step. When Zhou Hongyi is away, she is mostly taken to see paper at Chengxiantang by members of the Calligraphy Society. She hasn't mentioned that she still has some of that special paper because the craft of making Chengxiantang paper has indeed been lost. Most of the paper she has now can only be considered as inherited from the past. That day, Yirintang was crowded with many people. Several doctors were too busy to see all the patients, so the receptionist at the door directed the next patient to Jiang Ruoli. Dr. Jiang, Dr. Zhang, and Dr. He are too busy now. Please see to this patient. Jiang Ruoli didn't mind. She just wasn't sure if the patient was willing to be treated by her. The visitor was a young man, suffering from severe stomach pain. Seeing that Jiang Ruoli was a young woman, he thought she was an apprentice and said he preferred to wait for another doctor. You've been in pain for several days, right? Why didn't you come earlier for treatment? Jiang Ruoli quickly saw what was wrong with him. Chen Ganyuan clutched his stomach, surprised that this young woman could tell what was wrong. He decided not to hesitate and said, "Yes, it's been 3 days. The pain wasn't so bad at first, but today it became unbearable, so I came here." Jiang Ruoli asked Chen Ganyuan to extend his hand so she could check his pulse. After half an hour, she pointed out some other symptoms. Chen Ganyuan nodded repeatedly. Lie down on the bed behind you. I'll give you an acupuncture treatment to relieve the pain. Chen Ganyuan happily lay on the treatment bed. He now completely trusted this young female doctor. Just by checking his pulse, she identified all his hidden symptoms, showing her skill. Jiang Ruoli took out her silver needle and gently inserted it through his clothes into his body. You can rest for a while. The needle needs to stay in for half an hour. Chen Ganyuan closed his eyes, exhausted from the pain and lack of rest these past 2 days. He had planned to rest his eyes, but he unexpectedly fell asleep immediately. When he was awakened, Half an hour had already passed. Chun Ganyuan blinked in confusion.
Huh.
I actually fell asleep. Did you sleep well? Here's the prescription. Take the medicine on time. During this period, avoid certain foods, which I've listed above.
Pay attention to that.
By this time, Chun Ganyuan no longer felt any pain and became even more convinced of Dr. Zhang's medical skills. Thank you very much, Dr. Zhang. When Chun Ganyuan went to get the medicine, he asked the clerk at the counter about Dr. Zhang. The clerk, Manager Liao, smiled and said he was an apprentice of their old Master Zhou. Hearing this, Chun Ganyuan was very surprised. He had heard that Master Zhou had taken on an apprentice, but he didn't expect it to be this person. She was quite a talented individual. He decided he would promote her well when he returned. Zhang Ruoli didn't know Chun Ganyuan's thoughts. If she did, she would probably say thank you. That day, Zhang Ruoli only attended to that one patient. Others saw how young she was and that she was a woman, so they all refused, preferring to wait for Zhang Qian or He Shui Zhang instead of letting her treat them. Even though the staff at the clinic said Zhang Ruoli was a very skilled doctor, they still didn't want to go. Zhang Ruoli didn't mind. When no one was around, she stayed in her room reading medical books. She also looked at her master's notes, which recorded many cases over the years. She read with great interest. When Master Zhou arrived, he saw this scene. The other two apprentices had many people with them, so none came to see the young apprentice. Zhou Hongyi felt a bit annoyed. These people lacked insight. His young apprentice was a rare talent, and they didn't even care. Zhang Ruoli felt a shadow over her head. She looked up and saw her master standing there. Master, why are you here today? I finally managed to shake off that old guy Chen Luo. Hurry up and come to the clinic to take a look. What's going on? Why aren't they coming to see you? Zhang Ruoli shrugged and said indifferently, maybe because I look young and am a woman. They're waiting over there for the two senior brothers. Her two senior brothers looked miserable, even though they said Zhang Ruoli was their junior sister and a disciple of Master Zhou. They didn't listen and just waited for their turn. Zhang Ruoli really didn't mind. The place she truly wanted to go was the military hospital. Here, it was just about seeing more cases. She also needed to systematically learn medical knowledge and acupuncture from Master Zhou. When old Zhou says he can graduate and start working, I can then apply to the military hospital. Old Zhou has already prepared recommendation letters. Zhang Ruoli plans to work at the military hospital after next year, giving herself about half a year. Master, look at this hemostatic powder I made. It works better than regular ones. It contains Bai Ji, crane grass, and large leaf purple pearl. Have you tested it? I did experiments on rabbits. Normal powders take 3 to 5 minutes to stop bleeding, but this one only takes a minute. Hearing 1 minute, Zhou Hongyi couldn't help but gasp. What kind of prodigy is this little apprentice? Of course, these herbs were taken from the medical hall. If they were from the space, they could probably stop bleeding in 10 seconds. Zhou Hongyi told Zhang Ruoli to keep studying while he tested her prescription and the hemostatic powder. The results confirmed her claim. Bleeding stopped in just a minute. Seeing this, Zhou Hongyi couldn't help but smile. This little apprentice truly made the right choice. He called Zhang Ruoli inside. Master, you wanted to see me? Li girl, your hemostatic powder, the medical hall has accepted it. Set a price. Zhang Ruoli smiled slightly. Isn't it enough that I want to show my respect to my master? Why must I charge? Girl, this is your hard work. Even if your senior brother developed a new formula, it's normal for the medical hall to buy it at a fair price. I don't know its true value, master. You can decide. This version isn't perfect, but for this era, it's quite good for a hemostatic powder. Zhang Ruoli plans to someday replace Zhou Hongyi's medicinal seeds with space seeds or soak them in spiritual spring water. Future seeds will then always retain this medicinal property. But that's a plan for later. It's still too early to talk about it now. Perhaps in the future, she can acquire a mountain forest dedicated to growing herbs to supply Irintang. The herbs grown there would definitely be more effective than usual. That's the plan still. She should focus on diligent study for now. Time quietly passed until 2 days before New Year's Day. After the cold weather arrived, fewer people came to the medical hall for treatment. When Jiang Ruoli had free time, she often discussed with her two senior brothers whether there were simpler ways to diagnose pulses and treat illnesses. That day, two people arrived at the medical hall, looking like a grandfather and grandson. When they arrived, Jiang Ruoli was talking to two senior brothers about ointments for treating rheumatism. The receptionist at the door hurriedly approached and asked, "Are you here for a consultation? I will arrange a doctor for you." Her words interrupted the three siblings who were discussing. Jiang Ruoli turned her head and looked at the visitor. She examined the elderly person's face and knew he was unwell. His face was already pale and dull. Since there were two senior brothers present, Jiang Ruoli didn't say anything. "Is Mr. Zhou Hongyi here? I would like him to see my grandfather," the man said in a gentle, friendly voice, which Jiang Ruoli found quite pleasant. But she still preferred Feng Chang's deep, magnetic voice. Hearing the voice, Zhou Hongyi came out and asked, "Oh, Old Lin, what's going on?" He approached, took Old Lin's wrist, and began to check his pulse, then scolded angrily. "Why did you wait so long to come to me? Why didn't you wait until you were about to die before asking me to burn incense at your grave?" Zhou Hongyi's blunt words made Old Lin's grandson frown. To him, it sounded like a curse on his grandfather's death. Old Lin was probably used to Zhou Hongyi's words and knew he was speaking out of frustration. I was there all along. It's just that my family only just now brought me back." Zhou Hongyi sighed. "This world is really harmful. Come with me." "Miss Li, you come too," he said. The clinic only had one woman, so when Zhou Hongyi called her Miss Li, it was obvious he was talking about Jiang Ruoli. Old Lin and his grandson looked at Jiang Ruoli. She nodded at them in return. Zhou Hongyi explained as he walked, "This is my former disciple, whom I recently took in. She's a rare talent." Jiang Ruoli followed behind her master, listening to his praise without blushing or feeling proud. She was used to her master complimenting her like this. Old Lin's grandson watched her quietly, curious about the calm young woman beside them. Even when hearing her master's praise, she showed no signs of happiness or pride. In Zhou Hongyi's office, he signaled Jiang Ruoli to check the pulse. Knowing she was his close disciple Lin Mao, Old Lin reached out his hand and placed it on the pulse pillow for Jiang Ruoli to take his pulse. Jiang Ruoli gently pressed her delicate, white fingers on Lin Mao's wrist. The longer she checked, the more her brow furrowed. Seeing this, Lin Fei, Old Lin's grandson, also looked increasingly worried. Old Lin's lungs, kidneys, and liver have all sustained varying degrees of damage, and there are issues with his knees. "May I take a look?" "Please do," she replied. Lin Fei helped Lin Mao lift his pants. Jiang Ruoli saw the swollen, red knee and knew there was likely a lot of fluid built up inside. "Would you mind if I give it a gentle squeeze? It might hurt a little." Lin Mao nodded. "Go ahead." Jiang Ruoli cleaned her hands and started to gently squeeze. Soon Lin Mao was sweating heavily, though it was just cold sweat caused by the pain. Lin Fei watched as his grandfather trembled from the pain, but didn't say a word. He said to Jiang Ruoli, "Dr. Jiang, could you be a bit gentler? My grandfather is in a lot of pain." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ruoli withdrew her hands. "All right, I have a general idea of your condition," she said, then shared her summary with Zhou Hongyi. After listening, Zhou Hongyi nodded. "Good, Miss Li. You are truly talented and surpass your predecessors. Then what do you think should be the treatment plan?" Lin Mao asked excitedly. "Old Zhou, are you saying I can still be cured?" Zhou Hongyi rolled his eyes. "If there was no hope, why would you come to me? Shouldn't you be choosing a burial site?" Jiang Ruoli looked at her master speaking so bluntly and felt a bit embarrassed. Would she get scolded for speaking like that? Lin Mao asked Dr. Jiang, "What do you think?" "Your treatment won't be quick. I plan to do it in 3 steps. First, take medicinal food to improve your health. The goal is to repair some of the lighter damage inside your body. Second, acupuncture, mainly. Third, medicinal baths. This process might be a bit painful, so a good body is needed. Master, do you think anything else needs to be improved?" Zhou Hongyi looked at her kindly, full of satisfaction. No, your plan is very good. Dr. Zhou, with this plan, can my grandfather's illness be fully cured? Zhou Hongyi nodded. Not to 100%, but at least 70 to 80% recovery is possible. After all, your grandfather's age is a factor. Being able to recover 70 to 80% made old Lin very happy. At least he wouldn't have to suffer from pain like now. How long do you think it will take? At most a year, at least 3 to 5 months, depends on how well old Lin recovers in the early stages. After discussing, Jiang Ruoli was fully in charge of arranging the treatment for old Lin. Jiang Ruoli handed the medicinal recipe to Lin Fei. You can start eating the medicinal food at home. Have it for a week, then come back for a checkup. We will see if you need to change the recipe. Jiang Ruoli's medicinal recipe was very detailed, clearly explaining how to prepare it, step by step. If it still doesn't work, then it must be very foolish. After Jiang Maozu and his grandson left, Jiang Ruoli and Zhou Hongyi discussed his condition again. Although they had different opinions, most of the time they agreed. At the end of work, Jiang Ruoli saw Feng Qing sitting in the hall. Feng Qing, why are you here? It's getting cold, and riding a bike is cold for you. I came to pick you up after work. Jiang Ruoli felt warm inside. That's her loved one. Just in time, these things packed them into the car to take home. Zhou Hongyi took out some sausages, cured meat, and fruits and vegetables. They were gifts from others, and their family couldn't finish them all, so they decided to share with a few disciples. This portion was Jiang Ruoli's. It had a few more slices of cured meat and sausage than the others. Zhou Hongyi's favoritism was obvious. Fortunately, Jiang Ruoli knew how to get along with others. Whenever there was good stuff, all 5 senior brothers and the master would prepare their share fairly. This way, no senior brother would have too many complaints about their little junior sister. Feng Qing tied Jiang Ruoli's bicycle onto the roof of the car and loaded all the things Zhou Hongyi gave him. After saying goodbye to Zhou Hongyi, they drove away from the clinic. On the way back, Jiang Ruoli felt a bit guilty. She hadn't spent much time with Feng Qing lately. She had been busy studying, even at home, reading Zhou Hongyi's notes. This made her neglect Feng Qing. Fortunately, Feng Qing was very supportive of Jiang Ruoli and didn't hold any resentment. Jiang Ruoli decided to make it up to Feng Qing and planned to rest for 2 days. Jiang Ruoli asked her master for a few days off to spend more time with her family. Zhou Hongyi readily agreed and also assigned her some homework to give him when she returned. Jiang Ruoli didn't mind. The homework was easy and wouldn't take long. The day before New Year's, Jiang Ruoli and Feng Qing went to the Jiang family for dinner. Since she returned, the Jiang family's meals had improved a lot. If Guanyin hadn't controlled everyone's portions, they might have gained 10 pounds. Despite this, their family gained several pounds. When they went out, everyone was surprised to see their healthy red cheeks and slightly chubby faces. This also made the Jiang family realize something. In this time of scarcity, eating well is a sign that their family is different from others. The dark days are not over yet. Maybe one day, they will be reported again. Li Bao, do you have any weight loss pills? I've been eating a lot lately, and feel like I've gained several pounds. Yes, I do. Jiang Ruoli looked at their good condition and knew she couldn't give them good food anymore. Thinking of this, she took out the weight loss pills. Jiang Ruoli smiled and said, Mom, it looks like I can't give you meat anymore. We still have nearly 20 more years of eating meat every day. How can we survive that? Actually, the vegetables from the space are quite tasty. Guaning nodded. Yes, they are really good, sweet and tasty. After eating, I don't feel uncomfortable at all. Of course, products from the space are always top quality. After dinner, Jiang Ruoli and her husband went back to their own yard. Guaning took out the weight loss pills Jiang Ruoli gave her and handed one to each person. Jiang Bo sighed. It's hard to lose the meat we've carefully gained. In this era, having meat isn't always a good thing. Yeah, Dad, didn't you see how thin old Rome is? Jiang Bo waved his hand impatiently. I know, I was just talking casually. Then everyone swallowed their pills. These weight loss pills have no side effects. They make you lose weight gradually, without you noticing. For people who are within 10 pounds overweight, one pill is enough. Taking another might make them lose too much weight. They each only took one, so there was no need to overdo it. Getting back to their original weight is enough. As for Jiang Peihe looking younger, everyone gradually accepted it. They just admired how Jiang Laoshe looked younger and younger. He explained that he felt more relaxed here, so his mood improved. People in this era are still very simple and honest, so everyone accepted Jiang Peihe's explanation. As for Guaning, she still puts on some makeup when she goes out, so no one can tell she looks pretty. Although women like to look good for themselves, Guaning didn't want to argue about why she looked younger. In another time, on New Year's Eve, Zhang Ruoli definitely wouldn't sleep. She would go out with friends to celebrate the new year. During this time, there were no such activities, only staying at home and chatting with Feng Chang. They didn't know how they managed to talk, but as they chatted, they ended up rolling into. The next day, Feng Chang took a break and brought Zhang Ruoli back to the Feng family estate. Several times, Li Zhishu said she wanted Feng Jianjun to apply for family residence nearby so she could be close to her daughter-in-law. Feng Jianjun said, "The young couple are living their lives. Why get so close and cause trouble? If you bother the daughter-in-law, you'll only make yourself uncomfortable." Li Zhishu thought about it and agreed. Sometimes, being close makes things more annoying. Seeing each other too often can become tiring. As for urging her to have a baby, she didn't dare. Zhang Ruoli was still young. But unexpectedly, Zhang Ruoli decided she wanted to have a baby herself. In the few months since they married, they hadn't taken any measures, but Zhang Ruoli hadn't become pregnant. They weren't in a hurry. Pregnancy should happen naturally. When the young couple returned home, the others had already arrived. Zhang Ruoli glared at Feng Chang, blaming him for causing her to stay up late last night. Li Bao Zhen and in his back. "Come in and sit. It's cold outside." "Grandpa, Mom, we're back." Zhang Ruoli greeted the elders with a smile. Feng Chang handed over the things he was holding to Aunt Wu. They were the items Zhou Hongyi had given a few days ago. They divided the leftovers into 3 parts, one for the Jiang family, which they took yesterday, a smaller one for themselves, and the remaining part was brought to the Feng family. Jiang Hanzi rolled her eyes and muttered softly, just pretending to be obedient and clever. Yao Yu overheard and couldn't help but say, "At least she thinks about the good stuff for the family. You only think about bringing things back to your mother's house." Since Yao Yu was scolded by Jiang Hanzi after trying to smooth things over, she no longer spoiled her. Everyone is the family's little treasure. No one wants to see her face. "Big sister-in-law, why are you talking like that? Our family is poor. If I give more to my family, what's wrong with that? I can't just eat my fill here while everyone else goes hungry. Poverty? The things you've brought home over the years are enough for an average family to live on for a lifetime. How are you calling that poverty?" They argued like this. Feng Yan gently patted his wife's back to comfort her and told her not to be angry with that person. "None of your business. Our family has many members, and we don't have a good maternal family. Isn't that why you look down on me?" Yao Yu rolled her eyes. "Only you look down on your own family, but no one else does." Even though everyone had already said they didn't look down on her, Zhang Hanji stubbornly believed her family looked down on her because of her poor family background. Nowadays, being poor is something to be proud of, but she seemed to be ashamed of her family being poor. "That's none of your business. You have a good family background, so you can talk easily." Yao Yu was so angry she didn't want to speak and suddenly felt sick, gagging loudly. "Ugh, what's wrong, wife? Yao Yu, are you okay?" Feng Yan and Li Zhishu asked nervously. "It's nothing, I just suddenly felt a bit nauseous." Before anyone else could speak, Jiang Hanji screamed, "You think I'm disgusting?" Even Zhang Ruoli found her unbelievable. What kind of understanding does this person have? Everyone ignored her, and Feng Yan looked directly at Zhang Ruoli. "Sister-in-law, could you please check on Yu?" Everyone knew about Zhang Ruoli's skills, so Feng Yan asked her directly. "Of course." Zhang Ruoli sat beside Yao Yu, while Feng Yan gently patted her back from the other side. After feeling her pulse for 2 minutes, Zhang Ruoli asked Yao Yu to switch hands. Everyone watched nervously. Zhang Ruoli withdrew her hand and whispered in Yao Yu's ear, "Elder sister-in-law, is your period delayed?" Yao Yuyu immediately understood. Her eyes lit up. Really?
Yes.
Li Zhishu saw the two daughters-in-law whispering and quickly spoke up. Oh, Li Bao, Yuyu, stop playing guessing games. What's really going on? Jiang Ruoli looked at Yao Yuyu. Do you want to tell, or should I? I'll tell myself. Jiang Ruoli nodded. Such things should be announced by her.
Grandpa, Mom, Ahyan, I'm pregnant.
Feng Wanliang and Li Zhishu instantly understood and looked happy. Feng Yin looked at his wife in confusion. Wife, what do you mean? Feng Chong suddenly understood too. Li Zhishu looked at him with surprise and scolded him harshly. You're asking for trouble. Your sudden shock scared Yuyu. Third sister-in-law. My wife really is pregnant? Am I going to be a father? The family only trusted the third sister-in-law who is a doctor. As long as she says so, it must be true. Big brother, congratulations. You're going to be a dad. But it's only been a little over a month, so she's still fragile. She needs to rest well. But my wife feels sick. That's normal pregnancy nausea. It's okay. As long as she hasn't vomited so badly she can't get out of bed, it's fine. Feng Yan finally relaxed. He was excited, looking at Yao Yuyu. She was his wife. She was pregnant with his child. When the family heard Yao Yuyu was pregnant, everyone was happy, except Jiang Hanji. She hadn't even seen Feng Yi in years, let alone sleep with him. How could she possibly be pregnant? Seeing everyone happy, she became upset. It's just a pregnancy. What's there to be so happy about? Feng Yi heard this as soon as he entered and immediately frowned. Jiang Hanji, if you don't want to stay here, go back to your family. Our family doesn't welcome you.
Thank you.
You're rarely back and you talk to me like this? Isn't what I said true? Which woman isn't pregnant? Why make it public? Jiang Ruoli had tolerated this woman for a long time. Her sarcastic tone and her obvious dislike made her even more annoying. I'm your second sister-in-law. How dare you talk to me like that? And how dare you talk to the eldest sister-in-law like that? Do you respect her as the eldest sister-in-law? If you respected her, I would respect you as the second sister-in-law.
Can you do that?
No, you can't. Feng Qing was happy to see his young girl finally start to stand up for herself. He was worried she might tolerate that woman for his sake and end up getting hurt. He sat beside Jiang Ruoli, acting protective, as if to say, if you dare do anything, I won't let you go. Enough. All this arguing is pointless. Feng Wanli regretted once again agreeing to his benefactor's request. Jiang Hanji ran away crying. Feng Jianjun told Feng Yi to go after her, but Feng Yi didn't care. No need to bother. She's probably gone back to her family. Just wait. Soon, she'll bring her family here to cause trouble. Grandpa, get ready for a big fuss. Hearing Feng Yi's words, Feng Jianjun had nothing more to say.
It was truly this child.
Feng Yi guessed correctly. Jiang Hanzi cried and ran back to her mother's house. Her mother still hoped to get something valuable from Jiang Hanzi, so she hurriedly asked what happened when she saw her crying. Wang Suisheng looked distressed and said, Oh, little Z, why did you run back crying? Did someone from the Feng family bully you? Jiang Hanzi exaggerated and told a lot of false stories. After finishing, she looked at her mother and then realized there was another person in the room, her second uncle from her father's side. Seeing this second uncle now, he actually looked somewhat like Jiang Ruoli, that mean girl. Suddenly, she felt very dislike for this second uncle. Mom, take my brother and the others to seek revenge for me. Since the second uncle is here, he should come along too. Jiang Weimin didn't want to get involved in this matter. His brother only sent him here to deliver some things. But when he saw the sister-in-law going to find someone, worried that the old and young members of their family might be harmed, he also followed. The military district compound isn't easy to enter, but Jiang Hanzi, as the granddaughter-in-law of General Feng, was registered and allowed inside. When they arrived at the Feng family house, Jiang Hanzi was crying at the door. Her mother looked angry and scolded how the Feng family was bullying her daughter. Outside the door, many people had come to watch the show. Not everyone in the military district was educated. Many were rural women who moved in with their families. They liked to watch the drama and spread false rumors. At this moment, with the Feng family acting so theatrically at the door, they naturally gathered around to watch. From time to time, they commented that the Feng family was bullying an orphan widow. Jiang Weimin looked helplessly on the side, unsure of what to do. When the Feng family heard the crowd outside singing the show, they also came out. Everyone's attention was on Jiang Hanzi and her mother, but Jiang Ruoli's gaze was fixed on Jiang Weimin standing nearby. Feng Qingshan looked in the direction Jiang Hanzi was pointing and saw Jiang Weimin. At first glance, he thought this man resembled his father-in-law. Looking again, he saw that this man not only looked like his father-in-law but also somewhat like Jiang's grandfather. The young couple exchanged glances and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Go to the military district and bring my grandparents and parents here. I suspect this is my real second uncle. Feng Qingshan knew about Jiang's second uncle not being the biological son of Jiang grandpa. Seeing this man so similar to both his father-in-law and grandfather, I naturally had my doubts. Feng Chang nodded and borrowed Feng Jianjun's car to head to the military district. Jiang Ruoli stood behind, watching Jiang Weimin. The more she looked, the more she felt he was her real second uncle. In the past few years since her grandfather returned, he never gave up searching for his second son. But in this time without communication or surveillance devices, trying to find someone across the country was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Her grandfather had no news at all. Yet, unexpectedly, her second uncle suddenly appeared beside her. How could Jiang Ruoli not feel excited? Fortunately, she was hiding behind a crowd, so no one noticed her gaze. Except Jiang Weimin. Since losing one ear, he had become very sensitive to all kinds of looks. He had already sensed someone watching him, but the look wasn't malicious. He turned his head and saw a young, beautiful girl staring at him. When he looked at her, she smiled at him. Jiang Ruoli did smile, and her face looked even more like her grandfather's. This confirmed even more that he was her real second uncle. Feng Chang stepped on the gas and drove to the military family compound. As soon as he got out and was about to go inside, he bumped into Zhang Bo, who was about to leave. Feng Chang quickly grabbed Zhang Bo's arm. "Grandpa, sorry. Are you okay?" His quick action drew everyone's attention. "Feng Chang? Didn't you go back to your grandfather's house? Why are you back so suddenly? Where's Li Bao?" "Grandpa and Grandma, I have something to tell you. Be prepared."
What is it?
"What happened to Li Bao? Li Bao is fine. Today, while we were at home, my second sister-in-law, the man who followed her, who looks somewhat like our father-in-law, about 50% and about 70 to 80% like Grandpa, and also a bit like Grandma. Li Bao and I both think he must be our second uncle, so we came back to pick you up." Zhang Bo's mood suddenly became very excited. He wasn't sure if it was his own feelings or the original person's. All these years, the original person hadn't shown any emotion. Now, with this sudden surge, Zhang Bo wasn't sure if the original was still inside his body. Zhao Shujun was the same. She also felt a rush of excitement. "Let's go quickly," she said, about to leave. Feng Chang hurriedly helped the old man. "Dad, take it slow. I'll support you. Don't get too excited." Feng Chang went out and opened the car door, helping everyone get in. Guaning also helped her mother-in-law, Zhao Shujun, to walk outside. Finally, they locked the courtyard gate and got into the car. Feng Chang stepped on the accelerator, and the vehicle drove out of the residential area toward the military district. Along the way, Zhang Bo kept his lips pressed tightly. He didn't know what he was feeling right now. When he first looked for his biological son, it was driven by strong emotions. Now that he had news of his son's return, he felt even more confused. The couple entered the house with their hands. To Feng Chang, Grandpa and Grandma looked nervous. Jiang Peihe knew that his parents didn't know how to face their biological son, who had been replaced. It wasn't that they weren't trying to find him, but when they traveled through time, they were already in their 50s or 60s, and many memories of their original lives were blurry. Plus, when they arrived, they encountered turbulent times, so they simply ignored some things. Over at the Feng family, Jiang Hanzi and her daughter were still crying and singing loudly. Everyone looked at the Feng family with mixed feelings. Old Master Feng, You have so many daughters-in-law, but isn't that a bit unfair? Nonsense. When has our family ever treated her badly? Not to mention how much money she took from old Master Feng, even the allowance for my son. She's holding it all. I dare say, that savings account probably only has a few cents left, all used for her family's expenses. When Li Zhizhu spoke, Zhang Hanzi's eyes unconsciously avoided eye contact. Indeed, the savings account only had a few cents left. Feng Yi was often away, and Zhang Hanzi mostly ate at old Master Feng's place, so she didn't spend much money. Seeing Zhang Hanzi's evasive look, everyone understood what was happening. Suddenly, they all turned their accusations toward Zhang Hanzi, saying she was ungrateful. Jiang Weimin, are you just going to watch them bully our orphan mother and daughter? Are you dead? Come help us. Jiang Weimin was clumsy with words and couldn't say much. After losing one ear, he became even more timid. Right now, they were just arguing. Why should a man go in and interfere? Learning how women argued, he hesitated. Wang Xuexiang's words made everyone turn to look at Jiang Weimin, who was blushing with embarrassment. Sister-in-law, they didn't bully you. It's Xiaozi who's been supporting the family with her money. Why aren't you satisfied? You good-for-nothing dog, I asked you to protect us, not those people. If they were good people, how could they bully our Xiaozi? Jiang Ruoli had already considered Jiang Weimin as her close relative, like her second uncle. At this moment, hearing Wang Xuexiang insult someone, she suddenly lost her temper. You say we bully Zhang Hanzi? What did we do to bully her? Every time we come over, she always makes sarcastic remarks. We're too lazy to bother with her. Today, my sister-in-law is pregnant, and everyone is happy. But your daughter is making snide comments about whether women in other families are pregnant or not. Everyone's pregnant except her? Jiang Ruoli deliberately poked Zhang Hanzi in the chest. She knew well that Zhang Hanzi and Feng Yi hadn't even shared a room. Without sharing a room, how could she get pregnant? Hearing Jiang Ruoli's words, Zhang Hanzi was so angry she tried to slap her face. I am your second sister-in-law.
How dare you speak to me like that?
Jiang Ruoli gently pushed her hand away and snorted coldly. I learned it from you. You dare to talk to Grandpa, your mother, and your sister-in-law like that. Why shouldn't I? You really are the typical case of only the officials being allowed to set fires, not the common people. Zhang Hanzi lost her footing and fell to the ground. Hey, I just lightly pushed your hand away. Don't try to make a fuss here. I don't accept being falsely accused. When Jiang Ruoli said this, everyone started laughing. They saw that she hadn't used much force at all. Wang Xuexiang was upset and reached out to scratch Jiang Ruoli's face. You shameless girl. If you dare to push my daughter, and if my daughter is pregnant and the baby is lost, I won't let you go. Hearing this, the Feng family members were stunned. They knew that Feng Yi and his wife had never slept together. So, where did Zhang Hanzi's baby come from? How did she get pregnant? Could it be that Feng Yi was cheating? Seeing his daughter-in-law about to be hit, Li Zhizhu stepped in.
Bah!
How dare you hit my young daughter-in-law? She's a junior, so I'll do it instead. They couldn't let Li Bao be bullied, or Feng Chong would cause trouble for Zhang Hanzi's family. Oh, look at the Feng family bullying the weak. The older and younger ones are all bullying us orphans and widows. Wang Xuexiang started crying loudly again. Feng Yi's face darkened. Enough, shut up. Wang Xuexiang and Zhang Hanzi stopped crying. Feng Yi looked at Zhang Hanzi with a cold, emotionless gaze, mixed with disgust and hatred. You say you're pregnant? I believe I haven't had any relations with you. Whose child is in your belly? Feng Yi's confession caused everyone watching to gasp. They had been married for so many years and yet hadn't even been intimate? This matter was exposed, and Zhang Hanzi suddenly panicked. No, that night you were drunk and you. Haha, I'm not an ignorant fool. Men can't get hard when they're drunk. If someone took advantage of your drunkenness, it means that person was pretending to be drunk. You want to accuse me of cheating, but it depends on whether I'm willing to accept it. No, it's not that, it's you. We have a doctor here. Do you want me to ask her? She's on your side. Of course she's defending you. That's not true at all. Suddenly, someone else spoke. I'm not from their family. I'm also a doctor. I can guarantee that what this man is saying is true. This person came with his wife to visit family in the big courtyard. He is a surgeon from the Third People's Hospital. Hey, isn't that the son-in-law of the Chin family? I think he's from the Third People's Hospital, right? Yes, I didn't expect they'd come back today. Dr. Sun, is it true that Feng Yi said he was too drunk to be a man? Dr. Sun pushed up his glasses. It's true. Alcohol numbs the nerves, which can cause men too. He explained a lot, mainly because he was there during Zhou Hongyi's apprentice banquet last time. He recognized that the beautiful young girl who spoke earlier was Zhou Hongyi's close disciple. This was also to help sell Jiang Rua, Li's product. Jiang Hanzi didn't want to be accused of infidelity, so she directly said, I didn't do it. I was just talking nonsense with my mother. At this point, everyone understood. Wang Suixiang was also shocked. She never thought her daughter hadn't shared a bed with her husband all these years after marriage. Isn't your family humiliating people? You marry my daughter, then. Did I marry your daughter? Don't you know? This Jiang Weimin truly didn't know. He only knew that his cousin's daughter, Xiaozi, married very well. Her husband was in the army, and her father-in-law was a high-ranking official. He didn't know anything else. Since his father passed away, Jiang Weimin had been working hard in the fields. He paid no attention to outside affairs. Feng Wanli looked at Jiang Hanzi with disappointment. She was his most cared-for daughter-in-law, but she had brought shame to the Feng family. He looked at Jiang Weimin, feeling he looked familiar but couldn't remember where from. At this moment, Feng Chang drove the car to the big courtyard with the Jiang family. As soon as they got out, Jiang Rua Li went to greet them. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, that's... Just one look from Jiang Bo told him this was definitely the biological son of this body. Zhao Shujun also quickly understood that this was real. The Feng family members looked confused when they saw the Jiang family. Isn't this about dealing with the second daughter-in-law? Why did the third daughter-in-law's family also come? Feng Qing explained the previous arrangements to the Feng family. Feng Wanliang didn't expect such a coincidence. If Jiang Hanzi hadn't caused that scene today, Jiang Weimin might not have appeared in front of everyone for a long time. And the family of the third daughter-in-law might never meet their real child. Seeing the Jiang family also arrived, Jiang Hanzi didn't know how to continue her act. The truth had already been exposed, so she ran away with Wang Suixiang. Seeing both Wang Suixiang and Jiang Hanzi run off, Jiang Weimin also planned to leave. But he was stopped by someone. Jiang Weimin. I didn't do anything. Why are you stopping me? They first invited the people into the Feng house to avoid more onlookers. In the Feng family's living room, Jiang Bo said directly, Your surname is Jiang too, right? Ours is Jiang as well. We are your real parents. Jiang Ruali. Not Grandpa, you just came straight up and got so close? Jiang Weimin was surprised and then shook his head with a smile. No, I have parents. My father's name is Jiang Jingchuan, and my mother's name is Shiring. When he said this, besides the Jiang couple, there was one other person who was very shocked, Feng Wanliang. But he kept his emotions in check quietly. The gratitude for saving his life still needed to be carefully investigated. Jiang Bo and Zhao Shujun recalled the appearance of these two people from their memories. Zhao Shujun was instantly furious and gnashing her teeth. Jiang Bo also understood why his child had been swapped. This was their distant relative from many generations away in the Jiang family. The blood relation was so faint it could be ignored. When they returned to their hometown for ancestor worship, Zhao Shujun was pregnant, and she had a fall that caused an early birth. After the child was born, they thought the baby was lucky, premature but so healthy. But they never expected that this child was actually swapped at that time. No wonder they didn't see them during the ancestor worship later, thinking something had delayed them. It turned out they were just feeling guilty about being dishonest. Jiang Bo told the whole story and then said, Look, you are about 5 or 6 parts similar to my third son. Also, compare you with me and my wife. We all have some similarities. Everyone compared and agreed that they looked very much alike. No one believed they were not biological father and son. So, Back then, when you all went home to honor your ancestors, my parents, no, I mean they swapped me with their child? Jiang Weimin looked at their nodding heads and then chuckled softly. No wonder I was never liked at home. Since I was young, I had to wash clothes and cook, while my older brothers could go out and play. I had to stay home to care for my younger siblings and feed the chickens and pigs. Turns out, I really am not their biological child. Weimin, we, your parents, are sorry. We didn't take good care of you and let you be swapped. You've suffered so much. Jiang Weimin shook his head slowly. It's not your fault. It's those nasty people. Come back with us and live with us. We will take good care of you, and your third brother will also look after you. Jiang Weimin listened to his third brother but didn't hear his eldest brother, so he asked, and what about my eldest brother? Back then, we were reported and sent away. Your eldest brother cut ties with us to protect himself. Jiang Weimin didn't know what to say about that. Many people from their village are still sent away to this day. He knew how hard their lives had been. He could only think that everything was predestined. Second uncle, I am Jiang Ruali, your niece. May I take your pulse? Earlier, Jiang Ruali had sensed something was wrong with Jiang Weimin. He always listened with one ear when people talked. Taking the pulse? Is it for medical treatment? Even if he was seriously ill or burning with fever, his parents would let him endure it alone. Now, this pretty little niece wants to take his pulse? No, no need. I'm dirty. I don't want to dirty your hands. It's okay, second uncle, I'm not dirty. Feng Chong reached out and took Jiang Weimin's hand, showing his big teeth and smiling. Second uncle, don't be polite. I am Feng Chong, Li Li's husband and your nephew-in-law. Jiang Weimin. Still doing this kind of forced medical check? He didn't refuse Jiang Ruali's kindness and gently extended his hand under Feng Chong's firm grip. Jiang Ruali checked his pulse for a while and already understood Jiang Weimin's condition. Li Bao, how is your second uncle? Jiang Ruali sighed. Second uncle was born prematurely, with some natural deficiencies. He didn't take good care of his health afterward, so now he's in very poor shape. Also, he is deaf in his left ear, which was caused by being hit as a child, damaging his eardrum. Hearing that his left ear was deaf due to being hit, Zhang Bo couldn't help but feel angry. Director, your grandfather's two souls are fighting each other. When they came here earlier, neither of them ate the soul-nourishing pill, and neither did your grandmother or your parents. Why are you only telling me now? Quickly take out the pills, so I can feed them to my grandfather. Jiang Ruali took the soul-nourishing pill, poured a glass of water, and quietly fed the pill to her grandfather to swallow. Jiang Bo sensed his granddaughter feeding him something. He obediently drank the water. Grandpa, don't get too excited. You're old now, so try not to get angry, Jiang Ruali said soothingly. Soon, Jiang Bo felt all the discomfort disappear. His memories returned, and he recognized himself as Jiang Bo of this era. The emotions he experienced weren't those of the original owner but his own feelings. Jiang Bo took a deep breath, calming his excited feelings. Son, let's go home together. Mom and Dad want to take good care of you in their lifetime. Jiang Weimin thought several times before speaking. Second uncle, come back with us. You need to take good care of your health. By the way, are you married? Bring your wife and child with you. From what was observed, this second uncle seemed to have decent character. But that was only for now. More contact was needed to be sure. Because of his deafness, Jiang Weimin married in his 30s, but he died giving birth after a difficult labor. He left a daughter, who is only 15 this year. Seeing his father's pleading eyes, Jiang Weimin finally nodded in agreement. Having worked hard for the Jiang family for many years, he decided it was time to live well for himself and his child. Jiang Bo was very happy and immediately said he wanted to bring everyone home. Grandpa, don't worry yet. First, let's go with second uncle to pick up the things and people. Yes, yes. I'm so forgetful. So Feng Chong drove a military vehicle, and Feng Yi drove a matching car to help move things from Jiang Weimin's home. Jiang Peihe, Guaning, and Jiang Ruali sat in Feng Chong's car, while Jiang Bo, Jia Shujun, and Jiang Weimin sat in Feng Yi's car. Two cars drove out towards the village outside the suburbs at the same time. It took an hour to arrive. The two military vehicles entered the village, startling the villagers. Everyone came to see the military cars. Even though they live so close to the capital, no military vehicles had ever come into the village before. Then they saw Jiang Jingchuan's son, who always works hard, get out of the military vehicle. At the same time, an old couple in military uniforms also got out. Jiang Weimin's face surprisingly looked quite similar to theirs. Everyone was very surprised, thinking something big must be happening. Some people, upon seeing the military vehicles, went to tell the village chief. At that moment, the village chief also arrived. "Comrades, I am the village chief. May I ask what you're doing?" "Did Jiang Weimin do something wrong?" "No, he didn't do anything wrong. We're just here to pick up a child." The village chief followed them into Jiang's house. The atmosphere in Jiang's house was tense. Jiang Weimin's brother's children were bullying his daughter. The girl was hit but didn't cry. She curled up in the corner, holding her head, neither crying nor making a fuss. "Look at this fool. She got hit but didn't cry or make a fuss. She's really a fool. Her father is also a fool, working like a beast for our family all these years." The leading child spat onto the ground. "I heard my parents say that this third uncle is just a donkey. Even the donkeys in the production team are better than him. That second uncle's daughter must also be a donkey. Hey, donkey, get up and work."
Ha!
My mom said this useless girl is a disaster. She even caused her mother's death. As soon as they entered, the villagers heard these children talking like this. Jiang Ruoli was so angry she could hardly contain herself. Seeing her cousin, who was hugging her head on the ground, Jiang Ruoli's eyes filled with tears. She grabbed a stick and swung it at the children. "How dare you bully and curse others? You're the real donkeys. Your whole family is full of donkeys, badly built from top to bottom. I'll beat you to death."
Ah!
"Useless girl. Who do you think you are? Coming to my house and causing trouble? Get out now, or I'll have my dad beat you to death. Girls are all useless. Useless girl. Useless girl. You're just a useless girl born from a useless family. Your whole family is useless." "I am not." The children screamed as they were beaten. Jiang Weimin then went to hold Jiang Lixia in his arms. "Xia, don't be afraid. Dad is back. It's not the father's fault. He shouldn't have left you here." Hearing the commotion, the parents of the children also came out. "Oh my, who do you think you are, daring to cause trouble at my house?" she said, about to hit Jiang Ruoli. "Wait, Weigua, you stop right there," the village chief scolded. Only then did they see that the yard was full of people. There were also several soldiers dressed in military uniforms. Suddenly, Jiang Ruoli's legs trembled, almost collapsing to the ground. "Weigua, go call your husband and your uncle Weihua back," she ordered. Since Jiang's elderly couple had passed away, Jiang Weihua had taken charge. Although they had split the family, they still oppressed Jiang Weimin. Jiang Weimin, being gentle, often suffered their bullying and teasing. Jiang Weigua's wife hurried out to call people back. Jiang Weimin carried Jiang Lixia into the house. Jiang Bo and Zhao Shujun also went inside. Jiang Ruoli thought for a moment and decided to let Feng Chong and the others stay outside while she went in to see for herself. As a woman and a doctor, she could better understand her cousin. After Jiang Ruoli entered, Jiang Bo said to his granddaughter, "Li Bao, go check on your sister." Jiang Ruoli nodded and walked inside. Jiang Lixia stared blankly at the ceiling, silent. "Second uncle, you go out first. I want to see my cousin." Jiang Weimin knew Jiang Ruoli's skills and gave her a deep look before stepping outside to stand with his father. Jiang Ruoli and Zhao Shujun watched the fragile young girl inside. She was said to be 15, but looked more like a 12 or a 13-year-old child. "Is your name Lixia? I'm Jiang Ruoli, your cousin. Your dad is my second uncle, very close. Those people outside have nothing to do with you. You're not a burden or a curse. Your family, they have no right to treat you badly." Seeing that Lixia remained silent and motionless, Jiang Ruoli continued to speak kindly. Xia, can your dija help you? I am a doctor."
This is your nanai. Your real nana. Xia, I am Nai Nai. Look at Nai Nai.
You're not a burden. Girls in the Jiang family are treasures. You are also a treasure. Hearing Zhao Shujun's gentle words, Li Xia slowly turned her head to look at the two people beside her. How to describe it? The older woman, claiming to be, looked at her with kindness and love, her eyes full of tenderness and concern, without any disgust or dislike. The young woman who claimed to be her sister was very beautiful, much more beautiful than the village flower Zhao Maima. She had not gone to school and didn't know how to describe her, only that they were kind and pretty. Is this what family means? Seeing Jiang Lixia react, Jiang Ruoli quickly asked, Xia, can your sister help check your health? Jiang Lixia nodded slowly. Jiang Ruoli began to check her pulse. Apart from being malnourished, there were no major problems, just some injuries on her body, probably caused by those children. Jiang Ruoli and Zhao Shujun looked at Jiang Lixia, still wearing thin cotton clothes in the middle of winter, and felt very sad. Unfortunately, she hadn't brought any packages. If she had, it might have raised suspicion. So, Jiang Ruoli could only watch silently. They looked for some clothes for Jiang Lixia inside the house and changed her into a new set, as the previous clothes were muddy and torn from the children. After searching through some old clothes, Jiang Ruoli's eyes filled with tears. She wasn't very emotional, but she truly felt deep sympathy for this sister. Jiang Ruoli went out to explain Jiang Lixia's situation. Jiang Weimin was holding his head, lost in thought. He was a father and didn't know how to get along with his daughter. He didn't realize how much suffering his daughter had endured when he was not around. He, as a father, felt he had failed. Wu Dashan, the village chief of Haishi village, looked at the people and said, So you're saying Wei Min isn't the biological child of the Zhengchuan family but yours, and back then, you swapped your own child with theirs right after birth?
Yang Bo nodded.
That's right. Wu Dashan took a deep breath. This man looked like an official, and now Wei Min was in a good position. As the village chief here, I want to understand how my child has been these years. Wu Dashan sighed. Wei Min has had a hard life. He briefly explained Wei Min's life story. In summary, even the donkeys in the collective farm had some rest, but Wei Min's life was harder than a donkey's. The Jiang family treated Wei Min like a beast of burden. From Wu Dashan's words, Jiang Bo realized that most people in the village, except for Wei Min, knew he wasn't a true Jiang. That's why they kept him confined in Haishi village and kept tormenting him. If that was the case, Jiang Bo was determined to make them pay. Most of the people in Haishi village had the surname Wu, with only a few fleeing from other places. The Jiang Zhengchuan family also arrived later, so they didn't have a good opinion of the Jiang family. All the family members were strong men, yet they kept picking on one young boy. Their family usually had girls doing chores, but they insisted on making this boy do them. At that moment, Village Chief Wu realized this wasn't his own child's fault. They must be tormenting him terribly. They didn't see him as a person, only as an animal. When Jiang Weihua and Jiang Weiguo returned, they saw many people gathered outside the house, and some were standing in the yard. Besides the village chief, there were a few in military uniforms. Everyone thought Jiang Weimin had caused trouble, especially Jiang Weihua, because he had sent Jiang Weimin to Kyoto to deliver things for Wang Suixiang. After all, Wang Suixiang's youngest son was his own. Uncle Wu, what's going on? Did that Jiang Weimin trouble happen? It's not our problem, it's all his fault. I knew he wasn't a good person. Exactly. If he caused trouble, just take him away. We have nothing to do with him. Are you saying that you know Jiang Weimin isn't part of your family, right? Jiang Bo asked sternly. Jiang Weihua and Jiang Weiguo were confused and didn't notice how much Jiang Bo looked like Jiang Weimin. Yes. My parents took him in because they felt sorry for him, but we didn't expect him to be so malicious. Such a person isn't part of our family. All right, this is the first time I've seen someone turn things around and blame others. Jiang Bo's expression grew colder. Jiang Weihua and his brother looked puzzled. What does blame others mean? They were not well educated and didn't understand what was being said. Since you say he's not your family, I will take him away. Do you want to sign a separation paper? Jiang Bo's words were vague, making them think Jiang Weimin had caused trouble and needed to be taken away. Village chief, we didn't say anything either. These soldiers weren't something a small village chief like him could handle. From their reactions, it seemed Jiang Weihua's family wouldn't have a good outcome. Village chief Wu didn't want to interfere and had no power to do so, so he stayed silent. Jiang Weiguan nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, we must sign. Otherwise, what if he causes trouble for us? Jiang Weihua pulled the others aside to discuss. Second brother, what should we do with that little troublemaker? Big brother, if they want him, just take him. If not, we'll sell her. Their voices were quiet, but anyone listening could hear. Seeing this, Jiang Bo's eyes grew colder. They're all animals. Are you also taking away Jiang Weimin's daughter? Of course. We will take both father and daughter together. Jiang Weihua nodded. Then let's take them. As long as it doesn't involve us. Jiang Bo and the others sneered. Jiang Ruoli finished changing the person's clothes, then carried them out horizontally. Feng Chong watched his little wife carry someone in her arms, her eyelids twitching constantly. The little wife suddenly looked like a tough man. But she didn't say anything, just opened the car door and helped the person inside. As for the clothes and blankets in the house, Zhao Shujun didn't want any of it. It was all old and broken. Even if taken back, it would have to be thrown away. Village head Wu oversaw the signing of a formal separation agreement between Jiang Weimin and the Jiang family. He also provided Jiang Weimin and Jiang Lixia with introduction letters. Not only Jiang Weihua, but Jiang Weigua, Jiang Weilong, and Jiang Qingqing also signed. Their wives and children signed as well. They were all afraid of missing someone and being implicated by Jiang Weimin's actions. After signing the separation agreement, Jiang Weihua finally asked Jiang Weimin what he had done wrong. Did I say Jiang Weimin committed a crime? He snorted coldly and took Jiang Weimin into the car, heading straight to the Kyoto military district. Jiang Weihua was stunned for a moment. He asked village head Wu, what does that person mean? Village head Wu didn't want to talk about these foolish people. He wanted to leave but was stopped and couldn't go. What could it mean? They never said Weimin did anything wrong. It's Weimin's real parents coming to pick up their child. You all. Village head Wu sighed and simply left. Jiang Weihua finally realized. Was that what it was? They dared to lie to us. Arg, it's driving me crazy. Jiang Weixing spat out a sunflower seed shell. What else do you expect? What do you want to do? Jiang Weiguo was furious. We raised them all these years and we should at least get some money. No, I'm going to find them. Jiang Weimin, that ungrateful traitor, his parents raised him for so many years. Jiang Weixing sneered. Do you dare to go? That's a soldier, and he has a car. If you're not afraid of death, go ahead. I'm scared to die. Jiang Weiguo shuddered at the thought of those soldiers. If it weren't for seeing them, he'd think Jiang Weimin was causing trouble. He signed the separation papers, without asking questions. The whole family regretted it. They gained nothing from that ungrateful person. Jiang Qingqing's eyes flickered, but she said nothing. Her brothers were all fools. She had her own plan. On the way back, Jiang Lixia kept clinging to Jiang Ruoli and Zhao Shujun. She didn't even want her father anymore. Jiang Weimin had no choice but to ride in the same car as Jiang Bo. Jiang Peihe, who had no seat, had to sit in Jiang Bo's car. The military vehicle sped quickly to the military district. At the gate, Jiang Bo registered Jiang Weimin and Jiang Lixia. This is my son and granddaughter, Jiang Bo said. He handed the registration letters to the soldier guarding the gate. The young soldier carefully checked them and then let them in. After thanking him, Jiang Bo led them from the gate into the family compound. As they walked, he explained about the place. Shasha, your sister Rua Li also lives here. If you're scared, you can go find her. But she usually works at the clinic, so maybe you want to go to school? Jiang Lixia didn't speak, but when she heard school, her eyes brightened. Jiang Bo immediately decided to send Jiang Lixia to school. From Jiang Weimin, he learned that Jiang Lixia had never gone to school. Jiang Weimin wanted to send her, but Jiang Zhengchuan and his wife refused. Jiang Weimin, who was usually timid, never dared to argue with them. So Jiang Lixia only heard about school from the children of the Jiang family. Sometimes she would sneak into the school to listen to lessons. When the family found out, they beat her, saying she was lazy and not working. After that, she never dared to listen in on classes again. Ruali also knew about this, so she felt very sorry for her cousin. Feng Chong had no particular thoughts, but kept watching his little wife's mood. Right now, she didn't seem very happy. The group returned to Zhang's house. Jiang Ruali went to her room and took out some clothes. Lixia, these are my old clothes. I haven't worn them much. Wear them first and don't mind. In a few days, I'll take you to the department store to buy some new clothes. Jiang Lixia softly said her first words. Thank you. Everyone heard her. To celebrate Jiang Weimin and Jiang Lixia's arrival, Jiang Ruali and Guaning cooked a big dinner. Feng Chong and Feng Yi went to the military compound to pick up Feng Jianjun, Li Zhishu, and Feng Wanli to join them for dinner. Feng Yi also had a family residence in the military district, but it was a bit far from Feng Chong's house. While Feng Chong was away, Jiang Ruali gave Zhao Shujun, Jiang Peihe, and Guaning some soul-nourishing pills. After eating, they all felt as if a heavy chain had been lifted from their bodies, very comfortable. From then on, they understood what Jiang Ruali meant when she said this place belonged to them. They truly belong here. However, for some unknown reason, they lived elsewhere for a while. Now they have returned, and they will settle down here in the future. When Feng Qing and the others come back, Jiang Ruali's last dish will be served. During the meal, Jiang Ruali didn't let Jiang Weimin and the others eat much meat or vegetables. It's not that I don't want you to eat meat, but your bodies haven't had meat for many years. Eating too much suddenly can upset your stomach and cause problems. After a few days of getting used to it, you can eat more meat. Jiang Ruali explained carefully to avoid misunderstandings. Jiang Lixia nodded. I understand. I didn't misunderstand, sister. Jiang Ruali patted her head. Good girl. They didn't inform Jiang Junnan and Jiang Junxia, the brothers, about today's events. They planned to tell them after Jiang Weimin and the others adjusted for a couple of days. After dinner, Jiang Bo asked Jiang Weimin, do you want to change your name?
Yes.
It's not that Jiang Weimin doesn't care about old feelings. It's just that every time he thinks of his name, he remembers being taken away on purpose and being made to work hard for their family. All right, I've picked some names. You choose the one you like.
Jiang Pei Ding, Jiang Pei Xi, Jiang Pei Liang, Jiang Pei Fu, Jiang Pei Sen.
In the end, Jiang Weimin chose the name Jiang Pei Shu. He hopes he can live happily from now on. Jiang Bo also liked the name Jiang Pei Shu and hopes he will have a happy life. Lixia, do you want to change your name? It will be harder to change it once your household registration is done. Jiang Lixia shook her head. She still liked her name very much. She was born on the day of Lixia, and her mother said that was her name. She wouldn't change it. Guaning smiled and said, your name is a bit similar to Li Li's. Jiang Ruali smiled. Yes, the pronunciation is similar. Everyone laughed. Jiang Weimin, no, Jiang Pei Shu, also smiled. Here, he felt very relaxed. There was no feeling of oppression like over there in the Jiang family. Jiang Pei, he took some of his clothes for Jiang Pei Shu. These are my clothes. Don't dislike them. Wear them first. When Li Bao takes Li Xia shopping for clothes, I'll go buy new ones with you. Jiang Pei Shu nodded. That's already very good. Guaning and Zhao Shujun prepared rooms for the two of them. Fortunately, the house was big, and only 4 people usually lived here. There were 5 rooms in total. Besides Jiang Ruali's, there were the rooms for Jiang Bo and his wife, and Jiang Pei He and his wife. The remaining 2 rooms were just right for the father and daughter. Jiang Lixia never imagined she would have her own private room in her life, instead of sleeping in a cold, makeshift shelter during winter and summer. It feels like there are no more endless chores or meals that are never enough. She likes it here. Rest early tonight, everyone. Tomorrow, I will prepare some medicine to help Lixia recover. Jiang Lixia is 15 years old and has not yet had her period, which is due to her weak health. She also has a bit of cold in her, which could affect her future fertility after marriage. Li Pao, do you think your second uncle needs some medicine to improve his health? I'll prepare some medicinal dishes for him. There's nothing else really needed. Jiang Ruoli suddenly looks at Feng Chong. Then, for now, we'll eat at my parents' place. Feng Chong understands her well, so when Jiang Ruoli looks over, he immediately knows what she wants to say. At this moment, Feng Wanli asks Jiang Peishu about something. Peishu, 5 years ago, in winter, did you rescue an old man on the mountain in Haishi village? Yes, how do you know? But my uncle said the old man was very rude, and just left. Feng Wanli's face turns pale with anger. Jiang Ruoli suddenly finds the story quite interesting. Feng Yi also looks at his grandfather.
What is he talking about?
Isn't the hero who saved her the grandfather of Jiang Hanzi, that woman? I was half-conscious at the time, and when I saw a young man, I fainted. When I woke up, I was at her grandfather's house. He said he carried me down from the mountain. That's why I promised to let the second son marry his granddaughter before he died. But now I know, the person who saved me was Jiang Peishu, not them. So it was you? I was planning to carry you to my house, but my uncle said there was no space, so I left you at his place. I didn't think much of it, and just left. Later, my uncle sent me to repair the river, and I didn't see you again. When I returned, my uncle said you had left without a word. I didn't do it for thanks, I just didn't think about it. My uncle also said there wasn't enough food at home, so I used my own supplies to feed you. Jiang Peishu never expected the world to be so small. He met the person he saved 5 years ago, and it turned out to be his niece's grandfather. What a fate! Feng Yi suddenly holds Feng Chong's hand, and his calm, steady eyes suddenly brighten. The truth about the life-saving person has come to light. Does this mean he no longer has to live with Jiang Hanji? Can he get a divorce now? Feng Yi understands his brother Feng Chong's thoughts. He pats his brother's arm to comfort him. This matter is not so simple and needs careful planning. Feng Yi knows it won't be easy, but at least there is hope. It's better than before, when the burden of gratitude weighed heavily on him. Feng Yi suddenly feels relieved, as if the burden of filial piety is lifting from his shoulders. On the way home, Feng Yi feels very happy. Even Li Zhizhu hasn't seen her son so content in a long time. Li Zhizhu also comments to Feng Jianjun, if my son really wants to divorce that woman, you can't stop him. That's not his true home. It's a burden and a shackle. I don't want to see him suffer anymore. Feng Wanli sighs, it's my fault. I apologize to the person who saved my life, which led to this result. Dad, I don't blame you. I feel sorry for my son. I know you do too, but I can't just watch him sink into depression. When I heard they weren't your savior earlier, you didn't see the bright look in the second son's eyes. I haven't seen his lively expression in many years. Every time I see him, he looks like a walking corpse. I really feel heartbroken. The family sighs. Feng Yi has endured a lot over the years. Even the old man has often given Jiang Hanji gifts, totaling several thousand yuan, not just a few hundred. Even if they divorce later, these things will serve as some compensation. When Jiang Ruoli and Feng Chong return home, they also discuss this matter with some emotion. I really didn't expect that, after recognizing my second uncle, I would accidentally discover the true savior of Grandpa. Yes, second brother is so excited he can hardly hold back. He wants to divorce Jiang Hanji as soon as possible. Poor second brother. When Feng Chong gets home, he boils water to help Jiang Ruoli wash up. It's been a very exhausting day. After her bath, Jiang Ruoli falls asleep hugging her blanket. Feng Chong wanted to be romantic with his young wife, but, oh well, she's tired. He'll give her a break today and find an excuse to make it up tomorrow. His sister-in-law is pregnant now, so he needs to work hard too. Anyway, the young girl hasn't said she doesn't want to get pregnant now. He hopes to have a daughter as obedient and beautiful as her someday. He will protect both of them well. I also hope to have a son like myself, so that the two of them can protect her well. Thinking this, Feng Chong's heart warmed, and his hands became restless. Eventually, he managed to wake Jiang Ruoli. The next day, Jiang Ruoli slept until late morning. After waking up, She hurriedly took some medicinal herbs from her space to prepare a medicinal meal for her second uncle and his family. The herbs from her space were much better than those bought at outside pharmacies. She prepared enough for a week. After a week, she would see if she needed to change the recipe or stop taking it. When Jiang Ruoli went over, Guaning was just about to start cooking. She took out the pot for the medicinal meal and began boiling. Since the herbs were from her space, Jiang Ruoli didn't add spiritual spring water, just water from the household water jar. After finishing breakfast and preparing the medicinal meal, Jiang Ruoli asked the father and daughter to drink it. Big sister, this medicinal meal tastes really good. It doesn't have that strong medicinal flavor, it's very fresh. Glad you like it. After a week, I'll see if I need to change the recipe. If you're free this afternoon, let's go to the department store. I'll take you shopping for clothes. Zhao Shujun nodded repeatedly. Yes, let's go. The second one also needs new clothes. He can't keep wearing your third brother's. His clothes are too small and yours don't fit. We should buy a few more sets. Jiang Peishu wanted to refuse, but Zhao Shujun directly pressed her. No refusal. As a mother and grandmother, this is my wish. The father and daughter exchanged glances, seeing both helplessness and happiness in each other's eyes. Jiang Lixiao really liked this family. In the afternoon, the workers went to work, and those who didn't go shopping at the department store. The person driving them was Jiang Bo's security guard, Yu Zheng'an. When they arrived at the department store, Yu Zheng'an said to Zhao Shujun, Madam, I'll wait for you here. Okay, we'll try to come out quickly. It wasn't that Zhao Shujun didn't want to browse more, but in this era, even at a department store, there wasn't much to look at. They headed straight to the clothing store. The salespeople saw Jiang Ruoli and her group, dressed quite fashionably, and immediately approached. Is there anything I can help you with? Try these outfits and this one too. Even though Jiang Lixiao looked pale and malnourished at the moment, the salespeople didn't look down on her for wearing Jiang Ruoli's old clothes. Please follow me. Jiang Lixiao felt a little scared and wanted Jiang Ruoli to accompany her. Jiang Ruoli agreed and took her clothes to try on together. They tried on many outfits from inside to outside. During this hour, Jiang Lixiao was like a miracle in a game, playing dress-up with Jiang Ruoli. They kept changing clothes and bought quite a few. If Jiang Lixiao hadn't said she would probably grow taller in the future, Jiang Ruoli would have bought her even more clothes. After finishing with Jiang Lixiao's clothes, they headed straight to the men's clothing section. It was much easier to find clothes for Jiang Peishu. They picked something, tried it on, and if it fit, they bought more in the same size. Jiang Peishu wanted to say they didn't need to buy so many, but Jiang Ruoli shut him up with one sentence. Uncle, you probably won't say you'll still grow taller, right? That sentence made Jiang Peishu stop talking and follow his mother and niece's plans. As for the third brother's wife, she was there to keep the elderly lady, daughter, and niece company. After 2 hours, the group of 5 returned to the car with lots of shopping bags. Yu Zheng'an saw all the stuff and couldn't help but swallow hard. He guessed they had spent almost a year's salary today. Jiang Peishu felt a bit embarrassed and thought he should find a job. He couldn't just stay at home relying on others. He still needed to think about what to do. He was good at physical work, but he didn't know where in the military district he could find such a job. Besides physical labor, his only other skill was cooking. He could talk to his parents about working at home. If Xia wanted to go to school, he had enough money to send her. He wouldn't have to rely on his parents' money anymore. After 2 days of accompanying Jiang Lixiao, Jiang Ruoli returned to work at Iron Hall. There was still old Lin waiting for her for a follow-up appointment. As soon as Jiang Ruoli entered her office, Lin Mao and his grandson arrived. They were led into her office. Dr. Jiang, good morning, haha. Old Lin, good morning. You look much better. Your medicinal diet is really good. I started feeling less heavy after just 3 days. Besides knee pain, everything else has improved. Jiang Ruoli looked at him helplessly. Old Lin, don't think like that. The medicine I gave you is just to help your body. Other health issues are still there. Lin Fei was curious, watching this girl who was 5 or 6 years younger than him. She spoke and acted calmly and orderly. The medicinal meals prepared for Grandpa are very good, and Grandpa has rarely slept so well. He suddenly feels hopeful about the upcoming treatment, wondering if it can really cure his illness, as she said. Jiang Ruoli checks Lin Mao's pulse again. After eating the medicinal meal, he shows significant improvement. Old Lin, based on your current pulse, your condition is improving, but it's not quite where I expected. Have you been avoiding certain foods at home? Lin Mao awkwardly scratches his head. Lin Fei looks at his grandfather and asks, Grandpa, did you sneak something? Who gave it to you? Lin Mao blushes deeply, but doesn't speak. Lin Fei sighs, Grandpa, you know your condition, yet you still don't avoid certain foods. Are you trying to make us worry? That wine your little sister brought back a few days ago. You don't know that wine really has a strong taste. Seeing Lin Fei's expression, Lin Mao's voice becomes quieter. Lin Fei's eyes turn cold. I understand. Lin Fei knows that his little sister is willing to do anything to get what she wants from Grandpa. Old Lin, you should continue eating the medicinal meals for another week. When your condition reaches the target, we can move on to the next step. If you keep ignoring the doctor's advice, you might as well seek help elsewhere. I believe my master wouldn't want a patient who doesn't listen to medical advice. In the end, Zhang Ruoli even mentions Zhou Hongyi. Old Lin looks embarrassed and keeps promising he won't sneak food again. Jiang Ruoli hands over the prescription for the medicinal meals to Lin Fei. After thanking Jiang Ruoli, Lin Fei leaves the clinic with Old Lin. Jiang Ruoli shakes her head helplessly. Patients who ignore medical advice are really hard to deal with. She thought they could start the second stage of treatment today. As soon as the grandfather and grandson leave, Zhou Hongyi arrives. Li Bao, has that old Lin guy not come yet? Knowing this is her apprentice's first official treatment, Zhou Hongyi quickly rushes over after finishing her work. Jiang Ruoli shakes her head and recounts what happened earlier. Zhou Hongyi grits her teeth in anger. Next time he does that, just refuse to treat him. Let him come find me directly. I'll personally treat him. That scoundrel doesn't listen to medical advice. Master, don't be angry. I've prepared another week's worth of medicinal meals for him. When he reaches the target, I'll treat him. Exactly, that's the way. Don't think you're easy to bully just because you look young. Zhou Hongyi curses angrily. Jiang Ruoli found his behavior amusing. He was clearly very worried, but still pretended to be indifferent, as if he thought it was his own fault. Yes, I won't be bullied. If someone tries to bother me, I will ask my master to help me fight back. Zhou Hongyi nodded, feeling it was the right thing to do. His disciples shouldn't be bullied. At the Jiang family side, Jiang Bo was making arrangements. Those people who bullied his son thought they could stay safe?
Dream on.
As vice squad leader, he couldn't do anything too extreme. But as a father, he could find someone. So Jiang Bo asked his wife to put on makeup and disguise herself, then went to a house on North Street. Opposite, a man leaned back lazily in his chair. Sir, what can I do for you? Jiang Bo toned down his military demeanor. I heard your place does all kinds of jobs. That depends if you can pay enough, the man replied. Jiang Bo took out a stack of money and placed it on the table. This is a deposit. After the job is done, I will pay the rest. The man immediately showed respect and said, Don't worry, we promise to handle this perfectly. Jiang Bo explained his carefully planned scheme in detail. The man listened without hesitation and said there was no problem at all. What kind of job was this? It involved luring people into gambling, then forcing them to steal or rob once they lost everything. If that didn't work, they would even break their legs. What kind of hatred and resentment was behind this? But since the other side was willing to pay, Jiang Bo decided to go along with their plan. He didn't know the exact details of how they would do it. But within a month, Jiang Bo started hearing shocking news. First, the Jiang families Jiang Weihua, Jiang Weigua, Jiang Weilong, and Jiang Qingqing had all been hurt in some way. Some injuries were minor, just superficial cuts. Others were serious and required hospital care. Worse still, the three Jiang brothers and Jiang Qingqing's husband had all been kidnapped. Why were they taken? Of course, Jiang Bo was the one who reported them. Those people resorted to illegal means to achieve their goals, which led to these terrible consequences. Such actions are clearly wrong. They break the law and morality, causing great pain and loss to many. Jiang Ruoli learned about this matter only a month later. She kept saying that her grandfather was very clever. During this time, Jiang Ruoli was treating Lin Mao. Ever since she found out that Lin Mao had been secretly eating snacks, Lin Fei paid special attention to his diet. He personally watched him eat almost every meal. Lin Mao felt guilty and was also tempted by his cravings, which is why his grandson kept a close eye on him. As for Lin Zhao's wife, Lin Fei also warned her. Lin Fei, I am your sister-in-law. How can you warn me? That's my father. Could I harm him?
Can't you?
The doctor warned not to drink alcohol, yet you secretly gave Grandpa some wine. You know what you're thinking. Don't force me to kick you out as the future head of the Lin family. Hearing this, Lin Zhao's wife said nothing. Only she knew what she was thinking. And Lin Mao also understood. But after loving his daughter for so many years, how could he just give up on her? Lin Mao obediently took his herbal medicine and avoided certain foods for a week under Lin Fei's watch. Only then did he pass the first round of treatment at Jiang Ruoli's place. All right, today we start the second round of treatment, Jiang Ruoli said happily. Okay. Lin Mao replied excitedly. Old Lin, come with me to the backyard. It's too cold here, and you need to take off your coat. She stood up and led them toward the backyard. Lin Mao and Lin Fei followed Jiang Ruoli. In the backyard, Jiang Ruoli told Lin Mao to lie on the bed while she prepared to sterilize the silver needles. The best disinfectant was spiritual spring water. While pouring the water, Jiang Ruoli switched to using spiritual spring water, which was good for his health. Lin Fei watched from the side as Jiang Ruoli began inserting silver needles into his acupuncture points. Seeing the thin, long needles, Lin Fei couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. He wondered if it would hurt. From his grandfather's expression, he seemed to be quite comfortable. After Jiang Ruoli finished inserting the needles, Lin Fei saw that his grandfather looked like a hedgehog covered in needles. Grandpa, does it hurt? Lin Fei asked hesitantly. Ha 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 came a series of snoring sounds. Good, Grandpa was sleeping soundly. He even mumbled with his lips. Jiang Ruoli smiled and said, Comrade Lin, don't worry, this doesn't hurt. Old Lin should be feeling quite comfortable. I understand, thank you. Lin Fei sat nearby, watching his grandfather with a feeling of sadness. His grandfather was once a very influential person. After being demoted, he was tortured physically and emotionally, which caused deep hurt. The physical wounds could heal, but emotional scars take time to mend and might never fully heal. An hour later, Jiang Ruoli removed the needle. Let Grandpa rest here a little longer. In 10 minutes, he will wake up. Lin Fei nodded. Okay, thank you, Dr. Jiang. You're welcome. Jiang Ruoli then took her silver needles and left, leaving the grandfather and grandson to stay there. She still needed to prepare medicine for Grandpa Lin. The acupuncture requires treatment every 3 days, and the medicine must be taken daily. About 10 minutes later, Lin Mao indeed woke up. Grandpa, how do you feel? Lin Fei helped him sit up. Lin Mao touched his liver area. Much better. Dr. Jiang is amazing. He will surely do great things in the future. Lin Fei didn't say anything, his eyes flickering slightly, lost in thought. When he helped Grandpa outside, Jiang Ruoli handed them the prescription and a note about foods to avoid. This is the prescription. Later, you need to go get the medicine. These are the foods to avoid. Remember, don't eat anything indiscriminately. Okay, I understand. I will follow the doctor's advice carefully, Grandpa Lin said, blushing, surprised that a younger person was giving him instructions. Don't worry, I will take good care of Grandpa, Lin Fei assured. Acupuncture should be done every 3 days. Please bring your grandfather here on time. Understood. This medicine is made by boiling 3 bowls of water down to 1. Drink it while hot, twice a day. After 3 days, I will reassess Grandpa Lin and adjust the prescription if needed. Okay. Jiang Ruoli smiled and gave a few more instructions before seeing them off. Acupuncture for Grandpa was tiring. Soon after, the man who had complained about stomach pain last time returned. This time, he brought someone with him. Chun Hai, the man from before, led someone directly to Jiang Ruoli. Dr. Jiang, please look at my sister.
She.
Probably due to female health issues, Chun Hai blushed shyly and hesitated to speak. His sister, Chun Mei, also blushed. Comrade, you can wait outside. I will examine your sister, Jiang Ruoli said with a smile. Chun Hai nodded and stood outside. Jiang Ruoli smiled at Chun Mei.
You can tell me now.
Chun Mei was stunned by her smile and blushed even more. I haven't had my period for a long time. My brother even thought I was pregnant. I usually only get my period about once every 3 months. Chun Mei spoke softly, but Jiang Ruoli still heard her clearly. Stretch out your hand. I'll check your pulse. Chun Mei placed her hand on the pulse pillow, with her wrist resting lightly on Jiang Ruoli's delicate fingers. Seeing this, Chun Mei almost wanted to pull her hand back. This woman's hand is really white, soft and gentle, with slightly cool fingertips but not uncomfortable. Chun Mei's mind drifted away. After a few minutes, Jiang Ruoli withdrew her hand. Did you fall into water when you were a child? Every time you have your period, your stomach hurts a lot. Yes, I was naughty as a kid. One winter, I went fishing with my brother and fell into the river. Luckily, I was rescued, or I wouldn't be here today. You've been hurt by cold air, which affects your. That's why your period hurts so much. If you don't take good care of it, it will be hard for you to get pregnant in the future. Hearing that it would be difficult to get pregnant, Chun Mei's face suddenly turned a little pale. She was already talking about marriage, and if it's hard to conceive, she would definitely have a tough time in her new home. Thinking of this, Chun Mei's face grew even whiter. Jiang Ruoli saw her worry and comforted her, saying, Don't worry. I will treat you with my method and restore your health. Chun Mei believed her completely. Not only because her brother brought her here, but also because she knew from her pulse that her problem could be fixed. I believe you, doctor. Go lie down at the back. I'll do some acupuncture for you. Acupuncture? Jiang Ruoli smiled gently to reassure her. It's okay. Don't be nervous. It won't hurt. It's just like a mosquito bite. Hearing this, Chun Mei lay on the bed, waiting for the acupuncture. Jiang Ruoli took out silver needles soaked in spiritual spring water and inserted them into points like the point, Zhongwan point, Shinkei point, Guanyuan point, and Biao points. Chun Mei was surprised and said, It really doesn't hurt. My stomach feels warm and very comfortable. Just 15 minutes, then you can remove the needles. You can close your eyes and rest for a bit. Chun Mei closed her eyes upon hearing this. Every winter, she felt her lower abdomen was icy cold, and during her period, it hurt so badly she couldn't stop crying. She truly hoped this doctor could cure her illness. After 15 minutes, Jiang Ruoli removed the needles and gently woke her. She smiled, noting that both siblings had fallen asleep during the acupuncture. I fell asleep? Acupuncture is really so relaxing. Chun Mei sat up, feeling a warm flow in her lower abdomen. Doctor, my stomach doesn't hurt anymore. I feel so comfortable. You need to continue acupuncture for a week. Come here every day. Here's the prescription. Take the medicine on time. I guarantee you'll be healthy in a month. Chun Mei nodded while holding the prescription. Okay, I will come on time. Outside, Chun Hai waited anxiously, not knowing what was happening. Soon, he saw his sister come out with a smile on her face. It seemed the treatment went well. Dr. Jiang, thank you. Jiang Ruoli smiled and waved her hand. You're welcome, it's my duty. That night, back at the family courtyard, Feng Chang discussed Lin Mao's background. From his appearance, he seems to be someone from the political world. He doesn't have the tough look of a soldier, but rather the gentle, scholarly aura of a learned person. Feng Chang didn't care about their identities. He only cared if the young girl was being bullied. Did they trouble you?
Jiang Ruoli smilat.
Not at all. Even if they did, my master is here. Hearing that his little wife was not bullied, Feng Chang didn't ask more and just listened to Jiang Ruoli talk. You can't speak carelessly about such things. Sure enough, 3 days later, Lin Mao came again for acupuncture. This time, he was not accompanied by Lin Fei but by 2 others, a man and a woman, who looked a bit like Lin Lao, probably his children. Jiang Ruoli didn't mind who came with Lin Mao. Old Lin is here. Let's go to the backyard. Okay. After the last acupuncture, Lin Mao clearly felt much better. He admired Jiang Ruoli even more. To be so skilled at a young age was truly impressive. The woman accompanying him was surprised when she heard Jiang Ruoli talking with her father. You're just a little girl, treating my father? I thought old Zhou was supposed to treat him. Jiang Ruoli turned to look at the girl claiming to be Lin Mao's daughter. Lin Yu, shut up. It wasn't Lin Mao who spoke, but another middle-aged man accompanying them. Isn't it true? A little girl with no hair dares to treat people? Who is your master? How can you treat people casually? What if you mess up? Lin Yu, I told you not to come, but you insisted. I told you to keep your mouth shut and apologize to Dr. Jiang. I won't. I'm just a little girl with no hair. Why should I apologize? Jiang Ruoli is not a very easygoing person. Seeing how noisy they were, she simply sat down on a chair. Old Lin's family has objections to the team, so perhaps you should find someone more skilled. Or you can call my master to treat you. Dr. Jiang, no. It's not that we have objections. Lin Mao is clever. How could he not see that Jiang Ruoli was angry? He quickly slapped Lin Yu. Are you eager for your father to die so you can inherit my estate? Lin Yu, slapped and stunned, looked at Lin Mao in disbelief. Dad, you actually hit me? Just because of that yellow-haired girl? Lin Mao wanted to hit again, but Jiang Ruoli interrupted, saying, if old Lin wants to educate the children, he should do so at home. Our Iron Hall is too small to hold such big people. Brother sure too. Please see them out. By the way, if old Lin wants to continue treatment in the future, please find my master. I, a young girl with yellow hair, dare not treat you. She then instructed the receptionist at the door to send the guests away. She looked young but was definitely not someone to be bullied. At this moment, Zhou Hongyi also arrived. Seeing the commotion at the door, he asked confusedly, Old Lin, why don't you go in? Is Miss Li not here? Sure too, perceptive, recounted everything that had happened earlier. Zhou Hongyi's face turned grim with anger. Our temple is too small to hold your great Buddha, Lin Mao. Then find someone more skilled. After speaking, Zhou Hongyi turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. Lin Mao was so angry he didn't know whether to slap Lin Yu again or beg Zhou Hongyi for forgiveness. After much hesitation, he saw Lin Yu still chattering on and decided to slap her again. Shut your mouth and get lost. I don't want to see you. Then he took Lin Sun and entered Iron Hall, planning to find Zhou Hongyi. Sure Tu blocked the door and said, Sorry, comrade. Our shopkeeper said you should go back. Lin Mao knew they had offended someone. He took Lin Sun back to the Lin family. The Lin family was no longer what it used to be. None of Lin Sun's generation could hold it up. If it weren't for Lin Fei still being in politics, the entire political world might have forgotten the Lin family. A chaos had destroyed many people, families torn apart, wives leaving husbands, children reporting their parents, siblings accusing each other. When Lin Mao returned home, Lin Fei came to Iron Hall. He found Jiang Ruoli sitting in a chair reading a book, and her grandfather was nowhere to be seen. Dr. Jiang, may I ask if my grandfather has not come? Jiang Ruoli looked up at Lin Fei and sneered. Your aunt thinks I, this girl, am not good enough to meet your grandfather. Comrade Lin, please find someone more suitable. Lin Fei. That worthless troublemaker, Lin Yu. If it weren't for her, how could Grandpa have been reported and demoted? Now she's coming to harm Grandpa again. Lin Fei apologized to Jiang Ruoli and said he would find time to apologize properly. Then he returned to the Lin family. Jiang Ruoli glanced at him but said nothing. She didn't care whether he apologized or not. Whether she was treated or not depended on her mood. At the Feng family, old Master Feng also received the investigation results. It was indeed as Jiang Weimin. No, it was as Jiang Peishu said. He was the one who saved Feng Wanliang. He shared his food rations with Jiang Jingchuan's family to help them take care of themselves. Seeing this news, Feng Wanliang was so angry he didn't know where to vent his frustration. Good. They dare to deceive me like this and even marry his granddaughter into our family. Not satisfied yet, always causing trouble at home? At this moment, except for Jiang Hanji and Jiang Ruoli, everyone else was at home. Hearing this, the family members understood everything clearly. The real savior was Jiang Ruoli's second uncle, but Jiang Hanji's grandfather was just a thief who stole the credit for saving him. This fact shocked and angered Feng Yi deeply. Feng Yi stared wide-eyed at his grandfather, incredulous, and asked Grandpa, "If that's the case, can I no longer be bound by the debt of gratitude?" His voice carried a hint of hope and expectation. Grandpa was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded and said, "Yes, good child. You've truly suffered these years." Feng Yi finally felt a great weight lift from his heart, as if he had been freed. However, just as Feng Yi was about to go immediately to file for divorce, his grandfather's words made his impulse suddenly cool down. "But second brother, your marriage is a military marriage and it's not easy to divorce. Especially when she hasn't done anything wrong." Grandpa's words revealed helplessness and concern. Feng Yi's face grew serious. He knew Grandpa was right. Military marriages are not ordinary, and divorcing is not easy, especially when the other person has done nothing wrong. Feng Yi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He realized this matter required careful planning and couldn't be rushed. "We need to think this through carefully." Feng Yi's mind raced, considering all possible solutions. He knew that if he planned carefully, there might still be a chance to escape this marriage. But if he was careless and was caught, his life could be ruined forever. Feng Yi gradually formed a plan in his mind, though it was risky and uncertain. He decided not to tell anyone and to plan secretly on his own. Feng Chong, standing nearby, saw Feng Yi's changing expression and felt worried. He quickly comforted him, saying, "Second brother, don't worry. We will help you find a way. There is always a solution." Feng Yi gratefully looked at Feng Chong and nodded. He knew he couldn't act impulsively and had to be very careful. After all, divorce is a serious matter. Any mistake could lead to serious consequences. Jiang Ruoli, exhausted, returned home and sank heavily onto the sofa, feeling as if her soul had been drained. Feng Chong saw this and hurried over, asking with concern, "What's wrong? Are you tired?" Jiang Ruoli weakly shook her head, indicating she was fine. Feng Chong gently patted her head and then told her everything that had happened earlier that afternoon. Hearing this, Jiang Ruoli's previously dull eyes suddenly lit up. She sat upright excitedly and asked, "Has Grandpa confirmed everything?" Feng Chong smiled and nodded, replying, "Yes, Grandpa has confirmed it. It was indeed second uncle who saved him." Jiang Ruoli almost jumped with happiness. She said excitedly, "That's wonderful. Second brother no longer has to be threatened by Jiang Hanzi. I really dislike her." Feng Chong gently held Jiang Ruoli in his arms and softly said, "Yes, but military marriages aren't so easy to end." Hearing this, Jiang Ruoli pouted and muttered, "So I'll still see that woman? Just thinking about her makes me upset." Feng Chong quickly comforted her. "All right, don't be upset. We'll try not to go there. We'll bring Grandpa and Mom and Dad to live with us, so we won't have to see her." Jiang Ruoli thought about it and agreed. She nodded and said, "Okay, that sounds good. In a few days I'll take a break, go to the mountain, and pick some mushrooms to share with everyone." Feng Chong smiled and said, "Great. When the time comes, invite Dad and Mom too, so they can try the mushrooms you pick." They chatted happily for a while, and both felt much better. Finally, they embraced and fell asleep, entering a sweet dreamland. Back to the day before, with Lin Fei. Lin Fei, with a gloomy face, pushed open the door. A tense atmosphere hit him. He looked carefully and saw his father and grandfather sitting silently on the sofa, both looking heavy-hearted and unable to speak. The woman called Auntie was nearby, talking nonstop about Dr. Jiang in a loud, sharp voice that was very annoying. "I tell you, that Dr. Jiang is just a liar. She's only 20 years old. How can she possibly treat people? Even if she learned from birth, she couldn't have learned to cure illnesses so quickly," Lin Yu said with doubt and disdain. At this moment, his father finally couldn't hold back and interrupted her. Lin Yu, can you stop talking? Don't you see how angry Dad is? You keep talking when you should be thinking about how to explain to Xiao Yi when he gets back. But Lin Yu dismissed him and said confidently, explain what? I'm his aunt. Do I need to explain? She acted very proud, as if she didn't think she had done anything wrong. Lin Fei stood at the door, watching everything coldly. His heart was already angry, especially hearing Lin Yu's unrepentant words, which made him even more upset. Really? Lin Fei suddenly snorted coldly, his voice icy and chilling. So, Annie is really, as others say, trying to harm Grandpa and then take his inheritance, right? Your husband at the time even reported Grandpa to avoid trouble and took all the family's property.
How did you justify that?
You said you're a daughter who married out and that your family's affairs have nothing to do with you. I still have the newspaper where you cut ties. Do you want to see it? This is the Lin family. It has nothing to do with you. If you leave the Lin family, don't blame me for being rude to you. Lin Yu glared at Lin Fei with anger, her voice full of disbelief and fury. Lin Fei, you're getting bolder. I am your aunt. But Lin Fei didn't back down. He turned around and looked at Lin Yu with a cold gaze, responding mercilessly, you cut ties with us in the newspaper. From that moment on, you are no longer my aunt. After speaking, Lin Fei turned his gaze to old Master Lin and continued, Grandpa, what do you think? He knew his grandfather was kind-hearted, especially towards his daughter, who had suffered a lot at her in-laws. When old Master Lin heard Lin Fei's words, he was suddenly shocked. His eyes widened as he looked at Lin Yu with surprise, clearly unaware of this news. He never expected that his daughter would do something so resolute as cutting ties with him. For a long time, old Master Lin believed that his daughter's poor life at her in-laws was his fault. So, whenever she came back crying, he would tolerate it, hoping to make up for his past mistakes. But now he suddenly realized the truth was different. His heart felt like it was frozen, filled with deep disappointment and pain. He never thought his daughter would treat him this way, which made his heart feel completely dead. Lin Mao sighed deeply, looking helpless as he said to Lin Yu, since you've announced on the newspaper that you're cutting ties, from now on, this family has nothing to do with you. Take care of yourself. Hearing this, Lin Yu's face turned pale as paper, with no color at all. She never expected her nephew to reveal the newspaper announcement. It was completely beyond her expectation. Lin Fei, you said you wouldn't tell anyone about this, right? Lin Yu's voice trembled, full of disbelief and despair. Lin Fei sneered coldly and replied mercilessly, and did you promise me you wouldn't cause trouble anymore? Grandpa is sick and needs to see a doctor, but you keep blocking him.
Why is that?
His words were like a sharp sword stabbing Lin Yu's heart, leaving her speechless. Before, you gave Grandpa alcohol, and now you directly insult Dr. Jiang, calling her a little girl. Do you know that she is a disciple of Elder Zhou and has excellent medical skills? Plus, she is the granddaughter-in-law of the Feng family.
Who are you to slander her like that?
Lin Fei's anger grew as he spoke, and his voice unconsciously rose by an octave. Lin Yu's face grew even paler. She stammered, Feng. Feng family? Which Feng family? Seeing her like this, Lin Fei mocked further. Which Feng family is still in Beijing? The one you're thinking of. You really overestimate yourself, daring to offend the granddaughter-in-law of the Feng family. Lin Yu was suddenly struck by a shock, as she never expected that the person she unintentionally offended was not just an ordinary young doctor, but the daughter-in-law of the Feng family. This was undoubtedly a heavy to her. She felt like she was doomed.
If the Feng family members pursued this matter, she
dared not think about it. Lin Yu truly dared not imagine. Lin Yu turned around in shock, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked at her father with disbelief, her lips trembling as she said, Dad, do you not want me anymore? Even you don't want me? How can you treat me like this? You can't abandon me. Lin Mao looked at his daughter's performance with a blank expression, but inside, he was furious. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm. Didn't you refuse me first? To give you a better life, I left most of my property to you. But now you want to trick me out of the little money I have left? Fine. I, Lin Mao, have raised such a good daughter. It really opened my eyes. Standing nearby, Lin Sun was hit like a thunderbolt after hearing his brother's words. He widened his eyes, looking at his sister with disbelief. He had never thought that his sister had long ago cut ties with their father and announced it publicly. And he, because he didn't usually read the newspaper, knew nothing about it. He always believed that his sister suffered a lot at her in-laws' house, without the support and help from her family. He often felt guilty and distressed about this, thinking he hadn't fulfilled his responsibilities as a brother. But now, the truth was right in front of him, catching him off guard. It just showed that their family members were overthinking everything. Zhang Ruoli simply didn't take them seriously. At this moment, Zhang Ruoli was fully focused on making beauty and health pills. Moreover, she was also making some weight loss pills and skincare products. Although these products couldn't be sold yet, Zhang Ruoli knew clearly in her heart that once the time was right, she could use these products to soar to great heights and firmly sit at the top of the wealth list. Thinking of this, Zhang Ruoli couldn't help but smile. Her smile was bright and pleasant, like the first bird song in spring, making people feel happy. Next to her, Zhou Hongyi saw her little apprentice, so happy, and her tense nerves immediately relaxed. He secretly let out a sigh of relief, thinking, it's good that the girl is smiling. If she had been frowning all the time, I wouldn't know how to cheer her up. The next morning, sunlight spread across the land, bringing a bit of warmth to the cold winter day. Lin Fei got up early. After washing up, he put on a neat suit and called Lin Mao to go to Iran Hall together. They carried a bunch of carefully chosen gifts, all meant to apologize to Zhang Ruoli. When they arrived at the door of Iran Hall, a young worker stopped them. Hey, you're here again? The manager said not to see you, the young worker said impatiently. Lin Fei said, excuse me, can you please help us? We're here to apologize to Dr. Zhang. But the worker was not moved. He shook his head and said, you should go back. Dr. Zhang is on leave these days and isn't working. Lin Fei and Lin Mao looked at each other, feeling a bit helpless. May I ask her address? We want to visit her, Lin Fei asked stubbornly. The worker looked at them, hesitated for a moment, then finally said, you can't go in. She lives in the military area housing. Hearing this, Lin Fei and Lin Mao were stunned. The military area housing? Confirmed by their eyes, it was a place they couldn't enter. Lin Fei was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, even if we can't go in, we have to try. Lin Mao nodded in agreement. So, Lin Fei turned the car around without hesitation and headed toward the military district in Kyoto. The atmosphere in the car was very heavy. Lin Fei kept his lips pressed tightly, clearly not wanting to speak anymore. He was thinking to himself, Grandpa is so old, how can he still be so naive? Why offend anyone? Especially the doctor. Isn't this asking for trouble? Does Grandpa not feel how good Dr. Zhang's medical skills are? But he let his little sister cause trouble, which was just being reckless and not thinking clearly. The car slowly drove to the gate of the military compound. But they were stopped there. A soldier at the gate said seriously, this is a restricted military area. No outsiders allowed. Lin Fei quickly explained, hello, sorry to trouble you. I want to see Dr. Zhang. The soldier looked confused and asked, which Dr. Zhang? Lin Fei suddenly fell silent. He just realized he hadn't even asked Dr. Zhang's name before rushing over. He couldn't help but curse himself for being so reckless and impatient. After calming down a little, Lin Fei continued, sorry, I meant Dr. Zhang is Feng Qing's wife. When the soldier heard the name Feng Qing, he immediately understood. Oh, you mean our Deputy Captain Feng's wife. She's actually the granddaughter of our Vice Commander Zhang. Hearing this, both Lin Fei and Lin Mao were stunned. They never expected that Dr. Zhang's grandfather was also a deputy commander. That was truly surprising. Could you please help call Dr. Zhang? My name is Lin Fei. My grandfather's name is Lin Mao, and he is her patient. The soldier nodded. Wait a moment, I'll ask someone. At this time, Zhang Ruoli was gathering mushrooms and digging wild vegetables on the mountain. The soldier went to her home, but didn't find anyone, then went to Feng Qing's place. Did someone come looking for my wife outside? Is it her patient? Feng Qing looked at the young soldier. Yes, Deputy Captain. I went to your house, but your sister-in-law wasn't there.
She went to the mountain.
I'll go see them. Feng Qing stood up and headed outside. If he remembered correctly, Lin Mao was a patient of his own little girl's treatment. Why did he come here to find her? He also heard that she brought a bunch of things. Deputy Captain, it's them. Feng Qing said to the young soldier, All right, you can stand guard now. Is there something you want to discuss with my wife? Lin Fei was surprised. Are you Feng Qing? He didn't expect a soldier's face to be so pale. Is that reasonable? Feng Qing looked at him. Do you know me? Lin Fei shook his head. Can we see your wife?
We want to apologize to her.
Apologize? Did you bully her? Did the young girl get upset? Why didn't she say anything when she went home? And she looked completely fine? Did she not consider herself his wife? It has to be said, Feng Qing was good at imagining things. Lin Fei was choked by Feng Qing's words and couldn't say he had bullied her.
It's not exactly that.
Yesterday, when my grandfather went to see Dr. Jiang for treatment, my aunt might have said some unpleasant words, so Dr. Jiang was probably angry. Today, we came especially to visit Dr. Jiang and ask her to continue treating my grandfather. Feng Qing scoffed. I've never heard of a patient offending a doctor before. I can't make decisions for her, and she isn't at home right now. Please visit the clinic next time to find her. I will also pass on your message to her. After speaking, Feng Qing turned and went inside, leaving Lin Mao and his grandson standing at the door, looking at each other. Lin Mao sighed. Let's go find Zhou Hongyi. Hopefully, he can be more reasonable. At this moment, Lin Mao also felt very regretful. Why did he let Lin Yu offend Dr. Jiang so openly yesterday? Lin Fei's eyes were cold. For Grandpa and his aunt, he couldn't stay any longer. They turned the car around and headed to Zhou Hongyi's house. When they arrived, Zhou Hongyi had just returned. Coming early is not as good as coming by chance, old Zhou. What are you here for? Isn't it because you think my young apprentice's treatment isn't good enough? Lin Mao kept waving his hands. No, it's all because of my unfilial daughter.
I didn't mean it that way.
It's also my fault for not stopping her from speaking so recklessly. Old Zhou, since we've known each other for so many years, can you help me ask your young apprentice for a favor? I went to the clinic today, but she wasn't there. Then I went to the military district, but she wasn't there either. I wonder if she's deliberately avoiding me. Zhou Hongyi snorted coldly. You're overthinking. She wouldn't be avoiding you just because of you. Yes, Dr. Jiang is generous and wouldn't bother with us. Go to the clinic again in a few days. That girl has taken leave. Old Zhou, you must help me talk to Dr. Jiang nicely. Now you realize you should talk nicely? Why didn't you stop your rebellious girl before? Zhou Hongyi also sighed and recounted what had happened earlier. I didn't expect she would cut ties with me publicly. He also felt nostalgic about his old friend.
Well.
He thought he should go and speak to her in a few days. Leah should be quite easy to talk to, right? Zhou Hongyi wasn't sure, especially since the girl had looked expressionless that day. Maybe she was angry. Forget it. I'll talk to my young apprentice in a few days. You know she's my most precious disciple. I wouldn't dare to make her angry. Zhou Hongyi cursed inwardly. But out of respect for their decades-long friendship, he still decided to help ask for forgiveness. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoli was wandering in the deep mountains. People said she might encounter wild boars, bears, or wild animals, but to Zhang Ruoli, none of that was a big deal. If she met a bear, that would be even better. She hadn't tried steamed bear paws or braised bear paws yet. After all, in later generations, these animals are protected by the state. Some types of mushrooms are no longer abundant, so she picked a few and threw them into the space. She kept some to share with a few family members. However, after walking for so long, she didn't see any wild animals. Her main focus wasn't on these things but on the herbs. She looked for plantain, dandelions, Rehmannia root, astragalus, poria, and white atractylodes. She also found a bunch of wild yams. These are great, they can fill you up and are nutritious. Jiang Ruoli loves eating yam and pork rib soup the most. She also enjoys stir-fried yams. The only thing she dislikes is that the slimy peel makes her hands itchy when she peels it. Her basket was already full, so Jiang Ruoli started to leave. Just a few steps out, she bumped into a man in military uniform. Feng Chang, why did you come here? Feng Chang's face darkened. Asked you the same, didn't I tell you not to go deep into the mountains? Why are you here? Aren't you afraid of wild boars or something? I'm not afraid. If anything, they should be worried about me hitting them.
Stop joking. You.
Jiang Ruoli pouted and playfully held his arm. Hey Anan, don't worry. My fighting skills are just as good as yours. When we get back, we can have a contest. Feng Chang smiled helplessly and angrily. This girl always hit his soft spot. Whenever she acted cute, all his anger disappeared. He kissed her fiercely on her red lips. Jiang Ruoli was startled at first, then she wrapped her arms around his neck and responded. I really wanted you right here, Feng Chang said harshly as he let go of her. Jiang Ruoli giggled sweetly. That's not possible. It's pretty cold outside, she replied. Feng Chang's expression darkened. If not here, then they'd go home. Back home, they hadn't even eaten, and Jiang Ruoli was pressed against the door, being kissed fiercely. After a while, Jiang Ruoli poked his chest with her finger and pushed him away. You're a beast, Mr. Feng. You can't just do this for free. Feng Chang lightly bit his lower lip and said, fine. Wait until tonight.
Just don't cry and beg then. Jeanne Ruoli sans cette danger.
At worst, she'd hide at her parents' place tonight. Feng Chang chuckled softly. Be good. Don't think about running away. Otherwise, you'll have a tougher time in the next few days. Jiang Ruoli glared at him angrily and turned to the kitchen, ignoring him. Who's afraid of whom? She'd just drink a few sips of spiritual spring water if needed. She entered the kitchen, set the herbs aside, and divided the mushrooms into 3 parts, giving 2 parts to Feng Qing. Go. Give the mushrooms to our parents. Send them all over. Feng Qing, happy to receive the order, happily went out on his task. When he returned, Jiang Ruoli had already prepared the meal. After eating, Feng Qing went to train, while Jiang Ruoli stayed home, making those medicines. After dinner, Jiang Ruoli hesitated and didn't want to go inside. Anyone can make tough promises, but she truly meant it from her heart. Seeing this, Feng Qing quickly lifted her up and carried her on his shoulder back to his room. In the darkness, only the rustling sound of cloves rubbing against each other remained, gradually turning into muffled, broken groans. The night was long and wild. Feng Qing didn't know how she was doing, but Jiang Ruoli was already completely exhausted, lying on the bed like a dried-up fish. She couldn't even move a single finger. While Feng Qing went out to boil water, she quickly drank a sip of spiritual spring water. This creature was truly not to be provoked. Whenever Jiang Ruoli made a tough promise, Feng Qing seemed inspired and worked even harder. After 2 days, Jiang Ruoli returned to Yiren Tang and saw from afar that Lin Mao and Lin Fei, the grandfather and grandson, were standing at the door. They came every day to wait for Jiang Ruoli. Today, they finally arrived. Jiang Ruoli went straight into the medicine room, without looking sideways. The two followed until she sat down. Then Lin Fei spoke. Dr. Jiang, I am very sorry about what happened a few days ago. I didn't know my aunt would do such things. Please accept this as a small apology from us. So it was your aunt acting on her own. I thought old Lin had an opinion about me, a young doctor just starting out. That's why that woman spoke so freely to me. Lin Mao's face turned pale from the sarcasm. I'm sorry, I didn't discipline the child well. It's fine, sit down, Jiang Ruoli said kindly. Seeing Lin Mao lowering himself so much, she decided not to hold a grudge. Lin Mao understood that Jiang Ruoli had forgiven him. He naturally extended his hand and placed it on the pulse pillow. Jiang Ruoli checked his pulse. The condition hadn't worsened, which was expected. After all, during acupuncture earlier, spiritual spring water had been mixed in. It effectively protected the damaged area from further deterioration. Go lie down in the backyard. I'll come over soon. Okay. Okay. Lin Fei placed the gift pile on Jiang Ruoli's office floor. Jiang Ruoli stopped him. You should take these back with you. I don't need it. No, this is a token of apology for you. You are a generous person and don't mind, so we shouldn't lack self-awareness. Lin Fei said this, and Jiang Ruoli felt helpless. She smiled and said, It's not that serious. It's just that your aunt didn't speak nicely earlier. Lin Fei insisted on giving, but Jiang Ruoli refused to accept. Dr. Jiang, just do me this favor and accept it. Please. Fine, if she accepted, she accepted. No need to worry so much. After all, the spiritual spring water she injected into the old man's body is priceless. Lin Mao was lying on the bed, and Jiang Ruoli was inserting needles into his acupoints. Soon, Lin Mao turned into a hedgehog. Jiang Ruoli felt a bit tired. She took a glass of water and, while they weren't paying attention, added a few drops of spiritual spring water. That helped her regain some energy. But she also felt a little uncomfortable. She blamed last night's intense sealing and fighting for her exhaustion. Last night was truly wild several times. She only fell asleep around midnight. Thinking of last night, Jiang Ruoli blushed a little, feeling a bit shy. That stubborn man, she didn't know where he learned such embarrassing poses. It's really too much. Half an hour later, Jiang Ruoli started removing the needles. In 10 minutes, the old man will wake up. You can stay here and watch over him. After speaking, Jiang Ruoli left the backyard. Lin Fei watched her back, lost in thought, unsure what she was thinking. As soon as Jiang Ruoli reached the front, she bumped into Zhou Hongyi. Miss Li, old Zhou is here? Have you forgiven him? It's not really about forgiving or not. I'm not that angry. It's just that the lady's words felt uncomfortable. All right. Miley girl is such a generous person. He paused and asked again, how is old Zhou's health? Nothing serious. After about 4 or 5 more acupuncture sessions, he can move on to the 3rd step. Good. As old friends, Zhou Hongyi naturally hoped he would be well. About 10 minutes later, Lin Mao woke up. Grandpa, how do you feel? Lin Fei helped him up. Lin Mao said, this girl has a bright future. That was a very high compliment. Seeing his grandfather's face now rosy, it was clear that Dr. Zhang's medical skills were excellent. On February 12th, the 28th day of the lunar calendar, Lin Mao had his last acupuncture session. After today, no more acupuncture is needed. Then we will start the 3rd step, soaking in the medicinal bath. Once the medicinal bath was finished, the fluid in the knee had mostly drained, and it was better. Dr. Jiang, thank you so much. You're welcome. There is a special way to prepare the medicinal bath. The tub needs to stay at a constant temperature of 45 degrees. You need to customize one yourself, made from a specific type of wood. Lin Fei nodded. Okay, I understand. Jiang Ruoli handed Lin Fei the prescription for the medicinal bath. This is the recipe and the steps for boiling the herbs. Just follow these instructions. Lin Fei took it, nodded, and thanked her. Jiang Ruoli waved her hand, indicating there was no need to thank her. After everyone left, Jiang Ruoli couldn't hold back her nausea and started to dry heave. Zhou Hongyi quickly came over. Liar, what's wrong? Are you feeling cold? No, I just feel a bit sick. The pork fat bun I ate this morning is making me uncomfortable. Zhou Hongyi held Jiang Ruoli's hand. No, I need to check on you. After a while, he changed to another hand and looked serious. Seeing his expression, Jiang Ruoli thought she might have a serious illness, so she quickly checked her pulse. It shouldn't be serious. Although the spring water wasn't so strong as to turn people into skeletons, drinking it regularly should strengthen the body. It was impossible to get sick. After a moment, Jiang Ruoli opened her mouth wide. Master,
I'm pregnant. Yes.
Jiang Ruoli looked confused. No, I'm pregnant, so why aren't you happy? Are you upset because I'm pregnant? Or because you're still working so hard while pregnant? Don't you think about your health? What if something happens to the baby? How can I explain to Lao Feng? Zhou Hongyi looked helpless. Later, I'll have someone take you home. No need, it's not a big deal. Zhou Hongyi's eyes sharpened. How can you say it's not a big deal? Then what is a big deal? What's so serious? Feng Chang's voice came from the door. Jiang Ruoli told Zhou Hongyi, look, someone's here to pick you up. All right. Zhou Hongyi saw Feng Chang and felt relieved. Old Zhou, liar. What are you talking about? Feng Chang, you. Jiang Ruoli covered his mouth. She glared at Zhou Hongyi. Why was her master so careless? This good news should have been told by her herself, shouldn't it? Zhou Hongyi understood her look. He shook his head, indicating he wouldn't say anything. What are you two talking about in riddles? Feng Chang looked at the interaction between the two with confusion. It's okay. Master, we're leaving now. I won't come back later. Happy New Year in advance. All right, go back now. Old Zhou was thinking about what gift to prepare for his disciple's baby, who was pregnant. Feng Chang said goodbye to Jiang Ruoli and Zhou Hongyi, letting her sit in the front passenger seat, while he tied Jiang Ruoli's bicycle to the car. Why did you come today? Mom asked Dad to call us home for dinner. I came to pick you up. Okay. Just then, they headed to the Feng family to share the good news with the mother-in-law. In the car, Feng Chang was driving with one hand and holding Jiang Ruoli's hand with the other. Li Bao, what were you and Zhou Lao just talking about? Oh, I was just discussing a health issue with my master. Feng Chang couldn't believe it. He felt the young girl was hiding something from him. But he didn't ask much and drove toward the military district compound. Lily is back. She must be cold. Come in quickly. At the door, they met Li Zhishu, who had just returned. Mom, why are you back from outside? I heard that the supply and marketing cooperative slaughtered a pig this afternoon. I hurried to get some meat and pig offal. And instead your pig offal is delicious. Jiang Ruoli didn't expect her mother-in-law to be a foodie too, and she smiled. All right, I'll make some for Mom later. Jiang Ruoli linked arms with Li Zhishu as they entered, while Li Zhishu handed her bag to Feng Chang. Once inside, everyone was basically there. Jiang Hanzi also came boldly, saying she was Fengyi's wife, and she definitely wanted to join family gatherings. Fengyi hadn't yet made a plan to deal with Jiang Hanzi, so everyone was tolerating her. But she seemed indifferent to the family's dislike of her. Anyway, she just ate and drank happily. Feng Chang carried dishes into the kitchen. Before anyone said anything, Jiang Hanzi started to complain. Isn't kitchen work supposed to be for women? How can you let the third brother cook? Jiang Ruoli was too lazy to bother with her and simply told Feng Chang to wash the pig offal. Feng Chang, you have to wash it thoroughly. It smells bad if not. Feng Chang nodded. Got it, I know. Seeing no one paid attention to her, Jiang Hanzi started to make trouble again. What's all this fuss about? All you do is cause trouble every day. Can't you understand that it's not your business how the couple handles things? Do you need to be bossing around here? Feng Yi glared angrily at Jiang Hanji. You're helping others bully me again. Am I still your wife? Feng Yi looked at her coldly. If possible, I wish you weren't. Jiang Hanji's eyes filled with tears. After all these years, do you have no feelings for me at all? No, I only feel annoyance and disgust towards you. Seeing the argument escalate, Feng Wanli quickly tried to calm things down. All right, Xiao Yi, don't argue with the girl. Grandpa, it's not that I want to argue with her. Listen to what she's saying. Someone might think she's living in old times. The Qing dynasty has been gone for many years, yet she still thinks women should only cook. Why don't you go cook if you're so good at it? I didn't go myself, and I didn't tell you to go either, but she sent third brother. Is that your business? Jiang Hanji paused, surprised. Do I need your permission to cook for my wife? What are you, some kind of boss? Stop trying to control me. Who would want to control you? Feng Chang rolled his eyes. If you don't want to control me, then why are you talking so much nonsense? Jiang Hanji's eyes filled with tears, looking like she had been badly bullied. No one in the family cared about her, just letting her cry. Jiang Ruoli also felt helpless. She knew she wasn't popular, but she still said annoying things. Wife, I've finished cooking. You go ahead and eat. Jiang Ruoli nodded and headed to the kitchen. But the delicious smell of braised meat now made her feel sick. She covered her mouth and started to. Oh no, Lily, what's wrong? Cook Aunt Wu saw Jiang Ruoli vomiting and exclaimed in alarm. Feng Chong, who had been watching outside, hurried into the kitchen when he heard Aunt Wu's cry. Seeing Jiang Ruoli's pale face, he quickly asked Li Bao, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "It's nothing, just a little nauseous." "Li Bao, go rest outside." Jiang Ruoli couldn't stand the smell and went straight to the living room to sit down. "Lily, what happened? You're a doctor, aren't you? Can't you treat yourself?" Jiang Hanji said sarcastically. "Shut up, it's none of your business." Everyone else rolled their eyes at Jiang Hanji and looked at Jiang Ruoli with concern. "It's nothing. I just wanted to tell everyone during dinner." "What is it?" "I'm pregnant. It's been 6 weeks." "Feng Chong, congratulations, you're going to be a dad." Jiang Ruoli cheerfully announced the news. Joyfully, everyone saw a house full of surprised faces. "Li Bao, am I going to be a dad?" "Yes, you're going to be a dad." Feng Qing was still in a daze when Li Zhishu slapped him. "What are you daydreaming about? Help your wife sit down." Feng Qing hurriedly helped her sit. "Li Bao, is what you said true?"
Why?
"Would I joke about this?" No, I just find it hard to believe." Jiang Ruoli laughed and scolded him for being silly. Feng Qing wanted to reach out and touch Jiang Ruoli's belly, but was afraid. There were many people here, and Jiang Ruoli felt shy about letting Feng Qing touch her stomach. She just sat and listened to Li Zhishu share her experience. The old man asked Aunt Wu to cook a chicken to help his daughter-in-law regain strength. Yao Yuyu was also very happy. Her sister-in-law's pregnancy was about the same month as hers, so they could share parenting tips in the future. The whole family was very happy about the news. Only Jiang Hanzi's world was shattered. She didn't expect Jiang Ruoli to also be pregnant, and she hadn't even touched Feng Yi. Feng Yi avoided her completely. "You all bully me." Boo-hoo, Jiang Hanzi cried and ran away. Jiang Ruoli and Yao Yuyu exchanged glances, seeing smiles in each other's eyes. As long as they made that woman lose her composure, she would make mistakes. And if she made mistakes, she could leave the Feng family for good. Everyone in the family accepted this outcome. Jiang Hanzi ran out again, but didn't know where to go afterward. She wandered aimlessly, tears falling down her face. "Oh dear, young lady, what's wrong? Why aren't you wearing a coat in this cold weather?" Jiang Hanzi sniffed and said, "Annie, I'm fine.
I just argued with my family."
"Poor girl, come, let's go back with Annie. Auntie is all alone at home." With nowhere to go, Jiang Hanzi simply followed this kind-looking auntie. The Feng family happily ate a meal without Jiang Hanzi. Feng Yi was walking in the courtyard when he found a note slipped into his hand. He thought for a moment and knew that the plan he arranged was now starting. Back in his room, Feng Yi looked at the note. "The fish has bitten the hook." A smile appeared on Feng Yi's lips. "The fish is caught. Good. Once the fish is caught, he would be close to freedom." Feng Qing and Jiang Ruoli had their own room in the military compound. The room was decorated in a warm and cozy way, full of a homely feeling. When the two were alone, Feng Chong finally couldn't resist gently touching Jiang Ruoli's belly, as if he could feel the presence of the little life inside through the thin skin. His voice trembled slightly. "Li Bao, is there really our baby inside?" Jiang Ruoli rolled her eyes at him and playfully scolded. "What? Don't believe me?" Feng Chong quickly waved his hands, looking worried as he explained, No, I was just too excited and find it hard to believe. Your small belly can actually carry a new life." Seeing this, Jiang Ruoli's lips curved into a faint smile. She gently held Feng Chong's hand and placed it on her belly, guiding him to feel the faint movement of the baby. "It's just a tiny seed now," Jiang Ruoli softly said, "but as time goes on, it will grow slowly. When the time comes, your belly will naturally get bigger." Feng Chong's face was filled with happiness as he softly stroked Jiang Ruoli's belly, murmuring, Hee, I really will have a baby. I don't know if it will be a boy or a girl, but no matter what, I will love it just the same." All night, Feng Chong was immersed in the joy of becoming a father. laughing happily as if it was the most wonderful thing in the world. Jiang Ruoli was already very sleepy. When she heard Feng Chang still laughing, she slapped him playfully. "What are you laughing at? Are you going to sleep or not? If not, go for a walk outside." Then she turned over and went to sleep. Feng Chang really went for a run in the military compound. He was full of energy but didn't know where to release it, so he just ran wildly to burn it off. "Where did you go?" Half asleep, Jiang Ruoli saw Feng Chang come in from outside and mumbled a question. "I went out for a quick run. You should sleep now." Jiang Ruoli thought he was really energetic and nodded, then continued to sleep. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window onto Jiang Ruoli's face. She slowly opened her eyes and found it was already late morning. She stretched lazily, feeling her stomach growling with hunger, as if it was protesting. She quickly got up, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and hurried downstairs for breakfast. The men of the Feng family, except Feng Wanliang, had already gone to work. Yao Yuyu, like Jiang Ruoli, also slept until she naturally woke up and had just gotten out of bed. The two met unexpectedly in the dining room and exchanged a smile. Aunt Wu saw them and smiled kindly. "Oh, the two little lazybones finally woke up. I've prepared breakfast for you. Hurry and eat." Jiang Ruoli and Yao Yuyu both thanked Aunt Wu and sat at the table to enjoy a delicious breakfast. After finishing their meal, they didn't get up right away, but continued sitting on the sofa, chatting leisurely. Jiang Ruoli was thinking about the fresh fruits in the space, hearing that they are very good for health. "Sister-in-law, let's go shopping. What does Lily want to buy?" Li Zhishu came out of her room and heard this. "I just want to go for a walk." Actually, she just wanted an excuse to take out the fruits from the space. "Okay, let's go to the department store. Mom will buy you some clothes. We also need to prepare things for the kids." Li Zhishu had always wanted a daughter, but she had 3 sons instead. Her dream of having a daughter was shattered, and now she could only hope her daughter-in-law would give her granddaughters. The 3 of them were driven to the department store by the old master's driver. The women started browsing from the first floor. Li Zhishu saw many nice things and wanted to buy for her 2 daughters-in-law. Jiang Ruoli and Yao Yuyu both waved their hands to refuse. Jiang Ruoli was thinking about taking out and eating the fruits from the space. She told Li Zhishu she needed to use the bathroom and then left the department store. When she returned, she was carrying a bag of fruits. "Lily, where did these fruits come from?" "Mom, I just went to the bathroom. There's a fruit stand in the alley next to the bathroom. I thought it looked good, so I bought some. Why didn't you call me to get them? They're so heavy. What if you get hurt?" "It's okay, Mom. They're not heavy at all. Leave them with me. I'll put them in the car." Li Zhishu said, and went out to put the fruits in the car with Lao Li. Jiang Ruoli and Yao Yu looked at each other with helpless expressions. Soon after, Li Zhishu returned, and they continued shopping. They had lunch at a state-run restaurant outside. In the afternoon, they kept shopping. That day, Li Zhishu bought several sets of clothes for her 2 daughters-in-law. One red outfit was for them to wear during the new year. The red clothes looked festive, and Jiang Ruoli and Yao Yu both liked them. They said in unison, "Thank you, Mom." Li Zhishu was overjoyed. She also bought a pair of shoes for the old master and a sweater for Feng Jianjun. It can be considered fair for everyone. As for Feng Chang and Feng Yan, they bought their gifts themselves, with Jiang Ruoli and Yao Yuyu. Feng Yi was given a simple knitted sweater with a high collar by Li Zhishu as a small comfort. When everyone returned home, Feng Chang and the others also finished work and came back. "Did you go shopping at the department store? Buying so much?" "Yes, Mom bought a lot for me and my older sister-in-law. Today Jiang Hanzi wasn't here, so Jiang Ruoli dared to speak so freely. Otherwise, that woman would definitely cause trouble again. But today is the 29th day of the lunar month. Why didn't Jiang Hanzi come?" Jiang Ruoli shared her doubts with Feng Chang. Feng Chang explained the plan. Feng Yi had to trick Jiang Hanzi and told her,
Jiang Ruoli not understandingly.
"It's good. Then she won't have to see that scheming face anymore. Every time she comes, she looks like someone owes her 10,000 yuan. It feels like the whole world owes her, and the whole family bullies her. Now that half the plan is done, just waiting for Jiang Hanzi to fall into the trap, and their family can be free. Feng Chong saw a bag of fruit, and asked where it came from.
Viang ruoli repeated her explanation.
Feng Chong looked at her deeply, then turned away to wash some fruit for everyone to eat. Jiang Ruoli felt a shiver from Feng Chong's gaze. Did he suspect something? Feng Chong didn't ask, and Jiang Ruoli pretended to be clueless. Among the fruits, besides apples, there were bananas and strawberries. The apples were okay, but bananas and strawberries were very rare. Not exactly non-existent, but extremely scarce. Jiang Ruoli didn't care much. She just liked to eat. On New Year's Eve, Jiang Ruoli and Feng Chong prepared the New Year's dinner at Feng's house. Of course, she didn't need to do any of the work. This was her first year married, and according to the rules, she couldn't go back to her parents' house. She had to spend the new year at her husband's home. She could only visit her parents on the second day of the Lunar New Year. Feng Yan and Yao Yuyu ate lunch at Yao Yuyu's mother's house and returned to Feng's house in the evening. As for Jiang Hanzi, no one cared where she was. Feng Yi thought she would definitely come back tonight. Sure enough, in the afternoon, Jiang Hanzi arrived. She had a smile on her face and greeted everyone, but only a few elders paid attention to her. Feng Chong snorted coldly and turned to talk to Jiang Ruoli. Li Bao, what fruit do you want?
I'll wash it for you.
I want strawberries. Feng Chong immediately responded, okay, strawberries.
I'll go wash them for you right now.
He didn't care where the fruits came from. As long as his wife wanted to eat them, he would happily fulfill her wish. Jiang Ruoli also knew that Feng Chong probably guessed something. Currently, Jiang Ruoli didn't share her thoughts with him. She thought she should protect herself first. After all, the last person who was reborn was sliced into pieces. Now that her soul had returned with a space, she wondered if she might also be taken to be sliced. People's hearts are the most untrustworthy things. Money and possessions can easily influence people. Jiang Hanzi saw Feng Chong being so caring towards Jiang Ruoli and felt jealous. She looked at Feng Yi sitting nearby, her eyes shifting as if she was thinking about something. At dinner, Li Zhishu specially served 3 bowls of chicken soup, one for the old master and one for each of the 2 pregnant daughters-in-law. As for Jiang Hanzi, the second daughter-in-law, she was not part of her considerations. Both of you are pregnant now. Drink more chicken soup to nourish yourselves. While cooking the soup, Jiang Ruoli added some spiritual spring water. It had no fishy smell, only a sweet taste. Jiang Ruoli drank happily. Yao Yu also thought it was delicious. The chicken soup at home earlier that day was greasy, and she barely ate a few bites. But this chicken soup had a clear, sweet flavor. Yao Yu guessed it might be because of the chicken. Jiang Hanzi watched the scene with envy. She was also her daughter-in-law, yet how could Li Zhishu, as the mother-in-law, be so biased? Mom, we're all daughters-in-law. Why don't you serve me a bowl too? Li Zhishu was speechless. They're both pregnant and you're pregnant too? Your hands and feet are fine, aren't they? Can't you serve yourself? Do I, as the mother-in-law, have to serve you? Is that fair? Then aren't you serving those 2 daughters-in-law? They're both pregnant, and the floor in the kitchen is slippery. I'm just taking care of them. What's wrong with that? Hearing this, Jiang Hanzi's resentment grew. The new daughter-in-law who just got married was already pregnant, yet she, as the sister-in-law, hadn't even touched her husband's hand. Since they were so unfeeling, she wouldn't feel guilty anymore. Jiang Hanzi silently ate her meal, but in her mind, she was planning how to get revenge on this family. Jiang Ruoli and Feng Chong exchanged a glance. This woman was a bit too obedient, which was a little scary. After dinner, old Master Feng started giving out red envelopes. All the daughters-in-law and some granddaughters-in-law received them, and the 2 pregnant granddaughters-in-law received an extra red envelope each. The old man said it was for the baby in their bellies. These 2 little embryos surprisingly received red envelopes. Jiang Ruoli and Yao Yu happily thanked everyone. As for Jiang Hanzi, her jealousy had reached its peak. Feng Yi looked at her expression and understood that this woman was about to lose her patience and make a move. From the information on the gossip, this woman bought a packet of powder, planning to drug herself so she could share a room with him. Fomi never imagined that this woman could be so shameless. He sneered, thinking he wasn't afraid of her drugging him, but he was worried she wouldn't. Harming a soldier was a serious crime that suited her well. That night, everyone peacefully spent the last day of 1973. At midnight, the clock struck 12, and they welcomed the year 1974. Li Bao, Happy New Year. Feng Chong, Happy New Year. Then they both said in unison, Baby, Happy New Year. They exchanged glances, both smiling. On the second day of the new year, Feng Chong drove Jiang Ruoli back to the military district's family compound. The Jiang family was already waiting for their return. They all knew the news, but hadn't yet seen the pregnant woman officially. Li Bao, come in quickly. Are you really pregnant? Jiang Ruoli nodded with a smile. Yes, it's been a month and a half. From a modern perspective, getting pregnant at 20 might seem early, but in this era, it was just right. Having children early was good. By 1977, she could focus on taking the college entrance exam. Good. Come. Here's great-grandfather's red envelope. Here's the maternal grandfather's red envelope. Jiang Ruoli looked at their focused attention on her belly and pouted, a little unhappy. Hey, you're biased. What about my red envelope? Yes, we haven't forgotten about you. Jiang Ruoli happily received 5 red envelopes, one of which was from her second uncle, Jiang Peishu. Although not much, it was a token of their affection. Feng Chong gave red envelopes to his nephews and nieces, and also gave Jiang Lixia one. As the brother-in-law, he believed in treating everyone equally. Thank you, sister and brother-in-law. After spending some time with the Jiang family, Jiang Lixia was less shy. She would speak and call people she knew, but remained quiet around strangers. Jiang Bo had already found her a school, the same one Jiang Peihe attended. Jiang Peishu told Jiang Bo he liked cooking and wanted to work in the military kitchen if possible. This idea was supported by the family. No matter the era, chefs are always a popular profession. Jiang Bo also humbly asked his son for a job at the military district cafeteria. Jiang Peishu had already completed the interview and was waiting to start work in a few days. At noon, while the family was not paying attention, Jiang Ruoli took some vegetables and meat from her space. The food from her space always tastes better. Recently, there has been less trading, so she stored up a large amount of stock. Even their family's food supply could last for many generations. Guanning, Huang Mei, and Jiang Lixia cooked 10 dishes together, symbolizing perfection and completeness. Huang Mei's family was not in Kyoto, so she only sent some things back home. A single meal made Feng Chong realize that each dish had a different flavor. Even the same type of cabbage tasted completely different from the cabbage in Feng's family. This flavor could be enjoyed in her small home or at the Jiang family. Years ago, the black market vegetables also had this flavor, but it was no longer the same at Feng's house. She also had some life-saving pills given to her before. They were said to be inherited from ancestors, but no one really knew where they came from. Feng Chong knew these were her little wife's secrets, and he had no intention of investigating. Instead, he wanted to hide those differences and keep them secret. Jiang Ruoli hadn't realized that her husband had already noticed her differences. She didn't know that her husband was trying to help her hide those differences. When she returned home, Feng Chong looked at his sleeping little wife and sighed. It seemed he needed to work harder to climb higher so he could protect his little wife better. Before he could climb higher, the girl found her own support. Husband, this is my new hemostatic powder. It works much better than regular ones. Please submit this. It really was much better, made from ingredients not from her space, and without any spiritual spring water. Its effect was at least 10 times that of normal hemostatic powders. Really? Do you want to try it? Feng Chong didn't say anything. He simply took a dagger and cut his arm. Jiang Ruoli's eyes widened in shock. Was he so harsh on himself? She took some of the hemostatic powder and sprinkled a little on the wound. Feng Chong watched as his wound stopped bleeding in 10 seconds. Li Bao, you're truly a genius. He was overjoyed with this result. If the wound stops bleeding so quickly, how many people on the battlefield would avoid dying from blood loss? Li Bao, someone will definitely come down to check on you. You should be prepared. I know this is the lab report, and experiments have already been done on mice. Feng Qing, me? A mouse? Jiang Ruoli chuckled softly. Not you, the mouse. Of course, you can also be the mouse if you want. Feng Qing gently pinched her cheek. Bad girl. Rest well. I'll be back soon. After saying that, he took the medicine powder and the lab report and headed to his father's office. The father and son talked for half an hour. Then Feng Jianjun took the 2 items and went to the higher-up's office. That hemostatic powder was reported step by step, directly reaching Old Rong. Ha ha ha, this girl actually has such skills. Truly impressive. Old Rong, should we buy this formula?
Buy?
That girl came here on purpose. She wants to go to the military hospital, right? Give her special approval and let her in. His subordinates saluted. Yes. A week later, an appointment letter from the traditional Chinese medicine department of the military hospital was directly sent to Jiang Ruoli, Comrade Jiang. This is the special approval appointment letter from Old Rome. Please report to the military hospital on the date specified. Jiang Ruoli was overwhelmed. She was pregnant. A pregnant woman still has to go to work? Is that reasonable? Yes, it is. In this era, not only early pregnancy, but even women in late pregnancy who need to work still go to work. Jiang Ruoli nodded resignedly. I understand.
Thank you, comrade.
After the person left, Feng Qing also returned. Who was that just now? Why did they come to our house? Jiang Ruoli waved the items in her hand. Tada. Look at this. Feng Qing took a look and was surprised to see it was the appointment letter from the military hospital. Li Bao, you're pregnant. Jiang Ruoli nonchalantly waved her hand. Oh, it's just the traditional Chinese medicine department. It shouldn't be busy. Feng Qing still looked worried. Don't worry, I'll explain to them that I'm pregnant. If they still want me, I'll stay. If not, I'll wait until I have the baby to go back to work. Old Rong definitely won't say anything about this. Okay, if anything comes up, you must tell me.
Jiang Ruoli nudda.
The appointment was scheduled for the 20th day of the first lunar month. That day, Jiang Ruoli took the appointment letter to the traditional Chinese medicine department of the military hospital. Are you the newly assigned traditional Chinese medicine doctor? Newly assigned? Are they talking about her? Could it be that she took someone else's job? If you mean parachuting in, then that would be me, Jiang Ruoli said, waving the appointment letter in her hand. I don't know what skills you have, but you managed to parachute into our military hospital. Looking all charming and alluring, maybe. You came here, right? Really? Is that true? Jiang Ruoli sneered coldly. Not only do I have an appointment letter, but I have also been awarded a military rank. If you slander a soldier, you should know the consequences better than anyone. The doctors and nurses were truly surprised that this new doctor had been granted a military rank. My husband is a deputy regimental commander, my father-in-law is a division commander, my mother-in-law is the deputy head of the military arts troop, my grandfather is a deputy division commander, and my husband's grandfather is a general. Are you sure you want to slander me like this? With each person Jiang Ruoli named, the faces of those opposite her grew paler. At this moment, a man stepped out from inside and looked at Jiang Ruoli. Are you Jiang Ruoli? Are you the one who submitted the new type of hemostatic powder? Yes, that's me. Everyone knew about this new type of hemostatic powder, and they didn't expect it to be made by the person they called parachuted in. Hearing this, their faces turned even whiter. Ha, you all deserve some lessons. Don't spread rumors about others without reason. Spreading falsehoods is also illegal. Another female doctor stepped out from behind Jiang Ruoli's right side. She was the one who had spoken earlier. Hello, Dr. Jiang. I'm Liao Xinjin from the surgery department. It's a pleasure to work with you. Your hemostatic powder works very well. Thank you. My name is Jiang Ruoli. I am Wei Zi, the director of the traditional Chinese medicine department. Please come with me to handle the formalities. All right, Director Wei. Jiang Ruoli nodded to Liao Xinjin and ignored the pale-faced doctors, following Wei Zi to complete her employment procedures. Oh, by the way, Director Wei, I am over 2 months pregnant. If the hospital thinks I am not suitable, I can come back after I have the baby. Wei Zi was momentarily surprised, then slowly said, if you're not afraid of being tired, it doesn't matter whether you're pregnant or not. But our traditional Chinese medicine department doesn't have much to do. Most of the time, we're studying prescriptions. Jiang Ruoli didn't mind. She was always studying prescriptions wherever she was. Those noisy people outside, don't pay attention to them. Yes, I won't bother with them. Then Jiang Ruoli asked, before I arrived, was someone else supposed to come here to work? This is Doctor Hu's younger brother, who wanted to study traditional Chinese medicine. Everything was arranged, but your appointment letter disrupted the plans. That's why she said what she did about you. If he were capable, he wouldn't have been pushed aside by me. Being pushed aside shows he isn't truly talented. Wei Zi looked at Jiang Ruoli and said, you understand things very well. A few days ago, Wei Zi also tested Hu Fan. Unfortunately, he couldn't even recognize all the herbs. How could someone like that work in the traditional medicine department? If he made mistakes with the herbs, it could be dangerous for patients. And yet, some say Wei Zi is blind to talent. If he accepted someone like that, it would really show he has no good judgment. Today, Jiang Ruoli started work directly. After putting on her white coat, she sat in her office to prepare prescriptions. The office is a single room, so she could keep some personal items inside. While she was thinking, Feng Qing brought in a simple foldable bed. Sister-in-law, this was brought by the deputy regiment. You can rest here at noon. Jiang Ruoli smiled softly. Thank you so much. You're welcome, sister-in-law. Just tell us if you need anything. Nothing else. When you have free time, come to our house for a meal.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
A few young soldiers left Jiang Ruoli's office. Looking at the bed, Jiang Ruoli smiled even more happily. This man is very thoughtful. He not only brought a bed, but also a mattress and blankets. The bed is foldable, so it can be stored away when not in use. At noon, Liao Xinjin came to invite Jiang Ruoli to eat at the canteen. The military hospital has a separate dining hall. All the doctors can eat there, and they receive ration tickets every month. Some patients also eat at the canteen. You just arrived today, so you probably don't know where the canteen is. I'll show you. Jiang Ruoli smiled happily. Yes, thank you. I really don't know how to find it. Although she didn't understand why Liao Xinjin was so kind to her, she felt she had nothing worth worrying about. Liao Xinjin is simply a fan of beauty. She likes all pretty things. And Jiang Ruoli's looks just touched her heart. Luckily, she is a woman. If she were a man, Feng Qing might get jealous. Even as a woman, Feng Qing would feel a bit jealous if she got closer to Jiang Ruoli. Two people went to the cafeteria. Jiang Ruoli felt a bit uncomfortable from the smell inside. Lili, what's wrong? In a short time, Liao Xinjin started calling her Lili. Jiang Ruoli took a moment to reply, it's nothing. The smell is a bit mixed. I'm pregnant and feeling a little unwell. I'm better now. Liao Xinjin was surprised. You're pregnant? Yes, is that so strange? You're only 20. How can you be pregnant? It's not strange. I got married last year and moved with my husband. It's normal to be pregnant now. Jiang Ruoli explained her previous experience working as a young worker in the countryside. Liao Xinjin then realized that Jiang Ruoli had been a young worker in the countryside. From then on, Liao Xinjin protected Jiang Ruoli even more. To Jiang Ruoli's surprise, the dishes in the military cafeteria were quite good. She ordered a small stir-fried pork and some stir-fried vegetables. They also had bone broth soup, and Jiang Ruoli ordered a bowl. She ate the meal feeling very satisfied. Back in her office, she planned to take a nap. She set the alarm in her space and decided to wake up early. Suddenly, she heard Ruobai's voice. Master, the space has upgraded.
Huh?
Ruobai, how did the space upgrade happen? Master, the antidote you developed can save many people, so the space detected this and upgraded. Is that possible? Alright, if it can upgrade, it's a good thing. Jiang Ruoli set the alarm, lay down, and soon fell asleep. When Feng Chang came in, he saw his wife sleeping peacefully. He helped tuck her in and sat beside her. watching her sleep. Maybe she was dreaming of something delicious. Jiang Ruoli even smacked her lips. Feng Chang loved her even more. When Liao Xinjin came to check on Jiang Ruoli, she saw a man staring at her in a lovesick way. Liao Xinjin thought she had encountered a pervert and wanted to say something, but Feng Chang stopped her with a look. "Who are you?" "I'm Feng Chang, Jiang Ruoli's husband." Liao Xinjin looked at Feng Chang. He looked good and was a suitable match for Jiang Ruoli. She wondered what kind of man could be a good match for Jiang Ruoli. Unexpectedly, her husband was also outstanding. Hello. I'm a surgeon. I came to check on Li Li." Feng Chang raised an eyebrow. "So quickly, Li Li has made a new friend." "Hello, I will take care of Li Li in the future." Of course. Feng Chang never expected that he would later regret saying those words. At home, she competes with her children for her husband's attention, and outside, she also has to compete with Liao Xinjin for her husband's affection. It's just too much. At this moment, he is still asking someone to take care of his wife. Liao Xinjin keeps promising and then leaves Jiang Ruoli's office. Feng Qing watches for a while, seeing that his wife has no intention of waking up, and also leaves the office. Jiang Ruoli wakes up an hour later, completely unaware that Feng Qing and Liao Xinjin had been to her office. In the afternoon, Jiang Ruoli spends a relaxed day until work ends, but no one comes to see her. She tidies up her things and leaves the military hospital. At the door, Jiang Ruoli sees her husband Feng Qing. He is riding his bike, standing on one foot with the other foot on the ground, with long legs that make Jiang Ruoli feel envious. However, her bike is so small that it makes him feel quite uncomfortable. "Feng Qing, why are you here?" "I'm here to pick you up after work," Feng Qing says, patting the back seat of his bike, which he has padded with a soft cushion.
Get on.
Jiang Ruoli doesn't hesitate and sits right on, holding Feng Qing's waist with one arm. "Hold on tight, we're heading home." Feng Qing's action catches the attention of many doctors leaving work. They are also discussing the doctor from traditional Chinese medicine, who just arrived today. Although doctor who said Jiang Ruoli got in by relying on her looks, no one believes it. This is a military hospital who could get in just by being attractive. They've heard that doctor whose brother wanted to join the TCM department, but was scolded by Wei Lao. He couldn't even remember the names of herbs. How could he be a good doctor? Wouldn't that be risking lives? Jiang Ruoli leans her head on Feng Qing's broad back while sitting on the bike. "Husband, you're so good." That word, husband, almost made Feng Qing lose control of the bike handle. He twisted into an S shape before regaining control. This girl is reckless, flirting with him at this moment? Jiang Ruoli giggles. "Don't get so excited." Unseen by Jiang Ruoli, Feng Qing rolls his eyes. This girl always knows how to be soft. Back home, Jiang Ruoli is happily surprised to find that her husband has even cooked dinner. "Husband, how can you be so good?" "It's nothing. You're my wife, not my servant. Whoever has time cooks." Jiang Ruoli washes her hands and happily eats the meal. Afterward, Feng Qing washes the dishes. Now, Jiang Ruoli is treated like a rare treasure by Feng Qing. After more than 2 weeks of peaceful days, Jiang Ruoli's pregnancy stabilized, and she is now 3 months along. Her appetite has also slightly improved. In this era, there are no ultrasounds, so doctors rely on their experience. Jiang Ruoli checked her pulse herself and felt no issues, so during her rest, she went to see Zhou Hongyi for professional opinion. "Master, I checked myself and feel fine. Can you take a look?" "Sure, let me check." Zhou Hongyi placed his fingers on Jiang Ruoli's wrist and asked how she felt at the military hospital. "Pretty relaxed, mostly just studying prescriptions and organizing herbs in the pharmacy." "That position you got from the hemostatic powder, don't you think it's a bit unfair?" "What's the big deal? I originally intended to give it directly to the military. I didn't expect they would give me a job with a military rank too." "That's good. Having a rank means people won't say you got in through special connections." Jiang Ruoli smiled. But she remembered, on her first day of work, someone accused her of using connections. She was even falsely accused of something inappropriate. But Jiang Ruoli didn't bother to argue with them. After all, Wei Zi had already told everyone about her achievements. TSK, you little girl, you only stay quiet for a while, and then you surprise everyone. Even getting pregnant is extraordinary.
Huh?
Master, what are you talking about? Zhou Hongyi stroked his beard. I'm saying, there's a reason to believe you're carrying 3 babies. Wow, Jiang Ruoli was also startled. What's going on? Triplets? She couldn't believe her luck. Are you joking? Ghosts don't joke with you. If you don't believe me, I'll have your senior brother check your pulse. Jiang Ruoli went to find Zhou Yixian, and both Zhang Qian and He Xuezhang examined her. The results confirmed she was carrying triplets. Little sister, you're really starting ahead of the game. Others have 1, but you have 3 inside your belly. Jiang Ruoli forced a smile. Giving birth to 1 was enough, but 3? That was just too much. She planned to go home and give her husband a good scolding. It was all his fault. After saying goodbye to Zhou Hongyi, Jiang Ruoli went to the military compound. Near the gate, she took out some meat and fruit from her space when no one was looking. When she reached the door, Feng Wanli was about to leave. Seeing Jiang Ruoli carrying things, he hurried over to help. Li Bao, why are you carrying so much? Why didn't Anan come to help? Grandpa, I just came from Master's pharmacy. Feng Chong has gone to the army. I was passing by the supply store and stopped to buy some things. Li Zhishu heard the noise and came out, taking the items from the old man's hand. Although the old man looked healthy, he actually had many internal injuries and should not overexert himself. Girl, just call and tell me to pick you up, I can send someone. Jiang Ruoli smiled and said, it's not heavy. Walking is good for health. Li Zhishu couldn't argue with her and could only shake her head helplessly. Jiang Ruoli, who was over 3 months pregnant, and Yao Yuyu, who was 4.5 months pregnant, both had noticeable baby bumps. However, Yao Yuyu's condition was not as good as Jiang Ruoli's. She still couldn't stand the smell of strong-tasting foods. The fruits Jiang Ruoli brought back just satisfied her craving. Lily, thank you so much. It's really these fruits you brought back that saved me. Are you still unable to eat much? Yes, I feel no appetite for anything, and the smell of greasy food makes me feel sick. Yao Yuyu paused and suddenly remembered something. Lily, you're a doctor. Do you have any medicine to help with this problem? Jiang Ruoli shook her head. Sister-in-law, I haven't studied this much. But don't take medicine without knowing. Medicine can be harmful if used improperly. Yao Yuyu knew this too, but she still held on to a little hope. Feng Yan looked at the hawthorn in the bag and said, there's hawthorn here. You can make some hawthorn soup, which can help with appetite. After drinking it, you might feel better. Big brother, hawthorn is good, but you should eat it in moderation. Don't overdo it. These oranges are okay to eat. The fruits Jiang Ruoli brought back included 4 or 5 types. Among them were hawthorn and oranges, along with apples, strawberries, and large Shandong cherries. Is this a cherry? Feng Yan asked, looking at the small red fruits. Big brother, you are truly knowledgeable. Yes, these are cherries. Sister-in-law, you can eat these. They taste pretty good. Feng Yan washed a plate of cherries and placed them in front of the 2 pregnant women. Yao Yuyu took a bite and thought the flavor was wonderful. She felt she hadn't had such an appetite in a long time. She ate several cherries in a row. Seeing her wife enjoy them so much, Feng Yan asked Jiang Ruoli where she got them. Jiang Ruoli shook her head. We just happened to see them on the road and bought some. Feng Yan was briefly disappointed, but then thought about going out to try his luck someday. If Jiang Ruoli knew his thoughts, she would probably smile awkwardly. All these things came from the space. Luck like that every time was rare. But seeing Yao Yuyu feeling so uncomfortable, Jiang Ruoli still added a little spiritual spring water for her to drink. Yao Yuyu indeed feels much better. I don't know if it's because Lily looks pretty, but when she poured water, I felt surprisingly comfortable after drinking it. Hearing this, the whole family burst into laughter, thinking Yao Yuyu was joking. At dinner that evening, Feng Chong and Feng Jianjun also returned. Jiang Ruoli announced she was expecting triplets. This news caused a big shock to the family. Triplets? Oh my goodness! I already find one pregnancy hard enough, and now my sister-in-law is expecting 3 at once. Feng Chong didn't feel happy after hearing this. Instead, he became more worried. Having one baby has an 80 to 90% risk, so expecting 3 must be even more risky, maybe 200%. He suddenly felt like wanting to remove 2 of the babies. But seeing Jiang Ruoli's happy face, he didn't dare say anything. Besides, how could he possibly remove 2 babies in this situation? Feng Chong, aren't you happy? I'm happy, but mostly scared. Hearing Feng Chong's words, everyone realized that having triplets carried more risks than usual pregnancies. Jiang Ruoli gently patted Feng Chong's arm to comfort him. It's okay, you trust me. Feng Chong felt even more worried and wished he could punch himself. How could he let his wife go through such suffering? The most conflicted and distressed person was Li Zhishu. Both daughters-in-law were pregnant, and she didn't know who to take care of first. Although both pregnancies were still early, the eldest daughter-in-law's condition was poor, and she couldn't eat much, while the younger daughter-in-law was expecting triplets and needed help. She felt overwhelmed. She didn't know how to start.
So she called her 2 sons to ask.
Son, both your wives are pregnant. The eldest's condition isn't good, and the youngest is expecting triplets. I am only one person. Who should I take care of? When they heard this, both sons laughed. Mom, you can take care of whoever you want. Feng Chong smiled and said, Mom, you should take care of the eldest sister-in-law. I'll ask my mother-in-law and others to help. They live nearby, and Lily is still working at the military hospital, so it's more convenient for them to help her.
But
it's okay. I think my wife also wants my mother-in-law to help. All right, I'll give you some money so you can buy more good food for Lily. No need your money. Keep it for your 4 grandchildren. When Li Zhishu heard about the 4 grandchildren, her face lit up with joy. After the young couple returned home, Feng Chong told Jiang Ruoli about what happened. It's okay. I don't have anything urgent now, so let my mom take care of my eldest sister-in-law. My mom and grandma are free and can look after me too. Lily, thank you. Jiang Ruoli looked puzzled. Thank me for what? Thank you for understanding my mom and for bothering my mother-in-law and others. Oh, we're all family. There's no trouble at all. Besides, my mom lives in the military district compound, so it's not easy for her to come here. She lives in this family courtyard, which is more convenient. Jiang Ruoli felt her own mother would take better care of her because she's her biological mother. Her appetite and everything else would be more suitable. From now on, I will give money and tickets every month to my parents. Do as you see fit, Jiang Ruoli said, not needing to say more. It's his duty to do so, and he shouldn't think that his own parents taking care of him is just expected. If he develops this mindset, he might start to take advantage. Feng Chong nodded. Since his mother-in-law was taking care of his wife, giving money and tickets was the right thing to do. His monthly salary was 110 yuan plus some bonus for missions, so giving 80 yuan a month should be enough, right? After all, his young wife didn't eat at home, and he had to go to his father-in-law's house to eat together. Tomorrow, I'll discuss with my parents. We can go there for a meal together. Is 80 yuan a month okay? Jiang Ruoli looked up in surprise. His monthly salary was 110 yuan, and giving 80 yuan would leave him with not much left. Was he this generous? You're giving so much? It's not much. You have 3 babies in your belly, and your mother-in-law works hard. If I didn't need to save some money for buying things, I would give all my salary. All right, this man has passed this test. How much exactly depends on my parents? I can't decide. Knowing her parents' personalities, they wouldn't ask for that much. And even if they did, the money would eventually come back to her. The next morning, the 2 of them headed straight to Zhang's house. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom and Dad were back. Li Bao, Feng Chong, have you eaten? Jiang Ruoli smiled and acted cute. Not yet, just came back to eat. That's perfect. I made extra today. Feng Chong quickly put down what he was holding. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom and Dad, sorry for the trouble. Jiang Peihe waved his hand. No trouble at all when you go home. Jiang Lixia was also having breakfast. Sister, brother-in-law. Xia, you'll be going to class soon, right? How's school? That's good. Third uncle helped me catch up on a lot of lessons. That's fine. Guaning brought out 2 bowls of millet porridge and some meat buns. Jiang Ruoli didn't see second uncle Jiang Peishu, so he must have gone to work at the military district canteen. At the dining table, Jiang Ruoli talked about her pregnancy with triplets. Everyone was both surprised and happy, but also worried. In this era, having 1 child is already dangerous, not to mention 3. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, and my older sister-in-law are also pregnant. Her pregnancy isn't going well, and my mom is overwhelmed and can't focus on caring for Ruoli. So, I want to ask if you can take care of her in the future. I give the family 80 yuan each month for our food expenses. Do you think that's okay? Is that so? You tell your mother-in-law not to worry. From now on, I will take care of Ruoli. You can come back to eat whenever you want. Ruoli also likes my cooking. As for the money, 20 yuan is enough. Guaning wouldn't say anything like no need to pay or similar. Everyone knows the saying gratitude is forgotten when favors are repaid. She doesn't want her son-in-law to be ungrateful. She can take care of her daughter, but she doesn't want her son-in-law to think it's just his duty. In this era, 20 yuan can buy many things. Moreover, the rice, flour, meat, and vegetables at home are mostly taken from Jiang Ruoli's space. Their family hardly spends any money. Is 20 yuan too little? It's just the 2 of us eating. 20 is enough. The rest of the money, you can save it for Ruoli and the baby inside her to buy some things. Feng Chong was very touched. He thought his mother-in-law only asked for 20 yuan because she cared about Ruoli. Okay, thank you, Mom and Dad. Jiang Peihu said, our family doesn't talk about those 2 families. After dinner, Feng Chong first took Jiang Ruoli to the military hospital, then headed to the training ground himself. Halfway there, he was called to a meeting by the commander. That's the situation. Be prepared. This afternoon, we will set out to carry out this mission. Feng Chong looked a bit unhappy. Carrying out the mission was his duty, but Jiang Ruoli was his life. He didn't know how to tell her about this. He had to leave this afternoon. Now he was heading straight to the military hospital. He wanted to talk to the young girl about it. Feng Chong knocked on Jiang Ruoli's office door.
Come in.
Jiang Ruoli looked up at the door. Feng Chong said, Ruoli, I thought you went to training? Why are you back so soon? Ruoli, I have a mission this afternoon, and I won't know when I'll return. Such a long time. Jiang Ruoli did not ask him what the mission was because it was a military secret, not something everyone could know. Feng Qing looked at Jiang Ruoli with apology.
I'm sorry, Li Bao.
During your most difficult pregnancy, I wasn't there to support you. It's okay. As long as you can come back before the baby is born. Feng Qing fell silent. He truly didn't know when he would return from this mission. Suddenly, he felt like giving up on this mission. I'll take leave and go back with you. They went home first to pack their things, then went to Zhang's house for lunch. They told Jiang Peihe and Guan Ting about their upcoming mission. From today, Li Bao will stay at home. I don't feel safe leaving her alone. Feng Qing looked at Jiang Ruoli. Just listen to your mother. Stay here. I will feel better knowing you're safe. Jiang Ruoli nodded and agreed. Afterward, she took her grandfather to the study and took out some items from the space. Insect repellent powder, hemostatic powder, and life-saving pills. I told you last time if you get hurt or forget again, I will. No, I promise I will come back safe and sound. Feng Qing sighed. This time he was going abroad to protect a research expert. He didn't know if he would return within half a year. The danger wasn't great, but the journey was long. Even though Feng Qing promised, Jiang Ruoli still gave him the life-saving pills. She wanted him to remember that their family was waiting for him to come back. Feng Qing nodded seriously and solemnly, then asked Guan Ting and others to take good care of Jiang Ruoli. As the departure time approached and the family left, only the young couple stayed behind to talk. Feng Qing held her in his arms and kissed her without hesitation. Jiang Ruoli hooked her arms around his neck and responded to his kiss. Li Bao, when I come back, I will miss you. Forget about writing letters or anything like that. Okay, I'll wait for you, and we'll miss you. Feng Qing gently kissed her lips and then left with his luggage to join the group. Jiang Rua Li didn't go to see him off. She just sat on the bed waiting for him to leave. She took a deep breath, collected her emotions, and returned to the hospital to continue working. No one could tell what she was thinking, but everyone knew she was worried about Feng Qing. As Feng Qing left, Jiang Rua Li's heart stirred with waves of emotion. An inexplicable discomfort followed her like a shadow. She seemed to have lost her soul, drifting through her days and a daze, lost in this state of distraction for several days. Sunshine outside the window warmed her face, but couldn't lift the gloom in her heart. Only as time slowly passed did she seem to wake up from a long dream and return to her calm and steady self. Knock, knock. The clear sound of knocking broke the quiet inside. Dr. Jiang, there's a patient bleeding heavily. The hemostatic powder isn't working, and Old Way isn't here. Please come quickly and take a look. Liao Xinjin entered, looking anxious, with beads of sweat on her forehead and worry in her eyes. She hurriedly rushed in, grabbing Jiang Rua Li's hand, ready to leave. But after taking a few steps, she suddenly remembered that Jiang Rua Li was now pregnant, and her steps slowed down, her gaze becoming more cautious. Wait for me a moment. I need to get something, Jiang Rua Li said calmly, turning to pick up a box containing a silver needle soaked in spiritual spring water. The box shimmered faintly in the sunlight, as if holding endless hope. She tightly held the box and hurried, with Liao Xinjin toward the operating room. Inside, the atmosphere was tense, almost dripping with anxiety. Several doctors gathered around the bed, frowning, their faces full of worry and helplessness. They tried everything to stop the bleeding but couldn't find a solution. Dr. Jiang has arrived, Liao Xinjin announced. Hearing this, the doctors turned their heads, their eyes showing a flicker of hope. Meanwhile, Dr. Hu often mocked Jiang Rua Li for entering the hospital through her looks, scoffed disdainfully, sneering sharply, "This isn't a place for someone like you. Hurry and get out." His voice was sharp, cutting through the already tense atmosphere of the operating room. Jiang Rua Li slightly furrowed her brows, a cold glint in her eyes. She responded coldly, "What kind of person do you think I am? At this critical moment, you're here making sarcastic remarks and cold comments. Do you not care about the patient on the bed? Haven't you run out of options? What's wrong with me taking over?" Her voice was clear and firm, echoing like a loud bell in the operating room.
You.
Doctor, who was speechless for a moment, his face turning red as he tried to retort. The chief surgeon, Lin Musheng, quickly interrupted him, sincerely addressing Jiang Rua Li, "Dr. Jiang, we really appreciate your help." His eyes were full of trust because he firmly believed that only someone with exceptional skill could make top-quality hemostatic powder. Jiang Rua Li nodded gently, without saying much. She first carefully cleaned her hands, then carefully took out a silver needle from the box. The silver needle shimmered with a cold light in her fair hand, like a powerful weapon. Her gaze was focused and steady, like a skilled artist, as she began to insert the needles into the soldier's body. One by one, the silver needles were placed, and a miracle happened. The blood from the soldier's wound slowed down like a rushing river, gradually getting smaller, and finally stopped completely. "Wow! The bleeding has really stopped," a doctor exclaimed in surprise, full of joy and admiration. Jiang Rua Li skillfully twisted the silver needles and coldly said, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and sew up the wound." Her voice was as cold as winter frost, making the doctors, still shocked, quickly focus and start sewing the wound carefully. After they finished stitching the wound, Jiang Rua Li began to remove the needles one by one. While tidying up the silver needles, she heard the chief doctor happily say, "The surgery was successful." Just as Jiang Rua Li was about to turn and leave, the system's cold voice suddenly sounded in her mind. "Host, that woman is up to something." Startled, Jiang Rua Li quickly looked at Dr.
Who?
She saw Dr. Hu, taking advantage of everyone's distraction, sneaking around with a surgical knife and an unknown object, secretly heading toward the soldier's wound, preparing to apply something to it. "Stop, Dr. Hu, what are you doing?" Jiang Rua Li shouted sharply, her voice like a thunderclap in the operating room. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Doctor Who. At this moment, Doctor Who was so frightened by the sudden shout that he trembled, and the object in his hand directly fell onto the soldier's wound. Even the unconscious soldier let out a muffled groan from the sudden impact. "Why are you shouting?" "I was just disinfecting him." Doctor Who pretended to be calm, his eyes flickering as he tried to hide his guilt. Jiang Ruoli snorted coldly, quickly clamping the unknown object with clean hemostatic forceps, and said coldly, "Should we send this for testing to see what's inside?"
You.
"You're lying. It's clearly you who did it," Doctor Who angrily accused, his face full of malice. "Ha, your ability to shift blame is quite good, but everyone saw that I picked this up from you." Jiang Ruoli looked firm and stared confidently at Doctor Who without fear. She turned to the chief doctor, Lin Mu-sheng, and said, "Seriously, Dr. Lin, this is the first time I've seen a doctor tamper with patients. Is someone with such poor character really suitable to stay at this military hospital? Soldiers are heroes who protect our country, not tools for framing others." Her voice was strong and full of justice and anger. After speaking, she placed the item into a sealed bag and carefully handed it to Lin Mu-sheng, saying, "How you handle it is up to you." Her eyes were firm, and she secretly thought that if Lin Mu-sheng chose to protect Doctor Who, she might consider leaving the hospital. She had no conflict of interest with Doctor Who, and if her brother was capable, she wouldn't need to be at this hospital. Seeing Jiang Ruoli come out of the operating room, Liao Xianjun hurried over, looking worried. "How did it go? Are you tired?" "The surgery was successful, and I'm not tired," Jiang Ruoli replied with a smile and shook her head. She felt no need to talk about what happened afterward. If Lin Mu-sheng didn't protect Doctor Who, the truth would come out sooner or later. If he did, revealing it wouldn't benefit her at all. She knew that in this complicated environment, some things needed to wait for the right time. Just then, a young nurse hurried over, panting and saying, "Director Lin wants Dr. Jiang to come to his office." Jiang Ruoli's heart tightened, unsure how Lin Mu-sheng would handle this. She took a deep breath and followed the nurse toward Lin Mu-sheng's office. As she walked, her mind drifted, and she kept recalling what happened in the operating room, silently praying that justice would prevail. When she entered Lin Mu-sheng's office, she saw Doctor Who inside too. Doctor Who looked nervous when she saw Jiang Ruoli, but quickly regained her proud attitude. Lin Mu-sheng sat behind his desk with a serious expression. He looked at Jiang Ruoli, then at Doctor Who, and slowly said, "I will investigate this matter thoroughly and give everyone an explanation." Jiang Ruoli nodded quietly, waiting patiently. Meanwhile, Doctor Who started to make excuses, trying to justify her actions. After careful consideration, Lin Mu-sheng decided to send the item to the testing department for analysis. The results were shocking. There were bacteria on it that could easily infect wounds. This discovery made everyone realize how serious the problem was. At the same time, Doctor Who's punishment was announced on the spot. Because his actions seriously affected the health and safety of the soldiers, he was not only dismissed from the army, but also required to undergo strict investigation. After all, persecuting soldiers is not something to be taken lightly. Such behavior not only violates professional ethics, but also damages the army's image and reputation. Therefore, strict punishment is necessary to maintain discipline and dignity in the military. After Hu Yanli was dismissed, she became more and more emotional, like a lit fuse ready to explode. She repeatedly came to trouble Jiang Ruoli, even trying once to attack her with sulfuric acid. However, her plans failed because Jiang Ruoli's system detected her malicious intent early and issued a warning, allowing Jiang Ruoli to avoid the danger. Due to her extreme actions, Hu Yanli was eventually arrested and sentenced to a heavy prison term, likely unable to see the light of day again. Meanwhile, Hu Yanli's brother, Hu Zhigao, appeared in Jiang Ruoli's life. Unlike his sister, Hu Zhigao did not come to cause trouble, but came specifically to apologize. He admitted to Jiang Ruoli that he had no interest in medicine and loved exploring the black market instead. However, because of his family's prejudice, they saw him as unemployed, which led his sister, Hu Yanli, to suggest he learn traditional Chinese medicine.
I'm sorry, Dr. Jan.
I really didn't expect my sister to do something so extreme. I'm very sorry for all the trouble caused, Hu Zhigao said sincerely. Jiang Ruo Li looked at the tall young man before her, feeling an indescribable emotion. She couldn't believe that someone as fierce and aggressive as Hu Yanli could have such a completely different brother. Hu Zhigao appeared gentle and refined, very different from Hu Yanli, and they didn't seem to be siblings at all. Your sister is in jail. Don't you hate me for that? Jiang Ruoli looked at Hu Zhigao in disbelief. She simply couldn't understand why he was so calm. Hu Zhigao slowly shook his head and softly said, "That was something my sister did herself. It has nothing to do with you." His voice was calm and gentle, as if this matter didn't affect him much. Jiang Ruoli stared at Hu Zhigao. His eyes were clear and peaceful, without any resentment or dissatisfaction. She couldn't help but feel surprised. How could such a kind and gentle person have a sister like Hu Yanli, who was so competitive and aggressive? Hu Yanli had always been someone who fought to win and used any means. Her actions often made people feel annoyed and helpless. But Hu Zhigao was completely different. His calmness and tolerance were unexpected. Jiang Ruoli fell into deep thought, beginning to see Hu Zhigao in a new way. She gently waved her hand and said with some helplessness, "Forget it. You can go now. I won't forgive you, but don't worry. I won't take it out on your family." Seeing this, Hu Zhigao quickly nodded and responded, then silently turned and left the military area. Today, Hu Zhigao came specifically to visit his sister and also to apologize to Jiang. However, Jiang Ruoli clearly didn't accept his apology, which made Hu Zhigao feel a bit disappointed and awkward. After Hu Zhigao left, Jiang Ruoli let out a long sigh, feeling a little less troubled. She thought to herself that after going home, she would tell her family to keep Hu Zhigao away, and there was no need to involve anyone else. At this moment, Jiang Ruoli's belly was already 5 months pregnant, and Feng Chang had been gone for over 2 months. In these 2 months, her belly had swollen like a balloon. After all, she was carrying triplets. Because her belly was so big, Jiang Ruoli found it hard to move around, but luckily she had been drinking spiritual spring water to take care of her health, so she didn't feel too uncomfortable. Guaning picked her up and took her to and from work every day. Just now, when Jiang Ruoli was talking with Hu Zhigao, Guaning had already arrived early. Seeing Hu Zhigao leave, Guaning quickly walked over to Jiang Ruoli and asked with concern, "Li Bao, what did he just say to you?" He came to visit his sister and also to apologize for her.
I really didn't expect that.
His sister is famous for being competitive, but her brother is so easygoing. Jiang Ruoli carefully and slowly walked down the stairs, sighing as she spoke. When Jiang Ruoli mentioned her sister, Guan Ying's eyes flashed with fear and regret. Guaning couldn't help but remember a frightening scene from before. If the system hadn't warned her in time, Jiang Ruoli might have been badly hurt now. "Mom, don't worry. It's all okay now. Li Bao, maybe we should take a break from work?
Stay at home to rest.
With your triplets, we're worried." "Mom, I can still manage. When I really can't, I'll ask for leave." Hearing her daughter say this, Guaning felt unsure whether to be happy or worried.
Don't worry, Mom.
I'll take good care of myself. Yu Guaning sighed. I wonder how Feng Chang is doing now. Jiang Ruoli also felt overwhelmed, thinking, why does her mom always bring up topics she's not interested in? Jiang Ruoli shook her head. I don't know. I haven't heard from my father-in-law either. Don't worry, I gave him a special medicine for safety. He should be fine. Guaning didn't say much, just helped Jiang Ruoli back home. The smell of homemade chicken soup was already filling the house, and many families were grumbling. The mother and daughter didn't care about others' opinions. After all, a pregnant woman with triplets needed good nutrition. If she didn't eat well, giving birth would be difficult. Most people understood, but a few who looked down on the Jiang family would gossip behind their backs. They didn't dare report anything to higher authorities, since the family included a deputy division commander, a deputy regiment commander, and a retired general's son-in-law. How could they compare? The pregnant woman was the granddaughter-in-law of the old general, carrying the great-grandchild of the old general. If anything went wrong, It would be a big problem for everyone involved. When Jiang Ruoli returned home, she felt a bit tired. She drank a bowl of chicken soup with spiritual spring water and felt much better. That spring water was left by Jiang Ruoli before she went to work that morning. Far away in country M, Feng Chang stood alone by the window, staring at the foreign sky in a daze. The view outside was beautiful, but his heart had already flown back to his home thousands of miles away. He missed his lovely wife deeply. His eyes were full of tenderness and longing, and he kept imagining her sweet smile. At this moment, Su Hao walked over lightly, patted his shoulder, and joked, "Old Feng, are you thinking about your wife again?
Look at you, so distracted."
Feng Qing slowly regained his composure and simply responded with a faint Despite the brief reply, it carried deep feelings of longing. Time quietly passed, and more than 2 months had gone by. There was no news from the professor about the progress of this study project. Even though Feng Qing felt anxious like ants on a hot pan, his strong and determined personality kept him from saying much. He silently buried his worries in his heart. Su Hao seemed to want to cheer Feng Qing up, so he smiled and asked, "I heard your wife is pregnant with triplets? How many months along is she now?" A gentle smile appeared on Feng Qing's face as he softly replied, "More than 5 months." "Old Feng, you're so lucky," Su Hao said with envy. Feng Qing slightly frowned and whispered, "Lucky?" In his heart, this so-called luck felt like a chain, placing his beloved wife's life in the hands of fate. He would rather not have such luck. Seeing that Feng Qing didn't want to continue this topic, Su Hao guessed he was worried about his wife at home. He quickly changed the subject. "By the way, that girl student hasn't been chasing after you lately?" Hearing this, a look of disgust flashed in Feng Qing's eyes, as if that was something he least wanted to mention. She was a Chinese girl student who, relying on her family's connections, came to study in the US with her teacher. She didn't bother to study seriously and spent her days dressing up beautifully and chasing after men. Feng Qing had repeatedly stated that he was already married, but she seemed not to understand and even boldly claimed she was better than his wife. Feng Qing sneered inwardly. Her? Better than Li Ba? That was an outright joke. His wife Li Ba was the best wife in the world. If she had the chance to study abroad, her focus would be entirely on learning skills, not strutting around and chasing men. While Feng Qing was lost in his thoughts, the girl student Liao Jiaqiong appeared again. She swayed her hips and carried a delicate lunchbox, softly saying, "Feng Qing, I really can't get used to the food here. I made some dishes myself.
Come eat with me."
Her pretend delicate voice made Feng Qing feel sick. His face instantly turned cold, and he said seriously, "Liao Jiaqiong, do you have any shame? The country sent you here to learn, not to think up these crooked tricks. I am already married, and my wife has children. Every day you delay me here, my wife worries about me more at home." Liao Jiaqiong was not convinced and still shamelessly said, "I just like you." Feng Qing glared angrily and shouted, "Liking a married man? You also have the nerve to say that." Liao Jiaqiong was still not willing to give up and argued, "Your wife just had the chance to know you earlier than I did. I am better than her, and I like you more. Why don't you look at me?" Feng Qing's eyes turned cold. He spoke slowly and clearly, "Even if I knew you earlier, I wouldn't like you. You are not as beautiful as my wife, not as outstanding, and not as understanding.
You are nowhere near my wife. You are not even as good as a single hair of my wife.
If you keep bothering me, I will report everything truthfully." Liao Jiaqiong was furious and angry. She stomped her feet and shouted sharply, "You're just a lousy soldier. I like you because I respect you." Feng Qing looked at her with disdain and said coldly, "I don't need your respect. I feel sick when someone like you looks up to me." At this moment, a professor happened to pass by and overheard their argument. The professor frowned and sternly said to Liao Jiaqiong, "You came here to learn and improve yourself, not to do these boring things. If I catch you not focusing on your studies or disturbing others again, I will send you back home immediately." Hearing this, Liao Jiaqiong's face turned pale with fear. She lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. Feng Qing nodded to the professor in thanks. The professor patted Feng Qing on the shoulder and said, "We will finish this technology as soon as possible." Feng Qing looked at the professor and said firmly, "Don't worry, professor. I won't let family matters distract me." Then the professor left. Liao Jiaqiong, feeling embarrassed and defeated, quietly left and no longer dared to act arrogantly in front of Feng Qing. In China, Zhang Ruoli didn't know her husband was being targeted by someone. Even if she knew, she wouldn't say anything. After all, she had already said before that she wasn't interested in men who could be stolen away. When Zhang Ruoli was over 6 months pregnant, due to her health, she had to move from the second floor to the first floor. Guaning also moved downstairs with her. Now, Zhang Ruoli's belly had grown so large that she couldn't even see her toes. Every turn was a difficult task, and she needed help from others to do it. Seeing her daughter suffer so much from the pain and hardship of pregnancy, Guanying's heart almost broke. Zhang Ruoli's condition made Guaning feel extremely worried and distressed. She constantly watched over Zhang Ruoli's every move, doing her best to provide her with help and care. However, despite Guanying's many efforts, Zhang Ruoli's pain did not seem to lessen much. Pregnancy is a challenging journey for every woman, and Zhang Ruoli's difficulties were especially heartbreaking. Guaning could only silently stay by her side, offering endless concern and support, hoping to ease her pain a little. Seeing Zhang Ruoli's large belly, Wei Zi directly told her to go home and rest until after the baby was born. She could come back to work afterward. Zhang Ruoli was happy to relax. Every day, besides walking around the yard, she just sat at home reading books. Now, Zhou Hongyi was the one coming to check her pulse. "Girl, your belly is quite big now." "That's because there are 3 inside. Master, I recently developed a cream that can remove stretch marks. You can apply it on the belly to make the marks fade. Does your pharmacy want to stock it?" She had already tested it on herself and her sister-in-law Yao Yuyu. The existing stretch marks could be lightened, as her sister-in-law Huang Mei also used it. It indeed made the marks less noticeable. "Oh, you still have time to research this?" Zhang Ruoli raised an eyebrow. "Of course. I'm doing this for women's beauty," she replied. "All right, I'll take it. I'll give you a 5% share." Zhang Ruoli's eyes lit up at the mention of a share. "Thank you." Master Time flew like a swift white horse, passing in the blink of an eye. Zhang Ruoli's due date had not yet arrived, but Yao Yuyu's was approaching first. Li Zhishu and Feng Yan decided without hesitation to admit her to the hospital early to ensure safety. Zhang Ruoli really wanted to visit Yao Yuyu, but her belly had grown so large that she could hardly move. In this era, cesarean sections were not common, and women had to rely on their own strength to give birth. However, Zhang Ruoli had a secret weapon, a birth-enhancing pill she had exchanged from Lu Bingrong on Biao continent. This pill could save her life at critical moments and speed up the delivery process. As long as she took it before entering the delivery room, it would work wonders. In late October, Zhang Ruoli clearly felt her baby moving more actively than before, with frequent fetal movements. She understood that her child was eager to come into this world. "Mom, I think we should also go to the military hospital to stay overnight tomorrow. I feel the baby's movements are too frequent, and I'm worried about early labor," Zhang Ruoli said anxiously to Guaning. Guaning didn't hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll pack my things now. We'll leave early tomorrow morning for the hospital." Zhang Ruoli took some chicken and fish from the room, preparing a hearty dinner for Guaning. Seeing the ingredients, Guaning didn't say a word and went straight into the kitchen to start preparing the meal. Although Jiang Lixia felt a little helpless about having meat every day at home, she mostly accepted it. She understood that this was because her sister Zhang Ruoli was pregnant with triplets and she needed more meat to boost nutrition. Over the past few months, Jiang Lixia had been busy making clothes for the children. She carefully made cute little outfits for the babies in Zhang Ruoli's belly and also made a few sets for the children of the eldest and second cousins. Each piece was carefully sewn, full of her love and blessings for the children. When Jiang Lixia heard about Jiang Yao's mother doing these things, she felt even more sorry for the child. Since she also didn't have a mother, she felt extra love for children without mothers. Because of this, Jiang Lixia became the most loved person by Jiang Yao, besides Jiang Ruoli. The next morning, the family took Jiang Ruoli to the military hospital to check in. Jiang Junnan even went to Feng Jianjun's place to tell him that his little sister was hospitalized.
Oh.
Lily is going to give birth?
Feng Xianyun asked Jiang Yunnan. No, Commander Feng.
My sister feels the baby's movements are too frequent, so she went to the hospital early, worried she might go into labor suddenly. That's right. I'll go see her later. Jiang Junnan saluted and left. When he stepped outside, Jiang Junnan let out a breath. Commander Feng's presence was so strong. He really admired how his little sister could speak calmly in front of him. Feng Jianjun called the family elder to tell him that Jiang Ruoli was hospitalized. Jianjun, wait for me at the hospital entrance. I'll come see Lily, he said. Okay, Dad, Feng Jianjun replied. At noon, just as Jiang Ruoli fell asleep, Feng Wanliang and Feng Jianjun appeared at the door of the ward. Guaning was surprised for a moment. Father-in-law, Father, why are you here? Have you eaten? This morning, Jiang Junnan told me about Lily being hospitalized. I came with my dad to see her. Chinga was not here, so as elders, we should also check on that girl for him. Mother-in-law, thank you for taking care of Lily these days. Father-in-law, what are you saying? Lily is my child. Just because she married into your family, she is still my daughter. It's what parents do. Yes, yes. How is Lily? Guaning looked at her with concern and said, she just slept for a little while. Her belly is so big that she can't sleep well. Feng Wanliang sighed and said, it's Lily. And now, Feng Qing isn't here. Lily is suffering. Feng Chong is also serving the country. As military family members, we should support him.
Lily isn't angry about that.
While they were talking, Jiang Ruoli suddenly whimpered. Mom, I feel my stomach hurting. Before Guaning could say anything, Jiang Ruoli continued. Mom, my water broke. Oh no, Lily, wait a moment. I'll go find a doctor. Mother-in-law, I'll go. Feng Jianjun said, and went out to find a doctor. Feng Wanliang comforted Jiang Ruoli briefly and also left. At this moment, Jiang Ruoli swallowed the pill given by Lu Bingru and drank a gulp of spiritual spring water quickly. Guaning looked at Jiang Ruoli, whose face was pale, with concern. Lily, how do you feel? Mom, I'm okay, she replied. But just after speaking, she started having contractions, which made her unable to speak clearly. The obstetrician arrived and told the others to leave, then began a checkup on Jiang Ruoli. Dr. Jiang, you're already 4 centimeters dilated. Let's go straight to the delivery room. Okay, thank you, Dr. Chen. Seeing how big Jiang Ruoli's belly was, Dr. Chen also called a nurse to bring a wheelchair. The nurse pushed Jiang Ruoli directly into the delivery room. Before closing the door, Guaning kept telling her not to be afraid and to listen to the doctor. Jiang Ruoli weakly responded that she was fine. Feng Wanliang and Feng Jianjun stood outside the door waiting. Since Feng Chong was not there, they had to be present. Otherwise, Jiang Ruoli would be very upset if she saw no one from her husband's family. After entering the delivery room, Jiang Ruoli, with the help of several doctors and nurses, climbed onto the delivery bed. Dr. Jiang, your belly is really big. Jiang Ruoli smiled and said, Of course, I'm having 3 children. Dr. Chen joked with her, You're very lucky, getting triplets at once. Jiang Ruoli smiled and asked, Do you want this kind of luck? Since she was 5 months pregnant and her belly had grown, she hadn't slept a full night. The fetus pressed against her bone, making it hard for her to turn comfortably. Dr. Jiang, 10 fingers are already out. Get ready, breathe, and push with my rhythm. Dr. Jiang Li listened to Dr. Chen's instructions and began to breathe deeply and push. Outside the door, Guan Ying and others heard Jiang Li's cries inside, feeling anxious and worried. Even though Guan Ying knew her precious daughter had taken a life-saving medicine, she was still very scared. She worried that the medicine might not work. Having 1 child is already a life-and-death situation, let alone giving birth to 3 at once. Feng Wanli listened to his daughter-in-law's cries inside, then quietly told Feng Jianjun something. Feng Jianjun nodded and immediately left. Guan Ying's attention was focused on Jiangli inside and didn't notice Feng Jianjun leaving. A few minutes later, Zhao Shujun arrived. I went to check the ward just now, no one was there. The nurse said they moved her to the delivery room. How is Li Bao? She's still inside. Guan Ying's face looked very worried. Zhao Shujun comforted her. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Li Bao is blessed by our ancestors. Zhao Shujun spoke softly, but Guan Ying still felt deep concern. About half an hour later, Feng Jianjun rushed back, carrying a big red envelope with 10,000 yuan inside. After another 10 minutes, the first cry was heard. Guan Ying at the door excitedly shouted, "It's a girl! It's a girl!" With the second and third cries, her heart felt a little more at ease. Another 10 minutes passed before two nurses carried out 3 babies. Is Jiang Doctor's family here? Guan Ying stepped forward. Yes, they're here. Her mother is with her tonight. Both mother and babies are safe. Dr. Jiang is amazing. She delivered 3 babies, 2 boys and a girl. The ones with the blue blankets are the brothers, and the one with the pink blanket is the sister. Thank you, nurse. May I ask how my daughter is? The young nurse handed the babies to Guan Ying and Zhao Shujun. Dr. Jiang is doing well. She's still cleaning up now, and she will be brought out soon. Oh, thank you, nurse. Thank you so much. When Guan Ying heard that her daughter was safe, her tense heart finally relaxed. Feng Jianjun looked at his mother-in-law and grandmother-in-law holding the babies, rubbing his fists in excitement, also wanting to hold the babies. But he was a rough man and had never held any of his 3 children before, so how could he hold a baby now? Especially since inside were delicate, soft little girls. They were the first girls in the Feng family. Feng Wanli also leaned in to look at the 3 babies. Zhao Shujun noticed the meaning in his eyes and asked, Dear, do you want to hold the baby? Feng Jianjun wanted to refuse, but he also wanted to hold the baby. Zhao Shujun gently placed the little girl doll into Feng Jianjun's hands. She carefully showed him how to hold a baby. Feng Jianjun, who was never afraid of going to the battlefield, now felt like he was holding a bomb. He was very stiff and tense. But when he saw the soft, cuddly little girl, his expression softened unconsciously. If his sons saw this, they would be surprised. Is this the serious, stern father they know? When Zhang Ruoli was brought out, Feng Jianjun was still stiff, holding the baby and trying to soothe her. Feng Wanli also had a baby in his arms. He was in the same state as Feng Jianjun. At this moment, at the First People's Hospital in Kyoto, Yao Yuyu was also giving birth. Li Zhishu, Yao Yuyu's parents, and Feng Yandu were all waiting. Li Zhishu didn't know that her 3rd daughter-in-law had already given birth. She had been anxiously waiting for over an hour when Yao Yuyu finally had a son. Yao Yuyu's mother was overjoyed. After all, this was the first child in the Feng family and a grandson. Her daughter's status was secure. Dear mother-in-law, look how much this child resembles Feng Yandu, Li Zhishu awkwardly nodded. The baby was wrinkled, so she couldn't tell where she looked like her eldest son. Since her mother-in-law said so, maybe she did resemble him. Yao Yuyu was pushed out next. Her mother held the baby and said she had done a great job, giving birth to a son. Yao Yuyu rolled her eyes. In this day and age, giving birth to a son was not considered a big achievement. But Yao Yuyu was too tired to argue with her mother now. She was exhausted and just wanted to sleep. Just as she was about to sleep, her mother pulled her aside. Yuyu, don't sleep yet. The baby is hungry. Feed him some milk. Mom, I don't have any milk right now. Isn't there formula? Let's feed him some formula first. Yao Yuyu was so sleepy and irritable, but her mother still wouldn't let her sleep. Mom, I don't have milk now. Let's give the baby some formula. Feng Yandu saw his wife, so tired her eyes couldn't stay open and felt heartbroken. He quickly took the baby from his mother-in-law and started to feed him formula. Yao Yuyu's mother was reluctant and wanted to say something, but seeing her son-in-law's unhappy face, she handed the baby over. Feng Yindu knew his mother-in-law was not very educated and only cared about having a son. Unfortunately, he was injured when Yao Yuyu was born and had always felt ashamed in the Yao family. So, seeing that Yao Yuyu gave birth to a boy, everyone was very happy. If she had given birth to a girl, once her postpartum period was over, Yao Yuyu would probably rush to get pregnant again to have a boy. Their family is not one that favors boys over girls. Many generations have no daughters. If Yao Yuyu could have a girl, she would truly be a great contributor. However, this hasn't happened here, but Jiang Ruoli's family has achieved it. Back at Jiang Ruoli's place, she was taken out of the delivery room and returned to the ward. Since she is also a doctor here, the director specially arranged a private room for her, with a bedside bed for visitors. Feng Jun took out a red envelope he had prepared earlier and placed it under Jiang Ruoli's pillow. Liuli, you've worked hard. Please accept this red envelope.
Dad, this.
Feng Qing isn't here, and you've been wronged. As elders, we can't just watch you suffer. Jiang Ruoli isn't a sentimental person, but when she heard you've been wronged, her eyes welled up with tears. She is only in her early 20s and, during her most vulnerable time, she wishes her husband could be by her side. But Feng Qing's job makes it impossible for him to be with her. Jiang Ruoli shook her head. Dad, I'm fine. Feng Qing is out defending the country. I can't hold him back. Yet, tears still involuntarily slid down her cheeks. This made the two elders of the Feng family feel even more distressed. They couldn't do much, only trying their best to make up for it for Feng Qing. Feng Wanliang and Feng Jianjun didn't stay long. After a few words of comfort to Jiang Ruoli, they left. Only Zhao Shujun was left in the room to keep her company. Guaning returned with red dates, millet porridge, and noodles. Since she just gave birth, she shouldn't eat greasy food yet. These are lessons from later generations, scientific postpartum care. All 4 of the Feng family's children were born on the same day.
What?
Li Bao also gave birth? This afternoon? Feng Jianjun looked at his wife with confusion. Really? The eldest daughter-in-law also had a baby? Li Zhizhu nodded. Yes, the eldest daughter-in-law had a son. Did Li Bao have 3 boys or girls? Or both boys and girls? Feng Jianjun smiled and said, the 3rd daughter-in-law had 2 boys and 1 girl. Since you and Enin weren't here, I decided to give her a red envelope of 10,000. That's right, that's right. Li Zhizhu secretly thought it was a long wait for Feng Qing to finish his task, and even Li Bao's delivery didn't bring him back in time. On the 2nd day, Li Zhishu visited the military hospital to see the triplets. She apologized sincerely and said to Jiang Ruoli, Li Bao, your mother wasn't here when you gave birth. Coincidentally, your eldest sister-in-law also had her baby yesterday. Jiang Ruoli looked at her in surprise. Your sister-in-law also had her baby? Was it yesterday afternoon? Was it a boy or a girl? Li Zhishu smiled and picked up the pink little girl, gently pressing her.
It's a boy.
Our family has only this girl that you gave birth to. I hope that after the 2nd child and Jiang Hanji divorce, I can marry someone who can have a girl. Yes, Jiang Hanji hadn't divorced Feng Yi yet, and she hadn't dared to act. But Feng Yi could tell from her frequent contact with those people that the woman was close to taking action. If he heard that his sister-in-law and younger sister both had boys, he would feel even worse. That would speed up his decision to act. Their family had long been hoping for this day, but they didn't expect Jiang Hanji to be so patient and timid. Li Zhishu brought a pot of chicken soup. Li Bao, this is chicken soup my mother made. Drink a little. Jiang Ruoli couldn't bear to refuse her kindness and reluctantly took a few sips. Why stop drinking? Jiang Ruoli shook her head. Mom, I don't have much appetite. Maybe she drank too much chicken soup during pregnancy, so now she didn't want to see it at all. If you're not hungry, don't drink it now. Drink when you feel like it. Jiang Ruoli smiled and agreed, looking at the little ones in the cradle, her heart melting. But that despicable man who sowed discord was still nowhere to be seen. On the day Jiang Ruoli gave birth, Feng Chang, who was far away in the U.S., suddenly felt a wave of heart palpitations without warning. The intense unease flooded over him like a rising tide. He stopped what he was doing, furrowed his brows, and looked into the distance with a dazed expression, muttering, "My wife shouldn't be at her due date yet, right?" His voice was filled with worry and concern for his wife. However, his mind involuntarily recalled what Dr. Chen had once said: multiple pregnancies often lead to early labor. This was like a bolt from the blue, making Feng Chang's heart tighten. He quickly calculated the days. Thinking carefully, it was about 8 or 9 months now. His face turned pale instantly, and he silently cursed himself. He hadn't expected that this mission would take so long, leaving him far away from his wife when she needed him most. But, fortunately, he had learned from the professor that the research was nearing completion. If everything goes well, Feng Chang still hopes to return to his wife as soon as possible. His concern for his wife grows stronger, like an invisible string pulling tightly at his heart. He often imagines what his wife looks like, wondering if she is eating well, sleeping peacefully, and if the children in her belly are well-behaved and not causing her too much trouble. Every thought feels like a sharp knife stabbing his heart. The more he thinks about it, the more anxious he becomes, wishing he could fly home immediately to be with his wife. While he is lost in thoughts of his wife and worried about her, the professor suddenly appears in front of them. The professor's face looks serious. He slowly speaks. "In 2 days, we will be able to set off to return home." But his words pause briefly, as if there is something difficult to say. That short pause feels like the calm before a storm, making Feng Chang and others feel tense. "Professor, please tell us if there is anything." "We will do our best to help you," Feng Chang quickly says, with a firm and brave tone. The professor sighs and then says, "However, I'm afraid Country M is not willing to let me go back easily. After all, the professor has studied here for a long time and is a key part of this scientific project. His departure would be a big loss for Country M. It's like the brightest star in the night sky suddenly falling. Naturally, they wouldn't want to let him leave easily. To keep the professor, the people from Country M might use any means necessary, threats, bribes, or other tricks, to force him to stay. They might offer large sums of money, better research conditions, or threaten his family and friends' safety. Faced with this situation, the professor feels helpless and worried. His eyes show confusion and pain, as if trapped in an inescapable cage. "Professor, you don't need to worry too much. We will find a way to send you back safely," Feng Chang comforts him. His voice is steady and strong, like a bright light in the dark, giving the professor some hope. In fact, the country has already prepared for this possibility. They arrange soldiers to protect the professor and ensure he can return home smoothly. "All right. Thank you all," the professor says gratefully, but inside, he still feels heavy with worry. He knew that the knowledge he had learned could not be taken back to his home country. This was undoubtedly a disappointment to his nation, which had put a lot of effort into helping him study abroad. Those efforts were like countless bricks building a bridge to the peak of knowledge, but he might not be able to bring the treasures from that bridge back home. Feng Chang was the team leader for this mission, so he began giving a series of orders. He carefully planned each person's task, like a general commanding an army, calm and decisive. On the day of departure, they carefully set out on their journey home. However, the M army suddenly appeared like a ghost, stopping Professor and Feng Chang and his team. The leader of the M army looked at them with a proud face and said, "Sir, how could you leave without saying goodbye?" Feng Chang looked upset. Their departure was a secret mission, and they had already arranged for someone to distract the M army. Why was their location still exposed now? Who leaked the information? Feng Chang's heart was full of doubt and anger. His eyes, sharp like blades, scanned the group behind the professor. Finally, his gaze settled on Liao Jiaqiong. Liao Jiaqiong's eyes avoided his, and a hint of a satisfied smile still lingered on her face. It turned out that Liao Jiaqiong had been bought by people from M country, and for her own benefit, she had betrayed everyone. But now was not the time to deal with her. It was more important to protect the professor and help him leave quickly. The professor took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and said, "It's time for us to go home. We just don't want the sadness of parting, nor to leave without saying goodbye." The leader of the M army sneered and said, Our country is not a place you can come and go as you please. Either come back with us peacefully, or... His voice was full of threats and provocation. So, are you trying to cause a conflict between our two countries? Feng Chang responded bravely, showing a strong presence.
No, no, no.
That's not what I mean. I just want to keep the professor here to continue his research. The others don't matter, the army leader fake claimed. Hearing this, Feng Chang immediately changed his plan. He ordered the soldiers to take the others and leave first, while he stayed behind to protect the professor. Everyone else left, leaving only Feng Chang and the professor. Half a month later, Feng Chang, covered in wounds and scars, returned to their homeland with the professor. His body seemed to be cut by countless blades, with wounds crisscrossing all over. Blood flowed continuously like a fountain, staining his once pure white clothes into a shocking shade of crimson, resembling a blood-red rose blooming on a bloody battlefield. Beautiful, yet tragic. Feng Chang endured the severe pain, his eyes fixed on the enemies chasing him from behind. Without hesitation, he handed the signal flare and pistol to the professor, saying, "Professor, quickly find a place to hide. Don't let them see you." The professor looked at Feng Chang's many wounds, feeling worried and reluctant, but he understood that hesitation was not an option now. He took the items from Feng Chang and turned to hide in the nearby woods. Seeing that the professor was safely hidden, Feng Chang quickly put on the professor's clothes, then deliberately made some noise to attract the pursuers' attention. Sure enough, the enemies were fooled and started chasing him. Feng Chang clenched his teeth, endured the pain, and ran desperately. He wanted to lead the enemies away as much as possible, giving the professor more time and chances to escape. After the enemies disappeared from sight, Feng Chang finally relaxed a little. He dragged his exhausted body to a relatively safe place and sat down against a large tree. By now, he was completely worn out. The pain from his wounds almost made him faint, but he kept thinking about the safety of the professor. Meanwhile, the professor cautiously moved forward through the woods. He dared not let his guard down, afraid of being discovered by the enemies. Finally, he found a farmhouse. The owner, a retired soldier, saw the professor's battered appearance and hurriedly asked what had happened. The professor briefly explained the situation. Without hesitation, the owner immediately contacted the military. Once the military learned the news, they quickly dispatched a rescue team. They first found the professor, understood the full details, and decided to send him to Kyoto overnight to ensure his safety. The remaining soldiers did not delay at all. They immediately launched a sweep of the entire mountain, searching every corner, hoping to find Feng Chang's trail. However, despite their best efforts, they could not find any sign of Feng Chang. That deep mountain seemed like an endless black hole, swallowing all clues about Feng Chang. The news of Feng Chang's disappearance was like a tightly kept secret, but in the end, it could not be hidden from Jiang Roli. All of this is to blame on the woman who is familiar with Guaning Wuing. That day, Jiang Ruoli was sitting leisurely in the restaurant, enjoying her meal as usual. Suddenly, an abrupt remark like a lightning bolt shattered the peaceful atmosphere. "Hey, I heard your son-in-law went missing. Is there any news now?" Wu Ying's voice was quiet but sounded very sharp in the quiet restaurant. Guaning clearly did not expect anyone to bring up this matter at this time. She froze for a moment, then quickly reacted and scolded. "Wu Ying, be quiet." Wu Ying was startled by Guan Ying's scolding. She looked at Guan Ying, confused, and stammered, "What's wrong?" At this moment, Jiang Ruoli was also completely stunned. Her eyes fixed on Wu Ying, and she asked in shock, "Auntie, what did you say?" Wu Ying realized she had spoken out of turn. Her face turned pale instantly, her lips trembling slightly. She wanted to explain, but didn't know how to start. Wu Ying's voice grew softer and softer, almost turning into a whisper. Guan Ying and Zhao Shijun's faces also looked extremely unhappy. They had kept this matter secret, but unexpectedly, this woman had let it slip so easily. "Mom, what did she say?" Jiang Ruoli's voice carried a hint of confusion and fear. She stared directly at her mother, hoping to find an answer on her face. Li Bao, she's talking nonsense. You just. Guaning hadn't finished speaking when Jiang Ruoli interrupted her. Mom, I can hear well. Did she just say Feng Chong went missing? Li Bao's voice trembled slightly. She widened her eyes and looked directly at Guaning and Zhao Shujun, as if unable to believe what she heard. Guaning and Zhao Shujun exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. Zhao Shujun quickly said, Li Bao, you just had a baby and are still in your confinement period. We didn't want to tell you earlier, worried you'd be upset. Your body is still weak, so you must not get angry or cry. Guaning was also very angry. She never expected Wu Ying to be so tactless. How could she say such things casually? Isn't she deliberately provoking the child? Jiang Ruoli looked straight at them. Grandma, Mom, tell me, is Feng Chong missing? Finally, Guaning spoke up. Yes, Li Bao, don't worry. Your father went to look for him personally. Jiang Ruoli suddenly understood. No wonder Li Zhishu hadn't come to the family compound recently. In the first few days after the child was born, Li Zhishu visited every day. Until about 10 days ago, she suddenly stopped coming. She said she was too busy with Yao Yuyu and the baby. Okay, I understand. Li Bao, don't worry. Feng Chong is clever and will be fine.
You. Mom, I'm fine.
Jiang Ruoli shook her head to show she was okay. This time, Feng Chong's disappearance didn't make her feel the same panic as before. She firmly believed Feng Chong was safe. At this moment, Feng Chong was indeed okay. He was hiding inside a mountain in Shandong, but he had lost a lot of blood. The hemostatic powder was already used up. He also heard footsteps outside. He caught part of what they were saying. They clearly said they wouldn't let him and the professor go. Feng Chong's vision was starting to blur, and he was feeling dizzy. He thought he might not make it out today. It was already dark outside, and he couldn't run away now. Suddenly, a bright light enveloped Feng Chong, and he appeared somewhere strange. It looked like a farm with mountains, water, fields, and fruit trees, like a rural countryside. Feng Chong fainted again. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruoli received a call from the system. Host, I have already brought your husband Feng Chong into the space. Jiang Ruoli.
What are you talking about?
She quickly told Guaning, and then entered the space. As soon as she went in, she saw Feng Chong lying on the ground. Tongzi, explain clearly. Why did you bring Feng Chong into the space? Host, it's like this. If things continued as before, Feng Chong would have died in that mountain cave. When you found out, you would have broken down, and you traded many non-modern weapons to attack the US, causing this small world to collapse. To prevent this small world from collapsing, I had to bring Feng Chong in. Luckily, you two had close contact, which allowed me to do so. Has he already seen this place? Yes, host. He looked around for a while before fainting. Help me fill the bathtub with spiritual spring water, then put him inside. The system responded immediately. Jiang Ruoli didn't expect her space to be exposed in this way. She couldn't directly move him out of the space, especially since she was resting after her confinement and couldn't go far to save him. She could only let him wake up inside the space first, and then make plans. Feng Chong felt like he saw a very bright place between dreaming and waking, and he was still in the water. The water felt very comfortable. Then he fell into a coma again. When he woke up, he found himself lying on a big bed. The blanket covering him was completely different from what he knew. The surroundings were also unfamiliar to him. You're awake? Feng Chong was stunned. It sounded like his wife's voice. He turned his head mechanically and saw his wife sitting nearby, watching him. Feng Chong thought he must be dead. He was having hallucinations. You're not dead, and you're not hallucinating. It's me. Feng Chong was shocked and sat up quickly.
Li Bao?
Why are you here? Where is this? He looked around and realized this place was very strange. Feng Chong began to understand that this might be his wife's secret. Yes, this is my personal space, stored inside our Jiang family's ancestral jade pendant. I originally lived in a world 50 years after yours, but I came back here for some reason. All the food, fruits, and vegetables you traded with me came from inside this space. The medicinal pills you took for your life were treasures left behind by the previous owner of this space. Do you have any other questions? Feng Chong took a deep breath to calm himself. Is this thing harmful to you? And does anyone else know about the space? Besides you, only my grandparents, father, and mother know. Seeing Feng Chong's serious face, Zhang Ruoli quickly explained, Don't worry, they won't hurt me. They're also my parents from that life, just returned earlier than I did. Seeing such an unbelievable situation for the first time, Feng Chong's mind was a bit overwhelmed. Zhang Ruoli told Feng Chong everything in detail. Feng Chong listened quietly, gradually understanding and accepting the news. So, this world is like a book? And Mu Qing Huan is the original heroine of the story? And I am the hero? Feng Chong looked at Zhang Ruoli in disbelief. How did he not know about this? He only loves Zhang Ruoli, and he has no interest in anyone else. Seeing the situation, Zhang Ruoli turned around, picked up a cup from the table, filled it with pure spiritual spring water, and then poured out a pill from a small bottle. She placed both in front of Feng Qing and said, I have a cleansing pill and this cup of spiritual spring water. They both help strengthen the body and relax the muscles. Which one would you like to choose? Feng Qing looked at the spring water and the cleansing pill in front of him, thinking quietly. Since he had soaked in the spring water before, his wounds had healed completely, and his internal injuries had recovered about 70 to 80%. That's why Zhang Ruoli brought these two items for him to take. Without hesitation, Feng Qing quickly reached out, took the cleansing pill, and swallowed it. After all, which young boy hasn't dreamed of martial arts adventures? And who hasn't read a few martial arts stories? He was naturally familiar with such a magical pill. Seeing Feng Qing choose the cleansing pill without hesitation, Zhang Ruoli's lips curled into a slight smile. She seemed to have expected his choice and naturally took a few steps back, maintaining some distance from him. Not long after, Feng Qing suddenly felt a strong pain sweep through his body, as if his meridians were being torn apart and then reconnected. The pain was so intense that he couldn't bear it and let out a low, muffled groan. Zhang Ruoli, standing nearby, secretly admired Feng Qing's endurance. Such intense pain, yet he only groaned softly and didn't scream out loud like most people would. Time passed. About half an hour later, Feng Qing finally endured the painful process. However, by then, he looked disheveled and emitted a foul smell, as if he had just been pulled out of a dirty water ditch. Seeing this, Zhang Ruoli quickly covered her nose and said with a look of disgust, You should go take a shower. The water you soaked in earlier is still there, and you can also take a proper shower. Feng Qing knew the smell was terrible, so he followed Zhang Ruoli's instructions and staggered toward the bathroom. Unfortunately, he was unfamiliar with showers, so Zhang Ruoli went in to teach him how to use it. After bathing, Feng Qing felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his body. He felt incredibly relaxed, more than he ever had at age 16 or 17. When he walked out of the bathroom, Zhang Ruoli saw him, and her eyes widened suddenly. Her face turned red like a ripe apple. She nervously asked, Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Feng Chong looked at Zhang Ruoli with an innocent expression and then spread his hands to explain, This is the only outfit I have. It's already stinky, so I can't wear it again, right? His tone carried a hint of helplessness, and he seemed a bit embarrassed about his situation. Zhang Ruoli glared at him sharply, thinking to herself how careless this man was. But she didn't say much. Instead, she used her mind to summon a set of clothes from the storage. This move stunned Feng Chong completely. The clothes included everything from underwear to outerwear, clearly prepared in advance for him. It was already late November and the weather in Kyoto was getting colder. Snowflakes had even started to fall from the sky. Zhang Ruoli had prepared warm clothes for Feng Chong, all stored from her previous life. He quickly put on the clothes, feeling the warmth they brought, and his heart was full of gratitude toward Zhang Ruoli. Without hesitation, he hugged her tightly and said affectionately, Li Bao, I miss you so much. Before he finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed her deeply on her eagerly awaited lips. Jiang Rua Li also missed Feng Chang. She responded passionately to his kiss, their lips pressed tightly together, as if time had stopped in that moment. Just as the man was about to take things further, Jiang Rua Li suddenly pushed him away forcefully.
No.
Feng Chang looked at his wife in surprise. At that moment, he noticed the faint scent of milk on her and suddenly remembered that she had just given birth and was still in her postpartum period. He quickly asked with concern, "Where are the babies? Are they all okay?" Jiang Ruali smiled and replied, "They're doing well. There are 2 brothers and a sister." Hearing about the sister, Feng Chang's face lit up with a big smile, and he couldn't stop grinning. "Li Bao, can I see them?" Feng Chang looked at Jiang Ruali with hope. However, Jiang Ruali shook her head helplessly and said, "That's not possible. Our parents still don't know you were brought into the space." Feng Chang felt very disappointed, but understood it was a difficult problem. He couldn't think of a good solution at the moment. But Jiang Ruali thoughtfully took out her phone, opened the photo album, and showed Feng Chang pictures of the 3 babies. Feng Chang curiously took the phone, looking at the cute children on the screen with happiness. "What's this? Is it a camera from your time?" Feng Chang asked with curiosity. Jiang Ruali smiled and explained, "It's kind of like that, but it's more than just a camera. It's a phone. You can make calls, send videos, and take pictures like a camera." Feng Chang became very interested in this new device. He fiddled with the phone for a while and surprisingly learned how to operate on his own. Not only that, he happily took many beautiful photos of Jiang Ruali, making her laugh happily. Jiang Ruali also took Feng Chang to see her little world. Feng Chang was amazed to see this small world. He never expected his lovely wife to have such an experience. His heart grew even more determined to work hard and reach the top, so his wife wouldn't be bullied by others. Jiang Ruali picked some fruits for him as they walked around. She thought to herself that in the future, no matter what he took out, Feng Chang wouldn't complain, and he could also help cover for her. "Li Bao, let your system send me out. I want to come back openly and honestly as soon as possible." "Okay, just remember to make yourself a bit more worn out," she replied. "Otherwise, if you appear too perfect, people might suspect something." Feng Chang knew this too, so he simply put on his old, dirty clothes again, which matched his situation perfectly. He gave Jiang Ruali a farewell kiss, and Jiang Ruali asked the system to send him back to his original place. "System, remember to observe your surroundings before releasing the person. Host, he can actually come and go from the space freely."
Huh.
"What kind of tricky move is this? He can come and go as he pleases?" Feng Chang looked at Jiang Ruali, who was full of confusion and surprise, not knowing what she was thinking. "Feng Chang, try thinking go out with your mind," Jiang Ruali said helplessly. "The system says you can come and go freely now. Just think go out to leave and come in to enter." Feng Chang was shocked. Jiang Ruali was speechless. Her parents still didn't have the permission to come and go freely. Feng Chang thought about going out of his mind, and suddenly he appeared inside the mountain cave. Then he thought about entering, and he appeared inside his wife's space. At this moment, Feng Chang was marveling at how big the world is, truly full of wonders. Feng Chang was having so much fun right now. He acted like a child, constantly trying to go in and out of the space, seeming to find endless joy in this simple activity. Jiang Ruali stood quietly beside him, watching his playful behavior, and couldn't help but find it a little amusing. After a while, Jiang Ruali suddenly spoke. "Feng Chang, when Mu Qinghuan said she was reborn, you didn't hesitate to send her to the research institute. So, if I were like her, would you send me away too?" Her tone was calm, but there was a faint hint of nervousness. Feng Chang paused his actions, raised an eyebrow, and looked at Jiang Ruali with a slight smile that was hard to tell if it was a smile or a frown. He said slowly, "Send you away? Then wouldn't I have to send myself away too? After all, I can come in and out just like you said now." Jiang Ruali stared deeply at Feng Chang, her lips pressed tightly together, silent. Her eyes showed a complex emotion, as if she was thinking about something. Feng Chang's gaze stayed on Jiang Ruali, intense and focused, as if he wanted to see her innermost thoughts through her eyes. He softly said, Li Bao, I know what you're thinking. But, Li Bao, you must understand, you are the person closest to my heart. I would rather hurt myself than let you be harmed in any way. His voice was deep and gentle, carrying an irresistible strength. Hearing his words, Zhang Ruoli felt a strange stirring inside her, but she remained silent. Seeing this, Feng Chong leaned slightly forward, close to Zhang Ruoli, and continued, If one of us has to leave this world first, it would definitely be me. Even in my last moment, I would do everything I can to protect you. So don't worry about these things. Because my whole life belongs to you. After hearing Feng Chong's words, Zhang Ruoli felt a complex mix of emotions she couldn't quite describe. She didn't know how to respond, only silently watching Feng Chong, her feelings growing more complicated. Finally, Zhang Ruoli softly said, I understand. Though brief, her words carried emotions only she truly understood. But then she thought, Feng Chong could enter the space any time he wanted. Coming back home was just a matter of minutes. Host, no, you can only enter and exit from where you came in. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. After a long while, he finally spoke slowly, asking with confusion, Dad? Why are you the one here? Feng Jianjun's heart tightened, and he quickly comforted him. You're safe now. That's what matters. You're safe. His voice carried a hint of relief after surviving a danger. However, Feng Chong's mind was still full of questions. He frowned and asked, Dad, how did you come here? What about the professor? Did he make it? Feng Jianjun took a deep breath, calmed himself, and replied, The professor was successfully rescued and is now receiving treatment at the military hospital. Don't worry, he's not in danger. Hearing this, Feng Chong finally felt a big weight lift off his shoulders, but his body was growing weaker from blood loss, and he almost had no strength to speak. Seeing this, Feng Jianjun quickly asked with concern, Right now, the most important thing is you. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Feng Chong opened his mouth to say he was fine, but his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't make a sound. He could only force a small smile and signal to his father that he was okay. A few soldiers who followed quickly stepped forward, carefully supporting Feng Chong, ready to take him out of the cave and to the hospital for treatment. They arrived by helicopter, so the military doctor was also on the plane. When Feng Chong was helped onto the plane, the people were startled. The doctor with them was Liao Xinjin. Seeing Feng Chong like this, she couldn't help but gasp sharply. How did you get yourself into such a state? Lily would be heartbroken if she saw this. Feng Chong looked at her in surprise. Oh, she was the female doctor familiar with his wife. Then he looked down silently. He muttered in his heart, Lily saw everything long ago. If it weren't to confuse you all, how could I have hurt myself with a few cuts? After a long flight of several hours, the helicopter finally landed slowly on the tarmac of the Kyoto military district. When the door opened, a strong, strange smell hit them, as if the entire cabin was filled with it. This smell was coming from Feng Chong himself. His scent was so strong that even the seasoned soldiers traveling with him found it hard to bear. However, Feng Chong seemed used to the smell and showed no signs of discomfort. Inside the sealed cabin, the smell kept circulating and growing stronger, making everyone feel increasingly nauseous. Finally, the plane landed and the door opened. Everyone felt relieved and hurriedly rushed out, breathing in the fresh air outside. Liao Xinjin stepped off the plane, took a deep breath, and then bluntly said to Feng Chong, Deputy Group Leader Feng, were you in a cesspit before? It smells so bad. Her tone was full of dissatisfaction and teasing. Feng Chong glanced at her coldly, but did not reply. He usually felt indifferent toward women other than his wife, and didn't bother to talk to them. If it weren't for her being a friend of his wife, he wouldn't have let her help with his wound. Feng Jianjun let out a sigh of relief and said, All right, stop talking about irrelevant things. You all hurry and take Feng Chong to the hospital. In recent days, Feng Chong had hardly eaten anything. Even in the space, he only took one Shisui Dan, a medicinal pill. But now he felt unusually strong. He could easily kill a wild boar with one punch. Despite his good physical condition, he still needed to go to the hospital. After such a fierce fight, there might be some hidden issues with his body that required a full checkup. The test results were as expected, nothing serious. The doctor only gave Feng Chang and 4 of glucose, treated his wound simply, applied some hemostatic powder, and then discharged him. After thanking the doctor, Feng Chang hurried home. On the way back, he first stopped by the Jiang family to see Jiang Ruoli. However, when he appeared at the Jiang family door, everyone around looked at him as if they had seen a ghost, covering their noses and giving him disgusted looks. Deputy Group Leader Feng, did you fall into a cesspit? Why do you smell so bad? Someone couldn't help but say. Hearing this, Feng Chang felt like a flock of crows flew over his head, and his face darkened. He secretly cursed himself. His appearance was indeed a bit embarrassing, but he didn't think he was so dirty as to be called a cesspit. He awkwardly smiled and decided to go home, take a shower, change into clean clothes, and then pick up Jiang Ruoli. He turned around quickly and walked briskly home. Once home, he slipped into the space and took a refreshing shower. After taking a shower, Feng Chang changed into a clean set of clothes, feeling much fresher. He looked at himself in the mirror, nodded with satisfaction, and then left again, heading toward the Jiang family. At this moment, Jiang Ruoli was sitting quietly at home, waiting for Feng Chang to return. Guaning saw her daughter so calm and couldn't help feeling a bit strange. Sweetheart, why are you suddenly not in a hurry? Feng Chang hasn't come back yet, Guaning asked curiously. Jiang Ruoli smiled slightly and replied, Mom, don't worry. Feng Chang can now enter the space anytime. Really? Guaning was surprised, opening her mouth wide. Isn't that space shared now? Jiang Ruoli nodded and explained, yes, as long as one of us enters the space and calls the other's name inside, the other can hear it. Guaning felt a little worried after hearing this. She wasn't sure if sharing the space like this was good or bad for her daughter. Seeing that her beloved daughter didn't have any special opinions about it, she had some thoughts but didn't say them directly. So, she decided to prepare a hearty meal first, waiting for Feng Chang to come back so they could enjoy it together. After taking a shower, Feng Chang leisurely wandered inside the space. Suddenly, he heard reports from the system and Ruabai. However, he didn't pay much attention to them and let Feng Chang explore the space on his own. After all, everyone has curiosity and a desire to explore, and he believed Feng Chang would find something interesting during the process. However, not long after, Feng Chang came out of the space and arrived at the Jiang house. Clearly, he missed his loved ones very much and couldn't wait to see them. When he reached the door, he coincidentally met Jiang Bo and Jiang Peihe returning from work. Feng Chang, you're back? Jiang Bo saw Feng Chang and smiled happily. Feng Chang also smiled and responded, Grandpa, Dad, I'm back. Jiang Bo nodded repeatedly and said, Good to have you back. Good to have you back. They secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Feng Chang didn't come back soon, what would happen to their beloved granddaughter/daughter? Feng Chang followed the elders into the house and immediately saw Jiang Ruoli sitting on the sofa. Feng Chang hesitated, not knowing what to say. Feng Chang, you're back? Jiang Ruoli said happily when she saw him. Feng Chang smiled. Yes, Li Bao, I'm back. Come on, let's go see the baby. Jiang Ruoli took his hand and headed into the house. No one else disturbed the little couple. Feng Chang looked at the 3 identical little ones lying on the bed and felt a warm softness in his heart. These are his beloved children connected by blood. He looked up and asked Jiang Ruoli, which one is the daughter? Jiang Ruoli glanced at him sideways. Are you favoring girls over boys? No. All your children are my treasures. Then why do you specifically ask which one is the girl? You know we haven't had a girl before, just want to find out. Jiang Ruoli rolled her eyes at him. Guess yourself. Feng Chang was in trouble. The 3 babies looked exactly the same. He had never interacted with them closely, so he couldn't tell them apart. He looked at the 3 babies with difficulty and randomly chose one, only to find out it was a boy. Is this the oldest or the second? This is the oldest. How do you tell them apart? These three babies not only looked alike but also wore the same clothes and were wrapped in identical blankets. How could he tell them apart? Jiang Rua Li just smiled without speaking. As the children became familiar with each other, it naturally became easier to tell who was who. But when Feng Chong first returned, he was not familiar with the three identical little ones. At that moment, he was holding the oldest and observing him. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable being held, the child twisted and let out a little protest. Feng Chong almost dropped him in fright. Jiang Ruali saw this and mischievously laughed. He's uncomfortable being held, so he's protesting. Feng Chong looked at Jiang Ruali for help. Wife, teach me how to hold him properly. Jiang Ruali smiled and took the child from him, placing the child's small head sideways in Feng Chong's arm, with one hand supporting his little bottom. There's also a popular way to hold children called the airplane hold, where you turn the child over and rest him on your arm. This usually requires good arm strength. Jiang Ruali taught him how to hold the child facing forward and how to do the airplane hold. Feng Chong quickly learned. After adjusting his hold, the oldest child stopped protesting. He lay peacefully in Feng Chong's arms, eyes wide open, silently blowing bubbles with his mouth. Feng Chong looked at him tenderly. This child is so adorable. Just as he wanted to say more, he heard Guaning calling for dinner at the door. The two of them picked up the children and headed outside. Usually, during mealtime, the children were placed in the cradle in the living room. Although the house wasn't big, by moving some unnecessary things aside, there was enough space to put a few small cradles. Is it okay to leave the child here? Is there a problem? Feng Chong still found it hard to believe that his wife was walking around so soon after giving birth. The child was placed in the living room before reaching 1 month old. In Feng Chong's understanding, women should stay in bed for a month after giving birth and avoid walking around. The baby should also stay inside the house and not be taken outside. However, his wife and mother-in-law come from a different time and have their own ideas about raising children. So Feng Chong decided not to say anything and just follow their lead. Anan, you should go visit your mom this afternoon. She cried when she found out you went missing. She probably hasn't come here these days because she's worried her sadness might be seen by Liba, which would make her sad too. Feng Chong nodded. Mom, I know. I'll go back after I finish eating. The army had given him a week off, so he planned to stay home and spend time with Liba. He would go back this afternoon to ease his mother's worries. However, Feng Jianjun personally brought him back and probably informed the family as well. But since they didn't see him, they would still feel uneasy. After eating, Feng Chong greeted Jiang Ruali and then returned to the military compound. At this time, Yao Yuyu was also postpartum and resting in the military compound. Li Zhishu saw Feng Chong return and couldn't help but cry, "You little rascal, you scared me to death." Feng Wanliang sighed in relief. "You're back, that's what matters." Although Feng Jianjun called to say Feng Chong was safe and back, and everything was fine, they hadn't seen him with their own eyes, so they still felt uneasy. "Have you eaten? Have you checked on Lily?" "Yes, I ate at my mother-in-law's house and saw Lily and the three little ones." He then looked at Feng Wanliang and asked, "Grandpa, is it time to give the kids names? I've thought about these names for a long time. Look at these." His older brother chose the name Feng Yuheng. The remaining names were for the other two boys, and he had picked a special name for the girl. He handed over 2 sheets of paper. These names were carefully chosen after reading many books. Feng Chong looked at the names on the paper. Feng Yuxing, Feng Yuxi, Feng Yuning, Feng Yulin, Feng Yuerui, Feng Yujin, Feng Yushua, Feng Shiyan, Feng Shihan, Feng Shijing, Feng Shernua, Feng Juanjin, Feng Junyi, Feng Juanshua. Wow. So many options for a girl's name. For the boys, Feng Chong liked Feng Yuxi and Feng Yuning the most. I don't know if my wife likes me or not. As for the girl children, Feng Chong prefers the names Feng Shijing and Feng Shernua. Okay, Grandpa, I'll take it back to Shola Bower. And let's eat dinner first and then go back, Li Zhishu said reluctantly. Feng Chong knew his mother must be upset, so he had already discussed with Jiang really to eat first and then go home. Okay, Mom, I was planning to go back after dinner anyway. Li Zhishu happily asked Aunt Chen to cook. After dinner, Feng Chang's guard was waiting outside in the car. Grandpa, Mom, I'll go back first. When Li Bauer and the kids finish their confinement, I'll bring her back to stay for a few days. Good, good. Feng Wanliang was very happy. He only saw the children on the day they were born, and later, because it was inconvenient, he didn't visit again. Now, hearing his grandson say they will bring the children back after confinement, he couldn't be happier. The eldest brother's child was born about an hour earlier than the third brother's children. So, that makes him the eldest. The three are younger siblings. Feng Chang gave a red envelope to her mother, which Li Bauer asked him to give to the eldest sister-in-law. When Yao Yuyu received the red envelope, she was a bit surprised. Then she remembered she forgot to give red envelopes to the three younger children. Mom, I forgot to give red envelopes to my younger siblings' 3 children. Li Zhishu also forgot and smiled. It's okay, Lily isn't a petty person. She probably just remembered after her mom reminded her. But secretly, she thought that as a grandmother, she also forgot. Although Feng Jianjun gave her 10,000 yuan, that was for Li Bauer. At that time, Li Bauer was giving birth and Feng Chang, her husband, wasn't with her. She thought she would also give a few red envelopes to those 3 children later. Yao Yuyu also wanted to give one. She decided to do it immediately. Yuyu mom is also a first-time grandma. I don't know much about these things, so don't mind, okay? Yao Yuyu smiled and said, Mom, of course not. Here are 2 red envelopes. One is yours and one is for the baby. Has the nickname been decided? Yes, it's Mao Mao. Li Zhishu happily placed 1 red envelope in the baby's hand. All right, Mao Mao, I am your grandma. Grandma is giving you a red envelope. I hope you grow up happily. Has the third younger sister's child's name been decided? Grandpa prepared a few options, and then we'll take them back for Li Bauer to choose. The third younger sister is really impressive, having 3 children. Yao Yu still can't imagine how someone as delicate and gentle as Jiang Rua Li could have 3 children. The sunset's glow like a thin veil softly fell on Feng Chang. He held 2 pieces of paper filled with hope and happiness, walking quickly back to the Jiang family house. Those 2 papers seemed to be his most precious treasures at this moment, carefully kept close to his heart. Now, the Jiang family living room was warm and lively. Everyone had finished dinner and was sitting together, smiling happily as they played with the adorable little children. The kids' rosy, chubby faces looked like spring flowers just blooming, and their clear, cheerful laughter filled the house with life. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, Lily, I'm back, Jiangbo called out. Hearing this, Jiangbo looked up with caring eyes. Feng Chang is back. His voice was deep and gentle, like a warm memory from the past. Jiang Peihe also asked, Have you eaten? His words showed the caring concern of elders for the younger ones. Feng Chang nodded softly. Dad, I ate at home. After saying this, his eyes were drawn to the children. He instinctively moved closer, wanting to hug these cute little angels. Seeing Feng Chang return, the others just smiled and nodded, then continued to play with the children, enjoying the warm atmosphere. However, Jiang Rua Li quickly stopped Feng Chang. Go wash your hands and change your clothes. The children are still fragile. If you have dust or dirt on you, it could get on them, she said softly but firmly, like a gentle spring breeze. Feng Chang listened without arguing, just nodding obediently and turning to his room. He carefully opened his wardrobe, choosing a clean, neat outfit, moving gently as if afraid to disturb the peace. Then he went straight into the bathroom to wash his hands with warm water. Why warm water? Because he was afraid cold water would make his hands too cold, which could hurt the children. After changing clothes and washing his hands, Feng Chang took out the 2 papers from his pocket, full of hope, and handed them to Jiang Ruali. Then he gently picked up a child. The child in his arms was as obedient and cute as a gentle kitten. Lily, this is the name the grandpa picked for the child. Look, do you like any of them? Jiang Ruali gently unfolded the 2 pieces of paper, her gaze falling on the names written there, as if she was flipping through a hopeful painting. On the boy's paper, Her favorite names were Feng Yuxi and Feng Yuning. These names sounded calm and grand. On the girl's paper, her favorite name was Feng Shijing. This name was poetic and lively. She pointed to these three names with her finger, her eyes full of love. After reading, Feng Chang's lips curved into a bright smile. He knew that his wife was just like him. Their hearts seemed to be closely connected at that moment. Jiang Ruoli smiled and looked up, her eyes shining. The eldest is called Feng Yuxi, the second Feng Yuning, and the third Feng Shijing. Grandparents, parents, what do you think? Good names. The in-laws chose nice names. Jiang Bo nodded repeatedly, a happy smile on his face. His voice was full of praise and approval. Since his wife had already made the decision, Feng Chang naturally had no objections. He gently held the children, his eyes full of determination. All right, let's settle on these names. Tomorrow I will go register the children. While holding the children, Feng Chang suddenly remembered something and asked with a smile, Li Bao, which number is this? His voice carried a hint of curiosity and anticipation. Jiang Ruoli glanced at him and showed a gentle smile. This is your little cotton-padded jacket. Feng Chang's eyes lit up, and it was as if a flower quietly bloomed in his heart. No wonder he liked her so much. It turned out she was his daughter, this caring little girl, making his heart soften. That night, as they prepared to rest, Feng Chang followed Jiang Ruoli into the room. Guaning originally wanted Feng Chang to sleep in another room, feeling sorry for her daughter and worried he might not take good care of the children. Mom, you've worked hard these days. Since I've come back, I'll take care of Li Bao and the children. It's also my duty as a husband and father, Feng Chang said sincerely, his eyes full of determination and responsibility. Hearing this, Guaning felt a warm wave in her heart. She looked at Feng Chang with satisfaction. All right, then you take care of them for now. She had indeed been tired for a long time and needed to rest. When Jiang Ruoli saw Feng Chang come in, she knew he would be the one caring for her and the children tonight. She was not particular and immediately let Feng Chang start working. First, he changed the children's diapers. Feng Chang clumsily took out the soiled diaper and carefully replaced it with a clean one. Perhaps he was too forceful, and the older child grunted uncomfortably. Feng Chang was frightened and helpless, showing a worried and guilty expression. His hands flailed in the air, unsure of what to do. It's okay, your hand was too heavy, and it made him uncomfortable, Jiang Ruoli said softly. She gently held Feng Chang's hand and guided him step by step in changing the baby's diaper. Her movements were gentle and skillful, like playing a beautiful melody. After changing the diaper, the dirty clothes also needed to be replaced. The whole process made Feng Chang sweat profusely. He first laid the new clothes on the bed, then gently placed the baby on them, carefully dressing him step by step. Although he was still a bit clumsy, the baby didn't cry anymore. After about half an hour, the diaper change was finally complete. Feng Chang was exhausted, sweating all over. He felt this was more tiring than 3 hours of training on the field. He sat by the bed, panting heavily, but with a satisfied smile on his face. Jiang Ruoli looked at Feng Chang, so tired he was, feeling both pity and amusement. Suddenly, she remembered she had run out of diapers and felt a bit annoyed, thinking, why didn't I buy more? Oh well, diapers are just diapers. Anyway, she didn't have to wash them. Feng Chang was very responsible. After resting for a while, he got up, washed the used diapers, and hung them out to dry. Back in the room, Feng Chang looked at the 3 sleeping babies, his heart melting. He wrapped Jiang Ruoli in his arms and said, Li Bao, I'm sorry. I wasn't with you when you gave birth. It's my fault, and I made you suffer. Jiang Ruoli shook her head. It's okay. You stay with everyone and I stay with our little family. Only with a strong country can we have a home. Feng Chang kissed her on the temple. She was the woman he vowed to protect with his life. She was his wife, his life. How lucky he was to have such a kind and understanding woman as his wife. Feng Chang is about to return to his team, and the baby's full moon celebration is also approaching, a day worth celebrating. After discussion, Both families decided to eat together as a way to celebrate the baby's full moon. Not only that, but Yao Yuyu's full moon celebration was also held at the same time. This meant 3 families were celebrating the children's milestones together. Foam Wanli booked a fairly large banquet hall at the Kyoto Grand Hotel. The space inside was quite spacious, enough to seat about 30 to 40 people. The Jiang family could fill almost 2 tables, while the Foam family had fewer people but not many. Yao Yu's family had about the same number of guests as Jiang's, roughly 2 tables. So, a banquet hall for 30 to 40 people was just right. It wouldn't feel too crowded and would provide a comfortable dining environment for everyone. On the day of the full moon celebration, Zhang Ruoli was very busy. She carefully chose beautiful new clothes for the 3 little children, designing the patterns based on popular styles from the future. Then, 2 skillful mothers and grandmothers, Guaning and Zhao Shujun, personally made the clothes. When the tiny outfits were put on the little ones, they looked absolutely adorable. Each child also had a cute little cape, which Zhang Ruoli specially asked Ro Jia's side to make. Ro Jia, upon hearing that Zhang Ruoli was blessed with 3 children, ordered Sazeo Bureau to craft 3 golden locks. These locks were made of pure materials and exquisite craftsmanship, worth a lot. Meanwhile, Lu Jinggan from the Great Yang Dynasty and his brothers sent sets of gold and silver locks as congratulations. Compared to these, Li Yimo's gift seemed a bit modest. Since she didn't have anything particularly impressive, she only gave a nearly complete diamond bracelet. Zhan Huan sent a set of beautiful jewelry for the children, especially generous with the gift for the 3rd child. The Orc tribe's gift was unique. They brought some animal pelts. These pelts were soft and brightly colored, perfect for making capes, scarves, and hats to keep the children warm. When Han Yuan from the mid-level realm heard about this, he struggled to think of a suitable gift. In the end, he decided to give a realistic-looking robot. Although the robot was powerful, Zhang Ruoli didn't dare to take it out for use, so she could only reluctantly store it in her space. Surprisingly, Long Yi also sent a robot after seeing Han Yuan's gift. Zhang Ruoli looked at the 2 inactive robots and felt overwhelmed, unsure how to explain these strange presents to Feng Chang. Zhang Ruoli never expected that Feng Chang would be so fond of this realistic robot. On the day she finished her confinement, Zhang Ruoli eagerly hid in the space to take a refreshing bath. Although officially she had finished her month of rest, Guaning and Zhao Shujun believed that because Zhang Ruoli had 3 children, she endured 3 times the usual pain, so she should stay in confinement for 2 full months. Today's event was just to let Zhang Ruoli go out and host a full moon celebration for the children. After the celebration, she still needed to return home to continue her rest. Zhang Ruoli had no objections, of course. After all, her body was her own, and only she truly cared for it. When their family arrived at the Kyoto Grand Hotel, the Yao and Feng families had already gathered. However, Zhang Hanzi, who was best at ruining the mood, was deliberately forgotten by everyone. No one told her to come to the celebration, to avoid causing unnecessary trouble and disturbance. Most people had arrived, and the atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter and joy. Feng Wanliang, as the elder, stood on stage with a smile, speaking warmly and loudly to start the event. Dear friends and family, thank you all for taking the time to come to celebrate my grandchildren's full moon. Today is a special day because my eldest granddaughter-in-law and my youngest granddaughter-in-law both gave birth on the same day. What a wonderful coincidence. I am very happy to welcome these 4 adorable little lives and to celebrate their arrival. Today, we gather together to mark their full moon. I hope everyone enjoys the delicious food and drinks freely. Zhang Ruoli specifically invited her respected teacher, Zhou Hongyi, to attend the celebration. Zhou Hongyi was a highly skilled and respected doctor, and Zhang Ruoli held her in great admiration. When Zhou Hongyi arrived, Zhang Ruoli warmly greeted her and exchanged pleasantries. However, when Zhou Hongyi took out the gifts she prepared for the 3 babies, Zhang Ruoli couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She never expected that her teacher's gifts for the children would be 3 thick medical books. Teacher, Are you giving up on me and starting to raise my children instead? Jiang Ruoli said helplessly. Zhou Hongyi smiled slightly and explained, What are you talking about? Do you think I would give up on you? Your medical skills are already so advanced that I have nothing left to teach you. Being your teacher has been a real bargain for me. Indeed, Jiang Ruoli's talent and skill in medicine are truly impressive. Not to mention how exquisite her prescriptions are, just her handmade skincare products and stretch mark creams have already caused a sensation in the market, with demand exceeding supply. It's not an exaggeration to say that Jiang Ruoli seems born specifically for this profession. Moreover, even heaven seems to favor her, as if afraid she might go hungry, personally feeding her. Unfortunately, Zhou Hongyi is unaware of this. She doesn't know Jiang Ruoli possesses a powerful cheat device. In reality, Jiang Ruoli isn't a true genius. Like most of us, she is just an ordinary person. If she hadn't accidentally obtained that mysterious space and the accompanying system, she wouldn't have achieved such remarkable success in traditional Chinese medicine. Without the support of that space and system, Jiang Ruoli probably wouldn't have engaged with Chinese medicine in her life, nor would she have a master. Therefore, Jiang Ruoli is very grateful to her ancestors for leaving her such a good gift. She is also thankful that the trading system has linked to her. The system, detecting Jiang Ruoli's thoughts, cheerfully exclaims, This system also really likes the host. Jiang Ruoli spent 2 months postpartum under the care of Zhao Shujun and Guaning. Feng Chang also stayed at Zhang's house during this time. If it weren't for his intense daily training, his eating habits would have made him gain a lot of weight. When Jiang Ruoli finished her postpartum confinement, it was almost New Year's. Feng Chang packed up their things, wrapped the children, and took them to the military district compound. Grandpa, Mom, we're back. Feng Chang carried 2 children, 1 in each arm, while Jiang Ruoli also held a child. Only Feng Wanliang's guard, He Hao, came in carrying a bunch of things. Li Zhizhu hurried to take the children from Feng Chang. Why are you holding the children like that? Mom, Li Bao said holding the children like this makes their stomachs more comfortable and they won't cry. Although he didn't know what intestinal bloating was, he trusted his wife's words. At least, he hadn't seen the children fuss. Feng Wanliang also came out leaning on his cane. My great-grandchildren, let Grandpa hold one. Just after saying this, he felt something was off and asked again. By the way, Li Bao, which one is my great-granddaughter? Jiang Ruoli heard this and chuckled softly, then placed the child in front of Feng Wanliang. Grandpa, this is your great-granddaughter. Feng Wanliang quickly took the child. Yes, she's much stronger than when she was born. Such a chubby little face. Your in-laws are really good at raising children. Of course. Grandpa, you don't know. My mother-in-law and them make delicious food every day. If I weren't in the army for extra training, I might have gained a lot of weight. Feng Wanliang scowled and glared. You still have the nerve to say that? That food was made for Li Bao. What are you eating? You should be eating wild vegetables and pickles instead. Feng Qing, joking around, said, Grandpa, am I still your favorite eldest grandson? No, I love my great-granddaughter the most. Feng Qing looked embarrassed. Jiang Ruoli covered her mouth and laughed nearby. Feng Qing helplessly looked at his wife, who was secretly smiling, full of affection. Feng Wanliang carefully carried his great-granddaughter to the sofa and sat down, noticing her big, round eyes watching him. His heart felt like it was melting. He wished he could give her all the best things in the world. After holding his great-granddaughter for a while, Feng Wanliang also picked up the other 2 children. These kids are really well taken care of. It's been a tough time for your parents-in-law. Grandpa, don't say that. They're also my parents' grandchildren and my grandparents' great-grandchildren. It's only right to raise them. Fortunately, the family's food and supplies mostly come from their own storage, so they don't spend much money. Sometimes they go out to buy a few things, just to avoid suspicion that they have so much food without buying it. Since Feng Qing could now access the space, most of the time he brought back supplies from outside, just for show. This time, Feng Qing also asked Jiang Ruoli for her opinion and took some rice, flour, meat, and eggs from the space. Feng Qing told he had to just put the stuff on the ground and come to pick him up at the army tomorrow morning. When He Hao was about to leave, Jiang Ruoli also handed him a bag of fruit. Captain He, take these and eat them. Ma'am, that's not necessary, just take it. It's from your sister-in-law's heart. Feng Qing interrupted him directly and added, it's an order. He Hao saluted politely. Yes, Deputy Regiment Commander. Then he cheerfully thanked Jiang Ruoli.
Thank you, ma'am.
After He Hao left, the two of them went back inside. Yao Yuyu also brought the children down. She had just gone to feed the baby and couldn't come out earlier. Older sister-in-law, this is Mao Mao. Give me a hug. Go on. You have 3 children of your own. Aren't you already hugging enough? Although she said that, she still handed the child to Jiang Ruoli. Only after you've hugged your own children enough can you hug others. Isn't that right, little Mao Mao? Lili, have you given the children their nicknames? Jiang Ruoli shook her head. I don't know what names to give them. Feng Qing said from the side, Li Bao, I thought about it. The older 2 can be called Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, and the younger sister can be called Tian Tian, which means calm and peaceful. Jiang Ruoli looked at him. You really like to think, giving such nice names to the daughter and being so casual with the son. Girls should be pampered and spoiled, while boys can be raised more freely. Jiang Ruoli felt helpless. Clearly, he was her childhood sweetheart, and his way of treating children was different. Don't spoil her to the point of being arrogant and bossy. Jiang Ruoli had read novels where children of high officials were spoiled and spoiled. She didn't want her daughter to become like that. Don't worry, genes are very important. Neither of us has the kind of genes that produce spoiled kids. If Jiang Hanji's kind of woman had children, they would definitely be. Alright, then it's decided, Tuan Tuan, Yuan Yuan, and Tian Tian. The nicknames were set. In the future, family members wouldn't call them Big Treasure, Second Treasure, or Third Treasure, but Tuan Tuan, Yuan Yuan, and Tian Tian. Great-grandfather's little Tuan Tuan let him see. Grandpa, how do you know this is Tuan Tuan? Feng Qing was very surprised. He still couldn't tell who was who among the 3 children. You're so stupid. After saying that, he turned to look at the little one in his arms. Is this Tuan Tuan? We're not as stupid as Dad. We want to be as smart as Mom. In fact, the old man was just guessing based on his feelings. And surprisingly, he guessed correctly. That was quite unbelievable. He stubbornly shuffled the order of the children. Feng Wanliang and Li Zhishu each held a child and accurately identified which was which. Jiang Ruoli smiled and said they were all correct. Feng Qing exclaimed it was impossible, but only he was hurt by the realization that he was wrong. Li Zhishu angrily said, You, as a father, how can you not tell your own children apart? Feng Qing was about to go crazy. Grandpa, Mom, can't you see they all look exactly the same? How do you tell them apart? 2 people shook their heads but refused to say how they divided things. Could it be that they just guessed based on feelings? But honestly, the father is really useless. He can't even recognize his own children. Jiang Ruoli sat on the sofa, holding Mao Mao, laughing happily. She teased Mao Mao, saying, Is your little uncle really silly? Yao Yuyu also picked up the other child, saying, Is this our only girl? She's very pretty. Looks just like Lili. Big sister-in-law, aren't these 3 children all the same? Look carefully. The oldest and youngest have double eyelids, just like Lili. The middle one has almond-shaped eyes, like you. And the middle child's mouth looks like Lili's, while the other 2's mouths look like yours. After Yao Yuyu said this, Feng Qing immediately understood the key point. It turns out that the father really isn't paying enough attention. New Year's Eve was also the 100-day celebration for the 3 children. This time, there was no big banquet at home, just inviting 2 relatives over for a meal at the military compound. Yao Yuyu's mother liked this arrangement. Although her husband and father-in-law hold good positions, they still fall short compared to the Feng family. Yao Yuyu's mother, Wu Tsuetsue, came from the countryside. Compared to Li Zhishu, a native of the capital, she felt a lot of inferiority. Wu Tsuetsue didn't even finish elementary school. She married Yao Yuyu's father because they were from the same village, but her husband was successful, He went to school and joined the army. Wu Tsuetsue, who liked Yao Yuyu's father at first, felt very insecure. As she grew older and saw Yao family planning to marry her son off, Wu Tsuetsue resorted to tricks to marry Yao Yuyu's father. Yao Yuyu's father, who had always intended to marry Wu Tsuetsue, was upset by her scheming but still married her. Even though he repeatedly said he would marry her, Wu Tsuetsue didn't believe him. After marriage, they got along well enough, but they could never go back to the innocence of before. Wu Tsuetsue always thought her husband didn't like her because she hadn't given him a son. She never considered that the real reason was her own scheming. At this moment, Wu Tsuetsue was still at the Feng family, telling Yao Yuyu why her father didn't treat her well. You see, my husband just doesn't like me because I didn't give him a son. Yao Yuyu already knew why her father didn't like her mother. It wasn't because she was a girl, but because her mother had schemed to marry her father. If her father didn't like her being a girl, why did he still treat her so well? Why does he never mention forcing her mother to drink various herbal medicines to have a son? Ultimately, it seems her mother doesn't trust her father. Yo-Yo, believe in your mom. Take good care of this son, and when the time is right, have another son. Only then can you secure your position in the family. Luckily, you gave birth to a son. Otherwise, you should already be preparing to have another child. Look at your younger uncle's 3 children. They are so spoiled. You should at least have 3 children too. Yao Yo-Yo was speechless. Having 1 child was enough for her, and now she was expected to have 3? Her mother didn't realize that in the family, daughters were more favored than sons. Did her mother not see how happy the old master was when he saw his granddaughter smiling? She rolled her eyes secretly. Yes, 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 I agree. Then she muttered, a girl, and the old master still likes her so much. And you gave birth to his eldest grandson. Mom, please be quiet. Do you think I enjoy staying here? Are you trying to cause me trouble? Don't you see how much the old master likes that granddaughter? Why say such things? Are you afraid others will hear? This is the only girl in the family for generations. How can she not be spoiled? The family already has enough sons. Yao Yo-Yo said all this in one breath, but Wu Tsuetsue didn't listen at all. To her, sons were for continuing the family line. Girls were just a burden, and her daughter was too. She just couldn't have more children, so she relied on Yao Yo-Yo. If she had a son, who would rely on her daughter? After dinner, when it was time to give red envelopes, Wu Tsuetsue saw her son-in-law give 3 red envelopes to the 3rd family and immediately felt she had lost a lot. She kept thinking her daughter must have to have 3 children, or else they would lose a lot of money on red envelopes every year. Especially when she saw the old master giving a red envelope to that girl alone, she felt the old master's favoritism was beyond measure. I say, old master, our Yo-Yo is the eldest grandson in your family. Why can't you give our Mao Mao an extra red envelope? Wu Tsuetsue's words made Yao Yo-Yo open her eyes in disbelief, staring at her mother. Was her mother crazy? Did she not hear a single word she just said? Feng Yan looked at Yao Yo-Yo, saw her confused, and then looked at his mother-in-law. Mom, my monthly salary is over 80 yuan. It's enough to support Yuyu and the kids, so I don't need to ask Grandpa for money to raise them. You child, how can you talk like that? I'm just fighting for your son's benefits. Mom, please shut up. If you keep talking like that, I will ask you to leave. Yuyu is about to go crazy with anger. If her mother sits beside her, she would at least cover her mouth. Seeing her daughter get angry, Wu Tsuetsue also sheepishly closed her mouth. Turning to look at her husband nearby, who also looked angry, Wu Tsuetsue dared not speak. Yao awkwardly said, Dear. She had a little whine and isn't thinking clearly. Please don't mind. Feng Wanliang glanced at Wu Tsuetsue. My own property. I can give it to whoever I want. It's not up to outsiders to tell me what to do. The Jiang family members, hearing Wu Tsuetsue's words, also looked angry. Guaning snorted coldly. Our Jiang family may not be as big as the Feng family, but we give enough money to the kids. We won't envy things that aren't ours. She had just overheard Wu Tsuetsue say that her precious granddaughter was a money loser. Their family's Tian Tian is the treasure of the family, but Wu Tsue is the one who loses money. If Sister Li Bao's older sister-in-law weren't so good, Guaning couldn't control her temper and would have scolded her too. Feng Chong also said softly, "I'm still young, Feng Chong, and I don't care about Grandpa's property right now." This made the Yao family feel ashamed. Although he didn't say it directly, it came from someone in their family. The New Year's dinner ended on a sour note. Jiang Ruo Li didn't mind. A few words from others wouldn't hurt her. Her little baby would be fine with her taking care of him. And all the things in the space were enough for her to spend for 10 lifetimes. After the families left, Yu awkwardly apologized to Jiang Ruo Li. Li, sorry, my mom just doesn't think clearly. Don't take her words to heart. Jiang Ruo Li shook her head. It's okay, I know it's not your intention. Yu felt quite embarrassed. She didn't say anything else. Old Feng was so angry. His in-laws were still thinking about his property. He hadn't even died yet. Feng Yan said, "Grandpa, don't be angry. My mother-in-law just speaks without thinking. I know you all are good children. Our family doesn't favor boys over girls. If anything, we favor girls. Since my family's ancestors, no girl was born in our family until now when a girl finally arrived. I am very happy. I love to spend money on my little great-granddaughter. The money is mine, and I love to give it to whoever I like. You don't need to worry about it. Grandpa, we're not worried about your money." Feng Chong thought about the boxes of jewelry in his wife's storage space and felt no need to worry about the old man's miscellaneous belongings. Jiang Ruoli and Feng Chong were lying in bed. Their 3 babies had been taken away by the military and Li Zhishu. The young couple hadn't spoken alone for a long time. "Li Bao, let's go to the space." Just as Jiang Ruoli nodded, Feng Chong quickly took her into the space. They arrived in a room, and Feng Chong eagerly kissed her lips. Feeling his passion, Jiang Ruoli responded to him. It wasn't until Jiang Ruoli was too tired to lift a finger that Feng Chong reluctantly let her go. He held Jiang Ruoli and soaked in the bathtub for a while, then helped her out, dried her, and laid her on the bed. He gently kissed her forehead and held her tightly, letting her sleep peacefully. Inside the space, the flow of time was faster than outside, so when they woke up, it was still dark outside. The young couple closed their eyes again to rest. Until dawn, Jiang Ruoli got up to prepare breakfast for the family. Feng Chong helped from the side. When everyone was awake, her breakfast was ready. "Li Bao, why did you get up so early?" "I woke up and got up." "Mom, is the baby crying?" Li Zhishu shook her head. "No, she's very good. She only wants milk, and otherwise she's sleeping. I've never seen such a well-behaved baby." After eating, she went to sleep. When she woke up, she played by herself. Feng Chong brought out breakfast, which was millet porridge and steamed buns. "Li Bao, when will you make us some of your family's noodles? I heard and say they're very delicious. If Mom likes, I'll make some for you tomorrow."
Li Zhishu rapidly.
Yes. I've wanted to try it for a long time. Okay, I'll make a batch for everyone tomorrow. The next day, Jiang Ruoli indeed made noodles, including mixed noodles and soup noodles. The soup noodles had meatballs in them. She also made a special spicy chili sauce. Those who liked spicy food could add it. Feng Chong ate the mixed noodles. Compared to the soup noodles, he preferred this one, especially with chili, which made it taste excellent. Everyone praised this breakfast, enjoying it very much. Recently, someone has been visiting to wish the old man a happy new year. The old man happily introduces his granddaughter-in-law to everyone. "Wow, this is your 3rd granddaughter-in-law. Why didn't you invite us to the wedding?" Feng Wanliang waved his hand. "Haha, these days, who dares to?" "That's true." The visitor nodded. Then Feng Wanliang introduced his 4 great-grandchildren. "Old Feng, you're so lucky, having 4 great-grandchildren already. I heard one is a granddaughter. Of course, the little granddaughter-in-law is amazing. She gave birth to triplets at once. Here's the only girl. Pretty, right? Just like her mom." Hearing Feng Wanliang boast like this, the old man's eyelids twitched. Again, he was showing off to him. That night, Jiang Ruoli discussed with Feng Chong about returning to work at the military hospital. Do you think Grandpa and parents will agree?
Of course they will.
It's just that Mom still needs to take care of Grandpa and the eldest sister-in-law's family, so she might not be able to manage us. So I want to bring them home for my mom to take care of. I'm worried Grandpa and parents won't agree.
Feng Chong didn't mind.
Since they were all in the family compound, he felt more at ease. It's nothing to worry about. When they grow up, they can come back to visit.
Jiang Ruo Li still had concerns.
She felt she shouldn't be the one to bring it up.
Don't worry, I'll talk to them tomorrow.
Whether Jiang Ruo Li stays at home with the kids or returns to work, Feng Chong had no objections. The next day, Feng Chong discussed with Li Zhishu. Originally, I should be the one to take care of the kids as the mother-in-law, but I really can't manage it all here. And then I'll trouble your mother-in-law and the others.
Okay, I understand. I'll talk to Li Bao.
Remember to send living expenses to your in-laws every month, so they don't say you're just living off them.
Feng Chong was speechless.
Am I that kind of person? He wished he could give 80 yuan a month, but unfortunately his father-in-law only asked for 20. So he could only buy more things to bring home for them. They stayed in the big courtyard until the Lantern Festival. After lunch in the afternoon, they took the children back to the family compound. Oh, my little babies, I missed Grandpa so much. Jiang Pihi saw them return and immediately took a child into his arms. Dad, am I no longer your little baby? Jiang Ruo Li looked at Jiang Pihi with a sad expression. Nonsense, just speak the truth.
Jiang Ruo Li angrily.
All right, don't you know?
You'll always be Dad's little baby.
Hearing this, Jiang Ruo Li finally smiled happily. Feng Chong's child was taken away, so he turned around to bring down some belongings from the car. Besides some original items, there were also roasted duck and pastries bought along the way. Jiang Ruo Li had mentioned wanting to eat the roasted duck, and Feng Chong asked he had to take a detour to buy it. A roasted duck cost 8 yuan, and Jiang Ruo Li bought 2. They packed the duck along with side dishes and wraps to take back. After putting the things down, Hiao was about to leave, but Jiang Ruo Li gave him some fruit to pass to Feng Chong. Hiao hesitated, saying, "Deputy Group Leader, you don't have to." Feng Chong placed the fruit on the front seat and said, "Your sister-in-law gave this to you. Take it, or she might come here herself." "All right then, thank you, Deputy Group Leader. Please thank my sister-in-law for me." Hiao was quite touched. These fruits weren't common in stores. Even if they were available, he wouldn't buy them because they were too expensive. He thought Feng Chong and his wife were very kind. Every time there was something good, they would give him a share. Just now, they bought a duck, and they even bought half a duck for him. Back at the dorm, Hiao took out the roasted duck. The aroma spread for miles. Neighbors from the next dormitory were attracted by the smell. "Haozi, what are you eating alone? Come out and share. This smell is so good." Then they saw the half duck. "Wow, roasted duck? You actually have money to buy it?" "That's not mine, it's my sister-in-law's. It's from Deputy Group Leader Feng's wife." "Get lost, it's none of your business." "Scram. This is mine." "Haozi, you're so selfish, eating alone."
"Come on, share it already."
One of them tore off a duck leg for Hiao, and the others quickly divided up the rest. Hiao looked at the duck leg in his hand, feeling both amused and helpless. Is this still roasted duck? Forget it. They're just a bunch of animals. Usually, the food in the cafeteria is just enough to fill their stomachs. Eating well is impossible. After the Lantern Festival, Jiang Ruo Li finished her leave and returned to work at the military district hospital. The 3 little ones hadn't been weaned yet. Before leaving in the morning, Jiang Ruo Li would feed them once, after lunch once more, at 5 p.m. again, and before bed one last time. Feng Chong had exchanged many milk powder coupons, and General Feng had exchanged a lot too. As a grandfather, he couldn't favor one grandchild over the others. All 4 grandchildren were equally loved. Feng Chong only needed to think about his own children. If Jiang Ruo Li found it troublesome and wanted to wean the children, he could also buy milk powder directly to feed them. Once the children reached 6 months old, they could start adding complementary foods. Perhaps because they have been fed spring water since childhood, the 3 children are very smart. Especially the youngest, Ten. Every time she sees Feng Qing about to leave, she pouts and looks at him with red eyes. This makes Feng Qing feel a little sad inside. He hugs her and kisses her, comforting her for a long time before finally calming her down. The eldest, Tuan Tuan, has always been steady. Except when he needs to and whines a little, he remains quietly observant of his surroundings. The second, Air, is cheerful and always giggles happily. Anyone who teases him easily makes him grin widely. The third, San, is quite clever for his age. At just 3 months old, he already seems to read people's expressions. Jiang Ruoli suspects this child might have been possessed from another world and secretly tests her theory. But it turns out she was overthinking. It's just that he has a lot of nutrition inside, making him a smart little trickster. Whenever she sees him holding back a pout while watching Feng Qing, Jiang Ruoli thinks, daughters are often their father's little sweethearts from past lives. Jiang Ruoli even jokes with Feng Qing, look, your little sweetheart is crying. Feng Qing then seriously says, no little sweetheart, no past life. Even if I had one, it would belong to you. Although in his dreams, he belonged to someone named Mu Qinghuan, his heart in this life, the next and all future lives, belongs to Jiang Ruoli. Since Jiang Ruoli revealed her method of stopping bleeding earlier, the entire military hospital no longer underestimates traditional Chinese medicine. Sometimes, when problems arise, they come to her for answers. Jiang Ruoli often provides some ideas. She previously borrowed some Western medical books from Liao Xinjin and has almost finished reading them. In 2 years, when the college entrance exam is restored, Jiang Ruoli plans to study Western medicine. She intends to combine traditional Chinese and Western medicine to achieve better results for her patients. She still needs to learn more. Self-study helps her memorize knowledge, but without guidance, she doesn't know how to apply it properly. Meanwhile, at Feng Yi's home, a tense scene is unfolding. Sunlight streams through the window, illuminating Feng Yi's angry, reddened eyes. Even his sun-darkened cheeks can't hide the blush on his face.
Tell me,
what did you do to me? Feng Yi tightly grips Jiang Hanji's hand, shouting angrily. In his heart, he knows exactly what happened. He has waited a long time for this day, and now that it has arrived, his excitement makes his hands tremble slightly. However, in Jiang Hanji's eyes, Feng Yi's trembling was not due to excitement, but because he was trying to endure something. Her gaze fell on Feng Yi's hand, which she was holding, then she slowly looked up at him, full of hope, and softly said, what did you do?
We are husband and wife. What can I do to you?
It was just some aphrodisiac, my husband. I am your wife, so let me help you. As she spoke, Jiang Hanji reached out with her free hand to gently undo Feng Yi's shirt buttons. Her movements seemed a bit hurried, as if eager to free Feng Yi from his clothes. Seeing this, Feng Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. He suddenly his hand away forcefully and said coldly, do you know that giving drugs to a soldier is illegal? Even if you're my wife, you can't do that. Jiang Hanji was clearly caught off guard by Feng Yi's reaction. She widened her eyes in shock and looked at him in disbelief, stammering, "Duh?" Apparently, she had no idea such rules existed. But Jiang Hanji didn't give up. She quickly adjusted her emotions and continued to argue, we are husband and wife. I just want to have a child with you. How can that be considered giving drugs? Feng Yi clapped his hands, and the person waiting outside entered. Jiang Hanji was taken away by several female soldiers. Why are you arresting me? I didn't do anything, Feng Yi said calmly. You already admitted it yourself. You gave me the aphrodisiac, he added. They all heard it. They are witnesses, he finished.
Jiang Hanji was stunned.
Suddenly she realized, haha, Feng Yi, you are scheming against me. If you weren't up to something, I wouldn't be able to scheme against you. In short, all of this was her own fault. Thankfully, she was timid, and now she finally decided to act. Otherwise, by this time last year, she would already be in trouble. Feng Yi accused Jiang Hanji of trying to harm a soldier. The military also accepted the case because the evidence was clear. Jiang Hanji was sentenced to farm labor reform and immediately divorced the two of them. After leaving the courtroom, Feng Yi's shackles were completely gone. Jiang Hanzi's mother still wanted to come and cause trouble for Feng Yi. She was directly warned, if you want to go see your daughter, go ahead and make a fuss. Since then, her mother was never seen again. They didn't see her in Beijing, and no one knew where she took the child. None of this was their concern. All that mattered was celebrating Feng Yi's freedom from Jiang Hanji. Jiang Ruoli and Feng Chong visited the military compound. Feng Yan and Feng Chong drank with Feng Yi until they were very drunk. Fortunately, Jiang Ruoli had prepared a hangover remedy early. After giving it to the three of them, she helped them back to their rooms to sleep. Feng Chong held Jiang Ruoli and suddenly used his mind to teleport into a space. He drank a few sips of spiritual spring water, took a hangover pill, and then ate Jiang Ruoli completely. As a result, Jiang Ruoli slept until late the next day. Seeing the marks on her body, Jiang Ruoli couldn't help but curse Feng Chong for being a beast. Yao Yuyu, who was also affected, was not drunk. After drinking the hangover remedy, she became more alert. Yao Yuyu and Jiang Ruoli, who also woke up late, met in the dining hall. Seeing the marks on each other's necks, they both felt shy and smiled at each other. Everyone knew what had happened. Jiang Hanzi is a person whose personality is hard to like. She always thinks she is great just because she is the daughter-in-law of the Feng family, and she bosses people around on the farm all day, acting like she owns the place. But who would have thought that, in just 3 months, news of her suicide would spread? Whether this news is true or not, no one can say for sure, since no one paid much attention to her as a reform prisoner. Since she is dead, they just buried her somewhere casually. No one cared. Feng Yi heard the news and acted very coldly, as if it had nothing to do with him. However, a faint smile in his eyes showed he was in a good mood. Jiang Ruoli also sighed after hearing this. She thought that if Jiang Hanzi could just tone down her attitude and live well with Feng Yi, maybe the Feng family wouldn't dislike her so much. But unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. Anyway, none of this mattered to Jiang Ruoli now. Her heart and eyes were full of her 3 adorable little babies. Right now, the 3 little ones had already learned to sit. When Jiang Peishu and Jiang Lixia weren't around, Jiang Ruoli would magically pull her phone out of her pocket and take lots of photos of the babies. Her phone was filled with cute moments of the children, each one making her love them even more. However, Feng Chong noticed Jiang Ruoli's little habit. He thought that her always hiding and taking photos like this was not a good long-term plan. So, he went directly to the department store and bought a Seagull brand camera. Although it was quite expensive, costing 450 yuan, he bought it without hesitation. Keep in mind, in that era, 450 yuan was a large sum, several months' worth of living expenses for an average family. When Jiang Ruoli saw the delicate black camera box, she was a bit surprised. Such an expensive thing. What are you going to do with it? Feng Qing smiled and explained, you always hide to take photos with your phone. I worry you'll get caught. With this camera, you can take pictures openly of the kids, and the photos can be kept for a long time after printing. Jiang Ruoli understood Feng Qing's good intentions and gratefully took the camera, feeling warm inside. Cameras in this era were relatively simple to operate, and soon they both learned how to use it. From then on, the family would sit together, taking photos of the children with the camera, creating many happy memories. Coincidentally, Hihao was also there and Feng Qing asked him to help take a family portrait. Everyone stood properly, smiling happily, while Hihao quickly pressed the shutter to capture this beautiful moment. Not long after, Jiang Peihe's father and daughter, Jiang Jinin's family, and Jiang Juanxia's father and daughter all arrived one after another. Once everyone was there, they took another family photo, with each person's face full of joy and warmth. To preserve more wonderful memories, they also took individual photos. Everyone showed their most natural and genuine selves in front of the camera. It's worth mentioning that after this period of careful care, Jiang Peihe's health had improved significantly. However, his ear problems still troubled Jiang Ruoli. Despite her efforts to find a treatment, she hadn't yet discovered an effective solution. She knew deep down that if Jiang Peihe could drink the spiritual spring water, his ears might recover. But the spring water was a secret, and Jiang Ruoli could never use it for Jiang Peihe. For now, she could only hope to develop an artificial cochlea, which might help Jiang Pei-shu regain his hearing. As for their current life, Jiang Pei-shu and Jiang Lixia felt very satisfied. Jiang Lixia's personality also became much more cheerful, and she especially enjoyed making clothes for her family. Seeing the situation, Jiang Ruoli took out the fabric she had prepared earlier from the space and let Jiang Lixia freely express her creativity. Jiang Lixia received the fabric and immediately began cutting and sewing with great enthusiasm. While busy, she often asked Jiang Ruoli for advice on small details. Jiang Ruoli patiently guided and offered suggestions. "Big sister, look at this dress. Is it what you described?" Jiang Lixia excitedly held up her finished work to show Jiang Ruoli. Jiang Ruoli looked closely and nodded with approval. The design and craftsmanship of the dress were very good, exactly matching Jiang Ruoli's earlier description. She had only mentioned it casually, but Jiang Lixia managed to turn it into reality so quickly and made it so beautifully. This showed not only Jiang Lixia's strong hands-on skills, but also her unique understanding and talent for clothing design. Jiang Ruoli thought that if Jiang Lixia chose fashion design in college and later opened her own studio for custom-made clothes, she would surely achieve great success. Her skills had already been recognized by everyone, and her passion and talent for fashion design were obvious. After Jiang Lixia's clothes became known among family and friends, everyone praised her craftsmanship and unique designs. These compliments made Jiang Lixia more confident and motivated, and she grew to love the field of clothing design even more. In July, the entire military area suddenly became tense and alert. The Jiang family kept a low profile and usually did not prepare meat to eat. If they did, it was just some meat puree for the children's baby food. Adults could skip meat, but children couldn't, right? Although the family had Elder Feng and Elder Rong protecting them, they still avoided bringing trouble. So, they tried to stay as discreet as possible. Even the clothes Jiang Lixia made were not worn. They used old clothes from before. By this time, the 3 little babies were over 9 months old. The 3 cradles in the living room had been taken away, replaced with mats on the floor to let them crawl freely. The mats were the best-preserved, patchwork crawling mats that Li Yimo had pulled out from a warehouse. She bought 20 packs at once, each containing 4 pieces. A total of 80 pieces, almost covering the entire house. Jiang Lixia also wrapped some of the corners and edges of the cabinets with fabric, following Jiang Ruoli's instructions. "Big sister, what you made is really good. The little nephews won't get hurt anymore. I just thought of it on a whim. You're more skillful, I just speak, and you make it happen. You're a big hero." Looking at the 3 little treasures crawling around, Jiang Ruoli felt very happy inside. Today was her 22nd birthday. Her family secretly celebrated her birthday at home. Jiang Ruoli was a bit shy, thinking, as a mother, why should she celebrate her own birthday? Guaning gently patted Jiang Ruoli's head and said, "Even if you're getting old, you're still my daughter and my treasure. It's right to celebrate your birthday." Guaning and Zhao Shujun worked together to make a cake for Jiang Ruoli. She closed her eyes and made a wish, hoping that everyone in the family would live long, stay healthy, and be happy. Time flies quickly. It feels like just a moment ago, and suddenly, it was October 1977. In this beautiful autumn season, on October 20th, the country announced exciting news. College entrance exams would be restored. This news hit like a big stone in water, causing waves and quickly spreading across China. At this moment, 3 adorable little children were happily looking forward to their upcoming 3rd birthday. Yuan, with big round eyes, eagerly looked at his older brother and asked in a baby voice, "Big brother, do you think Mom will give us any gifts?" Next to him, Tian heard this and immediately rolled her eyes and pouted, saying, "Second brother, why do you always think only about Mom giving you gifts?" Yuan quickly hid his smile and tried to look cute, saying to his little sister, "Don't be mad. My gift is your gift. When I get my gift, you'll have 2 gifts." Yuan is a brave boy who isn't afraid of anything in the world, but he's only afraid of making his little sister angry. However, Zhang Ruoli was surprised to find that Tian Tian wasn't spoiled by the family as she had expected. Instead, this little girl was very obedient and sensible, which made Zhang Ruoli feel relieved and happy at the same time. Except for her second son, Feng Yuning, who was a bit troublesome, the other two children behaved very well. From the moment he was born, Lao de Feng Yushi's personality was already obvious. He is a mature and steady type. Usually, he only smiles when he sees the Jiang family and Feng family members. When facing others, he always looks expressionless and seems indifferent. In contrast, Lao heir Feng Yuning is completely different. This child does not seem peaceful at all, but rather very lively. Since he learned to walk, he has been like a wild horse running free, crashing around the house and causing chaos, making the whole family restless. Feng Chong feels helpless about this. He has tried scolding and punishing, but the child just won't change. In the end, Feng Chong had to give up, thinking that when the boy gets a bit older, he will send him to the military camp to let him run wild there, so he won't bother the elders at home anymore. The third child, Feng Shijing, is a bright and charming girl. Her beauty and cuteness make people feel happy. Her small, sweet mouth seems to be able to speak honey, always saying things that make others smile. Although Feng Shijing is the only girl in the family and is loved by everyone, she is not spoiled at all. Instead, she is independent and cheerful, giving off a warm, sunny feeling. Her biggest hobby is reading books, especially the picture books drawn by Zhang Ruoli for them. These books are full of fun and imagination, and Feng Shijing loves them dearly. After reading, she carefully keeps them as if they are her most precious treasures. Moreover, Feng Shijing has shown a strong interest and talent in medicine from a young age. As soon as she learned to recognize words, she eagerly started reading her mother Zhang Ruoli's medical books. Zhang Ruoli was surprised to see this. She never expected her little daughter to be so obsessed with medical knowledge. She smiled and said to Feng Chong, "It looks like my teacher can help nurture my child." This comment was not only an acknowledgement of Feng Shijing's talent, but also a hope for her future development. Zhou Hongyi visited Zhang Ruoli several times at the family compound and also saw Feng Shijing reading medical books. Wanting to test her, he was surprised to find that the girl knew more than he thought. He sighed and said, "Lili, your daughter is truly talented and surpasses her peers." Regarding the growth and development of children, Zhang Ruoli has always maintained a relatively relaxed attitude. She does not interfere much with her children's choices and hobbies. For example, her eldest son is mature and steady, not very interested in many things. Surprisingly, he has twice as much pocket money as what his parents give him. After asking, Zhang Ruoli learned that her eldest son was trading with other children in the residential area. She did not ask much about what exactly was being traded, trusting that her son would not do anything bad. Her second son has a very different personality. He is lively and active, especially passionate about martial arts. He often pesters his father, Feng Chong, to teach him how to practice martial arts, and Feng Chong enjoys teaching him. Now, Feng Chong's martial skills have improved a lot compared to a few years ago, mainly because he learned some techniques from the space. Although these techniques do not allow him to cultivate internal energy or true qi, they are enough for everyday fights, helping him easily defeat others. It's not an exaggeration to say he can fight 10 people alone. After hearing about the college entrance exam being restored, Zhang Ruoli and Zhang Lixia are preparing for it. Big sister, which university do you want to apply to? Zhang Ruoli already had a plan. I want to apply to Tsinghua University's medical department. What about you? Big sister, I feel a bit lost. I don't really know what I want to do. Aren't you interested in making clothes? Tsinghua has a fashion design major.
You could choose that.
But, sister, with so many clothing factories, who would want to buy my clothes?
Don't be silly.
We're not aiming for the common route, but high-end custom designs. You have a good eye. You can see the strengths and weaknesses in people, then incorporate those into your designs, highlighting their good points and hiding their flaws. Many wealthy women in Kyoto love personalized, custom-made clothes. You just haven't studied these systematically yet. Once you get exposed to them, you'll understand the principles. Learning about color matching will definitely help you make better custom designs. Jiang Lixia loves making clothes, but worries she won't be able to do anything after graduating from college. She shared her worries with Jiang Ruoli. Jiang Ruoli smiled and patted her shoulder. Don't worry about that. The future is getting better and better. Personalized fashion will definitely become a trend. Jiang Lixia nodded. Since her sister had said so, she decided to listen to her. In this family, she admires her sister the most. Her sister's words are always right. The news that Jiang Ruoli and Jiang Lixia would take the college entrance exam was no longer a secret in the family. Because of the exam, Jiang Ruoli had resigned from her position at the military district hospital. Some colleagues felt reluctant, especially Wei Zi. He truly couldn't bear to see such a good and excellent doctor leave. Jiang Ruoli said, "Maybe after I graduate, I might come back here to work as a doctor?" Although she left the military hospital, her military rank still remained. To avoid disturbing their study, the family was very careful. They deliberately kept their voices and footsteps light, worried about disturbing the two sisters. Even the three little children at home were very sensible. Without being told, they knew not to bother their mother and aunt while they read. However, children are naturally curious. The second child blinked with innocent big eyes and suddenly asked Guaning, "Grandma, what is the college entrance exam?" Guaning looked at her adorable granddaughter and patiently explained, "The college entrance exam is a kind of test for going to college. After passing it, you can go to university." The second child nodded as if she understood, but Feng Shijing suddenly exclaimed, "Wow. So, if Mom goes to university, does that mean we won't see her anymore?" This question was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. Not only was the second child stunned, but even Feng Yuxi, who usually appeared indifferent, turned around and looked closely at Guaning, clearly interested in the answer. Guaning quickly comforted them. "Of course not, dear. Mom going to university is just like her going to work. She'll go to school during the day and come back at night." But inside, Guaning was quietly thinking about how to arrange things when that day really came. The family's apartment was a bit far from the school, and commuting every day would be tiring. After thinking for a while, Guaning felt that if necessary, the family could move to the military compound. That place was closer to the school, and the children could attend kindergarten there. Moreover, by the time the children started elementary school, the family might have already moved out of the family apartment. The old man has reached his 70s and is now 78 years old. He has long since retired and is enjoying his later years. The couple moved to the military compound 2 years ago to live a peaceful and relaxed life. Now, only Guaning and Jiang Peihe's children live in the family courtyard, taking care of each other at Jiang Ruoli's home. Jiang Peishu works in the military cafeteria and was assigned a small apartment. Although it is not large, it has one bedroom and a living room, enough for their needs. Feng Qing and his comrades transformed this small apartment into 2 rooms, making it just right for Jiang Lixia and her daughter to live in. Most of the time, Jiang Lixia helps out at Jiang Ruoli's place, caring for the children with Guaning. Jiang Ruoli gives Jiang Lixia 5 yuan each month as a thank you for her help. At first, Jiang Lixia hesitated to accept the money, feeling that helping family was just what they should do. But after Guan Ying's repeated encouragement, she finally accepted it. Meanwhile, Jiang Peihe remains at school, continuing to contribute to education. He has his own plans for the future. Once the policies allow in 1980, he intends to start a business and seek new opportunities to earn more wealth. He is looking forward to that time, which is not far away. Jiang Ruoli studies hard. Feng Qing doesn't want to disturb her and tries to suppress his impulses. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ruoli brings someone into her space to flirt. Feng Qing, already impulsive, finds it even harder to hold back. He puts her on the bed and begins to undress her, one piece at a time. After 3 or 4 hours, Feng Qing finishes and Jiang Ruoli has fallen asleep. Feng Qing, satisfied, holds her and falls asleep. 2 months pass quickly. Jiang Ruoli and Jiang Lixia, the sister duo, face an important milestone, the college entrance exams. Fortunately, they are assigned to the same school for the exams. Although they are in different exam rooms, it gives them some peace of mind. For Jiang Ruoli, the exam is not new. She has already experienced it once before. She is very relaxed and confident. However, Jiang Lixia feels nervous because it is her first time taking the exam. Don't worry, relax. You study so seriously at home, and those skills are enough for this exam. As long as you perform normally, you'll have no problem getting into your dream university. Jiang Ruoli gently comforts her sister, hoping to help her feel less nervous. Jiang Lixia listens to her sister and nods, feeling a bit more relaxed. Jiang Ruoli and Jiang Lixia both enter their exam rooms. This is a very important college entrance exam, restored after 10 years. Inside the exam room, Jiang Ruoli notices that the ages of the test takers are very diverse, more than she expected. She sees middle-aged people with some gray hair, as well as young, inexperienced students with shy faces. Everyone is nervous and quietly waiting for this exam that will decide their future. Jiang Ruoli walks confidently into the exam room, her light steps like a butterfly fluttering, drawing everyone's attention. The chatter in the room suddenly stops, and many eyes, some surprised, some admiring, look at her. She has shiny black hair that falls over her shoulders like a waterfall, and her face is delicate with bright, sparkling eyes like stars in the night sky. Her nose is high and straight, and her small mouth is like a cherry, with a faint blush. She wears a simple blue sweater, a long wool skirt, and a brown wool coat, looking like a beautiful, noble person. The men in the room secretly admire her, their eyes full of appreciation. The women mostly look envious. Sitting slightly behind Jiang Ruoli is a woman named Lin Yu. Seeing how much attention Jiang Ruoli attracts, Lin Yu feels jealous, like weeds growing wildly in her heart. Her face turns red, and she clenches her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white. She glares at Jiang Ruoli's back and whispers angrily, "Such a charming woman, just knows how to attract people. I don't know what tricks she used, but she's showing off here." Her voice is soft but full of resentment and bitterness. After the brief excitement, the exam supervisor walks into the room with steady steps. He wears a neat Zhongshan suit, kind but with a serious look. He looks around the room and then raises his voice, saying, "Everyone be quiet. We are about to distribute the exam papers." His voice is loud and clear, echoing through the room. Upon hearing the teacher's words, the students who had been whispering quietly immediately became silent. They sat up straight, their eyes showing nervousness and anticipation. The first exam was Chinese language. Jiang Ruoli took the exam paper and looked through it briefly. Her eyes gradually became more confident, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. She was sure that the questions were not difficult this time. Jiang Ruoli calmly opened her exam paper, ready to start working. Her movements were graceful and smooth, as if she was playing a relaxed game rather than taking an exam. However, halfway through the paper, she suddenly felt something gently hit her leg. She frowned slightly, feeling a hint of doubt. Before she could speak, a sharp voice rang out in the classroom. "Teacher, I report that that girl is cheating." This sudden voice was like a thunderclap in the quiet classroom. Everyone's eyes turned toward the sound, as if by magic. Jiang Ruoli naturally looked in that direction. She saw a stranger girl standing in a corner of the classroom, pointing directly at herself. Jiang Ruoli's eyebrows furrowed even more. She looked down and saw a crumpled piece of paper at her feet. It was clearly the object that had just hit her leg, now lying quietly on the ground, as if holding a secret. The others in the classroom also looked toward the person who reported her. When their eyes landed on Jiang Ruoli, they all showed surprised expressions. This beautiful girl, they had admired her before, and now they couldn't believe she was cheating. Although Jiang Ruoli felt puzzled, her expression remained very calm, without any sign of panic. She looked calmly at the girl who reported her, trying to find some clues on her face. But the girl's expression was very cold, seeming full of hostility toward Jiang Ruoli. The teacher, hearing the report of cheating, immediately looked serious. He quickly walked down from the podium and headed straight toward Jiang Ruoli. Every step seemed hurried, as if eager to find out the truth quickly. When he reached Jiang Ruoli, the teacher bent down to pick up the crumpled paper, then unfolded it and examined the writing carefully. His gaze slowly moved away from the paper and landed on Jiang Ruoli, showing a hint of doubt and scrutiny. "Student," the teacher's voice was a bit serious. "Do you have anything to say?" Jiang Ruoli was not scared by the teacher's authority. She simply looked calmly at the words on the paper ball and replied slowly, "Teacher, this paper ball is not mine." Her voice was clear and sweet, like a beautiful melody, making people feel uplifted. But her indifferent attitude was very different from her lovely voice. The teacher didn't expect Jiang Ruoli to deny so calmly. He frowned slightly, seeming unhappy with her answer. At that moment, Lin Yu, who pointed at her and accused her of cheating, suddenly interrupted, "How is it not yours? I saw it fall from you with my own eyes." Her tone was full of disdain and mockery, clearly upset by Jiang Ruoli's denial. Jiang Ruoli slightly smiled, showing a gentle smile. She looked at Lin Yu and said confidently, "Classmate, everyone is honestly working on their exams. Why are you just staring at me?
Could it be
You like me?" As soon as she spoke, the classroom burst into laughter. The students whispered to each other, praising Jiang Ruoli's humor and cleverness. But Lin Yu was so angry her face turned red. She glared at Jiang Ruoli and cursed through clenched teeth. "Ha! Shameless fox. Nobody likes you. I just happened to see that paper ball fall from you when I looked up." Despite Lin Yu's insults, Jiang Ruoli's face didn't change at all. She kept her gentle smile and calmly said, "Can you take responsibility for what you said? Accusing a soldier or their family can lead to a military court." Then Jiang Ruoli took out a military officer ID from her pocket and gently placed it in front of the teacher. The teacher looked suspicious and took the ID, examining it carefully. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Is this a battalion commander?" He wondered silently, how could a military officer come to take the college entrance exam? It was really confusing, but this was not something they could discuss freely. Next to them, Lin Yu, hearing the accusation against the soldier, turned pale with fear. She hadn't expected that this woman was actually a military officer and so young to be a battalion commander. It was truly unbelievable. Seeing this, the teacher frowned again and asked seriously, "Comrade, I ask you one last time. Are you sure that this paper ball fell from this girl?" Faced with the teacher's questioning, Lin Yu became speechless and stammered, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. Jiang Ruoli then spoke. "I was doing my homework just now when I felt something hit my lower leg. Before I could look, I heard the student say I cheated. I suspect she is falsely accusing me. The teacher can compare my handwriting with the writing on this piece of paper and also compare the handwriting on the paper with that of other students in the exam room." Lin Yu's reaction made everyone present understand the situation clearly. After all, people's expressions and actions often reveal their true thoughts unconsciously. As an experienced and observant person, the teacher immediately saw through Lin Yu's unnatural behavior. The teacher confidently picked up the paper ball and walked straight toward Lin Yu's exam paper. Although there were few words on the paper ball, careful comparison of handwriting easily identified it. "Student," the teacher said seriously, "the facts are clear. This paper ball was definitely written by you and then thrown near that student's feet to frame her. Do you have anything else to say?" Faced with the teacher's questioning, Lin Yu's face turned pale, and her voice trembled with fear. "No, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything." But her defense was powerless against solid evidence. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruoli quietly withdrew her gaze, as if none of this concerned her. She gently covered her exam paper with scrap paper to prevent anyone from copying her answers. This matter was beyond the teacher's authority, so the teacher decided to report it to higher authorities for further instructions and decisions. The reporting process was not smooth. It involved multiple levels of communication, approval, and discussion. Each level carefully examined the situation and made judgments according to rules and procedures. After a long wait and review, a final decision was made to revoke the student's exam rights and prohibit her from taking the college entrance exam for the next 5 years. This decision was a heavy to Lin Yu. She couldn't accept it and her emotions quickly collapsed as she burst into tears. Lin Yu begged the teacher to forgive her this time. She admitted her mistake, but promised she would never do it again. However, the teachers remained unmoved. They strictly followed the higher authorities' orders without any room for discussion. In the end, the teachers mercilessly dragged Lin Yu out of the room, ignoring her struggles and cries. At this moment, Lin Yu was filled with despair and anger. She kept cursing Jiang Ruoli, blaming her for her unfortunate situation today.
Jiang Ruoli.
I really feel wrong too. After the exam at noon, Jiang Ruoli headed toward the school gate. On the way, she saw Jiang Lixia, and they walked out together. At the gate, Guaning and Jiang Peihe were waiting. Li Bao Lixia, how did your exams go? Jiang Ruoli nodded. I think it went pretty well. She didn't talk about what happened in the exam room. That female officer had already received the punishment she deserved, so Jiang Ruoli didn't want to say more. Jiang Lixia excitedly said, Many of the questions were taught to me by my sister. That's good, that's good. Let's go home for dinner.
The food is ready.
Back at the Jiang family house in the military district, Jiang Peishu had prepared the meal and was waiting for the two students to return. Because the children had exams, Jiang Peishu took leave specifically to cook for them. This smell is so good. I can tell it's my dad's cooking just by the smell, Jiang Lixia happily said. It really is your dad's cooking, Guaning said with a smile. After entering the house, they saw a table full of delicious dishes. They washed their hands and sat down at the table. After a morning of mental effort, Jiang Ruoli felt her stomach was empty and hollow. Now that she was eating her uncle's second's cooking, she was really enjoying it. Jiang Lixia felt the same. She had been hungry for a while. After finishing their meal, they were sent back to their rooms for a nap. When the time was right, their family took them to the exam venue again. They would be picked up in the afternoon. This routine continued for 2 days. Finally, Jiang Ruoli and Jiang Lixia finished their exams. Finally done. Jiang Ruoli stretched lazily. Feng Chong held a bouquet of flowers, waiting at the door for his little girl to come out. Li Bao, congratulations on finishing your exams. Jiang Ruoli looked at the bouquet. Wow, when did this man become so romantic? Jiang Ruoli didn't know that Feng Chong had looked at many love stories collected by his previous partners in the space. Naturally, he learned some romantic ways. Thank you, the flowers are beautiful. I really like them. Jiang Lixia immediately moved away from the two of them. Oh, how sweet, so cheesy. This doesn't look like a couple with a 3-year-old child. It looks more like newlyweds. However, Jiang Lixia still feels a bit envious, hoping she can find a man who treats her well someday. But according to her sister, after graduating from college, she should start meeting different men. College only filters out bad students, not bad people. Jiang Lixia agrees with her sister. It's best to meet men, get married, and have children after graduation. If only her sister could wait until then. No, she can't. If her sister waits, she will still suffer in the countryside, and her father won't be brought back by their grandfather. Then she wouldn't be able to live such a good life now. She sincerely thanks her sister for helping their grandfather find her father, freeing them from hardship. After finishing the college entrance exams, Jiang Ruoli slept soundly. When she woke up, feeling refreshed, she took the 3 little ones to Grandpa Feng's house. Oh, the great-grandchildren are here?
Come in, come in.
It's so cold outside. Feng Yuning, the sweetest talker, held Grandpa Feng's hand and slowly led him inside, still flattering him. Great-grandpa, Grandma, we came to see you. This made Grandpa Feng and Li Zhishu both smile happily. Good, good, my great-grandchildren miss their great-grandpa. Grandpa has some tasty treats for you. The 3 children all thanked Grandpa. Then they sat quietly on the sofa, waiting for Grandpa to feed them. Feng Yuhang was taken to the Yao family for dinner by Yao Yuyu, so he hadn't returned yet. Grandpa Feng took out some easy-to-digest pastries and placed them on the coffee table. Eat up, Grandpa specially prepared these for you. He guessed that Li Li would bring the children over after her exams, so he had Aunt Wu prepare them in advance.
Thank you, Grandpa.
The three of them didn't refuse, and each took a piece to eat. Jiang Ruoli sat nearby, chatting with Li Zhishu. Li Bao, I really don't know what to say. Mao Mao always learns bad things whenever she's brought back to her mother's house. Yo-Yo has taught her, and we've even punished her, but nothing works. It's better if she doesn't go back to her mom's house. Every time, her mother makes excuses to trick her back. I don't even know her personality. The way she's raising the kids, I really don't know what to say. Li Zhishu felt very distressed. Every time Feng Yuhang came back, he would mention something about Grandpa Feng and insist on fair sharing. They can't give each triplet one each, and he only gets one. Uncle San's family has 3 shares, but our family only has 1. Whenever I hear this, Li Zhishu really wants to go and scold Yao Yuyu's mother. Is this how you teach children? Let the child worry about the great-grandfather's belongings. Does that make sense? These people haven't even died yet. Jiang Ruoli can't say much, only managing an awkward smile. I'm telling you this just to complain. Our good kid has been spoiled by her. Where's your older brother? He went to the research institute to work in seclusion. Jiang Ruoli suddenly remembered that her second brother also went to the research institute to study new things, and Yao Yao was still living at her house. This matter, Mom, you can't say much. You can let the older brother handle it, but now, it's really a tough problem. While they were talking, Yao Yuyu returned with Feng Yuhang. Before she could say anything, Feng Yuhang shouted, You cheap thing, what are you eating? Put that down. That good stuff should be mine. Jiang Ruoli.
Who called her a cheap thing?
Then Jiang Ruoli saw Feng Yuhang rush towards Feng Shijing. Good grief, he was actually talking about her precious daughter. Can Jiang Ruoli tolerate this? She hugged Feng Shijing into her arms and looked at Yao Yuyu. Sister-in-law, is this how you teach children? Tao Tao is our family's treasure, but to your son, she's suddenly a cheap thing? Jiang Ruoli's voice was cold, lacking the warmth she had before. Yao Yuyu also felt extremely embarrassed. She didn't expect her mother to instill such ideas in the child. Lily, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I don't know how this kid learned to say such things. She says she doesn't know, but who would believe that? It seems her mother brainwashed her, making her think their family has too many shares. Jiang Ruoli sneered coldly. With the old man's belongings, Jiang Ruoli really isn't interested. She has plenty of good things in her space, more than 10 times what the old man has. If she could take them out now, she would surely open their eyes. And even if she took something, Jiang Ruoli would make up for it elsewhere. She doesn't believe Yao Yuyu and her son haven't benefited from her. Suddenly, Jiang Ruoli felt like the fruits they fed to the dog before were all wasted. Grandpa, Mom, we're leaving first. We'll come back for dinner when we have time. She won't be coming back here anymore. Her little princess has been called a cheap thing by that kid, and she simply can't accept it. Yao Yuyu watched Jiang Ruoli leave with the children, feeling a bit nervous. She looked at Li Zhishu and asked, Mom, is my third sister-in-law angry? Li Zhishu looked at her difficultly, remembering how smart and quick-witted her first daughter-in-law used to be. How did she change so much? Could she not tell if she was angry? Or was she deliberately ignoring it? Jiang Ruoli returned home with the children. Guaning and Zhao Shujun still wondered why they weren't eating at the Feng family's house. Li Bao, why did you come back? Tian's eyes turned red. Brother Mao Mao called me a spoiled girl. Grandma, what does spoiled girl mean? They looked at Jiang Ruoli in shock, who nodded. Zhao Shujun's face turned pale with anger. Guaning also looked upset. Next time, don't go back. Just invite the in-laws over to our house. Li Bao gave her sister-in-law so much fruit, and now it's all gone to the dog's stomachs. Yes, I just said that we won't go back next time. Guaning took the children. Grandma, Tian is not a spoiled girl. She's the most precious treasure. From now on, if anyone calls you a spoiled girl, tell them off. If you can't, then go and tell your brothers to fight back. Do you understand? Jiang Ruoli was speechless and choked with emotion. Her mother was also spoiling the children. Tian looked seriously at Guaning and said, Grandma, hitting people is wrong. Guaning was stunned for a moment, then smiled happily. Yes, yes, hitting people is wrong. Grandma was wrong. Tian Tian is the best and most obedient. If someone bullies you, come back and tell your mom, and your mom will go settle it. Zhao Shujun said nearby. Tian Tian nodded obediently. After dinner, Zhang Ruoli told Feng Chong about what happened. Feng Chong's face darkened. He had thought Wu Tsuetsue's daughter was a good girl, and that a good bamboo shoot grew from a bad bamboo. But it turned out they were all from the same family line. Don't pay attention to her. In the future, don't bring the children back to the Feng family. I'll go and bring Grandpa and the parents here. If you really need to go back, just the two of us will go. Zhang Ruoli nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, over at the Feng family, Li Zhishu was also complaining to Feng Jianjun. How did this daughter-in-law become like this? Is it really because money and wealth are tempting? I didn't realize her true nature back then. When the son comes back, I'll have a good talk with him. Otherwise, these two brothers might really end up not being brothers anymore. Although Yao Yuyu felt a bit embarrassed, she didn't think her son said anything wrong. The old man gave Tian Tian many things, and the two brothers received the same. But her own son only got one share. Her mother was right. They are all grandchildren and great-grandchildren of the Feng family. Why can the younger brother's family get 3 shares, while theirs only gets 1? That doesn't seem fair. She never thought that the things she cared about were considered trivial by Jiang Ruoli. Over at the Jiang family, Guaning was talking to Jiang Peihe about this matter. Dear, I plan to resign. It's time to start supporting the kids. You're already so grown up. The 3 children aren't focused on this. Who will take over when you're gone? You can't just train someone outside the family. Don't worry. I can handle 15 or 16 years. Once Tuan Tuan is an adult, he will take over. Tuan Tuan? Guaning didn't see that the boy was particularly fond of this. Didn't you notice when you were at the family compound? Tuan Tuan has quite a bit of pocket money. Guaning thought about it carefully and realized it was true. Jiang Peihe explained to Guaning, and she finally understood that the eldest grandson had such talent at a young age. All right, it's your decision. But as for Li Bao, Jiang Peihe smiled and flipped through the newspaper. She won't oppose it. Maybe she already noticed. Guaning nodded. After all, only she knew her own children best. In mid-1977, some personnel who had been sent away began to be gradually recalled to the city. Jiang Ruoli planned to take a walk around the courtyard to see if anyone was interested in selling. Although they couldn't trade openly now, private transfers wouldn't be monitored. But what troubled her was that she was still in the military, so she couldn't put the house in her name. It seemed the house could only be registered under her parents' names. It didn't matter who it was registered to. In the end, it would be hers anyway. She didn't bring the 3 little ones and went alone to an alley near Beijing University and Tsinghua University to browse around. The best place to gather intelligence was where a group of elderly women sat chatting. Jiang Ruoli stood nearby, listening to the women gossip about each other. Then they mentioned a professor who had just returned to the city and was planning to sell his house. Jiang Ruoli got the information she wanted and headed toward that place. When they arrived, Jiang Ruoli saw that the large red gate was wide open. Looking inside, she noticed the scenery was a bit run down. She stepped inside and saw an old man dressed in worn-out clothes, slowly sweeping. "Sir, is this your house?" "Young girl, how did you get in?" "Sir," the woman at the alley entrance said, "you might sell this house. Is that true?" "Young girl, do you want to buy it? Where is your family?" Although Jiang Ruoli had 3 children, her age was still young, and with the help of spiritual spring water, she didn't look like someone who had married and had children. "Sir, I am married. I heard you might be selling this house, so I wanted to ask." The old man was surprised. He couldn't believe such a young girl was married. He wanted to ask if she was really an adult. Perhaps noticing his doubt, Jiang Ruoli smiled and said, "Sir, I am 25 years old." The old man looked at her in shock. Honestly, he hadn't realized she was an adult. Anyway, being an adult was enough. She could make her own decisions. "Girl, I do want to sell this house. As for the money, you can offer what you think is fair."
Jiang Ruoli nudda.
"Sir, Can I take a look inside first? Of course. While Jiang Ruoli looked at the house, the old man didn't follow. He was busy tidying up the broken branches and fallen leaves in the yard. She wandered around and got a good sense of the place. It was a traditional courtyard with 4 sides, including the main house and 2 side rooms, probably about 10 rooms in total. It wasn't very big, but not too small either. It was enough for a family to live comfortably. Jiang Ruoli returned to the front yard. Sir, I think your yard is well maintained. I'll buy it for 20,000 yuan. Is that okay? The old man was stunned when he heard this. He originally thought 1,000 yuan was the most he could get, but this girl offered 20,000 right away. Girl, this house isn't worth. Jiang Ruoli knew what he was about to say and interrupted him. Sir, I understand whether it's worth it or not. For 20,000, if you think it's fair, we can go transfer ownership now. When we're back, I'll pay you. She patted her backpack, which she had specially carried to look like she had money. Her money was in her space, so it was easy to take out any time. The old man sighed. He knew the girl was being kind. He appreciated her good intentions. The two of them went straight to the local office to transfer the house ownership. The old man told the people from the street office that this was his granddaughter's child and handed over the house directly to the child. The street officials probably knew this was just a cover story and turned a blind eye, helping the old man and Jiang Ruoli smoothly. Jiang Ruoli took the newly issued property certificate and returned to the courtyard with the old man. She took out 20,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to him. Grandpa, count it. The old man didn't count and said, I trust you. Grandpa, I need a few more days to move out. Are you in a hurry?
No rush. Take your time, Grandpa.
You don't need to pack these. I'll see if I can use anything later. Just pack your own things. When the time comes, lock the door, leave me a key, and you can just toss your key into the yard. Since the lock will be changed anyway, Jiang Ruoli didn't mind whether the old man threw the key into the yard or not. Okay, girl.
Thank you, Grandpa.
The old man wiped away tears. He was exiled because his grandson reported him. He had cut ties with his son and daughter. He was alone, taking the money to start a new life somewhere no one knew him. From now on, he would be all alone. When Jiang Ruoli returned to the military compound with a new property certificate, she saw a group of people gathered at her door. Her face was calm because she heard Feng Yuhang's chubby voice and what he was saying. You're a useless person. Return everything you took from the old man. That belongs to me. I am Feng's eldest grandson, so those things should be mine. Jiang Ruoli approached and saw Yao Yuyu and her mother, Wu Tsuetsue, hiding in the crowd nearby. Her expression instantly turned cold. Fine. She had already taken her child back to her parents' house, and this woman still wouldn't give up? Since that's the case, she wouldn't be polite anymore. Big sister-in-law, why don't you let the child speak? It's not good to hide behind. Why not confront the old man, mom, and brother Feng Chong directly? As soon as Jiang Ruoli spoke, everyone looked at Yao Yuyu hiding behind the crowd. Yao Yuyu's face also showed a moment of awkwardness. She clearly saw Jiang Ruoli leave, but didn't expect her to come back so soon. Lily, what are you saying? I just arrived too. I didn't expect that brat to come here.
Fine.
Jiang Ruoli didn't want to argue more with her. Once Feng Chong returns, this matter must be resolved, or else anyone, even random people, will come and bully our precious daughter. As for the older sister-in-law, Jiang Ruoli no longer plans to acknowledge her. She and Zhao Shujun, upon returning home with the children, are clearly very angry. If it weren't for General Feng's reputation, I would have scolded that child. What's the use of scolding him? A child is like a blank sheet of paper. Whatever is drawn on it will appear. Yes, it's obvious that Li Bao's mother-in-law is behind this. Zhao Shujun nodded in agreement. Jiang Ruoli ignored those comments and took out the property deed from her bag.
Tajda.
Congratulations to my mother for becoming the first female millionaire with a house in this era. Guaning looked at Jiang Ruoli in shock. Li Bao, why isn't this house in your name? I'm in the military, so I can't own property. Jiang Ruoli explained with some helplessness. But being in the military also has some benefits. Guan Ying reluctantly accepted this reason. Once everything is settled on that side, we will move. Jiang Ruoli agreed as well. In the evening, after Feng Chang returned and saw his tearful daughter, he felt terrible. Baby, why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Tell Dad, I'll deal with them. Tian, following Jiang Ruoli's instructions, sobbed and said, Dad, that older brother from the eldest uncle's family called me a spoiled brat and said I should return everything Grandpa Xing gave me. He said it all belongs to him, because he's the eldest grandson. I'm just a spoiled brat and can't take anything from the family. Feng Chang's face darkened as his anger grew. Jiang Ruoli stepped forward. I'm not speaking badly of the older sister-in-law. When I returned, she and her mother were hiding behind the crowd watching. Feng Chang was surprised. He didn't expect his sister-in-law to be like this. I understand, Li Bao. I will give you an explanation. His brother was still in the research institute in seclusion, unaware of what was happening outside. But he couldn't just ignore this matter. The next day, Feng Chang first went to his father to explain the situation. Dad, I'm not exaggerating. My wife doesn't like the old man's crooked stuff at all. The things you all cherish are just trash to her. Only the older sister-in-law values them, and she even calls Tian a spoiled brat. Humph, you, daughter-in-law, are quite bold. If you don't care for them, I can change the children's last name to my wife's. I believe her family would be happy about it. Feng Jianjun also looked very angry. He couldn't believe that old Yao's daughter had turned out like this. He wasn't sure if old Yao knew about it. If he did, then their whole family was involved. If he didn't, then his housekeeper wasn't doing his job properly. Either way, they couldn't escape blame. I understand. Please tell Lily not to be angry. Take this money and tickets to buy some good food for Tian, Feng Chang said, exaggerating his retreat. No, I can't take it. Leave it for your eldest grandson, he added, then snorted and walked away. Feng Jianjun was both angry and amused. His only granddaughter was upset, and as a grandfather, he couldn't just ignore it. He made a call home. Hello? Who's this?
Dad, it's me.
Jianjun. What's up? Do you need something? Feng Jianjun asked, Is my eldest daughter-in-law at home? No, she's not. Are you looking for her? The old man was confused. Why was his son looking for his eldest daughter-in-law? No, it's good that she's not here, Jianjun replied simply, then explained what happened yesterday. Dad, you went out yesterday and Shu wasn't home either. They, mother and daughter, just bullied Tian. That person. Tian has been wronged twice now. It seems she didn't listen to what I told her last time. Having such a person at home is a disaster. And instead, he won't bring the kids back anymore. He also said if we miss the children, we can go to his house to see them. Jianjun felt helpless too. He had chosen his son's wife himself, so why was she so different from the third son's wife? The third son's wife was so good, well-educated, respectful to her elders, caring for her younger siblings, and attentive everywhere. But they didn't expect that Yao Yuyu was just like that deep inside. The old man also sighed. After the great-grandson said those words the day before, he scolded the mother and son. But yesterday, when he visited an old friend's house, they went to find trouble at Renjiang's place again. No wonder the third son was so angry at his father. Tian was his favorite, the one he loved most. No one could compare to her except Jiang Ruoli. After talking with Feng Chang, Feng Jianjun went to the Military Research Institute. He saw people coming out one after another. He knew their research was finished this time. He decided to stand at the door and wait for Feng Yan to appear. But he didn't wait for Feng Yan. Instead, Jiang Juanxia showed up. Jiang Juanxia had dark circles under her eyes and looked very tired as she looked at her sister-in-law. Feng Chang, why are you here? Are you looking for me? No, second brother. I came to see my eldest brother. You look so tired. Go home and rest first.
All right.
Jiang Juanxia heard that it wasn't about her and nodded before leaving. Right now, he just wanted to lie in bed and sleep deeply. Not long after, Feng Yan also came out. Although Feng Chang saw that Feng Yan looked very tired, He knew that his wife's problem had to be solved before he could sleep peacefully. Feng Chong saw Feng Yan come out and called, "Big brother." Feng Yan looked surprised at his younger brother. "Third brother, why are you here?"
To see me?
"What's the matter?" "Let's talk while walking," Feng Chong said, raising his chin outside before heading out. If he weren't talking to his eldest brother, and if he weren't involved in research, Feng Chong would have to use all his tricks on him. The two went to a quiet place. Feng Yan rubbed his forehead. "Tell me, why so serious? Did something big happen at home?" "What big thing?" "Your house caught fire. What else could have happened?" "Fire? How are your wife and kids? Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and leave." Stop, it's not about a fire. Your wife and son have been influenced badly by your mother-in-law. She called her a worthless person in front of me and my family. My wife took the children back to her parents' house. Your son still won't let go, and wants to take back what Grandpa gave to Tian Tian. Feng Yan, look at your wife, same isn't very good. Feng Yan was about to lose his temper when he heard this. He wondered if his wife was involved in this. Could his wife really do such things? He couldn't believe it. Don't be so sure. Grandpa heard it with his own ears yesterday in the courtyard. Many people heard it too. I am your real brother. I wouldn't lie to you. Feng Yan's face darkened, and he seemed to be thinking deeply. Big brother, I'm not bad-mouthing my sister-in-law. She and your son have both been influenced badly by her mother. Do you remember what happened on New Year's Eve? Feng Yan recalled what his mother-in-law said at the dinner table that night. Feng Chong probably wasn't lying. Feng Yan took a deep breath. I understand. I will give you and my sister-in-law an explanation. Tell Tian I'm sorry for me. Oh, no need to thank me. I spoil my daughter myself. She's not worthless. And about Grandpa's things, my Li Bao doesn't care for them. My Li Bao has more skills than you know. Just watch and see. In a few years, my Yu family will surely be the richest family. This was what Zhang Ruo Li and Feng Qing said before. When private businesses are allowed, Jiang Peihe will resign to start his own business. After Feng Qing finished speaking, he snorted coldly and left. Feng Yan was amused by his brother's actions. His third brother was now attacking indiscriminately. Thinking about his wife's behavior, Feng Yan felt very frustrated. He then asked his guard to drive him back to the military district. This matter must be clarified. Next, Feng Yan went to his father-in-law's office. Knock, a voice came from inside. Come in. Feng Yan pushed open the door and closed it behind him.
Dad.
Son-in-law, you're here? Is there something you want to talk about? Dad, I've been working in a research institute recently. Do you think Yu spends more time at her mother's house? Yes, your mother only has Yu, and Mao Mao is her only grandson. She misses him day and night. Since you're not home often, I thought it would be good for her to stay with us for a while. But I heard she just went back recently. Feng Yan nodded. There's something I want to discuss with you. My third brother came to see me today. He said Mao Mao has been looking for my niece Tian to get some things. He said the old master told Tian to return everything given to her because he is the eldest grandson and Tian is just a burden. As he spoke, Feng Yan saw that Mr. Yao's face turned very pale. He knew that Mr. Yao had no idea about this. Yan, your mother is a rural woman. Her mind isn't very clear. Don't take what she says or does to heart. I'll talk to her when I go back. I understand all that, but Mao Mao is only 3 years old, and he already knows about these things. Yu doesn't stop him either. Hearing this, Mr. Yao's face darkened even more. He had taken Yu to study until high school, then got her into the arts troupe to broaden her horizons. He didn't want her to be like her mother, illiterate, uneducated, always thinking only about having a son, bringing shame to the Yao family. But he never expected that in just a few months after his son-in-law started working in the research institute, his daughter would be so influenced. My third brother and his wife spoil that girl too much. Just now, my third brother came to me and said that the old master's gifts were returned tenfold by my sister-in-law, but you didn't see it. There are many things I can't say openly, but one day, when the country opens up, no one knows what position the Jiang family will hold. Feng Yan's words ended here.
Yen, I understand.
I will talk to your mother-in-law about her. As for Yu, you should teach her well. Your sister-in-law is not an ordinary person. Someone who can make top-quality hemostatic powder and earn Old Rong's special military rank is not an average person. Feng Yan left with Yao Fu. Yao Fu returned to his own family residence, while Feng Yan went back to the military compound. As soon as he arrived, Feng Yan saw some women pointing and whispering about him. He knew it was definitely about yesterday's incident. Feeling guilty, he quickened his pace to go home. Yao Yu was sitting in the living room playing with her son. The toys were the ones Jiang Shelley had given before. If Jiang Shelley knew what happened, she wouldn't have given those toys to the ungrateful person who bullied her daughter. Yen, you're back? Yao Yu stood up excitedly when she saw Feng Yan. She hadn't seen her husband for over 3 months. Feng Yan simply nodded faintly. Yao Yu was surprised by his cold attitude. Yen, are you in a bad mood? Did something happen at work? Yao Yu asked carefully. Let mom take care of the kids. Come into the room with me. Li Zhishu was sitting on the sofa watching the children. Yao Yu followed Feng Yan into the room. What's wrong? Did something happen? Tell me, what have you been doing lately? Yao Yu thought about what she and her mother did a few days ago. A hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. I think I did nothing wrong. Mao Mao is the eldest grandson of your Feng family, so he should get the best. But Grandpa keeps giving his things to the third brother's daughter. I'm so angry I can't stand it. You. How can I praise you? You only see Grandpa giving things to them, but you don't see the third brother's wife giving things to Grandpa. Also, didn't the third brother's wife give you fruit, clothes, and the children's clothes before? Tell me, what have you given the third brother's wife? Did they eat a grain of rice from you, or wear a single piece of clothing you bought? I think you're just taking advantage and getting more greedy. The third brother's wife raised you, and she's so good to you. Yet you educate the children like this. After Feng Yan finished speaking, he saw that Yao Yu's face showed no guilt at all. He knew her mother had completely brainwashed her. She was hopeless. Feng Yan didn't want to say more. Since it was like this, they would each live their own lives from now on. Yao Yu shouldn't expect to get any benefits from the third brother's family either. That evening, in the study, Feng Yan talked with his grandfather and parents about this matter. Li Zhishu desperately wished she could go back to the time when her son was pursuing Yao Yu and slap herself for agreeing to it. This girl was not sensible. She was just a leftover feudal remnant. Now that things had reached this point, it was too late to say anything. Li Zhishu sighed. Your third brother and his family won't be coming back anymore. We need to look after the children and also visit them. Grandpa, Mom, and Dad, your belongings are yours. I won't interfere. My wife is the one I married, and the children are mine. It's my responsibility to raise them. Since Yu also quit her job, I'll take them back to the family residence at the research institute. Feng Yan thought for a long time before coming up with this plan. Li Zhishu looked at him with a doubtful expression. Do you think your wife will agree? She'll definitely watch us closely to see if me, or your grandpa have given anything to the third family. If you try to take them forcibly, she'll definitely cause trouble. What can we do then? We can't just get divorced, right? She hasn't committed any serious mistake. It's just a moral issue. She's just ungrateful. Feng Wanli snorted coldly. I'm not dead yet, and I already know she's eyeing my belongings. When I die, she'll cause a big fuss. Feng Yan felt guilty.
Grandpa, I'm sorry. It's too late to say that now.
Poor my daughter Tian. She should be spoiled and pampered, but instead she's called a money loser? I think she's the real money loser, taking the belongings to her in-law's house. The family talked in the study for 2 hours. In the end, Feng Yan decided to bring the children back to the family residence. He remembered what his third brother had said. After his wife got into university, she would live in the military district compound. So, separating was the best choice. As for Yao Yu's disagreement, if she didn't agree, then just divorce her. It was embarrassing for her to be so concerned about Grandpa's property, and Feng Yan didn't want to say it out loud. He also found this woman very difficult to deal with. His relationship with his third brother's wife had been very good before, but now He had an inexplicable feeling. It felt like his current wife was not the same as before. After leaving the study, Feng Yan returned to his room. Seeing his wife and son already asleep, that strange feeling came again. He simply washed up and went to his second brother's room to sleep. He couldn't understand why. In short, this wife didn't give him the urge to get close. The next morning, Feng Yan went to the Zhang family. Seeing Zhang Ruoli, Feng Yan expressed his sincerest apology. Third sister-in-law, I didn't teach your eldest sister well, which caused Tian to suffer. Zhang Ruoli shook her head. It's okay. But big brother, don't you think your eldest sister-in-law seems a bit strange? I also have that weird feeling. Maybe it's because she had a baby. I feel like Yu isn't the same Yu as before. Zhang Ruoli and Feng Chong exchanged a glance. They didn't have much contact and didn't feel deeply. However, after interacting with the eldest sister-in-law yesterday, Zhang Ruoli felt that this woman didn't seem educated at all. Her worldly attitude was obvious and hard to hide. It made Zhang Ruoli feel like someone had swapped her soul. Swapped her soul? Suddenly, Zhang Ruoli's eyes lit up. She used her mind to communicate with Feng Chong in the space. Feng Chong, do you think the eldest sister-in-law might have swapped souls? That someone else is living inside her body? Feng Chong heard the voice in the space, was surprised at first, then composed himself and replied mentally. It's not impossible, but such things are hard to confirm. The big brother needs to check. It can't be that she's a different person, right? Are there really people who look exactly the same? Unless they are twins, even twins have differences. Ask big brother about it. I need to leave for a bit. Zhang Ruoli finished communicating with Feng Chong mentally. Big brother, you and Feng Chong go ahead. I have something to do. After saying that, she went upstairs. Feng Chong then took Feng Yan to their father-in-law's study. Big brother, what I'm about to say might make you feel uncomfortable, but it concerns a family, so please answer seriously. Seeing Feng Chong's serious look, Feng Yan nodded. He knew his younger brother wouldn't harm him. Since the eldest sister-in-law had the baby, have you two shared a room? How does she behave? When did you start feeling that something was wrong? And most importantly, is there anything different about her? For example, has her birthmark disappeared, or has she gained a new one? Or has she been acting strangely lately? Different from usual? Hearing his brother's questions, Feng Yan's face turned red. Feng Chong also felt a bit embarrassed. Although they are brothers, it seemed strange that his younger brother was so concerned about his sister-in-law's affairs. Feng Yan thought for a moment and believed there was nothing unusual about his wife, no extra or missing features. He shook his head. There is nothing too much or too little on her body. As for the strange behavior you mentioned, I think she is different from before. She used to be confident and generous, but now she is timid and cautious around me. She even says things she never used to say before. Feng Chong listened and thought that my sister-in-law must have been possessed by someone. At this moment, Zhang Ruoli entered the space and heard the conversation outside. So she was sure that my sister-in-law had been possessed. She asked Ruobai, if I ask you to check whether someone is possessed by another spirit, can you tell? Of course. Ruobai had been upgrading recently and only finished upgrading just as Zhang Ruoli entered the space. Otherwise, if she had seen Yao Yu a few days ago, she could have identified her. Then, if she is indeed possessed by another spirit, can you get that spirit out? Master, it depends on how many souls are inside her body. If there are 2, I can remove the foreign spirit and give her some soul-nourishing pills. If there is only 1, removing it could be fatal. Zhang Ruoli felt very troubled. She didn't know what to do. Maybe she should wait until Feng Chong finishes talking with her brother before asking again. After all, it's not something she can decide herself. Feng Chong also heard his wife and Ruobai's voices. This was the first time he heard Ruobai's voice in so long. He looked at his older brother and said, although it's not a good time to say this, I still want to ask, brother, have you ever suspected that your wife has been replaced? Or that her soul has been swapped? Feng Yan suddenly looked up. Third brother, you shouldn't say such things. There's no scientific basis for that. With Feng Chang's current understanding, scientific evidence is just a concept. Otherwise, his wife's family wouldn't say she came from the future. And she wouldn't have such a magical and mysterious space. Right now, they are in a world from a book. Brother, in fact, many things can't be explained by science. Although animals are not allowed to become spirits after the founding of the country, some spirits and monsters might still live deep in the mountains and forests. You're not wrong. Many things at this time cannot be proven by science. Feng Yan thought for a moment and then said to his third brother, Feng Chang, "Third brother, do you have a way to solve this?" He secretly thought that since his third brother was so confident that he had a solution, there must really be a way. Feng Chang nodded without hesitation and said, yes. He understood that if his eldest sister-in-law's soul had really been replaced, it would be a serious problem for their family. Seeing this, Feng Yan didn't ask further about his brother's specific plan. He chose to trust Feng Chang's ability. After all, he knew his younger brother was always clever and capable of handling such matters well. He also secretly felt relieved that he hadn't shared a bed with that woman during this time. Otherwise, he might have found it hard to accept sleeping with another woman, even if that body belonged to his wife. The soul was not the same. After Feng Chang left, Feng Yan turned back into the house and then entered the space. As soon as he entered, he saw his wife Jiang Ruali sitting beside a chubby baby dressed in a red vest. Feng Chang looked at the baby with suspicion and asked, "Wife, what's going on?" He truly couldn't remember when he had a child. Jiang Ruali quickly explained, "This is Ruabai. The little golden dragon has turned into a human." Oh, now he understood. He had indeed seen the little golden dragon before, but this was the first time he saw it in human form. "Master husband, hello, I am Ruabai," the baby said with a pure and innocent look, a sweet smile on his face. Hearing the term master husband, Jiang Ruali was first surprised, then she burst out laughing. "Master husband? What kind of name is that?" she said, unable to stop giggling. Ruabai blinked his big, innocent eyes and asked confusedly, "He is your husband. So he is the master husband, right? What's wrong with that?" Jiang Ruali was even more amused by his innocent expression and waved her hands, saying no problem. No issue at all, ha ha. Feng Chang, standing nearby, watched Jiang Ruali laugh so happily and felt helpless too. He turned to look at Ruabai, thinking this little guy was truly simple and adorable. "Ruabai, you can also call me Master Man," Feng Chang said with a smile. Ruabai hesitated for a moment, seeming somewhat unhappy with this new name. After a while, he mumbled, "Master Man doesn't sound much better than Master Husband." Feng Qing and Jiang Ruali exchanged glances, both finding this little fellow very amusing. Finally, Ruabai simply shook his head and sighed. Forget it, forget it. Human world is too complicated. I'll just turn into a small golden dragon." As he spoke, his body began to emit a faint golden glow, and in a blink, he transformed into a small, delicate golden dragon. Seeing this, Feng Qing quickly said, "Ruabai, don't rush to change back. Are you sure you can do what I just asked?" Ruabai circled once in the air, then landed on Feng Qing's shoulder and answered in his childish voice, "Of course. As long as I see that person, I can definitely do it." Feng Qing nodded, secretly deciding to visit the Feng family later to see who that woman really was. Ruabai would hide in your pocket later. He can tell whether Yao Yuyu's soul is her true self or an outsider. Jiang Ruali had also thought about the worst possibility, that Yao Yuyu's soul was still her own, just brainwashed. Feng Qing nodded and said, "All right, I understand." He didn't eat breakfast at the Jiang family, but went to the Feng family during this time. They were probably eating breakfast now. When Feng Qing arrived, Yao Yuyu was feeding Feng Yuhang breakfast. But the impatience on her face was clearly visible to Feng Qing and Feng Yan. This suggested that this woman might not really be Yao Yuyu. Maybe someone else replaced her, or her soul was swapped. Feng Qing said, "Oh, you're eating now? Perfect, I haven't eaten yet." He took a bowl and chopsticks and sat down to eat, and then asked, "Li Li, why did you come back alone? Where's Li Li?" Feng Qing buried his head in his food and replied, "She's sleeping at home." I didn't want to disturb her, so I just came back to grab a meal. Yao Yu didn't speak, just ate her food while feeding Feng Yuhang. Ruo Bai peeked out of his pocket, sniffed Yao Yu, then quickly went back inside. Feng Qing finished his meal quietly, greeted everyone, and gave Feng Yan a subtle look before leaving the house. Feng Yan understood his brother's look, finished eating, and also left the Feng house. After Feng Qing returned home, Ruo Bai said, Master, that soul smells terrible. It's full of the smell of a corpse.
Jiang Ruli.
Ruo Bai continued, Ruo Bai, I really thank you. Please don't tell me such unpleasant things again. Is my sister-in-law's soul still there? She's here, but her soul is suppressed by that stinky one. Can that foreign soul still be released? She needs to be stimulated first. After that, the other soul can suppress her, and then taking the soul-nourishing pill will drive out that stinky soul. Jiang Ruoli looked confused. I don't know where she came from. Master, the smell on that woman is the same as the shiny thing in your spiritual spring. Shiny thing? Spirit core? Wow, this person really came from the end of the world? She wouldn't give up this hard-earned, peaceful life, right? Feng Yan also arrived at this moment. He saw Jiang Ruoli nodding as a greeting. Third brother, how is it? Feng Qing nodded. It's definitely not the soul of the eldest sister-in-law. Feng Yan was shocked but also relaxed. Luckily, he didn't. Third brother, can you handle this? I can, but I need your help. What can I do? Feng Yan was surprised. He had his own part to play. Use her most cared about things and matters to stimulate her. As long as she's stimulated and her mind becomes unstable, the rest will be easier. Her most cared about things? Probably the old man's treasures, or divorcing her. I know she cares about the old man's things. If I give her those, she'll definitely go crazy with anger. If she causes a fuss, I'll just file for divorce, and her mind will become unstable. Third brother, when do you plan to start this? Big brother, when do you think is the right time? As soon as possible. Feng Yan couldn't wait to have his wife back. Then let's do it on New Year's Day. You discuss it with Grandpa and the others. Feng Yan nodded. All right, I got it. Back home, Feng Yan looked around but didn't see Yao Yu. He couldn't help feeling a bit confused. He turned to Li Zhishu sitting on the sofa and asked, did she go back to her parents' house again? Li Zhishu, hearing this, showed a hint of displeasure and muttered, yeah, I don't know what's so attractive about her parents' place. She just keeps going there every day. Feng Yan saw this and didn't say much, just frowned slightly. Suddenly, he remembered there was an important matter to discuss with the family, so he said to Li Zhishu, by the way, I also have something to tell you all. After speaking, he called Li Zhishu and the other family members to walk into the study. Once everyone was seated, Feng Yan looked at them seriously and asked, tell me, what is it that makes you so serious about this matter? Feng Yan took a deep breath and recounted everything Feng Chong had told him in detail. The Feng family listened, and all showed expressions of disbelief, as if they had heard a fantastical story. Are all these things true? How did you find out about them? The old man widened his eyes, looking suspicious. Seeing his grandfather's doubtful expression, Feng Yan hurriedly explained, Grandpa, you must believe me. All these things were really told to me by my third brother. As for how he knew, I'm not quite sure myself. After hearing this, the old man was silent for a while, then slowly turned his gaze to Feng Jianjun and asked, Jianjun, what do you think about this? Feng Jianjun thought for a moment and replied calmly, I think we should try. It's not completely impossible, and from what we see now, this daughter-in-law does seem a bit strange. Feng Yan added, third brother said that this morning, although he saw Yao Yao feeding the baby, her eyes looked impatient, as if the baby wasn't really hers. Combining one and said, if that's not Yao Yao's soul, then this child probably isn't hers either, Feng Jianjun analyzed. The old man nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with Feng Jianjun's opinion. Finally, the old man said, since you already have a solid plan, we will fully support you. After discussing for a while and finalizing the details and timing, they all left the study together. Li Zhishu returned to her room, her face still full of disbelief. She never expected things to develop this way. Feng Jianjun sighed quietly, feeling that all of this was too surreal. How could a person suddenly be taken over by another soul? Wasn't it forbidden to become a spirit after the founding of the country? Soon, New Year's Day arrived. Feng Wanli eagerly called Jiang Ruoli and her family to dinner. To cooperate with the old man's acting, Jiang Ruoli had to agree to go to Feng's house for the meal. The soul-nourishing pill and the pear leaves had already been handed over to Feng Chang, who then passed them to Feng Yan, instructing him to make sure to swallow them when Yao Yuyu suppresses that woman. Lily, you guys are here. Oh my. The great-grandson of Grandpa Zeng. Grandpa Zeng has missed you so much. Grandpa Zeng, we miss you too. The three little children didn't know what was happening, but they just missed Grandpa Zeng. The old man took out a few large pieces of candy from his pocket and put them into the three children's pockets. Here, Grandpa Zeng gives you these to buy sweets. Seeing how generous the old man was, Yao Yuyu felt very unbalanced inside. She said, Grandpa, Mao Mao hasn't received anything yet. The old man's eyes sharpened. Received what? Is the family lacking food or clothes for him? Always thinking about this or that. I haven't seen my three good children for a long time. What's wrong with giving some money? Grandpa, you're being too biased. Mao Mao isn't your grandson? Yes, yes, yes. Always asking me for things at home. Is it you, the mother, who's instructing him? I'm not even dead yet, and you're already thinking about my stuff. Grandpa, you. Feng Yan stood behind Yao Yuyu and sternly scolded, Yuyu, say less. That's our grandpa. How dare you talk back? Don't you have filial piety? Yao Yuyu looked at her husband in disbelief. Feng Yan, I am your wife. Mao Mao is your child. Are you just going to watch the old man give everything to those three? Especially that ungrateful one. Ungrateful? Ungrateful? Always talking about being ungrateful. Are you a woman or not? Are you also ungrateful? And the one in your belly, is he also ungrateful? Jiang Ruoli, you wicked woman. I'll fight you. Jiang Ruoli raised an eyebrow and slapped Yao Yuyu across the face. Who are you calling wicked? Yao Yuyu, furious and caught off guard, blurted out, I'm calling you wicked. Jiang Ruoli chuckled softly. So, you also know you're wicked? Yao Yuyu wanted to rush forward and hit her, but Feng Yan held her back. Yuyu, if you keep causing trouble, I'll divorce you. Go back to your parents' house. Yao Yuyu's eyes turned red. Feng Yan, I bore you children and you want to divorce me? I'll fight you. Feng Chang grabbed Yao Yuyu and slapped her hard again. This time, Yao Yuyu fainted from anger and exhaustion. Everyone saw this scene and felt a wave of pity, but they knew it was necessary to help Yao Yuyu regain her soul. Jiang Ruoli took a deep breath, steadied herself, and decisively picked up a thin silver needle, then quickly stabbed it into Yao Yuyu's body. As the needle pierced her, Yao Yuyu trembled suddenly. Her eyes slowly opened, looking confused, as if she had lost her way. She looked around and asked with a puzzled face, Lily? Where am I? Why does my face hurt so much? Hearing Yao Yuyu's voice, Jiang Ruoli felt happy inside because she knew the person in front of her was truly Yao Yuyu. She quickly said, Big brother, hurry, give her the soul-restoring pill. Feng Yan didn't hesitate at all. He quickly took out a pill from his pocket and carefully handed it to Yao Yuyu. Although Yao Yuyu looked confused, she obediently swallowed the pill. But just as she took the pill, her face suddenly turned pale, and her previously confused eyes were replaced by pain and anger. Flickering in her mind were blurry memories, like scenes from a movie playing before her eyes. Gradually, Yao Yuyu remembered everything. That woman, that terrible woman, had done so many unforgivable things with her body. She covered her face and started crying loudly, her sobs filled with pain, regret, and anger. Seeing Yao Yuyu so upset, Jiang Ruoli felt a twinge of sadness. She gently patted Yao Yuyu's shoulder and softly said, Let her cry. Venting her feelings, and pain will make her feel better. Yao Yuyu's emotions suddenly broke like a dam bursting. She cried out loudly without holding back, her sobs loud enough to shake the roof. Next to her, little fat boy Feng Yuhang was clearly frightened by his mother's crying and started crying too. Seeing this, Yao Yuyu quickly hugged the child tightly. Mother and son held each other and cried together. After a while, Yao Yuyu's crying slowed down a little, but she still sniffled and hiccuped. Tears and snot kept flowing down her face like a flood. She cried and said intermittently, "Woo, Lily, I'm sorry.
I really didn't mean to.
I just. Seeing Yao Yuyu in such a messy state, Zhang Ruoli felt helpless, but also more distressed. She gently patted Yao Yuyu's back and softly comforted her, saying, "I understand, Yuyu. Don't cry now. When you're calmer, you can talk." Honestly, Zhang Ruoli didn't dislike Yao Yuyu's face covered with tears and snot. She just found it hard to put into words. But she knew now wasn't the time to worry about that. Yao Yuyu had just been through something very frightening, and it was good for her to cry and vent her feelings. So, Yao Yuyu cried for a full half-hour before finally starting to stop. She looked up with her eyes swollen like walnuts and stared at Zhang Ruoli. Zhang Ruoli couldn't hold back and chuckled softly. Seeing Zhang Ruoli smile, Yao Yuyu also felt a bit shy and smiled back. At this moment, the whole family let out a sigh of relief. Although the situation sounded strange, everyone had been through tough times and didn't panic too much. Li Zhishu looked at Yao Yuyu with concern and asked, "Yuyu, how do you feel now? And will Li's soul come back?" Zhang Ruoli shook her head gently, her tone firm. "No, I've already given my brother a soul-restoring pill for my sister-in-law. This pill can stabilize her soul, and such things won't happen again." Yao Yuyu looked at Zhang Ruoli with confusion, clearly having no idea what had just happened. She blinked her eyes and asked puzzled, "Do you remember when your soul was taken over by someone else's?" Yao Yuyu, like a wooden puppet, shook her head mechanically. Her mind was blank. She couldn't remember anything related. She only remembered that one day, she suddenly fell into a deep sleep without warning, and when she opened her eyes again, she was already in this strange scene. All right, since everything is fine now, that's good," Li Zhishu sighed in relief. She couldn't bear for such things to happen again. The matter was finally over. Feng Yanmeng silently stayed beside the mother and son, watching them sleep peacefully. When they woke up again, they looked refreshed, as if all their fatigue and fear had vanished. Yao Yuyu stretched lazily and then started to look for her belongings around the room. Feng Yan, curious, asked Yuyu, "What are you looking for?" Yao Yuyu replied without lifting her head, "I want to send things to Li Bao. Every time I think about what that woman did to Li Bao before yesterday, I get so angry my teeth itch. I wish I could tear her soul apart." Feng Yan listened to Yao Yuyu's words and was momentarily speechless. He didn't know how to respond to her anger and hatred. Seeing Yao Yuyu pulling out so many things, he quickly stopped her. "Yuyu, third sister-in-law won't accept these. Don't worry, third sister-in-law won't mind about these. You should focus on changing your son's mindset first." Thinking of this, Yao Yuyu felt a headache coming on. That mischievous child, doesn't he remember how kind his third aunt was to him before? In the past few days, the Feng family could hear the crying and wailing of little Mao Mao every day. This kind of day continued until Zhang Ruoli received her admission letter. When the admission letter from Kyoto University's medical department was delivered to Zhang Ruoli, she was still playing games with the children. "Li Bao, your letter has arrived." Guaning went to the door to get the mail and could tell from the cover that it was an acceptance letter. "Okay, I know." Zhang Ruoli didn't care at all. She was having fun playing with the children. "Mom, you're cheating. You're much older than us, so you must be better at this," the second child, Feng Yuning, pouted in dissatisfaction. Feng Yuning was usually a little troublemaker in front of others, but only in front of their mother, Zhang Ruoli, was he a well-behaved little bunny. "What should I do? Mom just wants to win." Then I'll let Mom win," he said. "If Mom is happy, then Xiao Ningning is happy too." Zhang Ruoli hugged Feng Yuning into her arms. "Why is my little round one so adorable?" "Mom, am I not adorable?" Tian pouted and complained. Next to them, Tuan Tuan was also watching Jiang Ruali. Jiang Ruali reached out and hugged the other two children too. You're all adorable. Mom loves you the most. Tuan Tuan first smiled slightly, then pouted, thinking that Mom's favorite is definitely Dad. Feng Chong pushed open the door and immediately saw the four family members playing happily in the living room. They seemed completely unaware of Feng Chong's return, still immersed in their joyful atmosphere. Seeing this warm scene, a gentle smile appeared on Feng Chong's face, full of affection. He quietly put down what he was holding, afraid of disturbing this beautiful moment. At that moment, the sharp-eyed little girl Tian suddenly spotted Feng Chong. Like a small cannonball, she rushed straight toward him, shouting, Dad! Dad is back! Seeing this, Feng Chong quickly opened his arms and gently caught the running girl. He picked Tian up and then headed toward the area where the mother and son were playing. Did you have fun? Feng Chong asked with a smile. Yes, but Mom always cheats and asks Gaga to let her. Tian pouted and complained with a sad face. Hearing this, Feng Chong couldn't help but laugh. He gently patted Tian's little head, then looked at Yuan nearby and asked on purpose, Is there anything wrong with a man letting a girl go first? Yuan, hearing his father's words, showed a new expression, as if he was used to this situation. He sighed helplessly and secretly thought, Mom and sister are treasures, but he and his brother are just little guys. After Feng Chong returned, Jiang Ruali happily started opening her acceptance letter. She proudly held up the acceptance letter and showed it to Feng Chong, saying, Look, her voice was full of excitement and pride. Feng Chong looked at her adorable expression and smiled helplessly. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, saying softly, Congratulations, you're going to be a university student. Jiang Ruali felt even more proud after hearing this. She blinked mischievously and said, Of course. Feng Chong, you have to work hard too, or you won't be good enough for me. Feng Chong smiled indulgently and replied, Of course. He knew in his heart that he had to work even harder to match someone as excellent as Jiang Ruali. Just then, Feng Chong suddenly remembered something important and decided to tell Jiang Ruali. He said seriously, I will also go to the National Defense Science and Technology University for further study. Jiang Ruali's eyes lit up immediately, and she was happy for Feng Chong. However, when she realized that the university was not in Jingdu but in Husheng, her smile froze instantly. How long will you be studying there? Jiang Ruali asked in a low voice, filled with reluctance and worry. Feng Chong looked at her expression, feeling a bit sad inside, but he honestly replied, If it's quick, about 1.5 years. If slow, about 3 years. Jiang Ruali pouted her little lips, showing her unwillingness, and asked, All right then, when will you leave? Feng Ching looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but smile softly. He gently replied, I will leave in a few days. Jiang Ruali's eyebrows slightly furrowed, seeming a bit unhappy, and she muttered, Can't I just stay home for the new year? Feng Ching gently shook his head. Jiang Ruali felt a little disappointed, but luckily they could still see each other in the space. So, although they were apart, they wouldn't be completely unable to meet. Feng Ching seemed to notice her feelings and quickly comforted her, Don't worry, I will visit you in the space when the time comes. Hearing this, Jiang Ruali's mood improved a little, and she nodded in agreement. At dinner, Feng Ching announced to everyone that he would be leaving soon. Fortunately, everyone present was family, and since second uncle and Jiang Li Xia weren't there, the atmosphere wasn't too heavy. Feng Ching then said, But don't worry, we can still meet in the space. Last time, Jiang Ruali had already told everyone that Feng Ching could enter the space, so no one was surprised. Feng Ching turned to his grandparents, parents, and sincerely said, Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, please take care of Li Bao and the 3 children. Jiang Peihe and Guaning quickly nodded and smiled. There are grandchildren too. We will take good care of them. Feng Ching was about to leave, and Guaning took the children back to her room, so the young couple could talk and chat privately. After entering the room, Feng Ching held her in his arms. Li Bao, I can't bear to part with you. Although he could enter the space, going there still had risks. After all, He couldn't live alone in a dormitory while studying. He would definitely be sharing a room with others. If he wasn't careful, something might be exposed. Jiang Ruoli patted his back and said, "Be good, I will send you delicious food often." She sent some of the food, keeping some in the space so Feng Qing could take it whenever he wanted. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about where the food came from and cause suspicion. Feng Qing lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. Then he kissed her more passionately. Finally, Jiang Ruoli completely forgot when she fell asleep. After bathing her, Feng Qing thoughtfully fed her a cup of spiritual spring water. Then he gently held her in his arms, and they both drifted into sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Feng Qing slowly woke up. He looked at Jiang Ruoli still sleeping in his arms, filled with tenderness. He carefully got up, worried about waking her, then dressed neatly and prepared to return to the Feng family. Back at the Feng household, Feng Chong told the family everything that happened last night in detail. Li Zhishu sighed and said, we really can't do much to help. We can only ask the in-laws to help take care of the children." She shook her head helplessly, seeming a bit overwhelmed by the current situation. At this moment, Yao Yuyu was firmly refusing to take her son back to her parents' house. To correct some of her son's wrong ideas, the Feng family had been very busy and restless lately. Li Zhishu wanted to help but felt powerless. After all, the old master was still at home, and she couldn't avoid all these matters. Feng Chong shrugged indifferently and said, "Don't worry about this side. My mother-in-law and the others will surely take good care of the triplets." Then he added, "But after Lebeo goes to university, they might consider moving." Hearing the word move, Li Zhishu looked surprised and quickly asked, "Move?
To where?"
Feng Chong patiently explained, "Lebeo set up a courtyard near Beijing University. My father-in-law has already arranged for someone to take care of it. When Lebeo starts school, the family will move there." "Oh, I see." Old Master Feng nodded thoughtfully and casually asked, "That should be after the new year, right?" Feng Chong nodded affirmatively and replied, "Yes, after the new year." Feng Wanliang agreed and said, "At least we can have a family reunion during the new year." However, everyone knew that Feng Chong was leaving early tomorrow for further studies, and by the time he returned, he would probably be at the senior level. Thinking of this, Li Zhishu couldn't help but say, "I will visit them often." Although she knew she couldn't personally take care of Lebeo and the triplets, she could at least send some gifts to show her love as a grandmother. Yes, it was okay if she didn't go. She could also visit them in the space often and see them sleeping. The children were fine. He mainly missed his little girl. Without this space, his future days would surely be very difficult. But he was determined to finish his studies quickly and return home early. There were so many people at university who knew if someone might try to flirt with his little girl. Since Feng Chong could enter the space, Jiang Ruoli didn't pack much for him, just some clothes to hide his whereabouts and some food. The next morning, Jiang Ruoli took the 3 children to the train station to see Feng Chong off. "Dad, are you going far away? Dad, when will you come back? Dad, remember to think of us. Dad, you." The 3 little ones chattered excitedly, expressing their sadness about parting. Although they had a closer relationship with their mother, they also liked their father. Feng Chong patiently answered all their questions. When they reached the station entrance, Tian couldn't hold back her tears and pouted, her eyes welling up with tears, so adorable and pitiful. "Be good, Tian. Dad will come back to see you when he has free time." Suddenly, Tuan asked, "But Dad, when will you have free time?" Hearing this, Feng Chong was speechless. "All right, kids, when you miss Dad, you can look at his photos. If Dad doesn't have free time when Mom is on holiday, she can take you to see Dad, okay?" Jiang Ruoli, worried about leaving her 3 children alone, didn't want to let them go without her. She quickly refused, saying, No need. When I have a holiday, I will definitely come back to see you." This was how Jiang Ruoli, despite her words, couldn't bear to leave her children alone. Her family wouldn't allow her to take the kids far away by herself. As the time approached, Feng Chong entered the station. The 3 children looked at his back with tears in their eyes, their faces red with emotion. Jiang Ruoli anxiously urged the children to get back on the train, worried they might get lost or face danger. Meanwhile, Feng Chang's bodyguard, He Hao, stood nearby, fully focused on protecting the mother and children, not daring to relax for a moment. The station was crowded with people, a mix of all kinds of individuals. If any malicious traffickers had their eyes on them, the consequences could be terrible. Only after Jiang Ruoli and the children safely boarded the train did He Hao breathe a sigh of relief. This was the precious family of the Feng and Jiang families. If anything happened to them, he might have to atone with his life. He Hao was indeed very alert and cautious. Just a moment ago, someone had already begun to have bad intentions toward this mother and her 3 children. A woman saw Jiang Ruoli, a bright and beautiful woman, with 3 adorable children who looked like they came out of a traditional painting. Her greed immediately grew. She secretly thought, if I sell these children to families in the mountains who have no kids or no wives, how much money could I make? Especially that little girl, who eats so well. What a waste of such good resources. When she tried to approach them, she saw a man in military uniform walking past Jiang Ruoli. She quickly gave up her plan. Is that girl a military wife? Better not to offend or recognize her. The woman kept watching them with sharp, eagle-like eyes until Jiang Ruoli and her children got on the military vehicle, then she slowly looked away. Luckily, she didn't act impulsively, otherwise, today next year might be her unlucky day. She took a deep breath, suppressing her rising fear and nervousness, and walked in another direction to look for her next target. It seemed like fate was guiding her. Just minutes ago, she was thinking about kidnapping Feng Chang's children, and now she unexpectedly boarded the same train Feng Chang was on. The train car was crowded and noisy, filled with the smell of sweat and the sound of luggage wheels scraping the floor. "Miss, where are you headed with the kids?" she asked casually, sounding friendly, like a neighbor. "Going back home." The woman across from her replied openly, her plump and relaxed appearance making her seem unguarded and even willing to chat about everyday life. Soon, the woman said she needed to go to the bathroom and planned to take the children with her. "Miss, are you going to the bathroom?" "Go ahead, I'll watch the kids," she said with a kind smile, her voice gentle like spring breeze. The woman looked around and saw the crowded passengers, and since others were watching, she thought there wouldn't be any problem. She then gratefully thanked the woman and hurried to the bathroom. When the woman's figure disappeared at the end of the aisle, she took a piece of candy from her pocket, unwrapped it, and gently put it into the child's mouth. After a while, the child's eyelids grew heavy, and she finally closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. "Oh, dear. Why hasn't my sister come back yet? The child is sleepy. I'll go find her." The woman deliberately raised her voice, so everyone nearby could hear. Everyone thought they were sisters traveling together, so no one suspected anything. She quietly got up, holding her sleeping child, and blended into the crowd, quickly disappearing at the other end of the train. When the woman returned from the restroom, she realized her child was missing. She froze in place, her face turning pale, and tremblingly grabbed the sleeve of a nearby passenger, anxiously asking if anyone had seen her child. But all she received were shakes of the head and sympathetic looks. Her crying was as heartbreaking as a cuckoo's song, mournful and sorrowful, echoing through the air as if trying to break free from the metal train carriage and pierce into everyone's ears. Feng Chang's heart tightened. He quickly stepped forward and asked with concern, "What happened? Is something wrong?" As he approached, he realized it was a case of child abduction. The woman, tears streaking her face and eyes swollen, choked as she told Feng Chang what had happened. "Comrade, can you describe the woman's clothing?" Feng Chang asked calmly. Qing, the woman who lost her child, slowly looked up when she heard this kind voice and saw a face that seemed almost divine. Her heart suddenly raced. She stammered as she described the woman's clothes. She was wearing a blue jacket, black pants, and white sneakers. Then she detailed her child's clothing and appearance. Feng Chang listened carefully, nodding now and then. After Qing finished, he turned to find the train security officer, and together they began a thorough search of each carriage. What if we can't find the child? The train will arrive at the station in 5 minutes. If the traffickers take advantage of this and slip away with the crowd, it will be very hard to find the child again. Feng Chang looked around sharply. He knew he couldn't panic now. Suddenly, he saw a woman's face that matched the description of the woman who had taken the child. Moreover, she was holding a sleeping child in her arms. Although she had changed her clothes, her appearance was unmistakable. Feng Chang whispered a few words to the train security officer. The team then launched an arrest operation against the woman. Jiang Ruoli returned home excitedly. As soon as she entered, Guaning told her good news. The new house had been renovated and was ready for moving in after the new year. This news made Jiang Ruoli very happy because it was a Sihiyuan. In her previous life, she had been quite wealthy, but she had never lived in a Sihiyuan before. So, in her lifetime, she was determined to acquire several courtyard houses. Regarding the size of the courtyards, Jiang Ruoli was not picky at all. Whether it was a small 2- or a 3-room courtyard or a larger 4- or 5-room one, she thought they were all good. Her goal was to own as many courtyards as possible. Jiang Ruoli happily said, after the new year, let's pick a good day and move in. This place is nice, but since it's a military area, living here isn't as comfortable. Guaning smiled and replied, your dad thinks the same. He's planning to start a business. Curious, Jiang Ruoli asked, has dad already resigned? Guaning answered, yes, he resigned recently. But the principal asked him to finish this semester before leaving. Jiang Ruoli nodded, understanding. This plan was actually pretty good. In the 1980s, full of opportunities for reform and growth, as long as you seized the chance, even a pig could fly. Jiang Ruoli believed her father would succeed in this wave of change and make a big achievement. He could start a business empire, selling jewelry and accessories from the space to make money. Then he could buy more houses and land. In an endless cycle, she could live happily collecting rent every month. Thinking about it, Jiang Ruoli felt very happy. She remembered the courtyard and asked, Mom, do we also need to buy furniture?
Guaning nodded. Yes. There are still many things to buy.
She had visited the house once. It was old and broken, with only a rusty iron pot left, nothing else. I have bedding and such at home.
The rest we need to buy.
We're not short of money. Jiang Ruoli liked sleeping on a foam mattress, but in this era, there was none, so she had to settle for a hard bed. Guaning nodded. In a couple of days, we'll go shopping for everything. Okay, Mom, I'll listen to you. As for the triplets, they couldn't be bothered to buy things and would stay at home playing with Grandpa. At night, after Jiang Ruoli saw the children asleep, she moved them into the space to sleep. She then organized the items in the warehouse. Host, you have a new trade alert. Please check. A new world? Jiang Ruoli clicked to see and was surprised. She hadn't made any trades yet. But when did the primitive era turn into an intermediate world? Jiang Shelley couldn't understand what could be exchanged with her from the primitive era. Hello, I am Augusta Bonnie, the chief of the primitive tribe. I want to swap some seeds with you. Any kind of grain seeds will do. I can trade some of our tribe's valuable items for yours. Note: the text here is automatically converted to the other person's words. Don't worry too much about other details. Do you need grain seeds? Jiang Shelley has plenty of those. She sorted the seeds and labeled what kind they were and the best season to plant them. Then she sent them over. They received the seeds and were quite happy, sending some of their tribe's valuable items back. Jiang Shelley looked at what they sent. Oh, just some animal skins, plus a few gifts like pearls, agate, and diamonds? What kind of sneaky move is this? Animal skins are valuable to them, and the pearls, agate, and diamonds are just extras? Chief, are you sure you want to give me all these things? Yes, we don't really know what they are, just pulled them out of the river. We don't understand these things, so we give them to you. Since you're a girl, you should like shiny things. Thank you for the many valuable seeds.
Jiang Shelley.
She wanted to say that even the extras they sent could be worth more than hundreds of times the seeds she gave. These are just small trinkets. Keep them if you like. Jiang Shelley. Chief, as long as you're happy. She happily accepted the pearls, agate, and diamonds, which could also help her father's business. Jiang Shelley also sent some fruits and cooked foods that they didn't have. For example, she packed some dumplings earlier, still warm. Little duck pair, hello. What are these things you just sent? Are they edible? Yes, they are edible. Some are fruits, some are cooked foods. The round, white, plump ones are dumplings ready to eat. Chief Augustabani looked at the plump, white dumplings and then at the message from Little Duck Pair. Cooked and edible? He bravely took a bite. Inside was meat. The aroma of meat spread out, attracting some people outside. Chief, what is he eating? It smells so good. It seems to be meat, but I don't know how it's made. I'm so hungry. I wonder if the chief has managed to get any grain. Hearing the tribe members outside, Augustabani sent another request to Jiang Shelley. Little duck pair, can I trade some food with you again? About enough for 300 people. Their tribe has only 300 people. I don't know why, but suddenly there are no wild animals on the mountain. They searched everywhere but couldn't find even one living creature. They can only eat wild plants and grass to fill their stomachs. But even wild plants and grass will run out someday. That's why he wants to find food, and unexpectedly, he bound himself to this so-called trading system. Fortunately, heaven still favors them, and he met Little Duck Pair. Do you want cooked food? I don't have that much, but I have rice, flour, and various raw meats. You can cook them yourselves. Of course, that's fine. These are already very good. Is there anything else you need? Just give me whatever you have. Jiang Ruoli doesn't insist on getting pearls, agate, diamonds, or other precious items. Seeing that they can't even afford to eat, it's better not to take their things. Sorry, we only have these worthless trinkets. Please, you must accept them. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely bring you better things. Jiang Ruoli looked at a large box, 60 by 70 centimeters, filled with things like agate and diamonds, and was stunned. Worthless. Little trinkets. He might have misunderstood what worthless means. Jiang Ruoli packed 50 bags of rice, 50 bags of flour, 50 bags of millet, and some chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, pigs, cows, sheep, and fish, and sent them over. Chief Augustabani on the other side saw all these piles of things, and was so excited he nearly cried. He truly met a good person. Jiang, the good person Ruoli. I don't want a good person card. Jiang Ruoli and Guaning were about to go out to buy some daily necessities when Jiang Lixia's voice came from the door. She was holding an admission letter and smiling happily as she said to Jiang Ruoli's sister, look. I got into Jing University's fashion design department. Jiang Ruoli took the admission letter, looked at it carefully, and said happily, really? That's great. Xia. Congratulations. This has been your dream for a long time. Jiang Lixia happily linked arms with Jiang Ruoli and coquettishly said, thanks so much for your help, sister. If it weren't for your tutoring, I wouldn't have done so well. Jiang Ruoli smiled and patted Jiang Lixia's head, saying, that's because you worked hard yourself. Even if I forced you to study, you wouldn't have learned if you didn't want to. Jiang Lixia giggled and then asked curiously, sister, are you and Aunt Third going out? Jiang Ruoli nodded and replied, yes, we're going to buy some things. After the new year, we're moving to the courtyard house. You should come along too.
You can choose a house you like.
Once you start at Jing University, you can live there. Jiang Lixia quickly waved her hands and said, no need, sister. I'll just stay in the staff quarters. Guaning looked at Jiang Lixia with a slightly annoyed face and scolded, you silly girl. How can you stay in the staff quarters? Going out early and returning late, we're worried about you. What if something happens? That could even threaten your dad's life. Just listen to Aunt and stay at home. Jiang Lixia looked hesitant. She didn't really want to trouble Aunt and her cousin, but she didn't know how to refuse.
That's.
Before she could finish, Guaning reached out and pulled her along without saying a word, saying, there's nothing to worry about. Aunt's house is big enough. Even with your dad, our whole family can live comfortably. Come on, let's pick some things.
Your room should have what you like.
Before Jiang Lixia could react, Guaning was already pulling her forward. Jiang Ruoli followed behind them at a relaxed pace, with a calm, leisurely smile on her face. This trip was arranged by the old master's bodyguard. Because Feng Chang was away for further training, his bodyguard had gone back to the military. But luckily, there was still the old master's bodyguard, and even if not, there was Feng Chang's bodyguard. It wouldn't be right to let the three of them walk all the way to the department store. Once inside the department store, Guaning started browsing from the first floor. She saw a women's watch that she thought would suit Jiang Lixia well and bought it directly, saying, "Xia xia. Congratulations on getting into Jing University. This watch is my gift to you." Jiang Lixia immediately refused, no, and this is too expensive. A gift worth over 100 yuan just given away like that, and is so rich. The salesperson nearby overheard and envied them. They admired the girl for getting into Jing University, and also envied her having such a kind aunt who bought her a watch worth over 100 yuan. It was one of the top 3 items. Don't refuse. Do you not like aunt? No, I do like aunt. I like aunt the most. Jiang Lixia truly likes Guaning the most. Because Guaning gave her a kind of mother's love she had never felt before. She cares for her and looks after her. Aunt treats her and her sister equally. How could Jiang Lixia not like that? If you like aunt, just accept her. Jiang Lixia vowed she would design the prettiest clothes for aunt in the future. She also turned to look at Jiang Ruoli. Seeing she wasn't angry, she took the watch and, with teary eyes, said, "Thank you, aunt." Jiang Ruoli smiled at her expression. "What's wrong? Do you think I'd be jealous or angry? Am I that petty? Besides, giving you the watch was my idea." Tears couldn't help but fall from Jiang Lixia's eyes. "Sister, you're the best. Be good, don't cry. It doesn't look nice when you cry. Come on, let's keep shopping." The 3 women spent the whole day shopping. When they got home, Jiang Lixia was so tired she couldn't lift her arms. "Auntie, Mom, Grandma, here's some water." Tuan poured a glass of water for each of the 3 women. "Oh, Tuan is getting more and more sensible," Jiang Lixia said, rubbing Tuan's soft hair, then drank all the water in one go. Jiang Peihe and Jiang Peishu came back together and saw the mess on the floor. "Wow, did you rob a department store?" Guaning rolled her eyes. "Is it so easy to rob a department store?" Jiang Ruoli and Jiang Lixia covered their mouths and laughed. "Second brother, when Xia goes to college, she can live with us. It's perfect for Li Bao to have a companion, and she can help take care of the kids." The last part was said on purpose. Without mentioning it, Jiang Peishu and Jiang Lixia would definitely feel embarrassed to refuse. Jiang Peishu turned to look at Jiang Lixia. Xia, what do you think?" Honestly, Jiang Peishu felt he was taking advantage of his third brother's family. "Dad, I agree. I can help aunt and sister take care of the kids and make clothes for them." Jiang Peishu nodded. "Good, but third brother about the food expenses." "Second brother, what's the point of saying that? We still need Xia's food. It's not like that, I just..." Seeing Jiang Peishu scratching his head nervously, Jiang Bo quickly stepped in to smooth things over. All right. Third brother, you know what second brother means. Just take 2 yuan as a token of thanks." Jiang Peihe said, Okay, we'll listen to you." Then Jiang Peihe continued, "In a few days we'll move. Second brother, you'll come help us cook, right?" "Of course, I got it. Leave it to me." Jiang Peihe already has a rough plan for his second brother. Jiang Peishu's cooking skills are so good, but they've been wasted in the army. He must open a restaurant for him and later open several chain stores. This way, the catering business will grow stronger and stronger. Of course, all this depends on Jiang Peishu being willing to take the risk. The family happily celebrated for the 2 soon-to-be college students. Jiang Bo also gave a big red envelope with 100 yuan inside. Jiang Peishu and Jiang Peihe each gave red envelopes to the 2 children. Jiang Ruli was very happy to accept it. Jiang Lixia hesitated for a moment, but under Jiang Ruli's encouraging look, she took it too. She really loved the warm family atmosphere of this home. As for the Jiang family members from before, she had completely forgotten about them. 5 days before the new year, Jiang Peihe officially resigned. After the holiday, he planned to slowly start building his business empire. On New Year's Eve at noon, Jiang really took the three little ones to Feng's house for a family reunion dinner. When they arrived at Feng's house, Mao Mao's first reaction was that this unprofitable person had come to his home again. His second thought was, no, he's not unprofitable anymore, he's his sister. His third thought was, watch your mouth or you'll get a scolding. So he reluctantly pouted and sat aside eating. Tian saw Mao Mao and instinctively wanted to speak up to reply. But after waiting for a while, she didn't hear Mao Mao's usual scolding. The three little ones looked at each other, said nothing more, and politely greeted the elders. Finally, they all shouted in unison, brother. Mao Mao huffed proudly, and his mother slapped the back of his head. Where are your manners? Mao Mao then stopped his cold attitude. Hello, third aunt, brothers, and sister. Yao Yuyu was satisfied and nodded.
See?
She said children are obedient under discipline. If they misbehave, just give them a beating. If one isn't enough, then two. One day, they'll be obedient. Jiang really looked at Yao Yuyu, whose attitude was getting more and more crooked, and didn't know what to say. Hello, Mao Mao. Jiang really smiled and responded. Jiang really carried a big bag of fruit. Here, eat some fruit. All fresh. Everyone wasn't surprised anymore that Jiang really always brought fresh fruit. When Mao Mao saw the bright red fruit, his eyes lit up. His mother had brought it back before, saying it was from third aunt, and he loved to eat it. He just hummed at his sister earlier. He feels shy about eating now. Mao Mao, come here. Jiang Ruoli beckoned. Mao Mao hesitated for a moment, but then walked over. He liked this pretty Annie very much. But Grandma said that the auntie's younger sister had taken his things. However, Mao Mao thought his sister hadn't taken anything from him. Grandma and Mom had told him to protect his belongings, especially those given by great-grandpa. Later, Mom said Grandma was wrong. His sister was not a burden, but the only girl in the family. As the older brother, he should protect her. He felt Mom had changed, no longer the same as before. Before, Mom said his sister was a burden. Now, she said his sister was a treasure. The little boy's mind was already confused. But seeing such a gentle and beautiful third auntie, Mao Mao thought Mom was right. Dad had said before that girls need care and love. So, Dad said they should care for and protect Mom. His sister is also a girl, so he should care for and protect her too. Mao Mao walked up to Jiang Ruoli. Third auntie, he said. Mao Mao wants to eat strawberries, right? Jiang Ruoli took the biggest, reddest strawberry and held it out to him. Mao Mao nodded. Do you want to eat this biggest, reddest strawberry? Mao Mao asked. Why should I eat it? Because Mao Mao is the big brother, so he gets the biggest, reddest one. Mao Mao thought for a moment and then handed the strawberry to Tian. Give the biggest, reddest one to sister. Mom said she's the only girl in the family and needs the brother's care. I will also take care of my little brothers and sister in the future. God knows how happy Yao Yuyu was when she heard her son say this. Her son's attitude finally changed. Tian looked at Mao Mao in confusion, then turned to Jiang Ruoli. Seeing her encouraging look, Tian reluctantly took the strawberry. Thank you, big brother, she said. Mao Mao grinned happily. You're welcome, sister. I won't call you a burden anymore. You're the only girl in our family, and I will take good care of you. They were only 3 or 4 years old, but soon they were playing together happily. They played games with Mao Mao, all of which Jiang Ruoli had done with them at home. Mao Mao was very happy too. He used to play alone at home, but now he had 3 playmates, and he was so happy. Until dinner, Mao Mao still felt a little reluctant to stop playing. Little brother, this game is so much fun. We have many other fun games too. Let's play again after dinner.
Okay.
The chubby kid completely forgets about his previous mistake. The 3 little ones don't mind much either. Fish have good memories, but they'll forget soon. After dinner, Jiang Ruoli plans to take the children home, but they're still happily playing. Mom, can we play with Big Brother for a little longer? But you need to go home and sleep. Tian asks, Mom, can we sleep at Annie's house? Jiang Ruoli kneels down and says, you should ask Annie if she's okay with it. Tian turns to Yao Yuyu. Of course, I'd love that. My cute Tian. Yay, Mom. Auntie said yes. Don't be naughty, okay? After reminding the children, Zhang Ruoli returns to the Jiang family. Jiang Bo and Zhao Shujun go to rest, while Jiang Peihe and Guaning sit in the living room chatting. Why did you come back alone? What about the 3 kids? They're having so much fun at Feng's place. Guaning nods. They've also heard about Yao Yuyu's situation and feel sorry for her. Dad, want to check out your business empire? The family of 3 goes into Jiang Ruoli's space. Jiang Peihe looks at the warehouse full of goods and doesn't know what to say. Wow, there's so much now? Jiang Ruoli proudly lifts her head. Yep, there will be even more later. Now that the economy is opening up in the 80s, I'll prepare some other things first. We need to buy more shops. Yes, don't worry about money. I still have some here. Although they haven't traded on the black market recently, they made quite a few transactions before. Alright, after the new year, I'll buy shops and houses. I know you like the courtyard houses. I'll buy any suitable ones I find. Here, Dad, take this money. Jiang Ruoli places a box of cash in front of Jiang Peihe. He looks at the box of money, feeling indescribable emotions. One day, his beloved daughter gives him money. What a feeling that is. His child has grown up, and the old father feels proud. Guaning picks a jade bracelet she likes from a pile of jewelry. It fits perfectly on her wrist. Jiang Ruoli sincerely praises, Mom, this really suits you so well. A family of 3 spent some time inside the space, and then left. Before leaving, they took out some meat, fish, and shrimp from the space. Today, they planned to enjoy a hearty meal. Feng Chong helped the train police successfully catch a human trafficker and also assisted Chen Qing in finding her lost child. Chen Qing was very grateful and kept thanking Feng Chong. Thank you so much for helping me find my child. In response to Chen Qing's thanks, Feng Chong simply nodded slightly and returned to his seat. After a long journey of 2 days and nights, Feng Chong finally arrived at Lake Province. As soon as he got off the train, he saw a person in military uniform walking quickly toward him. Are you Deputy Commander Feng? The person asked, saluting properly, and then inquiring. Yes, Feng Chong replied simply. Hello, Commander. I am Wang Zheng here to pick you up. Please come with me, the man said. Okay, thank you, Feng Chong responded politely. While leading Feng Chong toward the vehicle, Wang Zheng secretly glanced at the legendary deputy commander. He couldn't help but think how handsome Feng Chong looked, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose, and a slight smile that hinted at a cool, serious demeanor. If someone like him appeared in their school, he would definitely attract many female soldiers, especially those in the arts troupe who love beauty. Wang Zheng drove the vehicle quickly away from the train station, heading straight to the National Defense University. The inside of the car was very quiet. Feng Chong was not a talkative person, and Wang Zheng seemed to be overwhelmed by Feng Chong's strong presence, so he didn't dare to speak easily. Wang Zheng secretly admired how powerful and commanding the person from the capital was, feeling both respect and awe. The military vehicle smoothly reached the gate of the National Defense University and stopped slowly. Feng Chong opened the car door and jumped out efficiently. He was dressed in a neat military uniform, standing tall like a pine tree, with a firm face and sharp, focused eyes. He walked to the guard booth, took out his ID and various documents, and neatly handed them to the guard. The guard carefully checked the documents, while Feng Chong stood quietly beside him, upright and patient. After a thorough check, the guard confirmed Feng Chong's identity and purpose, nodded, and signaled that he could pass. Feng Chong took his ID card, politely thanked the security personnel, then walked confidently into the campus of the National Defense Science and Technology University. Following Wang Zheng's instructions, Feng Chong headed straight to the regiment headquarters. His steps were firm and strong, each one seeming to carry power and determination. Finally, Feng Chong arrived at the door of the regiment office. He took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, then raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Reporting. Feng Chong's voice was clear and loud. Please come in, came a deep reply from inside. Feng Chong pushed open the door and entered the room. Inside, a middle-aged man was sitting at a desk. He looked to be in his 40s, with a sharp face and deep, keen eyes. Feng Chong stepped forward, stood with his feet together, and gave a standard military salute, saying loudly, "Commander Yen, mid-level officer Feng Chong from the Kyoto Military District reporting." Commander Yen looked up, his gaze fixed on Feng Chong. He studied the young officer carefully, a faint look of admiration flashing in his eyes. "Good. Young man, you have the style of your grandfather," Commander Yen said, standing up and smiling as he patted Feng Chong's arm. Feng Chong modestly smiled and replied, "Thank you, sir." Commander Yen waved his hand, signaling Feng Chong to sit down, then said, "The main reason I brought you here is for further training and study. But I've looked at your records. You have many excellent qualities. Maybe you can even teach them a thing or two." Feng Chong quickly responded, "Thank you, sir. I still have many shortcomings and need to keep learning and improving." Commander Yen nodded, pleased with Feng Chong's attitude. They exchanged a few more words, asked about Feng Chong's background, then someone was sent to take him to his dormitory to rest. The dorm was a double room, small but very tidy. Feng Chong gently pushed open the door and went inside. As soon as he entered, he saw someone already there. The person was standing by the window, facing away from Feng Chong. When he heard the door open, he turned around with a friendly smile and said, "Hello, I am Hu Lingnan from the Island Military District. From now on, we will be roommates. Please take care of me." Feng Chong smiled and replied, "Hello, I am Feng Chong from the Kyoto Military District. I am glad to be your roommate. Please take care of me in the future." As he spoke, he stepped forward and shook hands with Hu Lingnan. After a brief exchange, Feng Chong began to pack his belongings. He first took out some clothes, mostly military uniforms. The styles and colors were similar, so there was no need to sort them carefully. He just hung them in the wardrobe. After tidying up the clothes, Feng Chong opened his suitcase again, where some food items remained. He took out these foods and placed them on the table. Among them were jars of meat sauce and mushroom sauce made from Janghua pears, which are Feng Chong's favorites. There was also a photo frame with pictures of his wife and children, placed conveniently on the table for easy viewing. Once everything was ready, he began writing a letter to his wife. Although he could enter the space to see her, he still needed to act normal in daily life. Hu Lingnan saw the photo frame on the table and asked, "Feng Chong, is this your wife and children?" A warm smile appeared in Feng Chong's eyes as he replied, "Yes." Hu Lingnan asked surprised, "Are these triplets?" "Yes, triplets." "Wow, your wife is amazing," Hu Lingnan said in shock. "And she's very beautiful too." Feng Chong replied modestly, "It's normal for my wife to be pretty, since I am good-looking." Hu Lingnan said, "You don't know, the female soldiers here and the women in the cultural troop have high standards. Only someone like you could catch their eye." Feng Chong felt helpless. "I have a wife. I have to stay away from other women." Hu Lingnan then said, "If your wife is so beautiful and you don't cherish her, others will." Feng Chong knew this well. Besides Pear Blossom, only his mother and daughter held a special place in his heart. At noon, Feng Chong went to the cafeteria with Hu Lingnan. When they appeared, most people's eyes were on them. Someone asked, "Who is that? The new person?" "The one next to him is from the Island Military District for training, and I guess this one is too, but I don't know which district he's from. He's really good looking. And he's a regimental commander. He's so young to be at that rank, impressive." The cultural troop members were also discussing. "Ching Ching, that soldier is so handsome. He matches you perfectly." Zhao Muqing looked in the direction her finger pointed and saw Feng Chong's handsome side profile. Her heart beat faster. She thought to herself, "It's him. I must get him." Feng Chong looked at the busy cafeteria and said to Hu Lingnan, "Let's get our food and go back to eat. I'll add an extra meal for you. What do you think?" "Sure, why not?" Hu Lingnan didn't mind whether he added an extra meal or not. "I felt that there were too many people here, and he didn't like it." The two of them quickly finished their meal and were about to leave when someone stopped them. "Comrade, hello. I'm Zhao Muqing from the cultural troop. Nice to meet you." Feng Chong looked expressionless. No need to meet. He prepared to walk past her and leave. "Hey, why are you so rude?" Muqing said she wanted to meet you. Do you know who Muqing is? Before Zhao Muqing could speak, her subordinate called out. I'm here to study, not to meet irrelevant people. I'm married and have children, so I shouldn't be meeting female comrades. When Zhao Muqing heard him say she was irrelevant, she felt no emotion. But when she heard he was married with children, she felt a surge of anger. Married? Who was that woman? Besides herself, what kind of woman could match him?
So, what if you're married?
Do you know who Muqing is?
She's.
Zhao Muqing held her head high with pride. Wu Jing stopped talking. Her mother had told her that a girl shouldn't chase after a man. She wanted the man to come to her willingly. Besides herself, no one was good enough for him. As for his wife, she probably wouldn't be helpful to him. He would definitely know who was most useful to him. Feng Chong didn't know what that woman was thinking. If he found out, he would probably laugh until he cried.
Who was most useful to him?
Feng Chong had reached this point all by himself. If it was about family background, wasn't his family background good enough? No matter how high that woman's family background was, could it surpass his? Ching, what are you afraid of? You're the daughter of the commander. His wife must be an uneducated rural woman. Hu Lingnan almost burst out laughing. With his sister-in-law's appearance, she was much more beautiful than this woman from the cultural troupe. Feng Chong completely ignored them. He knew he couldn't communicate normally with these fools, so he just ignored them. The two of them bypassed the female soldiers and returned to the dormitory. Feng Chong took out some meat sauce and mushroom sauce from his box and shared a few spoonfuls with Hu Lingnan. Wow, this smells so good. Did your sister-in-law make it? Yes, my wife made it. Her cooking skills are really good. She's so beautiful and talented. Feng Chong, you're really lucky. I'm jealous of myself. Hearing Feng Chong say this, Hu Lingnan was stunned. He never expected that the usually aloof-looking man would be joking around now. Indeed, who wouldn't envy such a good wife? After dinner, Feng Chong sat at the table writing a letter to Jiang Ruoli. Starting tomorrow, he would begin further studies, and there might be fewer chances to write letters later. Meeting in the space was also unlikely, so he could only find time to go once in a while. He hoped his wife wouldn't mind. Feng Chong didn't know how happy Jiang Ruoli was in Kyoto. Besides going out to explore department stores, she spent time making clothes with Jiang Lixia. She didn't think at all about her husband studying elsewhere. On New Year's Eve, the National Defense University held a party, featuring performances by female soldiers from the arts troupe. The other soldiers sat watching the show, while Feng Chong avoided people and returned to his dorm to enter the space. He hadn't seen his little girl for a week. When Feng Chong entered, he found many dishes inside. He immediately knew they were prepared by his wife. He picked some strawberries and grapes, washed them, and placed them in a fruit basket, waiting for Jiang Ruoli to arrive. Back at the Jiang family, Jiang Ruoli took out various meats, planning to cook a hearty meal. She divided each dish into small portions and placed them in the space. She believed Feng Chong would definitely find time to enter the space tonight. Guaning saw her and understood what was going on. She didn't bother with it. Since her daughter and son-in-law got along well, there was nothing more to say. After Jiang Ruoli finished cooking, Jiang Peishu and Jiang Lixia also returned. Jiang Bo saw the returning people and said with a smile, Peishu, you're just in time. Dinner is ready. Today's meal was prepared by Li Bao. Wow, so delicious. Sister, your cooking skills are amazing. Jiang Peishu looked at the dishes on the table and smiled. My niece's cooking isn't worse than mine. How could I compare with Uncle Er? After the meal, Jiang Ruoli's cooking received endless praise. The main reason was that all the rice, meat, and vegetables came from the space, and the dishes with spiritual energy tasted fresher and more delicious. After dinner, Jiang Bo handed red envelopes to the children of the family, then they played with fireworks for a while. Until the three little ones were tired, they went back to rest. After the children fell asleep, Jiang Ruoli moved them into the space to rest. Then she entered the space herself. As soon as she entered, she saw Feng Chong sitting at the table in the yard. He was resting his chin on one hand and tapping the table with the other, lost in thought. Feng Chong. Jiang Ruoli shouted a word. Sweetheart, the aloof male god instantly turned into a big puppy. Feng Chong tightly held Jiang Ruoli in his arms and kissed her several times. Sweetheart, I haven't seen you for a week. I miss you so much. Jiang Ruoli softly replied, Really? I thought the female soldiers over there looked better. Did you forget about me? Feng Chong widened his eyes.
Impossible.
No one looks better than my wife. Feng Chong has been very busy these days, studying new knowledge and practicing tactics. He has no time to look at other female soldiers. Jiang Ruoli chuckled softly. Should I show you Sanbao first? But they are all sleeping now. I put them in the space. Let's go see them. They both went to the bedroom and looked at the sleeping Sanbao. Feng Chong's heart softened completely. Without saying much, Feng Chong took Jiang Ruoli's hand and went to the yard. They sat in the yard eating their meal. Did you make this? Uncle's cooking doesn't taste like this. You remember my cooking? Of course I do. They ate and talked about recent events. At some point, they hugged each other and their clothes gradually fell off. Finally, after Feng Chong finished, cleaned up, and dressed, he looked at his little wife lying beside Sanbao. Li Bao, I have to go out now, or they might get suspicious. Darling, I love you. Go ahead. Jiang Ruoli, still somewhat clear-headed, used her mind to take the three children out of the space together. Feng Chong looked at the empty bed and smelled their scent in the air, feeling incredibly satisfied. Feng Chong quickly left the space. The room was dark, and Hu Lingnan hadn't returned yet. He also sighed in relief. At this moment, Hu Lingnan was stopped by Zhao Muqing. Where is that Deputy Captain Feng you were with before? Why didn't he come? If he had come, seeing such an excellent person like himself, how could he not like him? Hu Lingnan looked impatient. How would I know? I'm just his roommate. Stop bothering me. You've been asking since dinner. What's the point? He has a wife and kids now. Are you trying to ruin a military marriage? When he said this, Zhao Muqing's face darkened. What does it mean to have no sense of propriety? Exactly. Zhao Muqing, don't you have any shame? He's already married, and you're still pestering him. Are you trying to break up a marriage? Shinmeng Li, what do you want? Are you just jealous of me? The person called Shinmeng Li covered her mouth and laughed. Jealous of what? Jealous of your thick skin or your shamelessness. The people around Shinmeng Li also started to laugh. Actually, Shinmeng Li is pretty good-looking, but compared to Zhao Muqing's gentle appearance, she looks more spirited. The dance troupe is mainly divided into two groups, led by them. They have always looked down on each other. Now that Shinmeng Li sees Zhao Muqing having fun, she definitely won't miss the chance. You. Shinmeng Li, you tomboy, what do you want? Go away. Shinmeng Li looked indifferent. Calling her a tomboy won't hurt her. But if she can make Zhao Muqing unhappy, that's something to be happy about. Hu Lingnan didn't want to see women arguing, so he picked up a box of dumplings and left the cafeteria. Earlier, Feng Chong said he would write and call his wife, but then he changed his mind. He helped him bring back a portion of dumplings. He didn't expect to meet such a difficult woman. Feng Chong was really in danger of being targeted by such a woman. To Hu Lingnan, Feng Chong's wife is much more beautiful than the main actress of the dance troupe. Her face and temperament are truly unmatched. When Hu Lingnan returned to the dorm, Feng Chong had already taken a shower and changed clothes. Otherwise, his body would smell like a woman, and his roommate would definitely suspect something. Did you finish your call? I brought you some dumplings. Eat a little. Feng Chong took the lunchbox and thanked him. Thanks. Don't mention it. Then Hu Lingnan mentioned that the woman from the dance troupe was asking about him. I didn't say anything. I've never seen such a shameless woman. Yeah, ignore her. If that woman dares to bother him again, Feng Chong definitely won't be gentle. Unexpectedly, the next day, he saw her. Zhao Muqing was waiting there on purpose. Seeing him, Zhao Muqing immediately walked over. Feng Chong, I made breakfast myself. Please have some. While speaking, Zhao Muqing tilted her head and pretended to be innocent and cute. Feng Chong looked at her with a cold gaze. Since you already know I'm married, why are you still bothering me? Are you trying to ruin my marriage? No, how could that be? I know your marriage to your wife was arranged by your family. You don't have real feelings for her, and she can't help your career. You might as well choose me. Definitely. Feng Qing's voice grew colder. You're not the first person to say that. Do you know where the woman who said this to me last time is now? Perhaps frightened by Feng Qing's tone, Zhao Muqing stammered. Where did she go? She went to the farm. Zhao Muqing opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Feng Qing smiled slightly. Don't you want to ask why? Zhao Muqing followed his lead and asked, Why? Because she spoke badly about my wife. After criticizing her, she said marrying her would help me get promoted. Her grandfather was originally a commander in the military district, but he was also dismissed because of her words. Are you sure you want to say such things in front of me? Have you heard of General Feng Wanli? That's my grandfather. Do I need you to help me get promoted? Zhao Muqing's face turned pale with fear. She didn't expect this man to have such a powerful background. Who doesn't know General Feng Wanli? He was a founding hero working closely with top leaders. She never imagined he was the grandfather of the person in front of her. And she had been so confident earlier. Now she felt utterly embarrassed. Meanwhile, Shen Mengli also overheard this and burst out laughing mercilessly. Haha, Zhao Muqing, you've really hit a wall now. Do you know who Feng Qing's wife is? She's a doctor in the military district of Kyoto, with a military rank. Plus, the hemostatic powder you used was developed by her. Do you think you're so impressive? How do you compare to her? You used her medicine and then tried to steal her man. Who do you think you are? Hearing this, Zhao Muqing felt even more ashamed. She hadn't expected Feng Qing's wife to be so formidable. Feng Qing looked at Shen Mengli in surprise. How did she know all this? I am Shen Guoyang's granddaughter, Shen Mengli explained when she saw Feng Qing look at her. Feng Qing nodded. So, you're from the Shen family. No wonder she knew so much. Zhao Muqing suddenly felt like she had just woken up. She started to think about the relationship between Feng Qing and Shen Mengli. Feng Qing was from Kyoto, and Shen Mengli not only knew Feng Qing, but also knew his grandfather. Could this mean Shen Mengli was also connected to the Kyoto military district? Zhao Muqing's mind kept flashing with different possibilities. She couldn't help but think of Shen Guoyang's name. Could he be the person who always follows the big leader? The more Zhao Muqing thought about it, the more she believed it might be true. After all, Shen Mengli's family background is so powerful, yet she has always stayed low-key here, which is really hard to understand. Zhao Muqing began to realize how shallow and wrong her previous opinions of Shen Mengli were. She always thought Shen Mengli was someone easy to bully, so she often mocked her. But now it seems that Shen Mengli simply doesn't bother with her and treats her like a clown. The more Zhao Muqing thought about it, the more she felt ashamed. She covered her face, tears pouring out like a flood. She couldn't accept this fact, so she cried and ran away. Her followers, who had been behind her, also ran after her. Feng Chong watched Zhao Muqing's embarrassed departure with a slight smile on his face. He turned his head, nodded at Shen Mengli, then decisively left the place. Feng Chong felt a bit helpless inside. He really didn't want to waste too much time on that woman. If she weren't so annoying, and if he weren't eager to get rid of her, he wouldn't have easily used his grandfather's name. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, the sun was shining brightly. Jiang Ruoli's family joyfully celebrated their housewarming. That day, friends and relatives came to congratulate them and brought all kinds of gifts. Besides familiar people like Wei Zi, Liao Xinjin, and Elder Rong, Jiang Ruoli's senior brothers also came specially to give their carefully prepared gifts. What made Jiang Ruoli most happy was that her master, Zhou Hongyi, personally visited. Not only did she bring generous gifts, but she also joked about having a meal at their new home. Jiang Ruoli warmly welcomed her master's visit, and the two of them enjoyed a happy reunion. While chatting, Zhou Hongyi suddenly asked curiously, "Hey, isn't this courtyard the old place of Su Wenqian? How did it end up with you?" Jiang Ruoli thought for a moment and remembered that the old man's signature indeed had the 3 characters Su Wenqian. So she told her master everything in detail. It turned out that Su Wenqian felt this courtyard was full of sad memories, so he decided to sell it. Jiang Ruoli just happened to like the courtyard and took the opportunity to buy it. After hearing this, Zhou Hongyi praised the courtyard highly. This courtyard is really nice, peaceful environment, well-planned layout. Seeing the situation, Jiang Ruoli quickly took the opportunity to ask her master for a small favor. Master, if you come across a suitable yard in the future, please introduce it to me. I will buy it all. Zhou Hongyi looked at Jiang Ruoli with some confusion and asked, Girl, why do you want to buy so many yards? Are you planning to open a chain of yards? Buddha says it's not to be spoken of. You're such a mischievous girl, even teasing your master. He glared at Jiang Ruoli with a bit of annoyance and then asked, Where are the 3 children? They are reading in the study. Zhou Hongyi, familiar with the children, decided to go find them and play. Tian, what book are you reading? Tian held up a beginner herbal medicine book and said, Grandpa Zhou, I'm reading my mom's medical book. Little girl, do you understand it? Yes, I do. I even know what the herbs are used for. Tian then started to recite the herbal medicine book from memory. Zhou Hongyi listened more and more in shock. This is incredible. There's someone here even more talented than her mother. He never expected that this child would be so gifted. He almost wanted to tell his young apprentice to take the child away and teach her himself. But reason won over impulse. The young apprentice wouldn't give the child to him. At most, he would visit more often to personally guide her and find a good teacher for the girl later. As for himself, he had already accepted a closed-door disciple and couldn't take more students. Everyone who came today was someone he knew well. The chef was Jiang Peishu, and Jiang Lixia, with nothing to do, went to the room of the 3 little ones to keep them company. This was a special study room Jiang Ruoli had built for the triplets. It had 3 adjustable study desks and chairs, 3 large bookshelves, and 3 carpets. Under the carpets, there was a layer of foam mats for crawling. Jiang Ruoli had acquired these a few days ago from a person from the 21st century. That woman was clever. She bought gold here and sold it there, making a 10-fold profit. There were also some jewelry and notes. But she was probably also poor, so she didn't buy much the first time. The second time, she bought a lot more. Jiang Ruoli said she only had these items. That was enough for her. She had obtained what she wanted. Jiang Ruoli planned to put that person from the 21st century on her blacklist. She absolutely couldn't let her know she had traveled through time. Otherwise, she would find out she had hoarded many of those items. This time, not many people came, only about 2 tables in total. Jiang Peishu quickly prepared the food. Everyone sat together to celebrate their housewarming. Jiang Bo also liked this courtyard very much. He wanted to live here, but his status didn't allow it. Old Lady Zhao Shujun didn't mind these rules and could come whenever she wanted. After dinner, Zhou Hongyi still didn't give up and told Jiang Ruoli about Tian's interest in medical books. Master, I understand your point, but she's still too young. I don't want to put too much pressure on her. I just want her to enjoy these years. When she's older and interested, I will definitely ask for your help. I know. She's a good seedling. Fine, just let her enjoy these years happily. After Zhou Hongyi left, Jiang Ruoli went to the study of the 3 little ones. Tuan was reading a book with Mao beside him. Mao was reading comic books. Of course, Tuan wasn't just reading simple comics but books related to business. Yuan was already lying on the blanket, snoring loudly. Little daughter Tian was still studying herbal medicine basics. Baby, haven't you finished this book already? Why are you still reading it? Mom, I just finished reading it, not understanding it all. She's not even better than a child. Well, I didn't expect that the smart pill could be inherited by the next generation. Seeing the second child like that, Jiang Ruoli reached out and sent him back to his room to sleep. She had told the 3 children before to choose one room as their bedroom. Each child picked a room, but the eldest and second child coincidentally chose rooms next to the third child. Jiang Ruoli agreed with the brothers' decision. She covered Yuan with a quilt, then left the room. Yao, like a little tail, followed closely behind Jiang Ruoli. Auntie. Jiang Ruoli stopped and turned around, looking at Yao gently, and asked, Yao, what's wrong? Yao Yao blinked her big eyes, a little shy, and said, Annie, I want to stay here until school starts again, okay? Jiang Ruoli smiled slightly, patted Yao Yao's head, and said, Of course, I like Yao Yao the most. I will go talk to your dad. Today, Jiang Juanxia had a rare day off, so she brought Yao Yao to Jiang Ruoli for a meal. Jiang Ruoli understood Yao Yao's little thoughts. After all, she was still a young girl and might find it awkward to talk about certain things with her single father, so she could only talk to her close aunt. Jiang Juanxia listened to Jiang Ruoli's words and nodded in agreement, without hesitation. She even took out 30 yuan and handed it to Jiang Ruoli, saying it was for buying groceries. Seeing this, Jiang Ruoli couldn't help but roll her eyes and said impatiently, What's wrong? Second brother? Are you worried I'll let your precious daughter go hungry? Jiang Juanxia quickly explained, No, I just... Before he could finish, Guaning, standing nearby, helplessly interrupted, Just take the money back. Are you showing off how much money you have? Jiang Juanxia didn't mention the money anymore and said, Mom and Dad, Li, I'll leave Yao Yao in your care. Don't worry, when school starts, I'll give you back a complete daughter. Jiang Ruoli also let Yao Yao choose her own room, and she simply picked the one next to the 3 little ones. As the older sister, she definitely wanted to take care of her younger brothers and sisters. Jiang Yao and Jiang Lixia had a very good relationship. Jiang Yao loved her aunt, who was good at making clothes. One day, Jiang Yao curiously asked, Aunt Lixia, what are you making? Jiang Lixia smiled and answered, This is a style of clothing your Aunt Li described. I want to try and see if I can make it. Jiang Yao immediately became interested and sat excitedly nearby, watching Jiang Lixia work on the clothes without blinking. However, the design was quite complicated, and Jiang Lixia spent 3 full days just making a rough model. Jiang Ruoli examined it carefully and felt it didn't quite meet her expectations. She pointed out some areas that needed improvement and said, Xia, here and here, make some adjustments and let me see how it looks. Jiang Lixia didn't hesitate and made the changes as instructed. The revised semi-finished product looked much better to Jiang Ruoli, who said happily, Yes, this is the feeling I wanted. Jiang Lixia was also quite satisfied with the new version, thinking it looked more beautiful than before. She then continued with the detailed work of cutting, sewing, and embroidery. When all the work was done, the sun was setting, and night quietly fell. Jiang Lixia stretched lazily, feeling a bit tired but also full of a sense of achievement. Watching nearby, Jiang Yao was amazed by her aunt's skill and couldn't help but praise, and is so amazing. She had finished a piece of clothing in such a short time. Big sister, look at it now, how is it? Jiang Ruoli looked at it and thought it was really good. It's just like this. This piece of clothing was made by Jiang Ruoli based on the traditional Tang suit style from later generations. She designed one for the old man and one for the old lady. At this moment, Jiang Yao was very interested in making clothes. She asked Jiang Lixia to teach her a lot. After the children fell asleep, Jiang Peihe, Guaning, and Jiang Ruoli discussed future plans in the study. Li Bao, after the Lantern Festival, I plan to go south to do some research. Dad, do you want to go to Guangqing and Shenzhen? I plan to visit both places. It's only been about 7 or 8 years since the reform and opening up in 1980, but I want to check things out first. How long will this trip take? Traveling from north to south by train takes several days. Round trip, it will take about half a month, and I need to do some research there. It might take a whole month. Thinking about this, Guaning also felt a bit worried. Jiang Peihe patted Guanying's back to comfort her. Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. A few days later, the Feng family sent over a few people, 2 men and 2 women. Jiang Ruoli was still curious, but Li Zhishu explained. After the 15th day of the first lunar month, you'll go to school during the day. The 3 children will attend the Yuhong class, but after school, your parents can't handle all of them. The old man specifically found some people to help take care of the children. You can see if it's suitable. If it is, they'll stay. If not, the old man will find more helpers. Jiang Ruoli understood that the old man was also worried that her mother couldn't manage alone, so it was out of kindness. She looked at these 4 people, asked a few simple questions, and learned about them. Two women, one widowed with no children, was kicked out by her in-laws and wasn't allowed to return to her family, so she had to find work. The other woman was beaten by her husband, and her children looked at her with contempt. She escaped with her life, and with the old man's help, divorced her abusive husband and survived. Both men were soldiers, but due to injuries, they hadn't married. They were both quite capable. Introduce yourselves first, and tell us what skills you have. I am Chun Hongying, 33 years old. I am good at cooking. I am Lu Xiui, 41 years old. I am good at embroidery. I supported those two ungrateful children with my embroidery skills. I am Wu Quan, a retired soldier. I am good at martial arts. I am Lu Feng, also a retired soldier. I am good with guns. Jiang Ruoli nodded after hearing their introductions. Let's wait and see first. During the first-month trial, if everything goes well, I will pay you 50 yuan. If not, I'm sorry, I won't keep you. Li Zhishu nodded. That's good. Otherwise, your mom would be too tired alone. One is good at cooking, the other at sewing, and they can help each other.
I understand, Mom.
Please thank Grandpa for me. Next time, you can thank him yourself. Okay, next time I go to the big courtyard, I will thank him. Li Zhishu didn't stay long, and then left. The four people stood there feeling a bit uneasy. Relax, we are all easygoing. As long as you don't make mistakes, we won't be strict. Yes, sir, madam, miss. Don't call me sir, madam, or miss. That's not appropriate now. I am older than you, just call me sistering. This is my husband, call him brother he. This is my daughter Jiang Ruoli, you can call her Lily, or Little Lily. I also have two sons. When they come back, I will introduce you. This is my niece Xiaxia, and my granddaughter Yao Yao. They will go back to the military district to study after the Lantern Festival. These are the triplets you will take care of. Big Tuan Tuan, second Yuan Yuan, and third Taitian. From now on, Hongying will handle kitchen affairs. Xiui and I will take care of the children. Wu Quan, you stay in the front yard, and Lu Feng will keep the garden tidy. Let's arrange it like this. Do you have any ideas? The four of them answered in unison no. Having assigned the tasks, everyone felt relieved. Then they each went to do their own work. Wu Quan had nothing much to do in the front yard, so he helped Lu Feng with some chores. Lu Xiui was getting familiar with the triplets, who knew that Grandpa Zeng had brought someone to help take care of Grandma. The triplets greeted, Grandma Xiui, hello. Yes, very good. Lu Xiui was touched and wiped her eyes. Jiang Ruoli thought that in the future it wouldn't be so easy to bring out meat and vegetables directly. But luckily, it was getting cooler, and she had already taken out quite a bit of meat and vegetables, enough for a few days. When there were no more vegetables after a few days, Jiang Ruoli could find a chance to take them out again. With help arriving, Jiang Peihe could also feel a bit more at ease to go to Guangqing and Shenzhen. Dad, why not let Uncle Feng go with you? Although he's good at gunplay, that doesn't mean his boxing isn't good. With him there, we can be more at ease. If it's not enough, we can hire someone else. At that moment, Jiang Ruoli thought that this arrangement was quite good. The next day, he went to the big courtyard to talk to Feng Wanli about this matter. Sure, I'll help you find someone in the next couple of days. Feng Wanli agreed completely to Sun's wife's request. Anyone who can walk properly is fine. Old Master Feng said there was no problem. Within a couple of days, the person Feng Wanli found arrived at Jiang Ruoli's place. Jiang Ruoli asked him to demonstrate his martial arts skills on the spot. He performed a set of military-style boxing, with great energy. With such a person to protect Jiang Peihe, Jiang Ruoli and Guaning finally felt at ease.